Suzhou City, Lujiang District. Lujiang University. It was April, and in a classroom on the second floor of a teaching building, an economics elective class was underway. Xiao Qiang, a freshman in his second semester, and a devoted student, had a pair of willowy eyebrows over bright, spirited eyes. Though his appearance was somewhat stiff, it was remarkably pleasant to look at, save for the black-rimmed glasses perched on his high-nose bridge. Introverted, he spent his time after class either reading or gaming. That day, as usual, after finishing his elective homework, Xiao Qiang sat in the corner, playing a newly released game called Doomsday. Xiao Qiang often enjoyed searching for obscure games to try on his computer. This one was even more niche, discovered by chance, but once he started playing, he became deeply absorbed. While he was playing with great relish, he suddenly heard a female student behind him whispering, "I heard that zombies have broken out in Jianghuai City. So many people have been infected. I heard about it too. And it's not just Jianghuai. I haven't been able to contact my classmates in Wandong City for the past 2 days," another girl said softly. "How are people getting infected? I don't know if it's true, but there's been more and more news about it these days. Do you think ITLL reach us?" "No way. Our place is so remote. By the time it gets here, ITLL probably be under control already." More and more people joined the discussion, and Xiao Qiang couldn't help but eavesdrop intently. In truth, rumors of zombies had begun circulating 2 days ago, but most people didn't take them seriously, especially since this place was inland, a small fourth-tier city with a modest population. So far, everything had proceeded as normal. "Class, settle down. Pay attention. What's going on? I know this is just an elective." The professor, hearing the commotion, couldn't help but speak up. Hearing the professor's words, the students immediately fell silent. "Emergency notice. Emergency notice. All faculty, staff, and students are to immediately cease all classes and extracurricular activities. All students return to dormitories. All teachers return to offices. A riot has broken out in the city, a cause unknown. Execute immediately, execute immediately." Just then, the campus broadcast suddenly rang out, repeating 3 times before stopping. "All right, class ends here for now. Everyone follow the broadcast and head back to your dorms," the professor said, packing his teaching materials and calling out to the students. Upon hearing the broadcast, the students immediately began chattering, but fortunately, no one slowed down in leaving. After hearing the broadcast, Xiao Qiang also started packing. Suddenly, there was commotion outside. "Oh, run. There's a zombie. Holy crap, run. Get into the classroom. Hey, you stepped on me. Oh, that hurts. Damn it." At that moment, a series of running footsteps, clattering crashes, and slamming doors came from outside, occasionally accompanied by low growls and agonized screams. Then suddenly a student ran past the door with his head twisted, snarling. His body slammed into the doorframe, his backpack fell off, but he seemed oblivious, continuing to lurch forward with his entire head tilted at an unnatural angle. Xiao Qiang looked at the doorframe. There were red marks on it, clearly blood. A bad feeling rose in his heart. Still holding the laptop's power cord in his hand, he yanked it out. The moment he unplugged it, a sudden surge of strong electric current shot through, jolting Xiao Qiang so much that he instinctively pulled his hand back. At the same time, a sound suddenly rang out, ding-dong. "The Doomsday Omnipotent Upgrade System has been bound." Host Xiao Qiang. What's that sound?" Xiao Qiang wondered. But looking around, the others didn't seem to have heard it. They were all hurrying out in a panic. "Hello there, host. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Xiao Qiang, and I am." "What sound? Who are you?" The sudden voice startled Xiao Qiang, making him cry out involuntarily. People nearby turned to stare at him, forcing him to pretend he was on the phone. Outside, the yelling grew closer and more chaotic. In the classroom, including Xiao Qiang, only 3 boys and 2 girls remained. A tall, sturdy boy quickly locked the front door and dragged the teacher's desk to barricade it. Without a second thought, Xiao Qiang dashed to the back door, slammed it shut, and locked it. Xiao Qiang shouted to the 3 dazed classmates, "Come help. Move a table to block the door." Hearing Xiao Qiang shout, the others snapped to action, carrying desks and chairs to block the entrance. After a flurry of effort, the door was finally secured. Once they were sure it was safe for now, everyone gathered together. Only then did Xiao Qiang have a moment to carefully observe the others in the classroom. "Hello, I'm Wang Liang from the software department. It looks like a zombie outbreak has happened outside. We can't escape for now, so let's get to know each other so we can help one another." This was the same tall, sturdy student who had closed the front door with a simple, honest look and a cheerful personality. "I'm Wang Peng Wang, as in the surname Peng, as in friend. I'm from the math department. This is too sudden. How did everything outside turn into this?" The student named Wang Peng wore full-rimmed glasses, his face still pale with shock, clearly unable to process the sudden change. Changes sometimes happen so suddenly. "It seems the zombies have reached us. Luckily, the broadcast gave us a warning. We heard the commotion and reacted in time. We're safe for now." Xiao Qiang patted Wang Peng's shoulder reassuringly. "I'm Li Wei, and this is my roommate Lin Bingyan. We're both from the economics department. Bingyan is the prettiest girl in our department." The speaker was a slightly dark-skinned girl with an honest, simple appearance, still retaining some of the naivety of a high schooler. As for the girl beside her, she truly lived up to the title of most beautiful in the economics department. She had an ethereal grace, bright eyes, and an air of youthful charm. Please take care of us. We'll do our best to contribute and hope we won't hold everyone back, Lin Bingyan said softly. I'm Xiao Qiang from the industrial department. Nice to meet you all. I know you. You always sit in the back of the elective class playing games. Lin Bingyan responded. Oh, is that so? He, realizing such a beautiful girl had noticed him, Xiao Qiang couldn't help but feel embarrassed and turned red. How adorable, Lin Bingyan murmured to herself, seeing Xiao Qiang blush. All right, let's rest for now. We don't know what's happening outside. Try calling for help, said the big guy Wang Liang. Xiao Qiang listened as everyone began making calls. Looking out the window, he saw students fleeing everywhere on campus, chased by zombies. These zombies had white vacant eyes, dull gazes, blood-covered bodies, and some even bore bite marks. It seems these zombies turn people on contact. By the way, what was that voice I heard earlier? It sounded like some sort of system, called Xiao Qiang, and the others didn't seem to hear it. Catching a moment of peace, Xiao Qiang finally recalled the strange voice. You finally remembered me. Hello there, dear host. A clear little girl voice sounded again. Xiao Qiang steadied himself, forcing back the urge to shout. He found a corner, sat down, and pretended to rest with his eyes closed. He silently thought, Xiao Qiang, is that you? Are you still there? I'm here, host. Now I can properly introduce myself. I am the Doomsday Omnipotent Upgrade System, and you are the host I've chosen. You can call me Xiao Qiang. A little girl's voice rang out. A young girl's voice with a cute lisp echoed in his mind. What is the Doomsday Omnipotent Level Up System? I'm a bit confused. Give me a detailed introduction, Xiao Qiang. All right, host. This system was developed specifically for Doomsday zombies. Its main function is to enhance the host's strength, aiming to help the host lead all of humanity. The host can level up and gain formidable power by continuously killing zombies. The lowly system replied. Moreover, the system also provides a mall service for the host. The mall has everything you can imagine, and if you can think of it, it's available for purchase. However, it requires the host to obtain exchange coins by killing zombies. Given the host's current low level and weak strength, the available privileges are limited. So what's my current strength? Xiao Qiang asked, puzzled. Host Xiao Qiang. Strength 30, average adult 50. Speed 27, average adult 50. Skills none. Mall access level 1, can only purchase basic weapons, medicine, food, etc. Overall assessment warrior level 0. I've just been slacking off on exercise lately, that's why I'm weaker. If I trained, I'd be on par with an athlete, Xiao Qiang said, scratching his head awkwardly in defense after hearing the system's assessment. Host, don't interrupt. Xiao Qiang knows your physical condition best. Let me finish explaining first. In the future world, there will not only be various mutated zombies, but also many evolved human powerhouses. The lowless voice continued in Xiao Qiang's mind. Human powerhouses are divided into warrior, psionic, awakened, and super powerhouse levels, each with 9 grades. Corresponding zombies are classified as common, infected, mutant, and super zombies, each with 5 grades. This is all Xiao Qiang can reveal for now. Now issuing the ultimate mission, lead humanity to overcome the zombie conspiracy, surmount all obstacles, and rebuild the human homeland. Mission success, retain all strength items and honors gained through the system. Mission failure, the host will be erased, the human world will be destroyed, and the homeland will become a ruin. Xiao Qiang spoke with unusual seriousness. Oh, it seems the path ahead won't be easy even with a golden finger. By the way, do I have a newbie gift pack or something? And besides killing zombies, are there other ways to improve my strength? Xiao Qiang seemed to have accepted the reality and inquired. Of course, killing zombies to level up is just a shortcut provided by the system. Other enhancement methods include purchasing items from the mall, training diligently, completing missions, and receiving gift packs from system evaluations and achievements. Also, this system is very user-friendly, so naturally there is a newbie gift pack. Now providing the gift pack items: virus immunity potion 1, unlimited draw 1, novice baseball bat, basic staff technique 1, basic metal protective suit inner wear, and a warrior level 9 experience card for 5 minutes. As the lowless voice faded, Xiao Qiang sensed these items appearing in his sea of consciousness. Host, do you wish to retrieve the items and learn the technique now? First, take out the virus immunity potion and learn the basic staff technique. Also, can that protective inner suit be worn directly? It would be hard to explain if I suddenly conjured so many items. After hearing Xiao Qiang asked to avoid unnecessary trouble. Of course, didn't Xiao Qiang say the system is user-friendly? The virus immunity potion has been delivered to the host's pocket, and the metal protective suit has been automatically equipped. Now beginning the staff technique learning. As Xiao Qiang finished speaking, Xiao Qiang's mind gained a preliminary understanding of the staff technique, including basic moves like swinging, chopping, thrusting, and lifting. This system is pretty good. I feel like I could enter a martial arts tournament with just these staff skills, Xiao Qiang remarked as he took out the virus immunity potion and drank it. This potion has no taste. Is it really effective? Host, please don't doubt the system's products. If you're skeptical, you can test it by letting a zombie bite you. Also, although the skills learned from the system come easily, the host must hone them through real combat to become stronger. Xiao Qiang couldn't help but roll her eyes as she spoke. Now conducting the unlimited draw for the host. As Xiao Qiang spoke, a spinning wheel appeared in Xiao Qiang's sea of consciousness. The wheel had 6 segments: invisible, protective helmet, superior tiger claw technique, intermediate vision, enhancer, advanced, AK-47 rifle, intermediate, cream bread, basic, and empty. Alright, let's begin. As long as it's not empty or cream bread, the others are decent. With Xiao Qiang's words, the wheel's pointer began to spin. After 2 or 3 rotations, the pointer slowed down, eventually landing on the vision enhancer segment. Vision enhancer, advanced, consumable item. After consumption, not only will your vision be restored, but you will also gain enhanced night vision. Would you like to consume it now? Yes. Bring on anything that makes me stronger. Saying this, Xiao Qiang drank the potion that appeared in his hand. His vision blurred momentarily, and he quickly removed his glasses. Wow, amazing. The world is so clear now. I can even see the zombies running nearly 200 meters outside the window clearly. Host, the remaining items are stored in the system space. Use them anytime. Now issuing the newbie mission, lead the other 4 to find a safer location within the school and help as many survivors on campus as possible. Mission success: strength increased by 1 minor grade, 500 exchange coins, and wandering dragon movement technique intermediate. Mission failure: randomly deprive the host of 1 acquired ability. Xiao Qiang continued. Okay, then the burden of saving the world starts now. Check my current stats, Xiao Qiang said, steeling himself. Host Xiao Qiang. Strength 30, average adult 50. Speed 27, average adult 50. Vision 90. Skills: basic staff technique. Mall access level 1. Draw access level 1. Overall assessment: warrior level 0. The lowless voice replied. Xiao Qiang opened his eyes and noticed the sky was beginning to darken. He hadn't realized how long he had been talking with the system. It seems no rescue is coming. We need to figure something out. The zombies can't get in for now, but we can't stay here forever. The door is already shaking under the zombies' assault, said Wang Liang, a tall boy, as he put his phone away and spoke after seeing Xiao Qiang awake. It seemed his call for help hadn't gone through. We couldn't get through either. There's no signal. It looks like we're on our own for now, Lin Bingyan said upon hearing this. I've calculated that infection occurs through bites or scratches. People turn into zombies 10 to 15 minutes after being bitten or scratched, said Wang Peng, a student adjusting his glasses while holding a notebook. How about we head to the school supermarket? It's in a separate building east of the dormitory, has food, and is mostly surrounded by walls, making it easier to defend, Xiao Qiang suggested, recalling the mission. Can you see clearly without your glasses? And how could you sleep at a time like this? Lin Bingyan teased playfully. My prescription isn't high. It's more convenient without them, Xiao Qiang stammered, realizing he needed to overcome his nervousness when talking to beautiful women. We can get down from the east window of the classroom. I've observed almost no zombies on that side. It's about 7 meters from the second floor. We can use the curtains to lower ourselves and jump. The supermarket is about 500 meters away, passing the library and the sports field, Wang Peng analyzed. Truly a math student figuring out the escape route so quickly, everyone exclaimed in unison. Alright, I've made 5 chair legs for self-defense. They'll take the lead, Wang Liang said, tearing down a curtain and tying one end to the radiator. My teammates are really reliable. I can't fall behind. After all, I'm the protagonist, Xiao Qiang thought, impressed by their competence. Okay, I'll cover the rear. Once we're down, run to the supermarket as fast as possible. We need to look out for the 2 girls if we encounter zombies. Now let's go, Xiao Qiang declared. The shelter Wang Peng, the bespectacled one, had chosen was this supermarket, a standalone 2-story building located to the east of the 4 dormitory blocks. Rumor among the students had it that it was run by a relative of the principal. The building had only one main entrance with 4 small rectangular windows on the first floor, each too small for anyone to crawl through. The supermarket had always been a lucrative venture, but now serving as a temporary shelter seemed a better option than taking one's chances outside. The burly Wang Liang tossed 5 chair legs out the window, then firmly tied one end of the curtain to the radiator. Pulling the curtain taut, he turned his head and said to the remaining 4, "I'll go down first to protect you all. You need to come down quickly, this door won't hold much longer." With that, he slid down the curtain. Upon landing, he immediately picked up a wooden stick and stood guard. Fortunately, this window faced a wall where students rarely came, making it relatively safe. The other 3 followed suit, sliding down the curtain and each grabbing a wooden stick as a weapon. Xiao Qiang glanced at the shattered door where a horde of zombies flailing their claws was battering against the desks and chairs blocking the entrance. Without taking the time to observe the zombies' features, Xiao Qiang grabbed the curtain and leaped down. Taking the wooden stick Wang Liang handed him, he growled, "Run. The zombies are about to break through." The 5 of them immediately bolted with the 3 boys forming a triangle around the 2 girls. The burly Wang Liang took the lead, while Xiao Qiang brought up the rear. After running about 200 meters, Wang Liang suddenly stopped. Xiao Qiang looked closely and saw that ahead was the eastern road of the library. The library was another frequent haunt for university students, and when the zombie outbreak struck campus, it was the afternoon, so there would be no shortage of people inside. Fortunately, the path Xiao Qiang and his group had chosen wasn't directly in the center. About a dozen zombies were staggering along the road, some pacing, some sprinting, and even a few crawling along the ground, likely with injured legs. The zombies hung their heads low, their eyes pale white, their jaws wide open, revealing fangs. Their arms stretched forward as their heads swayed left and right, as if searching for prey. Just as the 5 of them halted, over a dozen students suddenly burst out of the teaching building, wielding all sorts of weapons. They fought off zombies as they ran from the west side toward the cafeteria. Their commotion drew most of the zombies away from the library's main entrance. "Okay, now we can carefully clear out these zombies," said the burly Wang Liang. Hearing Wang Liang's words, Xiao Qiang unconsciously tightened his grip on the wooden stick. He had never been in a fight in his life, let alone had to kill zombies. Though he possessed a low-level staff technique granted by the system, the theory in his mind was still a far cry from the bloody reality of actual combat. Xiao Qiang had no intention of using the level 9 elite experience card just yet. He remembered that the novice mission required him not only to lead these 4 to safety, but also to save more people. He planned to save it for a critical moment. "No wonder the system Xiao Tsong told me to train more in actual combat. I haven't even started yet, and am already this nervous," Xiao Qiang mused to himself. The 5 of them had crept to within 5 meters of a nearby zombie. It was a female zombie, her hair tied in a ponytail, her clothes torn and ragged, exposing most of her upper body with bloodstains still visible on her pale skin. Suddenly the zombie turned its head and spotted Xiao Qiang and his group, letting out guttural growls of air. It charged wildly toward them. Her roar was enough to make all the dozens of zombies on the road turn their heads and sprint toward the 5 of them. Seeing this, Li Wei, Lin Bingyan's classmate, let out a scream and dropped her wooden stick, clutching Lin Bingyan tightly. Unexpectedly, it wasn't the seemingly fragile Lin Bingyan who screamed, but the usually honest-looking Li Wei, who was terrified by the scene, Xiao Qiang thought, as he tightened his grip on the wooden stick and stepped in front of the 2 girls. "Xiao Qiang, aren't you scared? I saw your hands trembling just now," Lin Bingyan asked, supporting Li Wei's body as she spoke. "I'm scared too, I just held back from screaming," Xiao Qiang joked, trying to lighten the tense atmosphere. Before anyone could laugh at his remark, the female zombie had already charged at Wang Liang, who stood at the front. Wang Liang leaped high into the air. With his solid build and 185-meter height, he rose like a small tower, swinging the table leg in a full arc aimed directly at the female zombie's head. The female zombie's head was instantly deformed, blood splattering everywhere from the impact. The entire zombie flew 2 or 3 meters before crashing into the wall and stopping, clearly neutralized. That was a beautiful strike, though a bit gruesome, Xiao Qiang thought, but he had no time to dwell on it, as the other zombies surged forward. Wang Liang and Wang Peng were already locked in combat with the zombies, and even Lin Bingyan had firmly gripped her wooden stick, shielding Li Wei behind her. Just then a zombie lunged at Xiao Qiang, its sharp claws swiping down toward his face. At that moment, countless techniques from the low-level staff technique flashed through Xiao Qiang's mind. He sidestepped slightly to the left, causing the zombie's claws to miss. Gripping the wooden stick with his right hand, he mustered all his strength and slammed it hard into the zombie's back. The zombie stumbled forward, but Xiao Qiang's own strength was too weak. Though the strike was fluid, it barely caused any real damage. According to the low-level staff technique, Xiao Qiang could have struck the zombie's occiput, but being his first time hitting a living thing, he hesitated and aimed for the back instead. Unbeknownst to him, this hesitation nearly led to disaster, and this single strike became a pivotal turning point that would change Xiao Qiang's mentality. The zombie Xiao Qiang had struck was redirected and charged with its mouth wide open straight toward Lin Bingyan. "Not good," Xiao Qiang muttered under his breath. Just as he was about to use the experience card, he saw Lin Bingyan block the zombie's hands with her wooden stick, then land a flying kick that sent the zombie stumbling aside. She let out a sharp "ha" and assumed a taekwondo starting stance. "That was close. I never expected that a simple dodge would almost endanger the 2 girls behind me. It seems some combat techniques can't be used carelessly," Xiao Qiang thought, breaking out in a cold sweat. "More importantly, I can't afford to show mercy to my enemies anymore. Otherwise, I won't even be able to protect the people behind me, let alone save all of humanity." Xiao Qiang broke out in a cold sweat, then reproached himself internally. With that thought, Xiao Qiang leaped forward, gathering all his strength into one point. He swung the stick horizontally, smashing it into the zombie's head. Blood splattered across the ground. One zombie was down. Ding! Killed 1 ordinary level 1 zombie. Experience 10 exchange points 10. After killing the zombie, this prompt echoed in Xiao Qiang's mind. The entire sequence, though lengthy to describe, had taken only a few seconds, yet it was already this perilous. More zombies followed, but after dispatching one, Xiao Qiang's nervousness had largely dissipated. Facing another charging zombie, Xiao Qiang ducked to avoid its claws, then leaped upward. As his body rose, he thrust the wooden stick steadily into the zombie's chin. The entire movement was fluid and seamless with no hesitation. But when he looked back, the zombie had risen from the ground, its chin twisted, askew, blood slowly dripping from its mouth. My level is still too low, my strength too weak. Even if I can land a hit, I still can't achieve a one-shot kill, Xiao Qiang lamented inwardly. Then he swung the wooden stick in a full arc again, bringing it down on the zombie's skull from above. The zombie collapsed to the ground. This time the prompt sounded ding. Killed 1 ordinary level 1 zombie. Experience 10 exchange points 10. Xiao Qiang looked ahead. Since Wang Liang and Wang Peng were further forward, he saw that both were surrounded by 2 or 3 zombies each. Wang Liang was managing while swinging his wooden stick fiercely, sending zombies tumbling to the ground. Though he couldn't finish them off quickly, he was relatively safe for now. Wang Peng, however, was in a less favorable position. Though he looked refined, his strength in fighting zombies far exceeded Xiao Qiang's current level. Yet even he couldn't withstand the onslaught and had been cornered against the library wall. Xiao Qiang sprinted over, aimed from behind, and leaped into a spinning backswing, smashing the wooden stick into the head of a one-armed zombie. With the momentum of his body, this strike shattered the zombie's skull, sending its body flying backward. Ding! Killed 1 ordinary level 1 zombie. Experience 10 exchange points 10. But the wooden stick in Xiao Qiang's hand snapped from the force of the blow. He was about to drive the remaining half into the head of a nearby zombie. When he saw that the 2 girls had also arrived, their wooden sticks raining down blows on the zombies' heads. A furious girl is indeed not to be trifled with, Xiao Qiang mused. At the same time, he spun around and thrust the half-stick in his right hand deep into the head of the last remaining zombie. Ding! Killed 1 ordinary level 1 zombie. Experience 10 exchange points 10. Then Xiao Qiang rolled toward Wang Liang's direction. When he stood up again, a metal baseball bat had materialized in his hand. Rising to his feet, Xiao Qiang gripped the baseball bat with both hands and swung it with all his might in a horizontal arc at the back of the head of a zombie lunging at Wang Liang. The zombie's skull instantly caved in, and its body fell stiffly forward, blood soaking the entire length of the bat. Ding! Killed 1 ordinary level 1 zombie. Experience 10 exchange points 10. This iron one is way better than the wooden one, Xiao Qiang thought. Then with a series of clean strikes and thrusts, Xiao Qiang swiftly dispatched the remaining 2 zombies. 2 more prompts sounded. After clearing the immediate zombies, all 5 were exhausted, leaning on their knees and panting heavily. Xiao Qiang was particularly winded, having been too excited in the fight, and completely disregarding his current weak physical condition. Let's rest for a while since there are no zombies around for now, Xiao Qiang said between heavy breaths as he walked toward the corner and crouched down. Not bad, bro. I never expected you to be this skilled. The other 4 gathered around, with Wang Liang speaking in his honest, straightforward manner as he walked. Not bad, bro. I never expected you to be this skilled. The other 4 gathered around, with Wang Liang speaking in his honest, straightforward manner as he walked. In terms of zombie kills, Wang Liang had taken down 5, Wang Peng 4, and Xiao Qiang 7. However, most of these were due to Wang Liang and Wang Peng occupying the zombies at the front. Where did you get that baseball bat? Lin Bingyan asked, her beautiful eyes fixed on Xiao Qiang. Oh, I picked it up on the road. Probably someone dropped it while running away in a panic, Xiao Qiang explained, looking at Lin Bingyan. Good thing the power hasn't gone out yet, or we wouldn't have been able to fight these zombies, Wang Peng added. I've seen zombies on TV that were easy to beat, but I never expected them to be this tough in real life. And Xiao Qiang, thanks for protecting us just now, Li Wei said, sticking out her tongue. You're welcome, it's only right. Let's rest up quickly. The road ahead by the sports field won't be this easy, Xiao Qiang replied. The playground of Lujiang University is located to the south of the library, surrounded by a barbed wire fence, with only one iron gate left on the east and west sides. During a break, Xiao Qiang and his group of 5 observed the road ahead. There were quite a few zombies left on the playground side, but most of them were trapped inside. The gate on the east side was blocked by an iron rod held by someone, likely a survivor, trying to escape. Even so, there were still nearly 50 zombies on the playground road. As the sky grew darker, the sight of so many zombies wandering back and forth under the streetlights, accompanied by their low, guttural growls, appeared particularly eerie. Xiao Qiang pulled his head back and analyzed to the other 4. There are about 50 zombies on this road next to the playground. It is almost impossible to eliminate them all. Running quickly is the best choice. Wang Peng adjusted his glasses and added, this road is nearly 150 meters long, and at the end of it is the supermarket. Moreover, we have already rested for almost 5 minutes, and the zombies in the teaching building are about to wander over. If we can't escape into the supermarket before the zombies from the teaching building catch up, we will be caught in a pincer attack. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang stood up and tightened his grip on the wooden stick, saying, "I'll go in front." Xiao Qiang stepped forward, shaking his baseball bat, and replied, "This time, I'll go with you. After all, my weapon is slightly better." "All right, then let's start running." Wang Liang lowered his voice and shouted, then took off running. The other four followed suit, sprinting forward. At this time, the formation of the five was such that Wang Liang and Xiao Qiang were at the front, Wang Peng slightly behind, followed by Lin Bingyan and Li Wei. The three boys tacitly placed the two ladies in the safest position. In less than 20 meters of their frantic run, zombies on both sides lunged at them with open mouths and clawed hands. Xiao Qiang jabbed his baseball bat forward, halting the advancing zombie, then swung the bat down from an angle, knocking the zombie backward. Ding, a normal level 1 zombie killed, experience 10, exchange points 10. Without stopping, he leaped high into the air, using his bonus momentum to smash down hard onto a female long-haired zombie charging toward him. Instantly, the female zombies had exploded, splattering red and green liquid all over the ground. Ding, a normal level 1 zombie killed, experience 10, exchange points 10. After dealing with this one, Xiao Qiang paused slightly and saw Wang Liang being held back by two zombies. He swung his baseball bat horizontally at one of the zombies' heads. At that moment, Wang Liang was also able to free himself and took care of the remaining zombie. Ding, a normal level 1 zombie killed, experience 10, exchange points 10. Congratulations, the host has leveled up. Host Xiao Qiang, overall evaluation, level 1 powerhouse. Level up rewards 5 free attribute points, 1 chance for a low-level lottery, 100 exchange points, basic stick technique, initial level. Detected host has basic stick technique, can merge, open the chi value attribute capable of executing techniques, open the exchange point attribute. Would the host like to allocate the attribute points? At this moment, Xiao Qiang suddenly recalled the prompt of leveling up, and he felt his fatigued body had recovered. Moreover, he felt his legs were filled with strength. Allocate all attribute points to strength. Xiao Qiang felt that his strength was too lacking, so he allocated all attribute points to strength. Attribute points allocated. Host Xiao Qiang, strength 55, normal adults are 50, speed 50, normal adults are 50, vision 90, skills basic stick technique, Wolf Fang stick technique, not yet merged, lottery chances 1, exchange points 100, mall access level 1, can only buy some low-level weapons, medicine, food, etc. Open lottery access level 1, overall evaluation level 1 powerhouse. Chi value 50, experience 0 200. Unexpectedly, not only were there rewards from leveling up, but there were also 10 attribute points automatically allocated to speed. This method of becoming stronger was simply too easy. Feeling the changes in his body brought by the level up, Xiao Qiang couldn't help but secretly rejoice. In this moment of distraction, the other four had already run ahead of Xiao Qiang. At this time, a fat zombie wearing glasses had already pounced on Lin Bingyan from the left rear, its overweight body knocking her down to the ground, and the zombie was about to pounce and bite. Suddenly, Xiao Qiang lunged forward, performing a fish leap from below and crashing into the zombie, then rolled on the ground to get up, lifting his baseball bat to smash down on the zombie, black and red liquid immediately splattering out. Ding, a normal level 1 zombie killed, experience 10, exchange points 10. Stay behind me and be careful. Xiao Qiang shouted to Lin Bingyan, then continued to run forward. Kill, kill, kill. Next was the 5-man team, led by Xiao Qiang, continuously killing zombies and advancing toward the supermarket. At the same time, Xiao Qiang's mind was filled with the sound of prompts for killing zombies. How is Xiao Qiang so powerful? We've already exhausted ourselves from the fighting, yet he seems to have more energy and appears even stronger than before. Wang Peng thought, feeling puzzled by Xiao Qiang's performance throughout the run. Thanks to Xiao Qiang's sudden outburst, otherwise it would have been hard to say how we would have made it here. Wang Liang thought to himself as he ran, I really can't see through him anymore. He seems to have more energy than before, and his strength has increased a bit. Lin Bingyan gazed at Xiao Qiang thoughtfully. Just as she was thinking, the five had already reached the end of the road, where over 20 zombies were still swaying in front of them. They had collectively killed over 20 zombies along the way. Xiao Qiang calculated roughly. It seemed he was not far from the next level up. However, at this moment, an unexpected change occurred. The zombies from the teaching building had already come within 50 meters of them. Let's go, the supermarket is just ahead. Oh, once we get in, we'll be safe. Saying this, Xiao Qiang charged toward the nearest zombie. Seeing the situation was critical, Xiao Qiang was ready to use his level 9 powerhouse experience card at any moment. He forcefully smashed a zombie's head, then positioned the baseball bat horizontally across his chest, pushing aside to create an opening for the other four to pass through. After the other four ran past, Xiao Qiang turned around and began smashing the zombies with his baseball bat. The supermarket's iron door had been closed by someone, leaving only a small opening at the bottom for a person to crawl through. Hurry and get in, a Wang Liang, and I will hold them off. Hearing this, the other three did not hesitate and began crawling into the supermarket. After the other three crawled in, Xiao Qiang turned to Wang Liang and shouted, "You go in first, I'll hold the rear, and be careful to check if there are any zombies inside the supermarket." "Okay, you be careful." Having witnessed Xiao Qiang's strength, Wang Liang did not hesitate, rolled over, and directly entered the supermarket. At this moment, it was already 9 p.m. Under the dim streetlights, a young man stood at the supermarket entrance with a baseball bat in hand, fighting against a horde of zombies behind him. After Wang Liang entered, the pressure around Xiao Qiang increased sharply, and he positioned the baseball bat across his front, blocking the zombie's fangs. Just then, a zombie lunged at him from the side. With no time to think, he instinctively raised his hand to block. Xiao Qiang had thought that he possessed an antidote antibody, and even if bitten, it would only be a superficial injury. Unexpectedly, he did not feel the stinging pain he had imagined. "I almost forgot about this. Fortunately, I wore the metal protective clothing," Xiao Qiang thought with surprise, and without caring about the other parts of his body being bitten, he continued to smash down on the zombies in front of him. The continuous sound of prompts rang in his ears, and after finally hearing the level up prompt, Xiao Qiang's fatigue was once again dispelled, though his metal clothing was now in tatters. Forcefully pushing the zombie in front of him away, Xiao Qiang rolled back and directly fell into the supermarket. Wang Liang and Wang Peng, guarding on either side of the door, immediately pulled down the iron door when they saw Xiao Qiang had entered. Lin Bingyan and Li Wei also pushed the nearby shelves to block the door. At this moment, the five of them collapsed on the supermarket floor, gasping for breath. Although Xiao Qiang's fatigue was eliminated due to leveling up, the long-term striking actions had caused his hands to feel intensely sore, and his whole body was in pain. Looking at the five of them, their faces and bodies were stained red with blood. The zombies outside, having lost their target, gradually wandered off. Listening to the sounds outside growing fainter, the five sat in a circle and smiled at each other. At last, they were safe for the night. At 9:30 p.m. inside the supermarket of Lujiang University, the floor was strewn with scattered shelves and various goods, food and daily necessities alike. Clearly, a commotion had just occurred here. In a corner of the supermarket's first floor lay four zombie corpses, their fallen postures faintly revealing the ferocious expressions they had worn in life. On the second floor of the supermarket, two single beds were placed in a corner with the remaining shelves toppled over. In the center of the shelves, an area had been cleared under warm white light, where five young men and women sat in a circle, none other than Xiao Qiang and his four companions. After entering the supermarket, the five swiftly cleared out the zombies. The state of the store suggested that someone had hastily closed the doors upon noticing the disturbances outside, only to have an infected person slip and leading to the supermarket's downfall. Wang Peng grabbed some bread, ham, and milk from the shelves. Except for the two ladies, the other three devoured their food without regard for appearances, while the women, though more refined, also stuffed themselves continuously, clearly exhausted from the earlier battle with the zombies. After wolfing down his food, Xiao Qiang felt a sense of fullness in his stomach and finally spoke. "Has anyone been bitten? Is everyone injured?" Wang Liang shook his sore arm and said, "Luckily I wasn't bitten. That was really close. Aside from some minor scrapes, I'm fine." Li Wei blinked, her big eyes patted her trembling chest, and said with a frightened expression, "This is all so terrifying. It just suddenly turned into this. I wonder what it's like outside the school. Will there be rescue? And Bingyan and I only have some scraped arms from falling. We weren't bitten either. It's thanks to you three being in front that we could follow and escape." Wang Peng glanced at the extinguished streetlights outside. Under the moonlight, zombies with bared fangs and raised claws paced mechanically, searching for prey. He turned back and said, "I wasn't bitten either, but we should still be cautious tonight." Xiao Qiang stood up and said, "The phones still have no signal. Even if rescue comes, we need to ensure our safety first. Let's take shifts tonight, though everyone must stay alert. They'll take the first watch on the first floor. The rest of you rest on the second. If you notice anything unusual, come upstairs immediately and wake the others." The others agreed. Wang Peng arranged the order, but since Li Wei was scared, Wang Liang had no choice but to stand watch with her. The two single beds on the second floor were naturally given to the ladies. Wang Liang and Wang Peng found some blankets to spread on the floor and soon fell asleep. After the four were settled, Xiao Qiang turned off the lights for them and tiptoed downstairs carrying a baseball bat. The upgrade notification from earlier had him eager to check the rewards. He picked up a cup of coffee, sat down in a corner, closed his eyes, and silently called out, "Xiao Tsong, come out. Show me the upgrade info." With Xiao Qiang's enhanced abilities, Xiao Tsong finally took on a concrete form in his mind. A little girl rubbed her sleepy eyes and said playfully, "Host, you finally remembered me. Now let me report the upgrade status. Host Xiao Qiang has been upgraded to Strongman Level 2. Rewards 6 free attribute points, 1 basic lottery, draw 1 crossbow, with scope basic with 20 bolts, 200 exchange points, and a max stamina value of 70. Do you wish to allocate the 6 attribute points and integrate the Wolf Fang Staff Technique? Assign all 6 points to strength and immediately integrate the Wolf Fang Staff Technique. Also use both of my lottery draws. Feeling his strength was still insufficient, he was eager to bolster it. The outline of the Wolf Fang Staff Technique had already appeared in his mind. The Wolf Fang Staff Technique emphasized speed, allowing multiple strikes in a short time with precise and powerful hits, perfect for dealing with low-level zombies. Initiating basic lottery draw. A spinning wheel appeared with 6 items: a dagger, a healing ointment, 10 gene of cabbage seeds, basic marksmanship, an iron wrist guard, and an empty slot. The pointer spun and stopped at the healing ointment. The wheel refreshed, showing a cleaver, anti-inflammatory medicine, gauze, a vacuum-packed chicken, leg, the meteor knife technique basic, and an empty slot. After 2 spins, the pointer landed on the cleaver. Looks like basic lottery only gives ordinary items. I need to level up to unlock better draws. Xiao Qiang, why hasn't my task been marked complete yet? Xiao Qiang complained, disappointed with the basic rewards. Host, your novice task is lead the other 4 to find a safer location on campus and help as many survivors as possible. You've only completed the first half. You need to assist at least 1 group to finish the task. Now displaying host attributes. Host Xiao Qiang. Strength 71, average adult 50. Speed 60, average adult 50. Vision 90. Skills Wolf Fang Staff Technique. Lottery chances 0. Exchange points 350. Shop access level 1, can buy basic weapons, medicine, food, etc. Lottery access level 1. Overall rating strongman level 2. Stamina 70. Experience 30400. By the way, I have many questions. How did this zombie virus break out? And how did you come about? What's the stamina attribute for? And what are those levels for strongmen and zombies you mentioned? Since the zombie outbreak that afternoon and the sudden appearance of the system in his body, Xiao Qiang had been too busy fleeing to ask questions. Now he finally had the chance to seek answers. Well, host, you have too many questions. Let me answer them one by one. First, the zombie outbreak is indeed caused by a virus, but the deeper reasons are for you to discover. Second, I am a product of advanced intelligence. Just know that this system is highly beneficial to you. Third, the stamina attribute is relevant for intermediate level techniques and above. Since you don't have any, it's useless for now. Lastly, I can assure you that in this apocalyptic world, humans will, and have already, produced many strongmen through various means. Human strongmen mostly break physical limits, enhancing senses, strength, and speed. Psychic level strongmen are rarer, but will develop elemental powers and unimaginable abilities. The same goes for zombies. As for higher levels, they're beyond your current understanding. Some people might directly gain psychic level powers without going through the strongman stage. These levels are just a rough classification. In a way, the psychic level and strongman level can be parallel. But you still need to start from the strongman level. Xiao Qiang explained. Xiao Qiang stretched and withdrew from the system. The moon was especially round that night, and Xiao Qiang couldn't help but feel dazed. From the zombie outbreak to the system, everything felt surreal. Yet reality was as it was. Since it had happened, he would do his best to make the most of it. With this thought, he felt a bit more at ease. Just then he heard footsteps on the stairs. After the upgrade, his hearing had improved significantly. He turned alertly and saw Lin Bingyan. Why aren't you asleep yet? Can't sleep. Too much happened today. Lin Bingyan yawned lazily, grabbed a bottle of water, unscrewed it, and took a sip. Scared today, huh? Even I found it thrilling, let alone you girls. Xiao Qiang looked at her. But I feel you've changed somehow. You seem stronger with each fight. And your baseball bat. They didn't notice, but it appeared out of thin air. Lin Bingyan blinked at him. Xiao Qiang felt uneasy under her gaze, but composed himself. Zombies exist, so me getting stronger isn't strange. I don't fully understand this situation yet, but trust that I won't harm you. That's true. It's thanks to you getting stronger that we made it here safely. And I believe you're a good person. Actually, she hesitated, then said seriously, what are your plans next? Actually what? I plan to save the world and help more people. Haha, just kidding. Xiao Qiang turned to her with a mock-serious smile. Never mind. You've been fighting all afternoon, you must be more tired. It's shift change time. Go upstairs and rest. Lin Bingyan replied earnestly. All right, now that you mention it, I am sleepy. Be careful and call out if anything happens. After instructing her, Xiao Qiang went upstairs to rest. Lin Bingyan watched his retreating figure and murmured to herself. Actually, I feel like my body has changed too. And maybe you really could save the world. At 6 in the morning, Xiao Qiang was roused from his slumber by a clamor outside. Rubbing his drowsy eyes, he peered out the window and spotted a group of people. 6 individuals armed with an assortment of weapons were fighting off zombies as they rushed toward the supermarket. Seeing this, Xiao Qiang woke the others from their sleep. At that moment, Wang Peng, who was on duty downstairs, ran up to inform everyone of the situation. Those running over seemed to be Li Feng and his lackeys. Wang Peng spoke with evident displeasure. Xiao Qiang had heard of Li Feng before, a sophomore notorious as the school's wealthy scion, always surrounded by sycophants. Relying on his family's influence, Li Feng bullied classmates at will and was known for his philandering ways despite never lacking for girlfriends. In this apocalypse, we're all human. We should help each other when we can. With that, Xiao Qiang tightened his grip on the baseball bat and looked at the other four. Xiao Qiang is right. With the zombie outbreak, humanity must unite. Lin Bingyan echoed. We agree too, the other three chimed in. Wang Liang and I will go out to assist them. You three stay inside to cover us. Open the door when you see us approaching. Xiao Qiang stretched his limbs and addressed the four. All right. Unconsciously, the others had grown accustomed to Xiao Qiang making decisions. Li Feng's group consisted of 6 people, 4 men and 2 women. Besides Li Feng, there was a tall, burly man named Lin Zhuang who served as his enforcer. Relying mainly on Lin Zhuang's strength, they had been advancing from the dormitory, taking advantage of a lull in zombie activity along the road. The 5 of them moved the display shelves away from the supermarket entrance. Checking both sides for zombies, they prepared to open the door. Wang Peng handed a crude steel pipe found in the store to Wang Liang while Xiao Qiang watched. Pretending to retrieve items from behind his back, Xiao Qiang actually took a crossbow and a machete from his system, handing them to the others. Take these for protection. The other 4 stared at Xiao Qiang in astonishment, but wisely refrained from asking where the items came from. The 2 of them cracked the door open, rolled out, and headed toward the approaching group of 6. With his enhanced strength, Xiao Qiang easily dispatched the level 1 zombies, employing the swift Wolf Fang Staff Technique to fell them with a single blow each. Ding killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience 6, exchange points 10. Ding killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience 6, exchange points 10. The 2 fought their way through slashing and stabbing. Thanks to Xiao Qiang's formidable performance, they soon reached Li Feng's group of 6. Hurry! Without time for words, Xiao Qiang turned around as soon as they reached the group. The commotion had already attracted zombies from the dormitory and both sides of the road. A massive horde of them lunged toward the group with outstretched claws. The 8 of them fought and ran. During the escape, Xiao Qiang marveled at Lin Zhuang's formidable combat prowess. Wielding a tabletop with fierce agility, he could both attack and defend. It seemed the rumor that Lin Zhuang was a bodyguard hired by Li Feng's father was true. Just then from the playground, 20 or 30 zombies charged directly at them. The group failed to dodge in time and was split in 2. Li Feng and Lin Zhuang were separated. 2 zombies lunged at Li Feng, their claws reaching for his head from both sides. Xiao Qiang wanted to help, but dozens of zombies blocked his path. In that instant, Li Feng grabbed a male classmate beside him and shoved him forward. The classmate's chest was impaled, and he fell staring at Li Feng in disbelief before being devoured by the surrounding zombies. Xiao Qiang burned with rage at Li Feng's actions, but the dire situation left him no time to dwell on it. With a swift spin of his baseball bat, he channeled the momentum into the Wolf Fang Staff Technique, smashing it hard into a zombie's head. The zombie was sent flying sideways, a spray of black blood erupting. Xiao Qiang's bat swung repeatedly, each strike felling a zombie. Ding killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience 6, exchange points 10. Level up chimes rang out continuously. Soon after clearing the zombies blocking their way, the group sprinted back to the supermarket. Fighting and running all the way, they reached the supermarket entrance within minutes. Wang Peng and the other 2 waiting inside had already lifted the rolling door a crack, and the group scrambled in. Xiao Qiang coming quickly. After the 6 had entered, Wang Liang held up the iron door and shouted to Xiao Qiang, "You go first. They'll hold them off." Xiao Qiang glanced back at the surging tide of what seemed like hundreds of zombies and yelled to Wang Liang. Just then 2 zombies lunged at Xiao Qiang, jaws wide. He raised his bat horizontally, and their teeth scraped against it with a grating squeal. But behind him, a zombie's claw was already reaching for the back of his head. Xiao Qiang's heart tightened. He was about to use the level 9 Powerhouse experience card. In the nick of time, an arrow shot out, piercing the attacking zombie with such force that it was knocked to the ground. It was Wang Peng who had seen Xiao Qiang in danger from the second-floor window and fired the crossbow. Xiao Qiang exchanged a knowing smile with him, his bat never stopping as he cracked open the skulls of 2 more zombies with the Wolf Fang Staff Technique. Accompanied by 2 level-up chimes, Xiao Qiang rolled into the supermarket. People on both sides quickly shut the door and barricaded it with shelves. Only when the noise outside died down did everyone relax. Li Feng then walked over to Xiao Qiang with a grin. "Brother, you're quite skilled. Stick with me, and I guarantee you'll live well in this apocalypse. After the signal came in earlier, my father will immediately contact someone to come for me. What do you say, brother?" Xiao Qiang smiled faintly. "Thanks for the offer, but I'd rather not be used as a human shield in a crisis." Everyone had witnessed Li Feng's cowardly act of using his teammate as a shield. Xiao Qiang's group looked down on him, and even Li Feng's own people harbored resentment, though they dared not speak up. Moreover, it was clear Li Feng had promised to rescue them as well. Li Feng snorted, thinking Xiao Qiang was ungrateful, but he held his tongue, intimidated by Xiao Qiang's displayed strength. Xiao Qiang finally had a chance to observe the newcomers. Besides Li Feng, Lin Zhuang, and the unfortunate classmate used as a shield, there was a tall, thin male student and 2 female students. One of the girls was Xiao Ling, the campus belle of the Business Administration Department, known for her wild ways and frequent association with Li Feng's crowd. Noticing Xiao Qiang's gaze, Xiao Ling swayed her hips and approached him seductively. Placing a hand on his shoulder, she said, "Handsome, thanks for saving us." Xiao Ling. She extended her hand. "Hello, Xiao Qiang." It was nothing. He smiled sheepishly and reached out. Lin Bingyan snorted and stepped between them. Turning to Xiao Qiang, she said, "A signal came in. Some of my classmates are trapped in the dormitory building. The hallway is full of zombies. They're asking for help." "Is that so? Give me 5 minutes. Tell your classmates to stay hidden. They'll make a call, and we'll discuss the plan before heading out." With that, Xiao Qiang walked to a corner, phone in hand. Xiao Qiang pretended to make a call, but in truth he had just heard the notification for completing the novice quest. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the novice quest. Reward strength increased by 1 minor level, 500 exchange coins, and the intermediate wandering dragon movement technique. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leveling up. The host has reached the level 3 powerhouse realm. Level up rewards 10 free attribute points. 1 beginner draw the 108 Thunder Fist intermediate fist technique. Mastery unleashes thunderous force striking with 8 times one's power, 300 exchange points, and the stamina stat cap increases to 150. Would you like to learn the wandering dragon movement technique and the 108 Thunder Fist? Perform a beginner draw. Allocate free attribute points. Xiao Tsung's playful voice sounded again. Xiao Qiang was overjoyed. The novice quest he had been longing to complete was finally done, along with generous rewards. Learn both techniques. Save the draw for now. Allocate all free points to strength. As soon as he spoke, the essence and techniques of both skills were imprinted in his mind. Wandering Dragon Movement Technique, Intermediate Beginner Level. When activated, it allows the user to move like a swimming dragon, evading attacks. Each use at beginner level consumes 30 stamina. 108 Thunder Fist, Intermediate Beginner Level. The fists carry thunderous force capable of unleashing 4 times the user's power. Each use at beginner level consumes 100 stamina. Host Xiao Qiang. Strength 101, average adult 50. Speed 80, average adult 50. Vision 90. Skills: Wolf Fang Staff Technique, Wandering Dragon Movement Technique, Beginner Mastery 0, 100, 108 Thunder Fist, Beginner Mastery 0, 100. Draws remaining 1. Exchange points 950. Shop access level 1 can only purchase loot here, weapons, medicine, food, etc. Draw access level 1. Overall rating level 3 powerhouse. Stamina 150. Experience 2101000. After Xiao Qiang issued his commands, Xiao Tsung presented his current stats. The dormitory complex of Lujiang University consisted of 4 buildings constructed side by side, 2 for male students and 2 for female students. The 2 female dormitories were situated adjacent to the supermarket, each building rising 6 stories high. The dormitory building where Lin Bingyan's classmate resided was separated from the supermarket by another dormitory block. After a brief discussion among the 5 of them, they decided that Lin Bingyan would lead the way, with Xiao Qiang and Wang Liang serving as the offensive force for the rescue mission, while Li Wei and Wang Peng would remain in the supermarket as backup. Before stepping out, Xiao Qiang secured the machete to his waist. He then softly instructed Wang Peng and Li Wei to keep their crossbows ready and to remain vigilant against Li Feng and his group. By this time, the zombies on the road had gradually dispersed and were now aimlessly wandering. Even so, there were still about 20 to 30 zombies in the vicinity, their arms dangling limply, their eyes vacant, and their heads mechanically turning in search of prey. The trio advanced cautiously toward the dormitory, with Xiao Qiang at the front and Wang Liang at the rear, keeping Lin Bingyan safely positioned between them. Spotting a female zombie meandering in the middle of the road, Xiao Qiang drew his baseball bat, crept silently up behind it, and swung the bat directly into the back of its head. Ding. Killed 1 ordinary level 1 zombie. Experience 3. Exchange points 10. It seems that after leveling up, although killing zombies has become easier, the experience gained is also significantly reduced. Xiao Qiang sighed inwardly upon hearing the notification. The 3 of them moved stealthily, only eliminating the zombies that blocked their path, and managed to avoid attracting a large horde in pursuit. Soon they arrived at the entrance of the dormitory building. The ground floor lobby was not heavily infested, and the zombies, they were almost all female, clad in colorful clothes and sporting various hairstyles. One of them even appeared to have been washing her hair when half her face was bitten off. Lin Bingyan's classmate's dormitory was on the 4th floor. Engaging in combat inside the building would make it nearly impossible to avoid detection by the zombies. The 3 of them gripped their weapons tightly. Lin Bingyan had also found a long-handled kitchen knife from the supermarket. She had wrapped the handle securely with cloth strips and now held the knife firmly in both hands. A beautiful woman like her wielding a cleaver would have certainly drawn a crowd if not for the apocalypse surrounding them. Once we're inside, don't get bogged down in fighting. Head straight for the 4th floor to Bingyan's classmate's room. Bingyin, you lead the way. Liang, go well, do the killing. Xiao Qiang gave the instructions after a moment's thought. Got it. With that, the three of them charged inside with all their might. The zombies in the lobby, alerted by the noise, twisted their heads and lunged at them, snapping their jaws. Without slowing their pace, the trio swung their weapons. Xiao Qiang fought with the most ferocity among them. After leveling up, his entire muscle definition had become noticeably more pronounced. His strength had also increased, and by employing the Wolf Fang Staff technique, he struck down the zombies that rushed at them one by one. Soon they had reached the third floor, where the corridor was considerably more crowded. Perhaps because most students had no afternoon classes and were in their dorms, the zombies stood packed together. Hearing the commotion from Xiao Qiang's direction, they surged forward en masse. You two go find the people. They'll hold them off here. As he spoke, Xiao Qiang swung his baseball bat forcefully twice to drive the zombies back. Wang Liang and Lin Bingyin hurried straight to the second floor, heading toward the classmates' dormitory. Meanwhile, on the third floor, Xiao Qiang soon found himself surrounded by layers of zombies. Although he wielded the Wolf Fang Staff technique, barely keeping them at bay, his stamina quickly began to wane. While his strength and speed had greatly improved after leveling up, his endurance remained as it was before. If this keeps up, he'll be exhausted and overwhelmed before we even rescue anyone, Xiao Qiang lamented inwardly. He then activated the Wandering Dragon technique. With a swift move, Xiao Qiang thrust his bat forward, gently nudging a zombie to the left. Without pausing, he leaned his body to the left, causing the claws of a zombie on his right to swipe at empty air. He then took a step forward, continuing his advance, while weaving through the zombies with a series of agile leans. Finally, he executed a diving leap between two zombies who collided with each other as they missed their target. The entire sequence was fluid and seamless. Xiao Qiang rolled to his feet and dashed toward the fourth floor. The corridor on the fourth floor had fewer zombies, and he spotted Wang Liang waving at him from the doorway of a dormitory. Once inside, they pulled a bed over to block the door. These are my classmates Wenya and Hanli, Lin Bingyin introduced them as Xiao Qiang entered the room. One of the girls had short hair, while the other wore a ponytail. Their faces showed relief, but they had clearly not yet recovered from their recent ordeal. It seemed the previous night had terrified them as well. Xiao Qiang, there's another classmate upstairs. We heard her calling for help yesterday too, Wenya said to Xiao Qiang. Wait for me here. They'll go rescue her, and then meet up with you downstairs. Liang, go protect them, Xiao Qiang instructed Wang Liang, who nodded in response. Turning around, Xiao Qiang left the dormitory and fought his way up to the fifth floor. As soon as his foot touched the floor, a plump zombie leaped high into the air, its hands clasped together in a fist, and came crashing down toward him. Caught off guard, Xiao Qiang could only raise his baseball bat horizontally to block the attack. To his surprise, an immense force struck him, knocking the bat from his hands. The zombie's fist slammed directly into his chest. Xiao Qiang was sent tumbling down the stairs from the fifth floor, crashing into the wall with a dull thud. Such immense strength. This is definitely a more powerful entity than a level 1 zombie. After taking that powerful blow, Xiao Qiang scrambled to his feet, drew the machete from his waist, and mused to himself. This level 2 zombie was comparable to a human powerhouse at the 4th level of cultivation. Fortunately, after leveling up, not only had his strength and speed increased, but his senses had also sharpened, and most importantly, his physical resilience had greatly improved. Otherwise, that single strike would have broken his ribs in his previous state. Now, aside from the level 9 Powerhouse trial card, his ultimate trump card was the 108 Thunder Fist technique. Having already used the Wandering Dragon technique once, he had only 120 points of stamina left, enough for a single use of the 108 Thunder Fist. He had to make sure it struck the plump zombie's head. Without time for further thought, the plump zombie had already chased him down from the upper floor, its claws slashing from right to left toward Xiao Qiang's head. Xiao Qiang ducked to evade the attack, stepping forward simultaneously. He reversed his grip on the machete and stabbed backward, plunging the blade into the plump zombie's back. Dark blood flowed down the blade and onto his hand. Without wasting a moment, Xiao Qiang bounded up the stairs to the 5th floor in 2 or 3 strides. He formed a fist with his right hand, protruding his middle finger, while his left hand returned the machete to his waist and guarded his chest. Pulling his right arm back to gather momentum, he leaped into the air like a fierce tiger, his fist aimed directly at the head of the plump zombie that was charging up the stairs. 108 Thunder Fist. With Xiao Qiang's battle cry, the plump zombie's head burst apart under the impact of the technique. However, the zombie's sharp claws raked down across Xiao Qiang's chest, producing a screeching sound as they scraped against something metallic. Thank goodness for the metal lining in my clothes, or that would have hurt a lot. Xiao Qiang broke out in a cold sweat at the thought. Ding. Killed 1 ordinary level 2 zombie. Experience 100. Exchange points 100. Experience 560-1000. It seemed that although level 2 zombies were difficult to kill, the rewards were quite generous. Thinking this, Xiao Qiang picked up his baseball bat and walked to the dormitory door. He knocked and called out, "Open up. I'm here to rescue you. The people downstairs told me about you." All right, I'll open the door right away. Just a moment. Came a calm voice from inside, followed by a scraping sound. It was clear that the occupant had also blocked the door with a bed to prevent zombies from entering. After Xiao Qiang had taken down 2 or 3 more level 1 zombies, the door finally swung open. Xiao Qiang slipped inside, closed the door, and pushed the bed back in place. Once done, he collapsed onto the bed, panting heavily. If he hadn't leveled up and improved his stamina, he would have been completely exhausted after fighting for so long, especially after clashing with a level 2 zombie. Are you sure you're here to rescue me and not to take shelter? The woman in the room looked at the panting Xiao Qiang with a skeptical expression. Sorry about that. I've been fighting for a while and haven't had a chance to catch my breath. Hello, my name is Xiao Qiang, he said, awkwardly extending his bloodstained hand. Then glancing at his own hand, he withdrew it. Hello, I'm Yang Shui. Thank you for coming to my rescue. What do we do now? Yang Shui introduced herself and reached out to shake his hand. In this apocalypse, I'm not the kind of girl who's afraid of a little dirt. Xiao Qiang couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for the young woman before him. He took a closer look at her, tall and slender with long, lustrous hair and a cold, exquisite face. If Lin Bingyan embodied youthfulness, then Yang Shui was the epitome of aloof elegance. Being in the company of a beautiful woman always brought a certain inexplicable pleasure, even if her face bore a cold expression. At that moment, Xiao Qiang felt inclined to joke. First things first, I need some time to rest and recover my strength. Once I've recovered, I can almost say. How long? Yang Shui interrupted him before he could finish. 5 minutes. Just long enough to catch my breath, Xiao Qiang replied, sheepishly sticking out his tongue. During those 5 minutes of rest, through Xiao Qiang's relentless efforts, he finally learned that Yang Shui was a sophomore in the economics department, a typical homebody. Since the zombie outbreak, she had blocked her dormitory door and successfully made contact with the people downstairs, waiting until Xiao Qiang arrived for the rescue. It seems that cold people remain calm no matter the situation, Xiao Qiang remarked. He broke off a section of heating pipe with his baseball bat and handed it to Yang Shui for self-defense. Now let's go find them, Xiao Qiang said, moving the bed aside and addressing Yang Shui. Inside the female dormitory of Lujiang University, the area was now swarming with zombies, most of whom were female. Low growls and shrill shrieks echoed through the entire building, creating an eerie symphony of undead cries punctuated by the sounds of banging doors and frantic footsteps, making the scene even more terrifying. How Yang Shui had managed to endure an entire night alone was a mystery, a truly frightening thought. The door gave a soft click, revealing a crack through which a beam of sunlight streamed from the balcony onto the corridor. 2 figures darted out, Xiao Qiang and Yang Shui. No sooner had they emerged than 3 zombies lurking on either side of the door, their claws outstretched, lunged straight at them. Xiao Qiang shifted his body slightly to the right, dodging one claw, and then struck the zombie before him directly on the head with his rod. Without pause, he swung the rod in an arc, jabbing it upward into the side of another zombie with disheveled hair. Having dispatched 2 zombies, his movements were fluid and efficient, devoid of any unnecessary gestures. He turned, swung, and completed the action in one smooth motion. 3 crisp chime sounds rang out. Stay close to me, Xiao Qiang said, without looking back, continuing to walk. Soon the 2 descended to the 4th floor. As they approached the dormitory where the others were, a sharp screech of claws scraping against the door rang out. This was followed by Wang Liang's enraged roar and the girl's screams. Not good, Xiao Qiang muttered under his breath. He then saw that the door to their dormitory was half gone, with a zombie standing before it as Wang Liang swung an iron rod wildly in defense. Xiao Qiang took a closer look. The zombie was petite, with hair hanging loose, its entire frame so gaunt it could only be described as skeletal. The only prominent feature was its pair of sharp claws, each fingernail about 5 centimeters long, cylindrical in shape, and radiating a dark luster. Sunlight glinted off the tips of its claws, which shimmered faintly. The zombie's claws scraped against the iron door, piercing straight through it, leaving 5 distinct scratch marks on the half-remaining door. At this rate, the door would be destroyed in no time. The situation was critical, leaving no room for hesitation. Xiao Qiang sprinted forward, and when he was 1 meter away from the zombie, he pushed off the ground with his left foot, launching his entire body into the air. Gripping the baseball bat with both hands, he swung it from behind his back over his head and aimed it squarely at the zombie's head. In that split second, the zombie turned sideways, raising both claws to meet the descending bat. With a loud clang, Xiao Qiang, still midair, watched as the steel baseball bat was cleanly sliced in half. The zombie's claws continued their momentum, slashing across Xiao Qiang's chest. They cut through his already damaged metal inner armor, and with residual force left 3 deep gashes on his chest, sending him flying backward. Xiao Qiang, Wang Liang, and Lin Bingyan cried out as they saw him fall, and they were about to burst through the door. Don't move. She's not something you can handle. This is Yang Shui from upstairs. Take her into the dorm. Xiao Qiang struggled to his feet, speaking through the pain. A searing ache tore through his muscles and blood from the wounds soaked his white t-shirt. Xiao Qiang shoved Yang Shui into the dormitory and immediately used the level 9 elite 5-minute trial card he had been saving. From that single exchange, he knew this zombie was even more formidable than the ones before. The crowd saw a blur of motion, and in an instant Xiao Qiang had vanished from his spot. A loud thud echoed as they saw one of the clawed zombie's arms fall cleanly from its shoulder. Looking over, Xiao Qiang stood at the other end of the corridor, his face grim, blood still dripping from the cleaver in his hand. So powerful. The people inside the dorm couldn't help but marvel at the sight. After losing one arm, the clawed zombie grew even more frenzied. Howling, it charged at Xiao Qiang with its remaining claw. The group by the half door felt a gust of wind, and in the next moment the zombie's other arm hit the ground. This time, however, the cleaver had become dull, so the cut wasn't as clean. The sheer force of the blow even knocked the clawed zombie to the ground. The zombie, now missing both arms, struggled to its feet. Xiao Qiang didn't give it another chance. In a flash, he leaped behind it and delivered a single fatal blow with his blade. Ding killed a level 3 common zombie. Experience 500, exchange points 1000. Reward obtained bone spike dagger intermediate A blade crafted from a zombie's claw sharp enough to cut through iron like mud. Driving skill body tempering potion intermediate add to bathwater to double the user's physical resilience, enabling them to withstand more blows. A flashlight. Xiao Tsung's voice sounded, bringing Xiao Qiang unexpected delight. Truly, this was his first encounter with a level 3 zombie. Though he had used the trial card, it had rewarded him with 4 different items. Ding dong, congratulations on leveling up. Current level elite level 4. Reward 10 free attribute points, 1 beginner level lottery, draw a Colt pistol intermediate, and a full set of fitness dumbbells. This was a massive gain. It was like trading a slingshot for a cannon. Finally, he had a firearm. Without time to review his stats, Xiao Qiang resolved to use the remaining time on his trial card to lead the group back to the supermarket. Xiao Qiang had originally planned to use the trial card to kill more zombies and level up. But now he couldn't help but ponder, in just one day with the system's help he had barely reached elite level 4. Yet he had already encountered a level 2 zombie and a level 3 zombie, exhausting all his trump cards. The zombie's rate of evolution was terrifying, and according to Xiao Tsung, there seemed to be other human elites growing stronger as well. To prevent any more unexpected events, and to ensure the safety of his group, Xiao Qiang decided to return to the supermarket first. After all, with the system, there would be more chances to grow stronger later. He yanked the door open, and the group huddled together. Without time for explanations, he ordered, just run straight toward the supermarket. I'll handle the zombies on the way. Having just witnessed Xiao Qiang's power, the others harbored doubts, but no longer questioned his commands. Wang Liang led the way with the 4 girls following closely. Obeying Xiao Qiang's words, they dashed straight for the supermarket. Xiao Qiang, using the speed of a level 9 elite, sprinted around the group, forming a protective ring. Ding killed a level 1 common zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Ding killed a level 1 common zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. With his true strength at elite level 4, amplified by the trial card, Xiao Qiang now slaughtered level 1 zombies as if they were mere ants. However, the experience gained from leveling up was pitifully low. Soon, thanks to Xiao Qiang's nearly impenetrable defense, the group reached the supermarket entrance. His ordinary cleaver had long since dulled, and only his immense strength kept it usable. Oh no, I left my laptop in the dorm. I have to go back for it, Yang Shui said, anxiously rummaging through her bag as the group prepared to enter the supermarket. Are you serious? Forget the laptop. We need to survive, princess. Wang Liang snapped, turning to Yang Shui in frustration. He had seen how dangerous the outside was, and their commotion was attracting more zombies. Thanks to Xiao Qiang's sudden burst of power, they had made it this far. Going back for a laptop was practically suicide. No, that laptop is very important to me. I have to go back. You don't have to help. I'll go alone, Yang Shui said firmly, still not finding it in her bag. Hearing their argument, Xiao Qiang casually drove his blade into a zombie's head. The force was so great that it sent the zombie and the cleaver flying 5 meters back, knocking over a wave of advancing undead. Xiao Qiang checked the system for the trial card's remaining time, 2 minutes. Calculating quickly, he figured that with his current strength, he could make a round trip in that time. Where did you leave your laptop? I'll get it for you, Xiao Qiang said, drawing the bone spike dagger. The dagger was spiraled and elongated, a long blade. He held it in a reverse grip, positioning it across his chest, and addressed Yang Shui. The laptop probably fell out in the dorm when we encountered the clawed zombie. But I have to retrieve it myself, Yang Shui said, looking at Xiao Qiang with a serious expression. Seeing her resolve, Xiao Qiang didn't argue further. Fine, then stay close to me. Xiao Qiang, be careful. Come back safely, Lin Bingyan said as she heard his decision. While speaking, she cast a suspicious, searching glance at Yang Shui. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. We still have a world to save. Brother Liang, take them inside the supermarket, Xiao Qiang said, flashing a reassuring smile at Lin Bingyan before turning to instruct Wang Liang. All right, I don't know how you got so strong, but be careful anyway, Wang Liang said with genuine concern. Got it. Stay close, and let's go, Xiao Qiang said, gripping the bone-spiked dagger tightly as he charged headlong into the horde of zombies. Inside the supermarket, Wang Peng and Li Wei had already opened the door to welcome the group. Li Feng and his crew, seeing the influx of attractive women, were more than happy to lend a hand. Inside the supermarket of Lujiang University, Lin Bingyan and her companions entered. They noticed that there were 5 more male students inside than before. These 6 or 7 male students clearly knew Li Feng and his group, and they were all gathered together chatting, apparently having just arrived. Li Feng saw Lin Bingyan and her 3 companions enter. He swaggered over to Lin Bingyan with a smirk, extending a bottle of drink toward her. Ladies, you must be tired. Come over here and rest. He'll take charge of protecting everyone from now on, rest assured. Lin Bingyan didn't even glance at Li Feng. She walked straight past him, leading Wang Liang toward Wang Peng and the others. Having been snubbed, Li Feng turned to Wenya and Han Li. Ladies, I've already contacted my father. He'll send people over by this afternoon at the latest. By then. Wenya and Han Li found it hard to outright refuse, so they began chatting casually with Li Feng's group. Why did Chang go back? And how did he become so strong? Wang Peng put away his crossbow as the two approached and said, the girl we rescued, Yang Shui, said she needed to get a notebook. As for Xiao Qiang becoming so powerful, I have no idea. Wang Liang drank some water and said, this world has already become unrecognizable. Maybe Xiao Qiang's newfound strength isn't so hard to accept. Lin Bingyan crossed her arms, a worried look in her eyes as she gazed out the window. Li Wei placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, and the group fell silent. They all stared toward the dormitory building outside. Xiao Qiang gripped the bone-spiked dagger in his hand. Although he hadn't learned any dagger proficiency skills, relying on his powerful strength and speed as a level 9 warrior, he could handle these zombies with simple stabs and slashes. Xiao Qiang marveled at how effective this intermediate dagger was, a true weapon. Soon Xiao Qiang and Yang Shui returned to the dormitory. Yang Shui picked up a notebook from the floor. Xiao Qiang noticed it was an antique leather-bound notebook with a button. Just then a system prompt sounded in his mind. Mission issued, find a suitable location to establish a permanent base. Reward for success, weapon. 1000 mechanism umbrella advanced upgradable intermediate skill book assault 1 intermediate lottery draw. Xiao Qiang was stunned by the system's announcement. 2 zombies closed in, leaping high toward Xiao Qiang's head. In that critical moment, Yang Shui shouted, watch out. Xiao Qiang turned his head at her voice. Before he could act, a flash of yellow light sent the 2 zombies flying back. The speed was so incredible that even Xiao Qiang couldn't see what happened. He looked at Yang Shui in confusion. Yang Shui quickly withdrew her hand, looking equally bewildered. Let's go. Despite his doubts, Xiao Qiang didn't want to get surrounded by zombies now. He realized his experience card had only 1 minute left, and the wound from the level 3 zombie's scratch was throbbing with pain. In half a minute, the two had reached the supermarket entrance. By then, the zombie horde had gathered, and a dark mass of them was chasing Xiao Qiang. It was noon, and under the sunlight, the vast number of zombies created a bizarre spectacle. Open the door. Xiao Qiang sensed something was wrong. Normally, Wang Peng and the others would have already opened the door to help them in. But now not only was the door shut, but Wang Peng hadn't even appeared to shoot his crossbow. Then Li Feng's head appeared at the second-floor window. He grinned maliciously and shouted down, you can't come in. You've been scratched by a zombie. Who knows when you'll turn? We have to think about everyone's safety. Voices of agreement rose from inside. Wang Peng and his 3 companions were being held in a corner, and even Wang Peng's crossbow had been taken by Lin Zhuang. With no time to explain that he wouldn't turn into a zombie, Xiao Qiang yelled desperately toward the supermarket. Open the door. I won't come in, but at least let Yang Shui in. Li Feng smirked, his lips curling to the left. Under normal circumstances, I'd welcome this beauty. But look down there. You've lured the horde here. If we open the door, what do we do? Realizing there was no way out, Xiao Qiang glared up at Li Feng. Then with a single punch, he tore a hole in the iron door, just big enough for one person, cutting his hand on the metal, which began to bleed. With a gentle push, he sent Yang Shui into the supermarket. Then swinging his dagger forward, he repelled 2 zombies and rolled his entire body inside. He pulled a shelf over to block the gap in one fluid motion. Without a target, the zombie horde outside gradually dispersed. Xiao Qiang led Yang Shui to the second floor, and with a single glance, he understood the situation. Wang Liang, Lin Bingyan, and their group were cornered by a gang, their weapons taken. Lin Zhuang was pointing Wang Peng's crossbow at them. Clearly, when Xiao Qiang and Yang Shui reached the supermarket entrance, Lin Bingyan's group had tried to open the door, but were stopped by Li Feng, who even disarmed them. Why didn't you open the door? And what did you do to them? Xiao Qiang scanned the room as he reached the second floor. Seeing the indifferent faces, anger flared within him, and he glared at Li Feng. Why? Look at your own chest. There are so many of us in here. Are we supposed to risk everyone just to save the 2 of you? Lin Zhuang aimed the crossbow at Xiao Qiang as he ascended. Emboldened by Lin Zhuang's action, Li Feng shouted back at Xiao Qiang. Then why not let Yang Shui in? She wasn't bitten. Xiao Qiang's veins bulged with rage as he clenched his fists and roared at Li Feng, recalling the deadly situation below. Save her. Who knows if she was bitten? Besides, in this apocalypse, everyone minds their own business. Why should we risk our lives to save the two of you? And listen up, everyone. My father has connections with the military. Our family has its own guard. Just now a squad he sent has already arrived to rescue me. They have guns, artillery, and even powerhouses you can't imagine. If you stick with me, I guarantee you'll survive this apocalypse in comfort. Realizing he was in the wrong, Li Feng tried to sway everyone to his side with promises. Xiao Qiang looked around at the silent crowd. He snorted coldly and said loudly, "Don't dress up selfishness as nobility. Your actions might keep you safe for a while in this apocalypse. But I firmly believe that such actions will only make this world worse. And your indifference. When the day comes that he abandons you, how desolate will your hearts feel? I will never be like you. I believe that what can save this world is human unity and mutual help. And this world isn't as narrow as you think. Even if I'm bitten, I won't be infected. But I will leave here and build a new home." Behind Xiao Qiang, Yang Shui's eyes flickered slightly when she heard he couldn't be infected. "Xiao Qiang will go with you. I can't stand being with these people anymore." Lin Bingyan glared at her two classmates who had just been saved by them, but now remained silent. Wenya and Han Li lowered their heads involuntarily. "I'm coming with you too." These people changed their faces so fast. It wasn't like this when we saved them. Wang Liang said indignantly. "I'm leaving too." "Me too." Wang Peng and Li Wei also expressed their decision. "Xiao Qiang, can I come with you?" Yang Shui asked softly from behind. Xiao Qiang nodded and said to the group, "Let's go. Leaving won't be so easy. You can go, but they stay." Li Feng snarled at Xiao Qiang and his group, his rage boiling over. Li Feng had long coveted Lin Bingyan's beauty, and now in the apocalypse with his group holding the upper hand, his wicked intentions surged. Xiao Qiang looked at Li Feng, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, and said contemptuously, "The people I want to take you can't stop." In the next instant, Xiao Qiang vanished from his spot. A dull thud rang out as Lin Zhuang was sent flying several meters by Xiao Qiang's elbow strike. The crossbow in Lin Zhuang's hand was now gripped by Xiao Qiang. With only a few minutes left on his experience card, he had swiftly taken Lin Zhuang down and seized the weapon. "Let's go," Xiao Qiang said to Lin Bingyan and the others, suppressing the pain in his chest. At that moment, the experience card's time expired. "Take my car. It's parked in the left lot by the supermarket. We'll squeeze in all six of us." Lin Bingyan handed a set of keys to Wang Liang while grabbing a roll of gauze from the shelf. After the experience card wore off, Xiao Qiang felt a wave of exhaustion. The searing pain nearly made him black out, but he knew he had to endure. Fortunately, after Xiao Qiang's display of seizing the crossbow, Li Feng and his men dared not make a move. Wang Liang and Wang Peng eyed the zombies outside. Wang Peng took the crossbow from Xiao Qiang, and the two stealthily crept toward the car, avoiding the undead. No wonder rumors at school said Lin Bingyan's background was even more formidable than Li Feng's, the richest second generation in Lujiang. Lin Bingyan drove a domineering Mercedes-Benz that comfortably seated six. Crucially, her car was parked right next to the supermarket in spots usually reserved for the school's board members. Thanks to Lin Bingyan's car being so close, Wang Liang and Wang Peng dodged the zombies and quickly drove to the supermarket entrance. Everyone scrambled in, and they sped off with a stomp on the accelerator. Inside the supermarket, Li Feng glared at the departing car and snarled, "Xiao Qiang, I'll make you pay. Lin Bingyan, one day you'll be my plaything." Once in the car, Xiao Qiang stowed his dagger, then took a pistol from his system and handed it to Lin Bingyan. He said to Wang Liang, who was driving Longshan Park, "Stay alert." Then he passed out from the pain. Xiao Qiang didn't know how long he slept, only that he dreamed of fighting a terrifying zombie kicking up sand and stones with neither side emerging victorious. Xiao Qiang had woken up, but sensed he was still in the car. He kept his eyes shut and summoned the system's Shout Zone. "Shout Zone, you there? Check my status. Also, I remember having 10 attribute points. Assign them to speed. Next time I meet a zombie I can't beat, at least I can outrun it. Host, you're finally awake. I thought you'd sleep till night. Let me provide your status. Host Xiao Qiang. Strength, 121 average adult 50. Speed, 110 average adult 50. Vision, 90. Skills, Wolf Fang Staff Technique, Wandering Dragon Movement, Beginner Proficiency, 1100 Thunder Beginner Proficiency, 1100. Lottery draws 2. Exchange points, 2862. Shop access level 1, can only buy low-tier weapons, medicine, food, etc. Lottery access level 1. Overall rating, Warrior level 4. Stamina, 300. Experience, 130-2500. Items, Bone Spike, Dagger, 1 bottle of Body Tempering Elixir. Driving skill available to learn. Xiao Tsung's voice was still playful. Learn it, learn it. In this apocalypse, you'll need to drive. Xiao Qiang mused that items he gave away no longer showed in his inventory, and only mid-tier and above items were displayed. Still, his stamina was full, so his survival skills were ready. By the way, Xiao Qiang, how do I upgrade my lottery and shop access? Simple, host. Shop access upgrades with your strength in 3 levels. Lottery access also has 3 levels. After 500 basic draws, you unlock intermediate draws. After 1000 intermediate draws, you unlock advanced draws. Of course, draws awarded from quests can be used directly. Xiao Qiang explained patiently. Oh, and about the zombies. Just as Xiao Qiang was about to ask how the zombies evolved so fast, Yang Shui rolled her eyes and said, Master Xiao, stop pretending to sleep. It's nice leaning against a beauty, isn't it? Can't bear to open your eyes. Yang Shui had noticed Xiao Qiang was awake and couldn't resist calling him out once the car had stopped. Xiao Qiang slowly opened his eyes and looked around. He realized his whole body was leaning against Lin Bingyan, his head resting on her chest. No wonder Yang Shui teased him. His face flushed. He sat up slowly and noticed his chest had been bandaged. I was just a bit tired and dozed off. Thanks for the bandage. He scratched his head, awkwardly explaining to Lin Bingyan. Thin as thanks, this pistol is mine. Lin Bingyan said shyly, waving the gun. Of course it's yours. Xiao Qiang opened the car door and stepped out to survey their surroundings. The sky was darkening. He hadn't expected to sleep through the entire afternoon. The whole city seemed to have lost power, shrouded in darkness, except for a few distant glimmers. Xiao Qiang saw they were at a small convenience store by the roadside. The area was sparsely built with only this store and a gas station across the road. Night had fully fallen and the streetlights showed no sign of lighting up. The road was pitch black with occasional zombie moans in the distance and a few wandering undead visible. A gust of wind made Xiao Qiang shiver. Let's go into the store. We've cleared it. It's safe now. Wang Peng said, poking his head out with the crossbow. Xiao Qiang turned, remembering he had a flashlight in his system. He took it out and switched it on. The others felt the light behind them and turned, seeing it was Xiao Qiang. They turned back and continued, seemingly already immune to Xiao Qiang's ability to conjure items. Xiao Qiang followed them into the store and looked around. It was a tiny convenience store, a single room of about 10 square meters with 2 rows of shelves. Wang Peng reached for the light switch, but no surprise. The room remained dark. Looks like the zombies have caused a total blackout. We'll stay here for the night, Xiao Qiang said to everyone after noticing Wang Peng's action. Good thing this area is sparsely populated, so there aren't too many zombies, Wang Liang said as he dragged the 2 zombies he had just killed outside. Though everyone was used to seeing zombies, the thought of sharing a room with them was unsettling. The others cleared a space in the center of the store and blocked the door with shelves. Xiao Qiang was treated like a patient. Though his chest wound wasn't serious and his fainting was more from exhaustion due to the level 9 warrior experience card, they still insisted he rest. Bored, Xiao Qiang looked through the shelves. Most items were instant noodles, bread, and drinks. The cash register drawer had a flashlight and some cash. In normal times, money would be coveted, but in this apocalypse, it was useless. After finishing, everyone grabbed some food from the shelves and sat in a circle eating and chatting. Xiao Qiang aimed 2 flashlights upward, brightening the room. They were all young and had been through much together, so they quickly bonded. As night fell, the group finally had their fill of food and drink, and their tongues loosened. I recall saying before I passed out that we were heading to Longshan Park. How did we end up in this desolate place? Xiao Qiang asked while chewing on a sausage. You have the nerve to ask. You passed out the moment you got in the car, and you sure knew who to lean on. You made a beeline for our beauty, Lin. Li Wei, lively and outgoing, teased Xiao Qiang with a smile. Xiao Wei. Lin Bingyan, her face flushed with embarrassment, snapped at Li Wei. We intended to take the shortest route through the city to Longshan Park, but the entire city was in chaos with abandoned cars blocking every road. We had no choice but to take a detour through the back roads. That's how we ended up here. Exactly. The path was long, but thankfully there were few zombies along the way. We encountered almost no obstacles until we reached this spot. But now the power's out and it's unsafe to go further. After some discussion, we decided to stay here for the night. At our current pace, we should arrive by noon tomorrow at the latest. Wang Liang added. Xiao Qiang, can you tell us how you suddenly became so strong? Li Wei, always blunt, couldn't help but ask first. Xiao Qiang had been pondering whether to reveal his current situation to the others and if they would accept it. After much deliberation, he decided to tell them the truth. After all, everyone had chosen to follow him to Longshan Park, and they would likely be together for a long time. If he wanted to build a harmonious base, how could he keep secrets from them? Having made up his mind, Xiao Qiang spoke up. This might be hard to believe, but my body has undergone some changes. In short, I can grow stronger, in both strength and speed. I can also acquire some items. Even as he said it, Xiao Qiang found it hard to believe himself. He looked at the others with a hint of embarrassment. Everyone stared at him in disbelief, except for Yang Shui, who regarded him with a mix of doubt and surprise. Her expression did not escape Xiao Qiang's notice, though he had no idea what it meant. Actually as incredible as Xiao Qiang's transformation sounds after that blinding white light flashed yesterday afternoon when the zombie outbreak began, my body also changed. Lin Bingyan picked up a water bottle nearby. Before their eyes a layer of frost formed on its surface. This is all I can manage for now. Could this be what Xiao Tsong meant by superpower level? Xiao Qiang mused inwardly after witnessing Lin Bingyan's ability. I've experienced some changes too. I'm not sure if it counts, but I feel like I can sense people behind me now. And my shooting skills seem to have improved. It must be because of that white light. Wang Peng shared his own situation. Huh, why haven't I changed at all? Li Wei said somewhat disheartened. Neither have I. But this is incredible. Wang Liang remarked. I haven't changed either. But in this apocalypse with zombies appearing, it's not that surprising that humans are undergoing transformations. Yang Shui, who had remained silent, showed little astonishment at the revelations. Sorry to interrupt, but what white light are you talking about? Xiao Qiang couldn't recall any white light and asked in confusion. On the afternoon the outbreak started, the signal went out. We were looking outside when a blinding white light suddenly appeared in the sky. You were probably sleeping at the time, Lin Bingyan explained. Xiao Qiang remembered that he had just encountered the system and was talking to Xiao Tsong. Xiao Qiang gave an awkward smile. Wang Peng then said, whether we've changed or not, the important thing is that it helps us. Don't worry, even if we've transformed, we'll never abandon you. Wang Peng looked at Li Wei as he comforted her. Off favoring your lover over friends. Looks like we're spending the night here. Let's take turns keeping watch like we did at the supermarket. That'll be safer. Wang Liang teased Wang Peng while yawning. He'll take the first watch. You all had a long afternoon. Get some rest. He'll wake you if anything happens. Xiao Qiang wasn't sleepy, but his mind was a mess, and he was eager to ask Xiao Tsong some questions. The others dispersed, huddling together in small groups, and soon Wang Liang's snores filled the air. Watching the sleeping group, Xiao Qiang leaned against the door alone. He gazed out the window at the pitch-black darkness, so profound it made everything feel unreal. Just then he heard footsteps approaching. Opening his eyes, he saw Yang Shui sitting down beside him. Why are you going to Longshan Park? Yang Shui, usually so quiet, looked up at him and asked. Xiao Qiang turned to her. He considered himself quite introverted, but compared to Yang Shui, he was far from it. The zombie virus suddenly broke out. Given the current situation, the chances of rescue are slim, and I don't want to stoop to Li Feng's level. So I want to build an apocalypse base myself, a place to shelter more survivors from harm. The only suitable place I know of is the Longshan Park Resort near my village. Xiao Qiang explained to Yang Shui with a serious expression. Besides, Longshan Park is almost an abandoned resort. There won't be many people there, and the facilities should be relatively intact. Also, I haven't been able to reach my parents. I want to go back to the village to find them. At this, Xiao Qiang lowered his head, a hint of sadness in his voice. What about you? Why did you decide to come with us? Li Feng's group seemed much safer. I'm an orphan. Is it true that you can gradually grow stronger and obtain items? Yang Shui didn't answer directly, but posed her own question, emphasizing the word gradually. Yes. Xiao Qiang nodded firmly. After receiving his confirmation, Yang Shui said nothing more and walked to the corner to sleep. What a strange person. Usually so aloof, now she suddenly comes over to ask questions, then leaves to sleep. If you weren't so beautiful, I wouldn't bother with you. Xiao Qiang grumbled inwardly as he watched her. He then entered the system and summoned it. This time he didn't joke with Xiao Tsong as usual. Is this world real or fake? What does reality or illusion matter? If you refuse to believe, it's all false. If you face what's before you, it's all real. Xiao Tsong replied with unusual profundity. Then why do Lin Bingyan and the others have those powers? Xiao Qiang asked. They indeed mutated from the white light's exposure. But the specific reasons behind it are for you to discover. Xiao Tsong said. Then why didn't Wang Liang and the others mutate? Not everyone mutates from the white light. It depends on their constitution. Then why did Lin Bingyan become a superpower directly? To some extent, superpowers and the strong level are parallel, not necessarily sequential. Then what ways are there to start cultivating and stop being ordinary? I cannot disclose that for now. Please forgive me. Xiao Tsong answered. Their exchange was rapid fire. Xiao Qiang poured out all his doubts. I have no more questions for now. I need to think. Xiao Qiang said, his face falling. Don't overthink it, master. Deal with problems as they come. Saving this world won't happen overnight. You need to rest. Xiao Tsong comforted him. Thanks, Xiao Tsong. Maybe I'm overthinking. Yeah, whatever. Since I'm already in this apocalypse, why worry so much? Especially with such a powerful system. Xiao Qiang leaned against the window looking outside and said to himself. As clarity dawned, he leaned on the door gazing at the road outside. Moonlight crept out from behind the clouds, casting a silvery glow on his lashes. Tomorrow would be a fine day. At 7 in the morning, the sun cast its pearly glow from the east, and warm sunlight streamed into the convenience store. Xiao Qiang was jolted awake by a noise, having fallen asleep after his shift last night. After his conversation with Xiao Tsong, Xiao Qiang had dispelled some of his inner doubts, allowing him to sleep soundly. In the early spring season, the weather was still chilly. As Xiao Qiang opened his eyes, he couldn't help but shiver. Before the apocalypse, he hadn't realized it, but now that it had truly arrived, he understood the importance of a bed and blankets. Xiao Qiang stood up stretched and said to the others who were tidying up, "Everyone's awake. How did you all rest last night?" Lin Bingyan handed him a bottle of mineral water and replied, "It was cold, the floor was hard, and the moans of zombies outside kept us from sleeping well. Hang in there a bit longer. It should be better once we reach our destination," Xiao Qiang reassured them. Opening the door, he stepped outside and saw the others organizing the vehicle. In the distance, 2 zombies, drawn by the commotion, came charging toward them with guttural roars. Xiao Qiang stretched and flexed his wrists. He slid a dagger from his system into his hand. Sprinting forward, he slashed into one zombie's skull with a single stroke, then ducked to evade its attack before driving the blade upward into another zombie's brain. After dispatching the 2 zombies, Xiao Qiang wiped his dagger clean as he walked back to the car. "Xiao Qiang, you're getting more skilled. Remember yesterday when we first encountered zombies, you were clumsily swinging a chair leg." Wang Liang, having cleared out the trunk, praised him. "You're not bad either. I saw how cleanly you dealt with the zombies yesterday." Xiao Qiang smiled at them. "All set. Let's start loading up," Wang Peng said, seeing everyone had finished their tasks. If there was one upside to the apocalypse, it was that taking things no longer cost money. As long as no one had claimed the supplies, they could simply take them. In the post-apocalyptic world, it was foreseeable that food would become a scarce commodity. At the school supermarket, due to the urgent situation, they hadn't taken anything. Now, having stumbled upon a convenience store despite its limited supplies, the group had quickly reached a consensus early in the morning. Bread, drinks, instant noodles, and even lighters. Under their collective effort, the convenience store was soon stripped clean, filling the trunk to the brim. "Drive to the gas station and fill up. Also see if we can find another vehicle," Xiao Qiang said, eyeing the packed trunk. Wang Liang drove the car into the gas station. It wasn't large, with only one fuel pump and no other vehicles outside, just scattered prizes like windshield fluid on the ground. It seemed business hadn't been booming here. After the zombie outbreak, panicked employees had knocked over the prizes. "You guys fuel up the car. He'll check the yard for any usable vehicles," Xiao Qiang said. Getting out of the car, he headed toward the yard with his dagger. As soon as he stepped inside, a zombie in an employee uniform lunged from the left side of the gate, its claws aimed at his head. Xiao Qiang instinctively pushed off, with his feet leaping backward to evade the attack. At the same time, he swung his dagger across the zombie's head, ending its life. Thankfully, it was a close call. Even with his growing strength, he couldn't afford to be careless with these level 1 zombies. After re-entering the yard and confirming it was clear of threats, he carefully examined the vehicles inside. There was a small black pickup truck with 5 seats in front and a small cargo bed in the back, likely used by the station for hauling odds and ends. Xiao Qiang searched around and found the keys on the employee zombie. He got in, started the engine, and drove the pickup directly to the others. "I found this pickup in the yard. It's sturdy and can carry supplies," Xiao Qiang said, stepping out of the truck to address the group busy scavenging. If not for the trunk full of supplies and Lin Bingyan's car, Xiao Qiang would have considered having everyone travel in this pickup alone. Still, this was fine. In this post-apocalyptic world, there would be many uses for vehicles. Although abandoned cars were everywhere, finding one with keys wasn't so common. "Found anything good?" Xiao Qiang asked Wang Liang, who approached with a grin. "Look, a fire axe. I found it by the fire hydrant," Wang Liang said, pulling out the axe excitedly. "We didn't find anything except some freebies like windshield fluid and trash cans from the station. Not even food," Li Wei said, shrugging with slight disappointment. It seemed scavenging could be addictive, and not finding anything was disheartening. "We found a bunch of plastic buckets in the corner. We can use them to store some gasoline," Wang Peng and Lin Bingyan said, each carrying 2 large plastic buckets. Soon everyone was busy again, filling every plastic bucket they could find in the station's corners until the pickup's bed was half full. Once everything was packed, they prepared to set off. After a discussion, the group of 6 decided that Wang Liang, Wang Peng, and Li Wei would ride in the pickup, while Xiao Qiang, Lin Bingyan, and Yang Shui would lead in Lin Bingyan's Mercedes. Among them, Xiao Qiang, the strongest at level 4, armed with a bone spur dagger, sat in the passenger seat. Lin Bingyan, who had just awakened her ability and couldn't provide much help, held a pistol as her only weapon and drove. Yang Shui, seemingly a fragile girl, now held a steel pipe given by Wang Liang and sat in the back. Wang Liang, an ordinary but strong and robust man, handled zombies well and drove the pickup. Wang Peng, with his perception ability and a newfound skill in shooting, wielded a crossbow and was currently the second strongest in the 6-person team. Li Wei, holding a dagger scavenged from the supermarket, could barely defend herself, so she was placed with the 2 men in the same vehicle. After preparations, they were ready to depart. The journey from here to Longshan Park required traversing 2 stretches of road. On the first, there weren't many vehicles, and they encountered only a few sporadic zombies along the way. However, after the 2 cars turned a corner, abandoned vehicles gradually became more numerous, and zombies with flailing limbs charged toward the cars everywhere. They even spotted other vehicles driven by fleeing survivors heading to unknown destinations. When they reached a point about 1 kilometer from Longshan Park, they found 2 cars completely blocking the road with iron fences on both sides, making passage impossible. "They'll get out and push the car. You two stay inside," Xiao Qiang said, stepping out to move the obstacle. Behind him, Wang Liang also got out to help. Nearby, 5 zombies drawn by the noise rushed toward them. With a whoosh before Xiao Qiang could act, an arrow embedded itself in the head of the leading zombie, its neck twisted askew. Xiao Qiang turned and gave a thumbs up to Wang Peng, who stood atop the pickup with a crossbow. Then together with Wang Liang, they swiftly dispatched the remaining zombies. Ding. Killed a regular level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Ding. Killed a regular level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Wang Liang smashed the car window with his axe, and Xiao Qiang reached in to release the handbrake. "Watch out." Xiao Qiang heard Wang Peng's shout, barely dodging a zombie's heavy punch, but his body was sent flying. The descending fist left a deep dent in the car's hood. Simultaneously, a sharp thud and a piercing shhhk split the air as arrows shot straight for the head, only to be swatted aside by the zombie's enormous palm-like hand. Lin Bingyan's aim was inherently unsteady, and under such dire pressure her bullet struck only the zombie's abdomen, drawing a trickle of foul black blood from the small wound. Xiao Qiang rolled twice before springing upright, and only then did he register the creature before him, a male zombie, nearly 2 meters tall, its musculature grotesquely hypertrophied. Most striking were its hands, vast, fleshy, nearly twice the size of Xiao Qiang's own head. Xiao Qiang instantly surmised this was no ordinary level 1 zombie. With that realization, he activated the serpent soaring step, closing the distance in a fluid serpentine blur. At that very moment, Wang Liang hefted his fire axe and brought it down in a furious arc upon the enraged giant palm zombie, only for the beast to catch the blade barehanded, then hurl him violently toward the pickup truck. Xiao Qiang recoiled in shock, yet already having deployed the serpent soaring body technique, he stood mere inches from the giant palm zombie. 108 Thunder. He lunged forward with a single, devastating punch, striking the zombie square in the chest, punching through flesh and bone to carve a ragged crimson cavity. The sheer force sent the creature crashing backward, but pain meant nothing to it, and the wound, though grievous, was far from fatal. Enraged, it surged upright once more. "Brother Liang, alive!" Xiao Qiang steadied himself and roared over his shoulder. Wang Liang spat a mouthful of blood, wiping his lips as he rasped, "Fine, but this thing's strength is monstrous." Relieved to hear Wang Liang unharmed, Xiao Qiang calculated swiftly he could muster the 108 Thunder technique just once more, but the height disparity made precision strikes on the zombie's skull perilously uncertain. The situation grew desperate. The zombie charged headlong. 2 sharp cracks echoed as Lin Bingyan's bullets struck its torso, yet failed utterly to slow its advance. As the beast loomed within arm's reach, Xiao Qiang unleashed the serpent soaring body technique, sliding past it like an eel gliding behind its massive frame. He planted both feet, flipped his dagger, gripped it tight in both hands, and drove it downward with lethal intent straight into the crown of the zombie's skull. But the move, flawless in countless past encounters, failed utterly. The zombie raised both palms in a lightning-fast parry, those vast fan-like hands clamped shut around the blade, then hurled Xiao Qiang overhead with terrifying ease. Xiao Qiang tumbled twice across the asphalt before skidding to a stop, leaning heavily against an abandoned Santana. Immense strength, and clearly intelligent enough to guard its vital points. Worse still, 2 more throws like that, and I'm finished. Xiao Qiang assessed inwardly this zombie was unmistakably at least level 3. From the truck, gunfire and crossbow bolts continued to rain upon the creature. Crack, crack, shhhk, but nearly all were deflected effortlessly by those colossal palms. Damn it. I refuse to believe this thing's evolved into some kind of demon. I'll take it, Heaton. Wang Liang, seeing their futile barrage, snatched up his fire axe and charged forward. Hold, don't move. Everyone get onto the pickup. Douse that grassy verge with gasoline. I'll hold them off. Xiao Qiang pointed sharply toward the landscaped greenery lining the road's right side. Realizing time was slipping away, and sensing other zombies converging from all sides, Xiao Qiang dropped low, rolled forward, and slashed his dagger deep into the zombie's thigh, carving out a hunk of rotting flesh. Without glancing back, he burst into full sprint, vanishing into the heart of the greenbelt. The giant palm zombie, seething with fresh agony, whirled and gave furious chase. In moments, a horde of zombies had gathered, streaming after the giant palm zombie in relentless pursuit of Xiao Qiang. A smaller contingent broke away, surging directly toward the 5 survivors on the pickup, sparking an immediate chaotic exchange of shouts and impacts. Crack, crack, shhhk. Pistols barked, axes swung, and gasoline drums arced through the air toward the grassy verge. Within minutes, leveraging their elevated position atop the vehicle, the group dispatched the nearest zombies. Yet as they watched more shambling figures close in from the distance, dread settled heavily upon them. Just as despair tightened its grip, Xiao Qiang appeared, sprinting back toward them, trailed by a churning tide of undead, the giant palm zombie leading the vanguard. It turned out Xiao Qiang, having lured the beast a considerable distance, had suddenly kicked off a tree trunk, sheathing his dagger and coiling his right fist. 108 Thunder, he roared, and launched himself skyward, a streak of fury aimed straight at the zombie's skull. Yet at the last instant, the giant palm zombie raised both arms to intercept. Xiao Qiang's current strength, amplified by the 108 Thunder technique, could shatter boulders without effort. Yet the zombie absorbed the blow with chilling ease, staggering backward only 2 or 3 steps. Xiao Qiang faltered, briefly stunned by the sheer resilience of those massive palms. But his feet never stilled. Using the recoil from the blocked strike, he ignited the serpent-soaring step once more, slithering like a celestial dragon through the throng of pursuing zombies. Enraged beyond reason, the giant palm zombie swept aside the lesser undead, blocking its path, swatting them aside like ragdolls, as it thundered after Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang cleared the line of gasoline drums, just as the giant palm zombie and its undead entourage closed in behind him. He executed a flawless dive over the roadside barrier and bellowed fire. Lin Bingyan heard and raised her pistol without hesitation. Her aim remained poor, but this time it was perfect. The bullet struck home, igniting the entire cache of fuel. A towering inferno erupted skyward, instantly forging a blazing wall of fire that encircled the giant palm zombie, its anguished shrieks quickly swallowed by roaring flames. The conflagration engulfed the pursuing horde, its radiant heat so intense that even Xiao Qiang and the others, standing dozens of meters away, felt their skin blistering. There was no time for environmental concern. The apocalypse demanded survival above all else. Yet no triumphant ding signaled a kill confirmation. This victory, though orchestrated and executed largely by Xiao Qiang, had not been credited to him. A pang of disappointment flickered within him. Such a formidable foe surely would have yielded rich rewards. Spotting fresh waves of zombies still converging from afar, the group shoved the stalled vehicle aside and scrambled aboard. Both cars roared to life and sped away. Wang Liang and Lin Bingyan stomping the accelerators to the floor, hearts pounding from the harrowing ordeal, unwilling to pause for even a breath. Along the way, their vehicles plowed through countless zombies cluttering the road. By midday, they caught sight, far in the distance, of a towering stone monument inscribed with the words Longshan Park. By now, the massive horde had long since vanished from their rearview mirrors. Drive straight in. I've been here once before. I'll navigate. Xiao Qiang, seated beside Lin Bingyan in the front passenger seat, issued the command. Moments later, guided by his memory, the car wound its way through narrow paths until halting before a 2-story villa. Indeed, Longshan Park proved an ideal sanctuary. Most of the resort's attractions remained unfinished, and along their route they encountered only a handful of helmeted worker zombies, scattered and few. Beyond a few parked sightseeing carts, the park held no other vehicles. Construction appeared complete. These workers had likely been performing routine maintenance when overrun by the infected. Xiao Qiang hailed from Kongzhuang village directly opposite Longshan Park. During winter break, he'd visited once with his father. As a flagship municipal project, the park sprawled across several contiguous mountain ridges. Longshan Park straddled the expressway linking Shuzhou City and Lutong County. Kongzhuang village, Xiao Qiang's hometown, lay squarely within Lutong County, directly facing the park's gates. Most of the park consisted of landscaped gardens and scenic zones, its water supply drawn entirely from a natural mountain spring within its boundaries. Scattered throughout were commercial structures, hotels, cafeterias, snack streets, leased by the government to vendors catering to tourists. The villa Xiao Qiang led them to was the most opulent residence within Longshan Park. Once such luxury had been unimaginable to him. Now in the ruins of civilization it stood unclaimed and served perfectly as their refuge. The villa Xiao Qiang had selected was exceedingly spacious, encompassing a courtyard enclosed by iron railings with a single gate about 3 meters high. The courtyard was so vast that even after 6 people drove, 2 vehicles inside a large area remained vacant, and the left side of the villa included 2 garages. The entire villa, resplendent and magnificent, spanned 2 floors fully furnished with appliances and amenities. It appeared to have been rented by some wealthy individual for their vacation retreat. The second floor housed 10 bedrooms as a resting area, while the basement level contained a kitchen, bathrooms, and several additional rooms with a spacious reception hall at its center. After driving the cars into the courtyard, Xiao Qiang stepped out and said, "Brother Liang, let's go inside and check for any zombies." The two entered the house and searched every room, finding none. Otherwise, cleaning up after killing zombies would have been another arduous task. Emerging from the house, they saw the exhausted group, their faces stained with blood and filth. Xiao Qiang reassured them, saying, "There are no zombies inside. It's safe for now. Everyone can relax." Let's organize the supplies, and then we can rest. Is there any water in the house? I haven't washed my face in ages. I'm covered in blood and stench. Hearing Xiao Qiang's words, the group's tension eased, and Li Wei was the first to make a request. Indeed, since the zombie outbreak, everyone had been in constant fear, feeling the threat of zombies everywhere. None of them had bathed, washed their faces, or even had a sip of hot water in all this time. Now, having finally found a safe haven free from the howls of zombies and the sight of them, they relaxed and began to think about washing up. Let's hold off on using the water for now. Everyone bear with it. This afternoon, Wang Peng and I will check if the water source is contaminated. We'll use it only then. Endure it for now in this apocalypse, Xiao Qiang said after a moment of thought, deciding to err on the side of caution. The others nodded in agreement. Cleanliness was less important than survival. Afterward, they piled all the food and drinks they had cleaned out from the convenience store into the kitchen. Fortunately, though there was no electricity, the store goods remained preserved. Seeing the kitchen nearly filled with supplies, the group felt somewhat reassured. At least they wouldn't have to fight zombies on an empty stomach for a while. Once the items were moved, Xiao Qiang noticed only a few cans of gasoline left and winced in pain. He had thrown them too enthusiastically during the zombie fight, leaving only these few. In this apocalypse, obtaining gasoline so easily again wouldn't be possible. After moving the gasoline, Xiao Qiang gazed at the blood-stained, scratched vehicles, wondering if the system could provide cars. By the time all this was done, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Xiao Qiang entered the house to find the 3 women had already laid out a pile of food on the luxurious carpet. Ignoring the blood and grime on their clothes, they sat directly on the carpet and feasted. The rich really live extravagantly, using such fine fabric as a carpet, Wang Liang said as he plopped down onto it. Brother Liang, hey, race a pig trotter for you, Wang Peng said, handing him a vacuum-packed one. Give me one too, I'm starving after this journey. Bingyan, let's share one. Having grown familiar with the group, Li Wei abandoned all pretense and ate voraciously, chewing on bread while eyeing the pig trotter in Wang Peng's hand. At this rate, our stock won't last a week, Wang Liang teased Li Wei, both of them being easygoing by nature. Naya, none of your business. Look at you all greasy-mouthed, and you're criticizing me, Li Wei retorted playfully, sticking out her tongue. Everyone laughed at their banter. The apocalypse was harsh, but at least they had good companions to find joy in hardship. Xiao Qiang, here, have some water. Lin Bingyan handed Xiao Qiang a bottle of water. Xiao Qiang, tell us your plan for what's next, Yang Shui said, her expression still icy, her words as direct as ever. Xiao Qiang noticed everyone falling silent, waiting for his plan. Instead, he turned to Lin Bingyan with a faint smile. Thank you. Then he muttered softly to Yang Shui, with that cold tone, you might as well be called Yang Bing instead of Yang Shui. Though quiet, everyone heard, and they stifled laughs as Yang Shui was about to flare up. But Xiao Qiang cleared his throat and said seriously, all right, let me share my plan now. Yang Shui had no choice but to hold back, listening along with the others. First, we must strengthen our defenses. With limited manpower, let's focus on securing the entire villa. This afternoon, Wang Peng and I will check the water source. The rest of you can have some free time. Brother Liang will protect you. Pick your rooms, but for safety, we should all stay on the 2nd floor. No problem, they replied in unison. Oh, I noticed the gas stove in the kitchen isn't connected, so we can't use it. This afternoon, if you have time, gather some branches. We can light a fire tonight to boil water, Wang Peng, always meticulous, added. And what about your long-term plan, Xiao Qiang? Yang Shui pressed. Survival. Everyone must survive. Only by living can there be a future. As for more distant plans, I have none for now, Xiao Qiang said with a shrug. Hearing this, Yang Shui couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Soon after they had devoured a large pile of food, fighting zombies was indeed exhausting. Li Wei, Wang Liang, and Yang Shui went upstairs to pick their rooms. Xiao Qiang stretched widely and yawned, saying, I'll rest for a bit. We'll set out in 10 minutes. In truth, he planned to enter the system to see if there was any item to test water quality. Just then, he saw Lin Bingyan approaching. Xiao Qiang, do you have any bullets left? I only have 2 rounds after the fight. Lin Bingyan shook her pistol as she spoke. Sure, no problem. Let me check, and I'll give you some in a moment, Xiao Qiang replied with a smile, looking at her delicate face. Xiao Qiang closed his eyes, pretending to rest as usual. Entering the system, he summoned Xiao Zong and got straight to the point. Xiao Zong, I haven't used the shop. Open it for me now. Yes, host. A shop panel appeared in Xiao Qiang's mind, divided into 4 categories: equipment, potions, techniques, and daily necessities. Xiao Qiang browsed through. With only level 1 shop access, the items were common but diverse, each marked with the required exchange points. The equipment category included iron longswords, steel daggers, helmets, and various other items. Xiao Qiang also spotted firearms like pistols and bullets. Potions included hemostatic agents, anti-inflammatories, and even a primary body-strengthening pill he had never seen before. Techniques ranged from the Wolf Fang Staff technique he had already learned and basic spear technique to advanced ones like the dragon subduing palm. Daily necessities were even more abundant, from toothbrushes and towels to furniture and appliances, each with different exchange point costs. Overwhelmed by the variety, Xiao Qiang simply asked, "Xiao Qiang, check my exchange points. Is there a pill to detect viruses in water, and do you have Colt pistol bullets?" Host currently has 2872 exchange points. There is a water testing potion, toxin detector, harmless itself. When dropped into water, it remains colorless if clean and turns blue if contaminated. It costs 100 exchange points, and Colt pistol bullets are 10 points each, Xiao Qiang explained in detail. "Give me 1 toxin detector and 100 bullets," Xiao Qiang said, wincing inwardly. He had saved points for so long only to see them vanish so quickly. With the toxin detector in hand, Xiao Qiang exited the system. Walking up to Lin Bingyan with 2 boxes of bullets, he said reluctantly, "Here are 100 rounds. Use them sparingly and practice your aim when you have time." Lin Bingyan took the bullets and gave him a sweet smile. "Got it, don't worry." Then she headed upstairs happily to rest. 100 bullets for a bowtie smile. "Brother Qiang sure is generous," Wang Peng teased. "Ahem, well, grab your crossbow. Oh, we're leaving," Xiao Qiang said awkwardly, deliberately changing the subject as he strode out. Coming right up, Wang Peng followed closely behind. Dragon Mountain Park was built around the Dragon Mountain Spring at its core. The spring flows year-round, its waters streaming into a lake within the park before surging into a river that runs through the grounds. The remainder is diverted directly from the source to supply water for all facilities within the park. Xiao Qiang's purpose this time was to check whether the spring's source had been contaminated by zombie venom. The villa where Xiao Qiang and his companions were staying was located in the consumer zone on the right side of the park entrance. The Dragon Mountain Spring they were heading to was deep within the park, situated on higher ground, where the spring water cascaded down through the entire area. Xiao Qiang drove a pickup truck, and along the way they encountered only a few zombies, all of which Wang Peng easily dispatched from the passenger seat. Xiao Qiang couldn't help but feel envious, wishing he had let Wang Liang drive instead. Every bit counted, and he could have sat in the passenger seat to gain some experience points and exchange currency. The entire park was deathly silent. The deeper they drove, the more trees surrounded them. In the early spring season, a cold wind blew, creating an eerily somber atmosphere. Wang Peng, besides being exposed to that white light, was there anything else unusual that caused your physical changes? Xiao Qiang, feeling the oppressive silence, broke it by asking a question. "Nothing else. I wasn't bitten by a zombie, nor did I eat anything special. Actually, I've been thinking these past few days. That white light was probably something like radiation, and around that time the signal just disappeared. The rays hit everyone differently, depending on their physique, so some people underwent mutations." Wang Peng, always meticulous, shared his analysis with Xiao Qiang. "Maybe so. By the way, Wang Peng, how far have your physical changes from the mutation progressed?" Xiao Qiang asked thoughtfully as he drove. "These past few days I've tried again. My perception allows me to sense a person's outline even with my eyes closed, but the range is still too short. I can't tell who it is until they're right next to me. Though at that distance I hear them anyway. As for shooting, it's like I suddenly have a natural talent. Now I can guarantee hitting a target within 10 meters. Wang Peng, trusting Xiao Qiang, completely laid out his condition. "Good, keep working hard and find a way to cultivate and improve as soon as possible. We still have a long road ahead." Xiao Qiang, somewhat surprised and moved by Wang Peng's trust, felt a surge of confidence in his 6-person team. "Got it, brother Liang, don't worry," Wang Peng replied. We're almost there." Xiao Qiang drove the car up a slope and parked by the roadside. The two got out and saw an ancient-style courtyard on the slope, its walls adorned with earth and topped with thatch. Above the wooden gate hung a plaque inscribed with 4 large characters, Dragon Mountain Park. Entering the courtyard, they found a large reservoir enclosed by a 3x3 iron fence. The spring water first flowed into the reservoir, then split in two. Most of it streamed down to the river below, while a smaller portion was channeled through pipes for park use. As long as the pipes weren't dug up, they shouldn't be contaminated. The only potential contamination point was this reservoir. With this in mind, Xiao Qiang came directly here to inspect. Wang Peng keep watch around the perimeter. He'll check if the water is safe. Too lazy to explain the origin of the toxin tester, Xiao Qiang sent Wang Peng away. Sure, I'll take a look outside the yard. Wang Peng, aware of the mystery surrounding Xiao Qiang's body, didn't ask further. If he chose to trust someone, he wouldn't doubt them lightly. Xiao Qiang took out the toxin tester from his system and poured it into the reservoir. After waiting a while, he saw no color change. As expected with few zombies here, the water was unpolluted. Though it cost Xiao Qiang 100 exchange points, buying peace of mind was worth it. Seeing the water was fine, Xiao Qiang left the yard and locked the gate with the chain from inside to prevent zombies from accidentally entering and contaminating the water. As Xiao Qiang walked toward Wang Peng, he said, "The water's fine. It's usable." Seeing Xiao Qiang approach, Wang Peng pointed excitedly to a spot downhill. "Brother Qiang, look. That seems to be an ecological farm. There might be animals in there." After taking the vision-enhancing agent, Xiao Qiang's eyesight had improved dramatically. Following Wang Peng's finger, he saw an area on the left side of the road, likely a planned ecological farm, with greenhouses and various breeding bases. It looks like a breeding base, but I'm not sure if they've stocked any animals yet. Xiao Qiang felt a flicker of hope. If there were animals, their meals would improve significantly. But it's getting dark now, and it's not safe. We'll check it out tomorrow. For now, let's find some boards to reinforce the door and keep zombies from breaking in. An early spring night fell early. Seeing the fading light, Xiao Qiang decided to postpone the exploration for safety. Soon the two found some planks and branches blocking the gate securely. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Find a suitable location to establish a long-term base. Rewards: 1000 machine umbrella, advanced upgradable intermediate skill, ambush, 1 intermediate lottery draw. As the two were about to get into the car, the mission completion prompt echoed in Xiao Qiang's mind. It seemed the system's mission success condition was ensuring a reliable water source. After all, a base couldn't function without water. Wang Peng, can you drive? Xiao Qiang, eager to check his rewards, asked. Actually, no. Wang Peng admitted honestly. All right, then let's head back. Though the roads were empty, Xiao Qiang wouldn't trust the wheel to someone who'd never driven before. They turned on the headlights and drove straight back to the villa. Faint glimmers of light flickered in the first-floor living room, suggesting the others had found some candles. Inside, the other four were sitting on the carpet chatting idly. Several candles on the living room table cast a warm glow around their gathering spot. You're back? Did you run into any danger? Is the water usable? Li Wei, always impatient, fired off questions as soon as they entered. Let them sit and rest first, Wei Wei, don't rush. Lin Bingyan said, though her face betrayed eager anticipation. Did you two encounter any tough zombies this afternoon? How was the water source? Wang Liang asked with concern. Yang Shui, though silent, looked up, waiting for Xiao Qiang's answer. It was clear everyone was desperate for water. After the afternoon outing, returning now made Xiao Qiang feel like he was back in a warm fortress. Just then Wang Peng deliberately played coy, furrowing his brow. We tested the water. Seeing the slight disappointment on their faces, Wang Peng suddenly exclaimed, the water's fine, ha ha. You tricked us, just wait till I get you. Li Wei jumped up and chased Wang Peng in mock anger. Lin Bingyan smiled at Xiao Qiang. We'll go wash up in the bathroom first, then we'll eat. Ladies first, she added a playful wink. With that, the three girls grabbed flashlights and headed to the bathroom. We gathered some branches and wood this afternoon. We can start a fire soon, Wang Liang said to the two men. MMO, rest a bit. You guys handle the fire. Xiao Qiang, eager to inspect his rewards, sent them off. No problem. Rest a while. We'll call you when dinner's ready. Wang Liang and the others readily agreed and went outside to start the fire. Inside the villa at Longshan Park, three girls were on the first floor with flashlights freshening up in the bathroom. Wang Peng and Wang Liang were in the courtyard holding 2 candles, tidying up the branches they had gathered that afternoon to start a bonfire. In the living room, Xiao Qiang curled up on the sofa, his eyes slightly closed as he entered the system. Xiao Tsung, come out quickly. I want to claim the rewards for completing the mission. Xiao Qiang could hardly wait to see the reward items. As soon as he entered the system, he urgently summoned Xiao Tsung. Host, you're still so impatient. Here, I'll issue the rewards now. Xiao Qiang sighed, feeling that the words sounded a bit odd, but Xiao Tsung still displayed the items. The 1000 Mechanism Umbrella, a high-level weapon crafted from Wujin, the rarest metal in the apocalypse. In its basic form, it resembles an ink-black staff. When opened, it becomes an umbrella impervious to blades and fire and resistant to water. Ambush, an intermediate martial art that allows the user to swiftly teleport behind any enemy within 10 meters and launch an attack, consuming 300 chi points. 1 intermediate lottery draw, which can be used to obtain a level 2 item from the shop. Looking at the rewards from this mission, Xiao Qiang felt overjoyed. Not only had he obtained the 1000 Mechanism Umbrella, which could potentially become a top-tier weapon, though he didn't fully grasp the rankings, yet even an intermediate bonespike dagger could cut through iron like mud. Moreover, he had gained an intermediate martial art, adding another life-saving skill. All right, Xiao Tsung, you may withdraw. Xiao Qiang was in high spirits and started teasing Xiao Tsung. You annoying host, I'm ignoring you now, Xiao Tsung threatened, and then Xiao Qiang exited the system. By then, the other 5 had finished washing up and were sitting outside by the fire boiling water. Xiao Qiang went into the bathroom, washed his hands and face, then blew out the candle and headed to the courtyard. In the apocalypse, resources had to be conserved. The area outside was pitch black, with only the glow of their bonfire providing a sliver of safety in the darkness. Come over, Xiao Qiang. The water is about to boil, Lin Bingyan called out as she saw him approach. Xiao Qiang noticed they had set up a bonfire on the bluestone tiles in the courtyard using branches as fuel. On the fire sat a European-style copper kettle from the villa. Wang Liang was holding a frying pan with vacuum-packed chicken feet and pork trotters sizzling and oozing oil. Xiao Qiang was stunned. These people sure knew how to enjoy themselves. In the old days, the villa's owner would have been furious to see them using the property like this. But in the apocalypse, who cared? They had brought out 6 solid wooden stools from inside. Xiao Qiang walked over and sat beside Lin Bingyan. It's such a luxury to wash up, but I wish we could shower and have a change of clothes. Li Wei started chatting again. Wei, look around. We're on an apocalyptic escape. Being able to wash with water is already pretty good, Lin Bingyan said softly. The group looked around. The sky was filled with a tapestry of stars. Everything else was pitch black with only the bonfires glow nearby. The occasional howls in the distance reminded them they weren't completely isolated. I wonder how the others are doing. The phone signal is completely gone now. We can't get any news, Li Wei said, a bit dejected. Why worry about that? Come on, the fragrant fried trotters are ready. Eat while they're hot. Wang Liang, sensing the somber mood, cut up the cooked trotters and chicken feet and urged everyone to eat. Indeed, fire was one of humanity's greatest inventions. Not only did it bring warmth, but heated food tasted worlds apart from cold, lifeless rations. Soon they devoured everything in the pan. Still unsatisfied, each of them prepared a cup of instant noodles. While waiting for the noodles to steep, Xiao Qiang raised a bottle of drink. I propose a toast. Meeting is fate, and after all we've been through, we're brothers and sisters in hardship. Cheers. Next time, let's get some liquor to match the mood. Everyone raised their glasses. Even Yang Shui was swept up in the atmosphere, clinking glasses with each person. It would be perfect if we had some skewers to roast over the fire, Wang Liang said, taking a satisfied sip of his drink. Dream on, you might attract the zombies, Li Wei teased back. But actually, we might really get some skewers. Brother Chang and I passed by a farming area earlier. There might be animals there, Wang Peng recalled. I suggest we check it out tomorrow. If there are animals, we won't go hungry for a while. But I'm not sure if the animals have mutated into zombies too, Xiao Qiang said, raising an eyebrow. The noodles are ready. Let's eat. Lin Bingyan handed a cup of noodles to Xiao Qiang. Outside the villa around the bonfire, the 6 of them sat eating, drinking, laughing, and chatting, creating a lively scene. In no time, they had wolfed down the noodles. After days without hot soup, the instant noodles tasted exceptionally delicious. Everyone, we should take turns keeping watch tonight. It's safe here, but caution never hurts, Wang Peng said, adjusting his glasses. You'll take the first shift. You all get some rest. Tomorrow we're going chicken hunting, Xiao Qiang said, eager to examine the 1,000-mechanism umbrella. Without electricity, there's no entertainment at night. Only sleep left, Wang Liang said, patting his belly and burping. Indeed, if the zombie outbreak hadn't happened, would he still be lost in the internet? Xiao Qiang shook his head, pushing the thought away. They cleaned up the trash, washed the dishes, and then each retired to their rooms. Li Wei, scared, asked to share a room with Lin Bingyan. Xiao Qiang sat in the courtyard. The wind picked up, and feeling cold, he extinguished the bonfire and went inside. Lighting a candle, he took out the 1,000-mechanism umbrella from the system. This was the first time Xiao Qiang had seen the umbrella. The entire body was pitch black, yet under the candlelight it reflected a white luster. The umbrella was about 1.7 meters long with seemingly equal lengths above and below. That's Wu Jin, a voice suddenly came from the stairs. Who's there? Xiao Qiang gripped the umbrella tightly and turned toward the stairs. It was Yang Shui holding a flashlight, walking toward him step by step. Wu Jin, the rarest metal on Earth. It's lightweight, yet possesses hardness far surpassing any earthly weapon, precision beyond the nanoscale, an incredible metal memory, Yang Shui said as she approached, stopping right in front of Xiao Qiang. Go on, Xiao Qiang said, looking at her with interest. Yang Shui took the umbrella from his hands. If I'm not mistaken, this is the 1,000-mechanism umbrella, isn't it? The 1,000-mechanism umbrella can be retracted. At its shortest, it's the length of a dagger. At its longest, 1.8 meters. The tip has a mechanism, and when opened, it resembles an umbrella. Most importantly, it can be modified. As she spoke, Yang Shui demonstrated as if the umbrella were hers. The body looked uniform in width, but due to its precision, there were slight differences between the upper and lower parts. Similarly, the button requires you to feel the handle with your fingers to find it. I have a question, Xiao Qiang said, raising his hand. I read it in a book. Seriously, Xiao Qiang, have you thought about the future? Yang Shui seemed to know what he was going to ask, lifting her cold, beautiful eyes to meet his. I don't know, but if possible, I want to protect more people, Xiao Qiang said, taking back the umbrella and locking eyes with her. Good luck. Yang Shui seemed lost in thought, then without waiting for his reply, she turned and walked upstairs. Xiao Qiang was full of questions, but Yang Shui was clearly evasive and unwilling to talk. He couldn't force her, so he continued studying the 1,000-mechanism umbrella by candlelight. In the dead of night at the villa in Longshan Park, the mountain wind howled outside the door, occasionally carrying the groans of zombies and even the sounds of explosions. The entire Longshan Park was shrouded in darkness, with only a faint candlelight flickering inside the villa, bringing a touch of warmth to the whole park. Beneath the candlelight, Xiao Qiang clutched the 1,000-mechanisms umbrella, his gaze fixed on the room where Yang Shui had entered, lost in thought, his heart brimming with questions. Who exactly is Yang Shui? How does she know about dark gold? She seems quite familiar with the 1,000-mechanisms umbrella. A gust of cold wind swept into the room, extinguishing the candle and plunging the interior into darkness. Xiao Qiang shivered, goosebumps involuntarily rising on his arms. Snapping back to reality, Xiao Qiang stood up, closed the villa door properly, took out a lighter, and relit the candle. The room was once again bathed in light, and it must be said light indeed brings a sense of security. Why overthink it? Yang Shui has her secrets and so do I. Perhaps in others' eyes I'm a monster myself. Xiao Qiang shook his head, pulling himself out of his thoughts, and began studying the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella in his hands again. Both Yang Shui and Xiao Tsong had said this umbrella was made of dark gold, a material Xiao Qiang had never heard of before. If what Xiao Tsong and Yang Shui said is true, that dark gold is the rarest and hardest metal in the apocalypse, harder than any other, then a test will confirm it. Xiao Qiang mused inwardly as he held the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella. He drew the bone spur dagger from his waist, holding the dagger in his left hand and the umbrella in his right. To avoid the clang of metal waking others, he pressed the dagger against the umbrella and then gently slid the blade across its surface. The bone spur dagger, forged from high-quality steel, was the first intermediate weapon Xiao Qiang had obtained. Since acquiring it, he had been awed by its sharpness. Calling it capable of cleaving iron like mud was no exaggeration. But now as Xiao Qiang examined the dagger closely, a row of tiny nicks appeared on its edge. He scrutinized the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella 3 times over, yet found no damage whatsoever. The umbrella remained pristine, its handle smooth and glossy, reflecting the candlelight like ink-black jade. In comparison, the bone spur dagger seemed utterly inferior. Fortunately, he hadn't struck with full force, or the bone spur dagger might have snapped, a loss Xiao Qiang could ill afford. Though inferior to the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella, the dagger still outperformed ordinary weapons. Nevertheless, this test filled Xiao Qiang with confidence in the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella and dark gold, and he eagerly anticipated the umbrella's eventual upgrade to a special grade. Though he was currently at a loss as to how to upgrade it with the system's help, he believed a way would surely be found. Satisfied after testing the umbrella, Xiao Qiang summoned Xiao Tsong and asked, "Xiao Tsong, check my current attributes for me." "Certainly, you'll check for the host right away." Host Xiao Qiang: strength 121, average adult 50, speed 110, average adult 50, vision 90, skills Wolf Fang Staff Technique, Wandering Dragon Body, Art beginner proficiency 40 100 108, Thunder beginner proficiency 30 100, Assault beginner proficiency 0 100. Draws 2 primary 1 intermediate exchange points 872. Shop access level 1, can only purchase loot here, weapons, medicine, food, etc. Draw access level 1, overall rating level 4, strong. Stamina 10300, experience 140, 2500, possessions bone spur, dagger 1, bottle of body tempering, elixir, 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella. Xiao Tsong displayed Xiao Qiang's attribute panel in his mind, including the newly acquired body tempering elixir and the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella. Gazing at his depleted stamina, Xiao Qiang fell into deep thought. Ever since he had exhausted his stamina in the encounter with the powerful zombie on the road, he had been unable to use those intermediate techniques. Without these intermediate skills to rely on, Xiao Qiang felt unsettled. Though he now possessed the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella, he lacked a solid martial foundation and found the single Wolf Fang Staff Technique inadequate. He asked Xiao Tsong, "Xiao Tsong, what's the deal with my stamina? Is it a one-time thing, gone once used up?" "Host, your current level is far too low. Many system-related matters are beyond your knowledge. However, this young lady will make an exception for your weakness. At your current level, leveling up will restore your stamina to full." Xiao Tsong's tone carried a hint of disdain. Xiao Qiang pouted in displeasure, but relented, saying, "I know leveling up restores stamina. Then tell me about the effects and usage of this body tempering elixir." "Certainly, host. The body tempering elixir enhances physical constitution, doubling its strength. With your previous physique, you should be able to withstand a full force strike from a level 2 non-strength type zombie. Usage is simple: add the entire bottle to your bathwater and soak for 10 minutes. However, a friendly reminder, the process will be painful with a sensation of muscle tearing." Xiao Tsong explained patiently. After hearing Xiao Tsong's words, Xiao Qiang retrieved the body tempering elixir from the system. Remarkably, the system had its own space and items issued by the system could be taken out and stored at will. However, when Xiao Qiang tried to place other objects into the system, they all failed, indicating the system possessed its own recognition ability. The body tempering elixir was contained in a small glass bottle. Xiao Qiang pulled out the cork. The liquid inside was colorless and odorless. Taking advantage of the other's sleep, he carried the candle to the bathroom. It must be said the wealthy truly knew how to live. Not only did each upstairs bedroom have its own washroom, but the first floor bathroom alone covered nearly 30 square meters, complete with a bathtub, vanity, and various other furnishings. Xiao Qiang filled the bathtub with water, undressed, and grabbed a towel. The villa had no electricity, so the water couldn't be heated. In the current season, bathing in cold water was bitingly frigid. As Xiao Qiang submerged his body, the cold water touched his skin, and he winced in pain. He then bit down on the towel. Xiao Qiang had warned of a muscle-tearing pain, and to avoid crying out and disturbing the others, Xiao Qiang could only clench the towel between his teeth. Agony, pain, muscles tearing, then reforming, tearing again, and reforming once more. Xiao Qiang was drenched in sweat from the torment. He didn't know how long had passed, but those 10 minutes felt unbearably long. After rounds and rounds of searing pain, the burning sensation finally subsided. Xiao Qiang knew the 10 minutes were over. Becoming stronger always comes at a price. Gazing at his now more muscular physique after the tempering, Xiao Qiang took a brisk cold shower. Dressed again, Xiao Qiang returned to the sofa with the candle. Wang Liang's shift was still some time away, so Xiao Qiang decided to use his draw chances. Xiao Tsung, I want to draw. Use the 2 primary draws first. Xiao Qiang summoned Xiao Tsung while drying his hair. Very well, I'll provide the host with 2 primary draws now. Xiao Tsung rubbed her sleepy eyes and displayed the draw panel. A 6 grid appeared containing primary shooting technique, machete, primary blade technique, gauze, empty, and boxing gloves. The pointer spun and finally landed on primary shooting technique. Not bad, Xiao Qiang thought. He had already realized that primary techniques couldn't be upgraded, only imparting basic movements and skills to the host. After the draw, the 6 grid cleared and new items appeared: bullets, dagger, motorcycle, helmet, empty, fever reducer, and 10 gene of wheat seeds. This time the pointer stopped at 10 gene of wheat seeds. Xiao Qiang couldn't help but sigh. Being in the countryside, seeds were hardly scarce, but at least he hadn't drawn empty. Host, the 2 primary draws are complete. Would you like to proceed with the intermediate draw? Xiao Tsung inquired. Go ahead. This time the 6 grid reappeared, but its border had changed from gray to yellow. The items were AK-47 rifle, intermediate stamina pill, intermediate crushing palm, intermediate small generator, intermediate empty, and heart guard mirror, intermediate. Seeing this dazzling array of 6 items, Xiao Qiang was overjoyed. The intermediate draw was far superior to the primary one. Any item except empty would be a boon. The yellow pointer spun and finally stopped at stamina pill, intermediate pill. For those below level 7 strong, instantly restores full stamina. Intermediate items were truly excellent, complete with descriptions. With the stamina pill, his trump cards would be usable again. Xiao Qiang exited the system with satisfaction stretched, and just then Wang Liang arrived for the shift change. After a brief handover, Xiao Qiang went to his room to sleep. An endless expanse of pitch-black night, a darkness devoid of the faintest glimmer, enveloped one entirely. Xiao Qiang couldn't recall when he had returned to his bedroom to sleep. He only remembered dreaming all night long. In the dream, he was left alone, trapped in a bitter struggle amidst a horde of zombies, watching his comrades fall one by one, devoured by the undead. This nightmare persisted until dawn, when Xiao Qiang finally awakened from it. Xiao Qiang rose, wiped the sweat from his face, and headed downstairs. When he reached the ground floor, the others were still lost in slumber, with only Wang Liang doing push-ups. Brother Liang up early for training. Xiao Qiang remarked, looking at Wang Liang, whose face was drenched in sweat. I can't help it, Wang Liang replied, rising to his feet and wiping his brow as Xiao Qiang approached. Watching you all seem to possess some kind of extraordinary ability, I have to work hard just to keep up. Wang Liang was tall and robust, a man who exercised regularly. When the zombie outbreak first erupted, he had been the most formidable among the group. Unexpectedly, the others had undergone their own mutations, with Xiao Qiang far outpacing everyone else, leaving a bitter taste of resentment in Wang Liang's heart. Xiao Qiang hadn't realized he had overlooked this. He added, Don't worry, Brother Liang. If I ever find a way to strengthen you, I will. Besides, I'm completely ignorant about fitness and need to learn from you. Xiao Qiang recalled that he had a full set of fitness equipment stored away, thinking he would bring it out later and set it up in the yard to get some exercise. As they were talking, the others gradually woke up. Time to get up. Let's have breakfast, and then we'll go check out the breeding farm, Xiao Qiang said to the approaching group. After breakfast, Yang Shui said she would stay inside to organize her notes. The other 5 then drove the pickup truck to investigate. It was undeniable that Longshan Park had been built at great expense. The entire breeding farm was vast, divided into several sections for different animals, while on the other side of the road lay an orchard with fruit trees and greenhouse vegetables. They parked the vehicle by the roadside, grabbed their weapons, and entered the farm to inspect. It seemed that the farm had not yet been fully stocked with animals. After a thorough tour, they found only a few chickens, ducks, and pigs. Li Wei insisted on dragging Wang Liang and Wang Peng to catch chickens, leaving Xiao Qiang and Lin Bingyan alone to wait by the lake. Lin Bingyan had tied her lustrous hair into a ponytail, and her clean white jacket was now stained with a few spots of blood. Bathed in the lake's shimmering light, she appeared quite capable and sharp. Although Xiao Qiang had grown familiar with Lin Bingyan, being alone with such a beautiful woman still made him somewhat nervous. As if sensing his unease, Lin Bingyan spoke up, Li Wei is like a child. Anyone would think we're actually here on vacation. Xiao Qiang picked up a stone and skipped it across the lake. It bounced 3 times before sinking. At least it helps everyone relax a little instead of being tense all the time. By the way, what's that hanging at your waist? Lin Bingyan asked, curiously noticing the Qianji umbrella at Xiao Qiang's side. Before Xiao Qiang could answer, his level 4 speed allowed him to sense an approaching object. Instinctively, he shoved Lin Bingyan aside, shouting, "Watch out." The entire event unfolded in an instant. Before either of them could identify their assailant, they were sent flying. From that single collision, Xiao Qiang already had a good idea of what they were facing. It seemed they had encountered a speed-type zombie, though its attack power appeared relatively weak. Aside from knocking him over, it caused no other damage. Lin Bingyan had already drawn her pistol, holding it with both hands as she scanned the surroundings. She found no trace of the zombie. "What just happened?" she asked. Xiao Qiang pulled the Qianji umbrella from his waist, extended it, and assumed a defensive stance. "It should be a fast zombie. I could only catch a blur," he said cautiously. Just then a dark shadow flashed by, slicing directly between Xiao Qiang's legs and sending him tumbling to the ground. Lin Bingyan fired 2 shots in the direction where the shadow vanished, but both missed. Xiao Qiang couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. He had been thrown down twice without even catching a glimpse of the zombie, and all this in front of a beauty like Lin Bingyan. Unfortunately, his stamina was too low to execute the wandering dragon step, otherwise he would have chased the zombie down relentlessly. At that moment, Wang Liang and the other 2, drawn by the gunfire, came running over. Before they could reach the group, a dark shadow darted through them, sending them sprawling. Fortunately, this zombie's only asset was its speed. Its attack power was negligible. Aside from the fall, none of them sustained any injuries. Xiao Qiang and Lin Bingyan hurried over to help the 3 to their feet. The 5 quickly formed a circle, back-to-back, weapons at the ready. In the distance, a short, stocky zombie slowly revealed itself. From afar, they could discern it was a female zombie. Her hair was disheveled, her body hunched, and her arms hung limply at her sides. Her clothes were tattered and worn. Her pale white eyes were fixed intently on Xiao Qiang, as if she were ready to strike at any moment. The 5 gripped their weapons tightly, their expressions taut. Wang Liang asked, "What the hell is that thing? It moves so fast we can't even see it clearly." As Xiao Qiang pondered a countermeasure, he replied, "It's a zombie with incredible speed. Everyone stay alert." Before he could finish his sentence, a dark shadow raced toward them from afar. None of them had time to react except for Wang Peng, who shouted, "Dodge." The zombie, charging straight at Xiao Qiang, slammed him into a lamppost. Wang Peng, who had been in the direct line of attack, managed to barely evade. Now the zombie finally stopped concealing itself, standing on the road not far from the group, as if taunting them for their helplessness. Xiao Qiang was surprised that Wang Peng could dodge the attack, but he quickly formulated a plan. He roared, "Wang Peng, stand behind me. The 3 of you find a safe spot and attack from a distance." The others looked at Xiao Qiang and followed his orders without hesitation. The 3 quickly took cover behind a large tree on a slope. Lin Bingyan aimed her pistol, while Wang Liang and Li Wei set down their weapons and picked up bricks ready to hurl them at the zombie. "Wang Peng, did you sense that with your perception ability?" Xiao Qiang asked, pressing his back against Wang Peng's. "Yes, I felt a sudden sense of danger, and then the image of the zombie charging appeared in my mind," Wang Peng replied, adjusting his glasses. "All right, listen carefully. Now it's up to you to sense. We'll only have one chance. The zombie has already bared its claws. This time it won't just be playing with us. Getting caught won't be fun," Xiao Qiang said. In truth, he knew that even if the zombie scratched them, it wouldn't matter. But he sensed that Wang Peng's perception ability would be pushed to its limits in a dangerous situation, so he said this to motivate him. Wang Peng closed his eyes, concentrating fully on sensing the changes around him. At that moment, the zombie in the distance moved. In an instant, it vanished from their sight, transforming into a dark shadow hurtling toward Xiao Qiang and Wang Peng. Wang Peng's mental focus reached its peak. His perception range expanded gradually, and within his mind's eye, the dark shadow seemed to slow down. "Strike!" Wang Peng bellowed. Xiao Qiang had no time for further thought. He tilted the Qianji umbrella that lay horizontally across his chest by a mere angle. That slight adjustment was enough to make contact with the zombie. Feeling the Qianji umbrella touch the zombie, Xiao Qiang thrust it downward with all his strength. Then he transformed the rod into an umbrella, pinning the zombie firmly to the ground. Having finally captured the zombie, Xiao Qiang was not about to give it another chance. He drew his bone-spiked dagger and plunged it directly into its brain. With a gush of filthy blood, the zombie's life came to an end. Ding! Killed a level 2 ordinary zombie. Experience 90, exchange points 90. The long-awaited level-up notification finally sounded again, and it was a level 2 zombie at that. Xiao Qiang couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. The others gathered around. Li Wei, patting her still-heaving chest, exclaimed, "Oh my, that scared me to death. But I never expected you to be so capable, Wang Peng. But why are there so many powerful zombies? In just a few days we've encountered so many," Lin Bingyan said, still shaking her pistol still raised as she looked at the others. "We should still be careful. It seems that even here we're not completely safe. Wang Liang said, shouldering his fire axe, a hint of frustration in his voice, as he hadn't been able to contribute this time. Yeah, Brother Chang, that weapon of yours is incredibly cool. What's the plan next? Wang Peng and the others, aware of Xiao Qiang's mysterious nature, praised him before asking. Since we've confirmed there are animals here, our objective for this trip is accomplished. Let's head back and prepare. I want to go to the village this afternoon. By the way, Brother Liang, where are the chickens you caught? Xiao Qiang said, stowing his weapon and clapping Wang Liang on the shoulder. Oh, we let them go when we heard the gunfire and rushed over, Wang Liang said, slapping his thigh in frustration as he jogged toward the chicken coop. After a flurry of activity, they caught a chicken and returned contentedly to prepare lunch. As they entered the villa, Yang Shui emerged from inside to greet them. Sister Shui, you really should have come with us. You have no idea how cool Xiao Qiang's weapon is. Li Wei immediately launched into a lively chatter upon seeing Yang Shui. Yang Shui gave a non-committal gentle smile. What notebook are you writing inside? It's the apocalypse now. What could be so important about it? Lin Bingyan raised an eyebrow, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yang Shui as she asked. Nothing much, just random notes. Looks like you all had a successful hunt, Yang Shui said, deliberately changing the subject and pointing at the chicken in Wang Liang's hands. Look, we're in for a treat today. We can have chicken. Wang Liang exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement, as if seeking credit. Then everyone busied themselves. Some started a fire, others prepared the chicken, creating a lively atmosphere. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Qiang couldn't help but wonder if living like this forever wouldn't be so bad. But he quickly shook his head, casting the thought aside. Not to mention the food, their clothes were already soaked through with zombie blood, and they had no change of clothes. That alone was a pressing issue. Xiao Qiang, come help us, don't just stand there lost in thought. Seeing him dazed in the yard, the others called him over to join in cooking. Coming. Xiao Qiang felt had been overthinking lately, perhaps, because too much had been happening. He shook his head and walked over to lend a hand. After a burst of teamwork, they quickly prepared a meal. It had to be said, Li Wei's culinary skills were superb. The chicken stew was a feast for the eyes and palate, rich in color, aroma, and flavor. Though the villa had no food, it was fully stocked with seasonings clearly intended for rental purposes. This afternoon, I plan to head to the village. First, to look for my parents. I haven't been able to reach them since the outbreak. Second, our supplies are running low and we have no spare clothes. We need to find something usable. Xiao Qiang said, his brows slightly raised as he saw everyone had nearly finished eating. We really should restock. If we keep going like this, we'll eat through everything, Lin Bingyan agreed, adding her voice. I wonder how my parents are doing. The last time I contacted her, she said they were hiding, but now I can't reach them anymore. Li Wei said, her tone heavy with sorrow at Xiao Qiang's words. Hearing Li Wei's words, everyone felt a pang of gloom. It had been so long since the zombie outbreak began. After the white flash signals had only come intermittently, and none of them knew what had become of their parents. Don't worry, everyone. I plan to turn our Longshan Park into an apocalypse base. Step by step, we'll eliminate the zombies and reclaim our human homeland. Then maybe we'll reunite with your parents, Xiao Qiang said, a hint of guilt stirring within him. He had originally come back to find his own parents and establish a base, but he hadn't expected these people to follow him so loyally. Xiao Qiang silently resolved to strengthen his base and help them find their families. I believe in you, Lin Bingyan said, looking at Xiao Qiang. We believe in you too. The others, bolstered by Xiao Qiang's words, rallied their spirits, ready to grow stronger alongside him and build an apocalypse base. Xiao Qiang, I didn't realize you already had such a plan in mind, Lin Bingyan said, tilting her head slightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Even her dirty clothes couldn't dim the youthful radiance of her face. Ding dong. Mission issued: search Kongzhuang village, gather supplies, and rescue survivors. Mission reward: Crescent Moon, bow intermediate basic combat skills, 10 grenades. 500 experience points, 1000 exchange points. The mission always arrived at just the right time. Had been about to head to the village when this one popped up. Xiao Qiang thought to himself upon hearing the mission prompt. A friendly reminder, host. This system was created to aid you in the great mission of saving humanity. Naturally, it will propose corresponding tasks step by step based on your actions, Xiao Qiang heard Xiao Tsung's lowly-like voice explain as he puzzled over it. So that was it. This system was truly extraordinary. Let's get ready and set out soon. Better to leave early and try to return before dark. Xiao Qiang said, his confidence soaring after hearing Xiao Tsung's words as he stood up and addressed the group. I have a request. Can I stay behind? I don't have a weapon or your skills. I wouldn't be much help out there. I'd rather guard the place, Li Wei said, raising her hand timidly and speaking in a low voice. Everyone looked to Xiao Qiang for his opinion. Gradually, he had become the leader of their 6-person team. Of course, that's fine. And you, Yang Shui? Xiao Qiang said with a smile, looking at the two of them. They'll come along for the afternoon. I've finished organizing my notes, Yang Shui replied, this time volunteering to join the group. All right, Li Wei, lock the door and stay safe, Xiao Qiang reminded her with concern. And if you can remember to make us dinner, Wang Liang added, having savored Li Wei's cooking. Got it. All you think about is food. You all be careful out there. Li Wei rolled her eyes dramatically at Wang Liang. Everyone gathered their weapons and decided to take the pickup truck. Wang Liang drove with Wang Peng in the passenger seat, while Xiao Qiang and the others sat in the back. Wang Liang and Wang Peng had somehow found aluminum sheets and wrapped them tightly around their wrists and necks. Wang Liang offered to do the same for the others, but they unanimously declined. In the car, Xiao Qiang noticed Yang Shui had no weapon. "Where's your weapon? Want me to lend you my dagger?" he asked. "I didn't bring one. Besides, I wouldn't know how to use that dagger. You expect me to fight zombies with it like you? I don't have your skills. When you get the chance, get me a gun instead," Yang Shui replied, glancing at Lin Bingyan's gun with obvious intent. Xiao Qiang knew she was teasing him again, so he didn't press further. Yang Shui had always kept her secrets, but in this apocalypse, even Xiao Qiang had his system, so it was only natural for others to have their own. Soon Wang Liang drove to the park. Longshan Park was separated from Kongzhuang Village by just a road, which connected Shuzhou City with Luton County. Across the road, they could see zombies wandering at the village entrance. It wasn't hard to imagine that the zombie density in the village was on a completely different scale from Longshan Park. "Everyone be careful. We're about to enter the village. Brother Liang, drive cautiously," Xiao Qiang said, gently patting Wang Liang's shoulder as a reminder. Kongzhuang Village lay beside the expressway. Over the years, more and more rural residents had migrated to the cities, leaving the countryside increasingly depopulated. Yet Kongzhuang Village, owing to its unique geographical location and the presence of mines in earlier years, remained the largest village in the vicinity, with a permanent population of 2,000 to 3,000. Though modest in scale, its various shops offered everything one might need. As their vehicle entered the village, Xiao Qiang observed through the car window that the entire settlement had descended into utter chaos. Bloodstains, damaged vehicles, toppled streetlights, and the distant, relentless barking of dogs all testified to a recent violent upheaval. On the roads, zombies of every description roamed freely, some even carried baskets on their backs, while others paced back and forth on rooftops, their arms dangling. At the sight, Xiao Qiang's heart trembled uncontrollably. This plague of the undead was a catastrophe for humanity. These were his former neighbors. Ordinary, hard-working folk who, perhaps without even a moment to react, had been transformed into mindless monsters driven only by a hunger for human flesh. The thought tightened the knot in Xiao Qiang's chest. He could not help but wonder how his parents were faring at this very moment. As the car drove past, zombies on either side howled maniacally and charged toward it. Even those on the rooftops, seemingly impervious to pain, leaped down, without hesitation, shattering upon impact. Wang Liang gripped the steering wheel firmly, his foot pressing the accelerator without pause. Xiao Qiang clutched his dagger, tightly keeping watch for the undead while directing Wang Liang. Wang Peng and Lin Bingyan, meanwhile, extended their guns and crossbows out of the windows from time to time, repelling the zombies that drew too close to the vehicle. Lin Bingyan, newly armed with the 100 bullets Xiao Qiang had given her, fired without hesitation whether or not she could hit her mark. Wang Peng, more meticulous, had received 100 arrows along with the crossbow Xiao Qiang had obtained from the system. Whenever the situation allowed, he would retrieve and reuse them, and he still had 60 to 70 arrows left. Seated by the window, Xiao Qiang listened to the incessant bang-bang of gunfire and glanced at the dagger in his hand. A sigh escaped him. Comparison was truly odious. Out there were vast amounts of experience points waiting to be claimed. He resolved to acquire a gun for himself when the opportunity arose. Just squeezing the trigger a couple of times from inside the car would yield a bounty of experience. The mere thought was exhilarating. But before he could indulge the fantasy, the car rounded a corner and arrived at his home. Behind the vehicle, a dense, dark mass of zombies followed, at least 100 by rough estimate. Lin Bingyan and Wang Peng fired repeatedly, taking down the few undead near the door. The group disembarked. Xiao Qiang pushed at the door and found it bolted from the inside, offering him a sliver of comfort. A bolted door meant there was a chance someone was still alive. Without a word, Xiao Qiang drew the bone-spiked dagger from his waist, inserted it into the door crack, and sliced upward. The iron latch snapped cleanly. They pushed the door open and entered the courtyard. Wang Liang and the others quickly found a table to barricade the entrance. "Mom, Dad, Mom, Dad," Xiao Qiang shouted at the top of his lungs as he stepped inside. Several calls went unanswered. The sound of zombies battering the door from outside only heightened Xiao Qiang's anxiety. "Don't panic, Xiao Qiang. Think carefully. Is there anywhere else in your house where they could hide?" Lin Bingyan patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Right? We have a cellar. In the old days, rural families used them to store grain. It's been abandoned for a while, but it could serve as a hiding place now," Xiao Qiang said, calming himself as he recalled the cellar and walked over to it. Leaning over the opening, he yelled, "Mom, Dad, are you in there?" His voice was nearly hoarse, but the cellar remained silent, echoing only his own cries. Seeing the despair in his roar, Lin Bingyan approached and gently touched his arm. "Xiao Qiang, don't lose hope. Maybe your parents have found somewhere else to hide. Let's keep looking." Xiao Qiang turned to her, his expression downcast. Thank you, Bingyan. Earlier, the zombie outbreak had made the world feel bizarre, terrifying, and alien. But now that this tragedy had struck him personally, he truly understood the pain the disaster inflicted. A torment for survivors who lost their loved ones, a spiritual agony far heavier than any physical suffering. In that moment, Xiao Qiang resolved to grow stronger. Since he possessed the system, he would make full use of it. One day, he would lead humanity back to reclaim their homes. Xiao Qiang, this door isn't going to hold much longer. What do we do? Wang Liang shouted as he swung a fire axe at the zombies clawing at the entrance. Kill! 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 Xiao Qiang's face twisted with rage, his eyes blazing. He roared 3 times in succession. These creatures had once been his neighbors, but now they were nothing but monsters. Zombies. The very things that had reduced the world to this state. No matter who they had been before, they were now enemies of humanity, monsters that had laid waste to this once peaceful village. These low-level zombies felt no pain and possessed no special abilities. They simply surged toward the iron gate, their hands clawing through the bars, their gaping mouths oozing a dark, unknown fluid. Xiao Qiang moved at full speed, reaching the gate in the blink of an eye. His bone-spiked dagger flashed repeatedly, each strike felling a zombie with a single precise blow. Protected by the iron gate, he could simply stab through the bars at the undead. Ding! Killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Ding! Killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Ding! Killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. The chimes of leveling up rang out incessantly. At the gate, Xiao Qiang and Wang Liang cut down zombies with their weapons, while Lin Bingyan and Wang Peng, positioned behind, aimed at the undead piling up and threatening to breach the house. Xiao Qiang fought with mounting fervor, his bone-spiked dagger thrusting repeatedly into the brains of zombies clustered outside the gate. Before long, a heap of corpses lay before the entrance. Yet more zombies kept arriving, trampling over the fallen bodies. The number of undead was not diminishing, but growing, and in the distance still more could be seen rushing toward them. Xiao Qiang, think of something. If this keeps up, the door won't hold. Wang Liang shouted, watching the gate shudder under the relentless assault. The shout snapped Xiao Qiang back to his senses. In his fury over not finding his parents, he had been consumed by madness. He quickly scanned the area for an escape route. Just then, Yang Shui, who had been standing idly by, pointed at a wooden ladder and called out, "Get on the roof. It's safe up there." Hearing her words, Xiao Qiang bellowed, "Go. Now." He then lashed out with several swift strikes, stabbing the zombies that were about to breach the house. The bone-spiked dagger was indeed exceptionally sharp. It pierced their skulls with ease, never getting stuck. Seeing the others already scrambling up the ladder, Xiao Qiang moved with lightning speed, climbing the wooden rungs in a few bounds, and kicking the ladder away after he reached the rooftop. No sooner had his feet touched the roof than a thunderous crash echoed from below. The iron gate, unable to withstand the onslaught any longer, had finally collapsed. The front ranks of zombies fell with the gate, while those behind continued their relentless advance, trampling over the fallen. Seeing that the zombies couldn't reach the roof for the moment, everyone sat on the eaves to rest. "Sorry, I didn't expect that the first time I brought you all to my home would be like this." Xiao Qiang, his emotions gradually calming, said self-deprecatingly. "It's okay, Xiao Qiang. I believe you can definitely defeat the zombies, and then we can visit your home again." Lin Bingyan comforted him understandingly, knowing he was upset. "Luckily, we ran fast. If we had been a step slower, we would have been surrounded," Wang Liang said, still shaken. "But it's also fortunate that we left the city early and came to Longshan Park. With so many zombies in the village, staying in the city would have been even more dangerous," Wang Peng analyzed as he aimed his crossbow at the zombies in the yard. "By the way, Wang Peng, how is your perception ability now?" Xiao Qiang asked, looking at Wang Peng. "Since I used it last time to deal with that speed zombie, I feel like my perception range has expanded a bit, but it's only about 3 to 4 meters, not very useful," Wang Peng said, turning his head after firing a crossbow bolt. The perception range was too weak to be effective, and they couldn't always provoke Wang Peng like last time. It seemed they needed to figure out how to grow stronger on their own. "Xiao Qiang, where should we go next?" Yang Shui asked, looking at Xiao Qiang. In the countryside, most bases were clustered together, creating scenes of houses built side by side. "Let's try moving to the side. There's no way down here," Xiao Qiang said, looking at the zombies still snarling and clawing at them in the yard. With Xiao Qiang leading the way, they walked along the eaves from one rooftop to the next. Xiao Qiang saw that many doors in the neighboring houses were wide open, with a few zombies wandering in the yards, including some familiar neighbors. Seeing this, Xiao Qiang's heart tightened even more, and he struggled to calm himself. Lin Bingyan noticed this and walked over, gently patting his shoulder to comfort him. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Xiao Qiang said, turning to Lin Bingyan with a smile. After passing 3 houses, Xiao Qiang finally saw a neighbor's house with the door tightly shut, blocked by a heavy bookshelf and no zombies in the yard. "Is anyone there?" "Anyone," they called out loudly toward the yard. After calling several times, Xiao Qiang finally heard a reply. Someone's here. Someone's here. Are you here to rescue us? A middle-aged woman poked her head out from inside the house and said. Xiao Qiang recognized her as his neighbor Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, it's me. Qiangzi. It's Qiangzi. Come out, it's Qiangzi. The woman Aunt Wang recognized Xiao Qiang and called out to the house. 3 more people came out. Xiao Qiang recognized Aunt Wang's husband, Uncle Li, their son Li Chong, and the village's old electrician, Uncle Chui. They set up a wooden ladder and helped Xiao Qiang and the others down into the yard. Brother Chong, it's really you. You're finally back, the young man named Li Chong said joyfully. Yes, Aunt Wang, Uncle Li, Uncle Chui, Xiao Qiang, I'm back. Have you seen my parents? Xiao Qiang asked them. Uncle Chui sighed, pulled a crumpled cigarette pack from his pocket, took out the last cigarette, and lit it. About 3 days ago, I came here to check the wiring and suddenly heard a commotion from the vegetable market at the village entrance. Then I saw people running everywhere screaming in agony. Worse still, anyone bitten turned into those man-eating monsters. It was like the apocalypse. Chaos everywhere. No one answered when we called the police. Uncle Chui still seemed shaken, his hand trembling as he held the cigarette. Xiao Qiang patted Uncle Cui's shoulder to comfort him. Uncle Chui took a deep drag of the cigarette and continued, Then I ran to your Uncle Li's house. Yesterday, 2 green trucks drove into the village full of armed soldiers. They broadcast that a base had been set up on the outskirts of Lujiang City to take in survivors. Your parents were worried about you, so they hurriedly got on the trucks. Just then, Uncle Chui paused as if recalling a particularly terrifying experience and stubbed out the cigarette. Just then a terrifying humanoid monster appeared. It crawled on the ground with an extremely long tongue. The moment it appeared, it curled its tongue around 2 soldiers, dragged them down, and bit them to death. Even the bullets from the machine guns were all blocked by the zombie's tongue. Seeing the heavy casualties, the 2 trucks hastily fled with the people already on board. The rest of us scattered. Strangely enough, young Chong suddenly gained a lot of strength. Thanks to him, we managed to hold off the zombie attacks and hide until now. After hearing Uncle Cui's story, Xiao Qiang felt relieved. A base had been set up in the city, so his parents were temporarily safe. This was the only good news he had heard since entering the village. Moreover, from Uncle Cui's words, it seemed Li Chong had also undergone a mutation after the white light. Uncle Chui were planning to set up a base across from the village. We've already scouted the area, and there are very few zombies there. And to be honest, among us there are also people who have undergone physical changes like Li Chong. Would you be willing to come with us? Xiao Qiang said, feeling relieved. Brother Chong, that would be great. We've been scared here every day, not even daring to go out, Li Chong said happily upon hearing Xiao Qiang's words. Li Chong had a simple, honest face, was dark-skinned and chubby, and not very tall. At 16 or 17, he had dropped out of school early due to poor grades and worked near home. The 2 families lived close, and Li Chong had always loved following Xiao Qiang around since childhood. Everyone pack up, grab your weapons, and let's set off. Wang Peng, go up to the roof and check if there are still zombies near the pickup truck. Aunt Wang, see if there's anything useful we can take from your house to the park, Xiao Qiang said, realizing that in this post-apocalyptic world the sense of private ownership had faded. Okay, the others replied in unison. Xiao Qiang deeply regretted misjudging the situation. He hadn't expected the village to be so dire, nor had he realized that although low-level zombies were weak, their numbers posed such a threat. They had ventured too deep and been surrounded, nearly putting everyone in danger. Thus Xiao Qiang decided to lead the group back first, and then plan their next move, while Wang Peng went to scout Xiao Qiang and the others searched the house. Naturally, they weren't looking for gold, silver jewelry, or bank books. In this post-apocalyptic survival scenario, food was the top priority. They found half a bag of flour, a small bag of rice, a jug of oil, and some soybeans. They took any food they could find. Even Yang Shui carried 2 bags of candles and matches, anything usable. In this apocalypse, Xiao Qiang had to be meticulous. Brother Liang, most of the zombies near the pickup truck have wandered off elsewhere. It's strange. What exactly attracts these zombies to people? Wang Peng returned and said, crouching on the eaves. That question? Well, we can hold a meeting to discuss it later. But for now, get down here. We need to leave immediately, Xiao Qiang said to Wang Peng on the roof. From here to where they parked was only a few houses away. They opened the door and came out of the yard. There were still about a dozen zombies in the alley. Having fought all the way here, they had developed a certain resistance to killing zombies. The sight of zombie heads cracking open and blood spilling no longer made them nauseous. Now Wang Liang, Xiao Qiang, and Li Chong took the lead, while Wang Peng and Lin Bingyan guarded the rear. The others carried supplies in the middle. Xiao Qiang had specifically instructed Lin Bingyan not to fire her gun unless absolutely necessary to avoid attracting more zombies. The 3 in front cleared the path, and dealing with the dozen or so zombies was relatively easy. Xiao Qiang observed Li Chong. Wielding a steel fork, he was indeed much stronger than an average person. He could even lift a male zombie entirely off the ground by the head with the fork and fling it away. However, it seemed he didn't have any special abilities yet, just like Xiao Qiang. still at the level of a strong ordinary person. Soon they reached the vehicle. After Xiao Qiang killed a zombie that had climbed onto the back of the truck with his dagger, the immediate area was clear. With a ding sound, everyone quickly got into the truck. The accelerator was floored, and they sped out of the village, kicking up dust. At 4 p.m., Kangzhuang village, once a bustling hamlet, now lay shrouded in a deathly stillness. The afternoon sky was overcast, and the daylight was gradually fading. The village was teeming with wandering zombies, their arms dangling low and heads thrust forward. Occasionally, a one-armed zombie would twitch its nose as if catching a scent, then dash off, stirring a commotion among the undead. Amidst this, a pickup truck moved cautiously through the village, carefully weaving around the zombies to avoid being swarmed. This was the very pickup driven by Xiao Qiang and his group. As the vehicle was about to exit the village with the seats inside, given to 3 elderly people, Xiao Qiang, Wang Peng, Li Chong, and Lin Binger stood in the cargo bed behind. Wang Liang had initially planned to stand in the back as well, but Lin Binger insisted on taking that position, brandishing her gun, so he had no choice but to comply. "By the way, Brother Chong, why did you all come back?" Li Chong asked as they stood on the truck. "Monsters appeared in the city too, so we fled back." "Speaking of which, how did your body change? What were the symptoms?" Xiao Qiang inquired of Li Chong, watching the zombies sprinting outside the vehicle. "I've been thinking about it these past few days. It must have been that afternoon when the monsters broke out. A streak of white light suddenly flashed across the sky, an exceptionally bright one. After that, I felt something was off with my body. Nothing else was unusual, though my parents saw the light too and were fine." Li Chong recalled. "Besides my strength increasing significantly, there haven't been any other changes." "It seems our analysis is correct. That white light might be the cause of your transformation," Xiao Qiang remarked to Wang Peng and Lin Binger. Simultaneously, he pondered that the white light must grant different abilities depending on the individual. As they were conversing, Xiao Qiang suddenly felt a rope coil around his waist, and a tremendous force yanked him backward. Reacting swiftly, Xiao Qiang grabbed the edge of the truck bed just in time to steady himself. Seeing this, Lin Binger lunged forward, gripping his hands and pulling desperately to haul him back onto the vehicle. But an even greater force surged from Xiao Qiang's waist, dragging both him and Lin Binger off the truck and pulling them further backward. In a flash, Wang Peng raised his crossbow, and without taking aim, loosed a bolt. It was true that being a sniper required talent, even if it was a bestowed one. The arrow flew straight toward the zombie's eye. Sensing the threat, the zombie flung the two behind it, swiftly retracted its tongue, and with a flick knocked the arrow to the ground. Hearing the commotion, Wang Liang and the others had already stopped the truck, grabbed their weapons, and disembarked, yet dared not act rashly. Xiao Qiang, holding Lin Binger, was hurled through the air, landing heavily on his back. "Thank goodness I used the body tempering potion, it made me much stronger. Otherwise that fall would have been disastrous," Xiao Qiang thought as he rose with Lin Binger's help. Standing up, Xiao Qiang finally got a clear look at the zombie before him. Its entire frame was unusually small, with limbs crawling on the ground. Its face was severely deformed, resembling that of a hawk. Pale eyeballs bulged outward, its nose was grotesquely hooked, and its mouth, sharp and narrow, was best described as having a pointed snout and sunken cheeks. It was unclear what creature had mutated into this form. The most striking feature of its face was the tongue, narrow at the front and wide at the back, thick and powerful, covered in visible barbs on its dark surface. The zombie remained motionless on the ground, flicking its tongue in and out while its eyes darted around the group as if searching for prey. Xiao Qiang estimated that the fully extended tongue measured about 2-3 meters. He wondered where the creature stored it. This must be the long-tongued zombie Uncle Chui had mentioned. "Xiao Qiang, are you two all right?" Wang Liang called out anxiously. "We're fine. Uncle Chui, is this the zombie you talked about?" Xiao Qiang asked. It's him. This zombie even defeated a machine gun." Uncle Chui replied, his voice trembling with fear. "Xiao Qiang, what should we do? How about we all rush it together? I don't believe we can't take it down," Wang Liang shouted across the distance. Just then, Xiao Qiang noticed a horde of zombies closing in from behind, while the long-tongued zombie was slowly moving toward Wang Peng, who had shot the arrow at it. Xiao Qiang quickly formulated a plan. If they simply drove away, the zombies would surely follow them to the villa, breaching their base. With a hardened resolve, he shouted to Wang Liang and the others, "Get in the truck and head back to the villa. We'll lure the zombies away and return. Defend the villa." Simultaneously, he commanded in his mind, "Xiao Qiang, use the basic shooting skill I drew. As you command." Feeling the principles of basic shooting skill flood his mind, Xiao Qiang snatched the pistol from Lin Binger. In one fluid motion, he gripped it, chambered a round, aimed, and fired 3 shots at the crawling long-tongued zombie, followed by 3 more at the pursuing horde. Though Xiao Qiang lacked Wang Peng's extraordinary shooting talent, the basic shooting skill provided enough technique for him to shoot fairly accurately amidst the chaos. The bullets aimed at the long-tongued zombie were all deflected by its tongue as it turned its head. Of course, Xiao Qiang hadn't expected the pistol to kill it. After all, it had even withstood a machine gun. However, the shots into the zombie horde took down 2 of them. Ding. Killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Ding. Killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Hearing the prompts in his ear, Xiao Qiang didn't wait for Wang Liang's reply. He tossed the pistol back to Lin Binger, drew his bone-spurred dagger, grabbed her hand, and dashed into a lane to the left. After firing those shots, he saw that the zombies were enraged, all howling and raising their claws as they charged at the pair. As they turned into the alley, 2 zombies lunged at them. Without hesitation, Xiao Qiang shielded Lin Binger and slashed diagonally with his dagger, severing the claws of the first zombie. As the undead arm swiped past his face, he drove the dagger into its skull. The zombie collapsed onto its severed claws, motionless. Flipping the dagger in his hand, Xiao Qiang gripped it in a reverse hold and with full force plunged it through the second zombie's head, pinning it to the wall of a house on the right. He yanked the dagger free, and the zombie slid down the wall. Ding. Killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Ding. Killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Xiao Qiang didn't dare pause. He pulled Lin Binger forward, his mind racing. He had no formal combat skills, yet relying on sheer strength, the sharpness of his weapon, and accumulated battle experience, he could handle these low-level zombies with ease. If he had any skill at all, it was the basic staff technique, proving that martial arts truly interconnected. Rural houses were never laid out in neat grids, so the alley twisted and turned. Xiao Qiang with Lin Binger in tow dodged oncoming zombies while fending off the long-tongued one. They swiftly dispatched any zombies they encountered along the way. At one point, the long-tongued zombie's tongue came within mere tens of centimeters of them. Xiao Qiang spun around, thrusting his dagger to meet it. But the usually unstoppable bone spur dagger failed to cut the tongue and was nearly knocked from his grasp. Lin Binger turned and emptied her pistol's magazine at the zombie, but the tongue deflected every bullet. As the tongue lashed out again, Xiao Qiang hastily drew his thousand mechanisms umbrella, extended it fully, and slammed it hard against the tongue. The blow made the zombie recoil in pain, halting its advance momentarily. Realizing he was no match for the long-tongued zombie, Xiao Qiang seized the opportunity. He hoisted Lin Binger onto his back and sprinted at full speed. Whether due to his enhanced strength or Lin Binger's lightness, Xiao Qiang ran with swift strides, even faster than when he had been pulling her along. They ran for what felt like ages, zigzagging through the alleys, avoiding the main roads. Only when they heard no more sounds behind them did they spot a row of street-facing shops. They slipped into one and bolted the door shut. Xiao Qiang carried Lin Bingyan into the room, set her down, and then slumped to the floor, gasping for breath. Lin Bingyan looked at the sweat beading on Xiao Qiang's forehead, pulled a tissue from her pocket, and handed it to him. "You carried me without asking first, but that was too close. Even bullets don't stop those zombies. Sorry about that. It was such a close call that I had to act on impulse and carry you," Xiao Qiang said, wiping his sweat and scratching his head awkwardly. "I'm not mad at you," Lin Bingyan murmured, her cheeks flushing. She glanced around and asked, "Where are we?" "If I'm not mistaken, we're in a shop at the east end of the village," Xiao Qiang replied, taking in their surroundings. Years ago, coal was discovered beneath the east side of Kangzhuang village, drawing many bosses to mine the seams. This boosted the local economy, and more shops sprang up. Xiao Qiang had entered a clothing store. Though it wasn't a brand name the villagers didn't mind, and thanks to its convenient location it had turned a decent profit in its early years. But as the coal seams were exhausted and e-commerce rose in recent years, this row of shops had declined. The owners merely kept them open as a token effort. The store Xiao Qiang entered was small, barely over 20 square meters. Clothes for both men and women hung on the walls and lay on the floor. With one door and one window, the decor was simple, yet it had still managed to make money in the past. After running for so long, Xiao Qiang glanced at the time and saw it was just past 5. The overcast afternoon sky was darkening and a light drizzle began to fall outside. Listening to the rain, Xiao Qiang caught his breath, a wave of regret washing over him. "Everyone looks to me as a leader, but I didn't think things through. We went out unprepared, ran into that long-tongued zombie, and ended up in this mess." Glancing out the window at the zombies wandering in 2s and 3s, Xiao Qiang cleared his throat and said to Lin Bingyan, "I'm sorry, I didn't plan well. It's getting dark and going out now would be dangerous. Looks like we'll have to stay here for the night." Lin Bingyan looked at Xiao Qiang with a gentle smile. "It's fine. It's not like I've never spent the night outdoors before. Besides, this place isn't bad. There are plenty of clothes to choose from." If not for seeing Lin Bingyan's luxury car, Xiao Qiang might have doubted the rumors at school. As a super-rich heiress, she had shown no sign of being spoiled since they met. Instead, she was understanding. Now she casually picked up a women's jacket and put it on. Lin Bingyan also grabbed a men's jacket and handed it to Xiao Qiang. "Change into this. It's raining and the weather's getting cold." Xiao Qiang looked down at his light blue jacket, now stained with dried dark blood and torn in places. He took the jacket and put it on, then looked at Lin Bingyan, who had sat down. "I didn't prepare well for this trip. I didn't even bring a lighter." We'll have to spend the night in the dark. Don't try anything on me, okay? After several days together, the group had grown familiar, but mimicking a TV drama line like this made Xiao Qiang, a hardcore homebody, feel a bit nervous. Lin Bingyan pulled a lighter from her pocket, and its flickering warm light illuminated both their faces. Xiao Qiang saw a flicker of surprise in her eyes, followed by a sweet smile. All right. As a seasoned homebody, Xiao Qiang had never been alone with a girl before, let alone with someone as vibrant and beautiful as the school's campus belle. Lin Bingyan gave him a faint smile. I didn't know you could joke. I thought all you did was play games. The lighter in her hand went out, plunging the room into darkness again. In the dark, Xiao Qiang felt more at ease. He scratched his head awkwardly at her comment. Well, haha, I only game after finishing my homework. Class gets boring. I know. I've seen you at the library plenty of times, always alone. I thought you might be aloof. Lin Bingyan replied. Of course not. I'm from the countryside and am pretty introverted. I don't initiate conversations, so I haven't made many friends at school. That's why. Xiao Qiang explained seriously. So are we friends now? The flame flickered again as Lin Bingyan turned to him, her bright eyes blinking. Of course we are. If you're willing, I'd really like to be your friend. Xiao Qiang's heart leaped with joy, though he struggled to hide his nervousness. Then tell me about yourself, Xiao Qiang. Lin Bingyan shifted her position and said, My life's pretty dull. I've lived in this village since I was a kid. Then I went to college. I've always admired how people used to live back in the day. Everyone was so driven, every day felt meaningful, and people helped each other out. Neighbors were close. Not like now where everyone's in such a hurry. Somewhere along the line, people got irritable. And sometimes I'm scared to reach out or talk to others. Xiao Qiang opened up, and he didn't know why, but he felt compelled to share these thoughts with Lin Bingyan. Sorry, I'm rambling. He looked up at her a bit embarrassed. Not at all. I really enjoy listening, Lin Bingyan replied. Enough about me. My life's too boring. What about you? There are rumors at school that your family is extremely wealthy. Xiao Qiang relaxed and asked. Well, I did grow up in a very wealthy family. When I was little, my parents were busy with business, so I lived with my grandpa. He doted on me. That's one of my 2 happiest memories. Later, I went to live with my parents. Because of their status, I never had real friends around me. As I got older, my parents wanted me to take over their business and study economics. But I always dreamed of being a police officer. When I went to college, we clashed. I compromised on my major, but chose a university far from them. When the outbreak hit, I called them. They're both safe now. Lin Bingyan twisted her hair into a new ponytail. So what's your other happy memory? Xiao Qiang asked, curious. The other one is these past few days since the outbreak started, being with all of you. Fleeing together, fighting zombies for food, helping each other out. Luckily, this memory is still going. And Xiao Qiang, I believe in you. We all believe you can lead us to defeat the zombies. That day in the car, when you passed out, we talked it over. We decided to stay by your side and fight the zombies together. So don't beat yourself up over your mistakes. Lin Bingyan looked up, her big eyes fixed on Xiao Qiang, speaking earnestly. In truth, she held back one thought. I think there's something special about you. Xiao Qiang said nothing, nodding seriously. He thought to himself, we met by chance, yet we've bonded so deeply. I never expected such trust from them. From now on, I have to be more responsible and think things through more thoroughly. A flash of lightning lit up the sky outside, illuminating their faces. Xiao Qiang's resolute, Lin Bingyan's earnest. They looked at each other and burst into laughter. In that moment, the distance between them shrank. Then a clap of thunder rolled, accompanied by the growl of Xiao Qiang's stomach. Xiao Qiang rubbed his belly and said to Lin Bingyan awkwardly, If I'd known we should have gone to a roast chicken shop, then we wouldn't be starving now. Bear with it. Under the circumstances, it's safest to stay put. Lin Bingyan was hungry too, but at the sound of zombies howling outside, she said, Oh look, I've got 2 bread rolls. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Qiang spent 20 exchange points from the shop to get 2 rolls, pulling them out from behind his back. Xiao Qiang would have liked to exchange for a feast, but exchange points were too precious. They might save their lives later. For now, this would have to do. Sometimes you remind me of Doraemon with a magic pouch full of tricks. When it's just us, I'll call you Little Ding. Lin Bingyan stared in surprise as Xiao Qiang produced the 2 rolls. Then you're Nobita, and he'll call you Big Bing, Xiao Qiang replied cheerfully. Who calls anyone Big Bing? That sounds awful. Lin Bingyan pretended to glare at him. The rain fell as they talked on, losing track of time. In the pitch-black room, they poured out their hearts, finding joy in the bond they were forging. That night, Xiao Qiang slept soundly, undisturbed by the recurring dream. As a ray of spring sunlight streamed in, he awoke to the crowing of roosters. It was then that Xiao Qiang realized they had been leaning against the wall, and at some point he had fallen asleep in Lin Bingyan's arms. More importantly, she had already risen and was now gazing at him with her big eyes, a smile playing on her lips. Xiao Qiang sprang to his feet, a sheepish expression on his face as he stammered, I'm sorry about that. I must have dozed off without realizing it. Lin Bingyan stood up, tilting her head slightly and raising an eyebrow as she smiled at Xiao Qiang. It's fine. Changing the subject, Xiao Qiang asked, By the way, how far has your ability progressed? Without a word, Lin Bingyan walked over to the window. The raindrops from last night still clung to the glass. She placed her hand on the pane, channeling her inner strength. Gradually, a layer of mist rose on the shop window, and before long the entire pane was covered in intricate frost patterns. "See, this is where I'm at now. I'm not sure what else I can do," she said. Lin Bingyan withdrew her hand, and the frost quickly melted back into droplets. She turned and said, "That's incredible. Comparing myself to you is disheartening. It seems this world is truly becoming a different place," Xiao Qiang mused silently. "All right, we should head back to the villa, or they'll start worrying. By the way, how many bullets do you have left?" Xiao Qiang asked, pulling out his dagger. "About 30 or so. When it comes to fighting, I realize bullets run out fast," Lin Bingyan replied as she reloaded her pistol. "Try not to fire your gun unless absolutely necessary. We don't want to attract that long-tongued creature. They'll find a silencer for you later," Xiao Qiang said, forcing a smile, while inwardly lamenting the waste of ammunition. "This is costing too many bullets. We've only been to the village once. He'll need to find an ammunition depot soon," he thought to himself. "Let's go," Lin Bingyan said after packing up. "Hold on. We could use some extra clothes since no one has a change," Xiao Qiang remarked, eyeing the racks of garments with a grin. 10 minutes later, a man and a woman emerged from the eastern edge of the village. Armed with a dagger and a pistol, each carried a large bag stuffed with an assortment of clothes. It was Xiao Qiang and Lin Bingyan. They planned to skirt the village and return to Longshan Park. They moved as quietly as possible, and whenever a zombie appeared, Xiao Qiang would step forward, and with a flash of his dagger, the creature fell. A notification chimed in his ear. "Ding. Killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Fortunately, the path along the village's edge wasn't heavily infested, but even so, it took them nearly 2 hours to get back to the park. Only then did they finally breathe a sigh of relief, daring to speak in normal tones. "We made it out. Thank goodness we didn't run into that long-tongued monster," Lin Bingyan said, patting her trembling chest as she exhaled deeply. "Yeah, that zombie was formidable. But next time I see it, I'll take it down. Let's go home," Xiao Qiang declared, gazing toward the village. Another 10 minutes later, they arrived at the villa. The moment they stepped into the yard, everyone who had been arguing by the car fell silent and turned to look at them. It turned out that Wang Liang and Li Chong, worried about their overnight absence, had wanted to charge into the village after daybreak to fight the zombies. Wang Peng, ever the calm one, had reasoned with them, insisting they wait and preventing them from leaving. This wasn't because Wang Peng had a poor relationship with the other two. Rather, he was naturally level-headed and held a special trust in Xiao Qiang. Seeing them return, Li Wei threw herself onto Lin Bingyan. Overcome with joy and tears, Li Wei pulled Lin Bingyan inside to talk. "Brother Chang, you're finally back." Brother Liang was ready to go fight that long-tongued creature, Wang Peng said, beaming at Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang didn't reply, but a happy smile spread across his face as he looked at his 3 good brothers, clapping them heartily on the shoulders. "Xiao Qiang, how did it go? What about that long-tongued thing?" Yang Shui asked, her expression as cold as ever, though her tone had softened somewhat. "Xiangzi, you must be starving. We were so worried. Good boy, you've been out all night. Come inside and rest. They'll make you something to eat right away," Aunt Wang said, her face lighting up at the sight of Xiao Qiang. "Come on, let's head inside and talk. Hey, Brother Chang, what's that you're carrying?" Once inside, everyone sat in a circle. Xiao Qiang recounted their ordeal. He learned that after returning to the villa last night, the others had been so worried they'd only eaten a little before dispersing for the night. It wasn't until this morning that Wang Liang and Li Chong, unable to contain their anxiety, had insisted on going to find Xiao Qiang. Wang Peng had stopped them, saying that Brother Chang had told them to wait at the villa and that he had seen Xiao Qiang and Lin Bingyan escape. That was the scene Xiao Qiang had walked in on. While they talked, Aunt Wang and the others finished cooking. There were no vegetables, just a pot of rice steamed over a fire, eaten with snacks from the supermarket. Even so, everyone found it extraordinarily delicious. "Everyone, I plan to establish a long-term base here. We need to prepare for a prolonged struggle against the zombies. Feel free to share any ideas you have," Xiao Qiang said, once they had nearly finished eating. "Last night, Xiao Qiang and I picked up some clothes from a shop. Everyone can change into something fresh," Lin Bingyan added. "Brother Chang, our food supply is running low. That's our most pressing concern." Wang Peng, who kept a daily inventory, offered his opinion. "We're also short on candles and flashlights. That'll really limit us at night," Li Wei chimed in. "And even though the park has fewer zombies, they still wander nearby. I think we should reinforce the villa's defenses," Wang Liang suggested. "Brother Chang, I also think we need a leader to guide us through this disaster." "I nominate you," Wang Peng said directly. "I agree. Me too. Count me in." Li Chong tried several times to speak, but he couldn't get a word in as everyone buzzed with suggestions. Noticing his discomfort, Xiao Qiang asked, "Xiao Qiang, what's your take?" "Brother Chang, we don't know what's happening to the world, but for now we're the latecomers. Still, if there's anything we can do, you can count on us," Li Chong said, his voice trembling with emotion. "Don't worry, Xiao Qiang. Since you're all here, we're family," Xiao Qiang said, patting Li Chong on the shoulder and smiling at Aunt Wang and the others. Then everyone enthusiastically offered constructive suggestions. All right, let me summarize, Xiao Qiang said once the discussion had wound down. First, thank you all for your trust. My abilities may be a bit stronger than yours, but rest assured now that we're here, we are one family. In the days ahead, more people will join us. I've always believed that unity is our only way forward as survivors, Xiao Qiang said, visibly moved by everyone's recognition. Wang Peng, go ahead and share the notes you've taken, Xiao Qiang said, turning to him. Sure, Brother Qiang. First, we reinforce the villa's perimeter and bolster our defenses. Second, we divide into a combat team and a logistics team. Brother Qiang, how should we assign the personnel? Wang Peng asked. They'll be on the combat team along with Wang Liang, Wang Peng Bingyan, and Xiao Qiang. The rest of you will form the logistics team. I plan to acquire more firearms, so everyone is armed. In the apocalypse, danger is never far away. By the way, Yang Shui, which team do you want to join? Xiao Qiang had always found Yang Shui enigmatic and decided to ask. He'll join the combat team once you get me a gun, she replied with her usual icy tone, making Xiao Qiang purse his lips. Let me continue. Third, we clear the park of all zombies, conduct a thorough search of every corner, and start planting crops and raising livestock for long-term sustainability. Fourth, we train hard, gradually push into the village to secure supplies and eliminate the zombies. That's all for now, Brother Qiang. Anything to add? Wang Peng laid out the plan. One more thing. I've decided to name our base Longshan Base. Let's toast to it, Xiao Qiang announced loudly, raising his drink as he stood. Come on, everyone, cheers. The group rose in unison, echoing his sentiment. In the midst of the apocalypse, this rare moment of harmony and joy was perhaps what Lin Bingyan had meant by charisma. After they finished lunch, Xiao Qiang and the others were about to clear the table when Aunt Wang and a few elderly people stopped them, claiming they were too inexperienced and would only get in the way, though in truth they wanted the young ones to rest a little longer. The young people felt a surge of warmth in their hearts, knowing that having elders was like having a treasure. In this post-apocalyptic world, encountering such a caring community was truly a rare blessing. In fact, this was all due to Xiao Qiang setting a good example. Had he abused his newfound power to bully others from the start, this group would have become nothing but a source of suffering. Ding dong. Host has achieved the milestone of establishing a Longshan base with a population of 10. Reward 1 medium level, draw 1,000 exchange points, 1,000 experience points. Xiao Qiang was overjoyed at the sudden sound in his mind. He walked over to the sofa and pretended to rest with his eyes closed. Xiao Qiang, what exactly are these achievements? I've never heard of them before. Host, the achievement feature can be understood as hidden tasks. They are not announced in advance and only appear when you complete them, Xiao Qiang explained. Indeed, Xiao Qiang noticed that a new achievements tab had appeared on the system panel. When he clicked on it, he found only one entry, reaching a base population of 10. Xiao Qiang, let's use this draw now. Xiao Qiang felt that as the group grew, so did his responsibilities, and he urgently needed to enhance his strength. Very well, host. Initiating medium level draw now. As Xiao Qiang finished speaking, a draw panel appeared in Xiao Qiang's mind. A yellow 6-grid display showed 6 items: explosive talisman, medium crushing palm, medium taiha blade, medium empty cold medicine, and small generator medium. Seeing this, Xiao Qiang couldn't help but complain. Xiao Qiang, I'm going to give you a bad review. I can accept getting empty from a medium level draw, but why is there cold medicine which belongs in a low level draw? Host, medium level draws simply have a higher probability of yielding medium level items, but that doesn't exclude other items. The same logic applies to low level draws. Moreover, this system does not offer a review service. All rights of final interpretation are reserved by the system, Xiao Qiang explained playfully. So what are the exact probabilities? Xiao Qiang pressed on, realizing how little he understood about the system. Low-level draws yield low-level and medium-level items with a 95 to 5 probability. Medium-level draws yield low-level, medium-level, and high-level items with probabilities of 7, 93, and 3 respectively. High-level draws yield medium-level and high-level items with a 5 to 95 probability, Xiao Qiang replied. Xiao Qiang understood but pressed further. What about special-level items? Why aren't they included in the probabilities? Xiao Qiang answered, special-level items are the most unique existence in the apocalypse, and thus are not within the scope of draws. Xiao Qiang was about to raise some objections, but remembered Xiao Qiang's remark about the final interpretation. He pursed his lips and said, all right, let's start the draw. With his words, the yellow pointer finally landed on small generator medium. Not bad, at least it's a medium-level item, Xiao Qiang thought as he stood up. He walked to the kitchen and said to Aunt Wang, who was still busy, Aunt Wang, Uncle Li, as we discussed earlier, we're planning to build a long-term base. I'd like to entrust the farming and livestock work to you too. The main reason is that we young people have no experience in these matters. Of course, we'll definitely help out. Aunt Wang wiped her hands on her apron and turned around saying, Xiangzi, that would be wonderful. Your Uncle Li and I were just thinking that we're too old to fight those monsters and didn't want to be a burden to you kids. Now it's settled. Don't worry, we'll go find a suitable spot later. You young folks focus on fighting the monsters and leave these matters to us. Yes, yes, Uncle Li and Uncle Chui chimed in earnestly. Xiao Qiang had been a little embarrassed to bring it up, but seeing how happy they were to contribute, he felt relieved. By the way, Uncle Chui, the power's been out since the outbreak. The day before yesterday, I found a small generator and put it in the garage. You're the expert here. When you're free, could you take a look and see if it works? Let's get some electricity going, Xiao Qiang said, remembering the generator he had just drawn. No problem. We'll check it out later. It's been miserable without electricity in the village these past 2 nights, Uncle Chui replied with interest. As Xiao Qiang was leaving, he overheard the elders talking. Don't you think Xiangzi has really changed? Yes, he's much more outgoing now, and there's a whole new air about him. Absolutely. I feel much safer here with him and his friends than I did in the village. Listening to their words, Xiao Qiang reflected. Before, he had been a typical Shuden, avoiding people and never daring to initiate conversation. But since the apocalypse began, he had met good friends and somehow obtained this system. Perhaps it was the power and responsibility that had changed him, making him more proactive in communicating with others. He smiled, realizing that he was capable of more than he thought. Xiao Qiang walked to the yard, retrieved the generator from the system, and placed it in the garage. As he came out, he spotted a zombie wandering near the villa. Without a word, Xiao Qiang dashed out of the villa. The zombie heard the noise and charged at him. Xiao Qiang sidestepped to the left, dodging the attack, and drove his dagger into the back of the zombie's head from behind. Dark blood oozed along the blade as the force of the strike toppled the zombie forward. This was a technique Xiao Qiang had honed through practical experience. Looking at the blood-stained lawn and the fallen corpse, he frowned. He would have to dispose of the body elsewhere to keep the villa's surroundings clean. More importantly, fortifying the villa's defenses was an urgent matter. If everyone went out and left only the elderly behind, it could spell disaster. Back inside, Xiao Qiang went to his room, washed up, and changed into a fresh set of clothes he had picked up from a clothing store. The villa's second floor had 10 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom. Li Wei, frightened, insisted on sharing a room with Lin Bingyan. Aunt Wang and Uncle Li shared another, and the beds were large enough that it wasn't cramped. Xiao Qiang calculated that with 10 bedrooms on the second floor and 3 on the first, the villa could house about 20 people. If the base grew further, they would have to move to the nearby inn. At 1 p.m., inside the villa at Longshan Base, Xiao Qiang finished washing up and changed into clean clothes. After a brief 10-minute rest, he went to speak with the members of the combat team. Ever since his trip to the village, Xiao Qiang had felt a sense of crisis. Coupled with the roaming zombies he encountered at noon, he realized that strengthening defenses was urgent, and it was also necessary to thoroughly search the entire park. The group gathered in Xiao Qiang's bedroom. Xiao Qiang spoke. I think this afternoon we should search the park as early as possible and clear out as many zombies inside as we can. No problem, Xianga, just tell us how we're going to do it. Before the others could respond, Li Chong immediately expressed his agreement. Li Chong had been a straightforward and impulsive kid since childhood, always following Xiao Qiang. Hearing Xiao Qiang speak, he blurted out without hesitation. Clearing the park is fine, but Xianga, we must make sure to return before nightfall. Without electricity, our movements will be too restricted at night, and it'll be disadvantageous against the zombies. Wang Peng adjusted his glasses and added, also, I think we should prepare for the worst. At least be ready for the possibility of not being able to return at night, just like Xiao Qiang and I last night. So when we go out, we should bring lighters or flashlights, and also some food, Lin Bingyan replied, looking at Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang, I think we need to find more weapons. For instance, this axe of mine looks powerful, but it's tiring to use and easily gets stuck. It's not as practical as Little Chang's pitchfork, Wang Liang remarked, eyeing the pitchfork in Li Chang's hands. Then let's swap, Lianga. They'll take yours. The axe suits me better, Li Chong said. After being exposed to the white light, his strength had increased, and he shared a compatible temperament with Wang Liang. Since the group decided to establish the base, everyone's enthusiasm had soared. With hope came motivation. Watching Wang Liang and Li Chong exchange weapons, Yang Shui also spoke up. I think from now on, when we go out, we should leave at least one combat team member at home to prevent zombies from attacking the base. Xiao Qiang had the virtue of being willing to listen to others' opinions. After hearing everyone out, he said, all right, this afternoon Wang Peng will stay home with the crossbow, find some wood nearby to reinforce the villa and protect the others. The 4 of us will take the pickup truck, start from the villa as the center, and gradually search outward. We'll bring all necessary gear and return before dark. Okay, no problem, the others replied in unison. Wang Liang drove as usual. They took the main road out. Before leaving, Xiao Qiang remembered to load the zombie he had killed at noon into the truck, intending to dispose of it farther away. When they encountered lone zombies on the road, Xiao Qiang didn't let the others intervene. He got out himself, used his dagger to dispatch the zombies. Every bit counted, and after his harrowing encounter with the long-tongued zombie, he realized his strength was far too weak and urgently needed to improve. On one hand, this would earn him experience, on the other, it would hone his combat instincts through real battle. There weren't many zombies in the park. In just an hour, they had scoured the main roads and Xiao Qiang had gained 20 experience points. They drove and parked near a hotel close to the villa. After clearing the main roads, the group decided to search the buildings. Longshan Park didn't have many structures. From the outset, the design emphasized trees and lawns, promoting a concept of health and wellness. The park mainly featured artificial lakes, rivers, and wooded areas. The buildings were mostly concentrated in the consumer area and near Xiao Qiang's villa, including a villa, a 6-story hotel, a 2-story cafeteria, which was essentially a small food court for tourists, scattered restrooms, and a few small houses in the breeding and planting zones. This was the group's first time entering these buildings since arriving at the park. As they got out of the car and prepared to enter, they noticed the glass door was bound with a chain. Xiao Qiang peered through the glass door, shielding his eyes with his hand. As he leaned close to the glass, a zombie's rotting face suddenly appeared before him. Half of its face had been bitten off, but that didn't stop it from howling and pounding violently on the glass door. Despite being accustomed to zombies, Xiao Qiang was startled and took a step back, his heart skipping a beat. He mused that in this apocalypse he'd never dare peer into a building like that again. It was too frightening. Xiao Qiang, are you okay? Lin Bingyan stepped forward, concerned. I'm fine. There are zombies inside. Everyone get ready. Little Chong, break the chain, Xiao Qiang replied awkwardly, then turned to Li Chong. The hotel indeed had zombies. Although the park was fully constructed, it still employed nearly 30 people due to its size. These people had been napping in the hotel, which wasn't yet open to the public. On the day of the zombie outbreak, some had fled in a panic and locked the door with a chain. Li Chong used a fire axe to smash the chain. The noise had already alerted the zombies inside. As the door swung open, Xiao Qiang and Wang Liang stood on either side, plunging a dagger and a pitchfork into the heads of the 2 zombies that rushed out. Simple and brutal. Ding killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Xiao Qiang and Wang Liang led the charge into the hotel. The remaining zombies inside, alerted by the commotion, surged toward them. One zombie stood out, short in stature but powerfully built. Zombies generally had longer teeth than humans, but this one's teeth were even more prominent, extending past its lower jaw, even when its mouth was closed. It was also faster and could jump higher. Its robust body knocked aside the zombies in its way, making it particularly conspicuous among the horde. Everyone noticed this zombie and tightened their grips on their weapons. 2 gunshots rang out as Lin Bingyan fired at it, but unfortunately both shots missed. The zombie let out a furious roar, leaped high into the air, and lunged toward Lin Bingyan. Xiao Qiang sidestepped to the right, moving his dagger horizontally. The zombie's teeth clashed against the bone spur dagger. Then Xiao Qiang delivered a powerful kick, sending the zombie flying. He shouted to the others, "They'll handle this one. Protect Bingyan." Withdrawing the bone spur dagger, he pulled out the 1000 mechanism umbrella from his back, extended it into a staff, stepped forward, and pointed it directly at the zombie. On the other side, seeing Xiao Qiang intercept the zombie, Wang Liang and Li Chong flanked Lin Bingyan. The 2 had similar fighting styles. Both relied on brute force. The difference was that after his mutation, Li Chong's strength had increased dramatically. He swung his axe with such ferocity that several zombies had their heads cleaved off. After swapping weapons with Li Chong, Wang Liang conserved more energy. Having been a regular gym-goer before the outbreak, he now used the pitchfork's reach advantage to fight with greater ease. Lin Bingyan, positioned between the 2, had few zombies getting close. She took her time aiming before firing with her pistol. Xiao Qiang gripped the 1000 mechanism umbrella, stepping forward as he unleashed the Wolf Fang Staff Technique, aiming a strike at the zombie's head. The zombie raised its arms to meet the umbrella. Had an ordinary person received such a blow, they would have been writhing in pain, grimacing, and rolling on the ground. However, the zombie seemed devoid of pain. Though Xiao Qiang's strike nearly fractured its hand, the creature acted unfazed, raising its arms and lunging at him again with its sharp claws. Man and zombie clashed as Xiao Qiang slashed and hacked his 1000 mechanism umbrella, thrusting repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged several rounds. Through the combat, Xiao Qiang gained a rough understanding of the zombie's strength. It was likely a level 2 zombie corresponding to human level 3 and level 4 elites. Without any standout traits, it was merely an average upgrade from a common level 1 zombie. Unfortunately, Xiao Qiang's current chi was insufficient to employ intermediate techniques. As for the chi force pill, he was saving it for the battle against the long-tongued zombie. Additionally, Xiao Qiang was eager to familiarize himself with the 1000 mechanism umbrella and hone his combat skills. At that moment, the zombie was forced backward step by step. Xiao Qiang's Wolf Fang Staff Technique, combined with the umbrella forged from dark gold, allowed him to suppress the zombie steadily, even without using intermediate staff techniques. In an instant, the 2 had fought their way to the corner of the first-floor lobby. Xiao Qiang delivered 3 consecutive strikes, tapping the zombie's body at 3 points, forcing it to stumble back 3 steps. Suddenly, another zombie lunged at Xiao Qiang from the side. He pushed off the ground, leaping backward while swiftly retracting the umbrella. Swinging it forcefully from left to right, he smashed it into the zombie's head. With splattering blood, the zombie's body flew backward. Ding! Killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Though Xiao Qiang could learn combat techniques directly from the system, his battle instincts were honed through countless fights with zombies, at the cost of many injuries. As Xiao Qiang dispatched this zombie, the level 2 zombie leaped back, its mouth wide open. It aimed its claws at his shoulders and its fangs at his neck, a faintly foul yellowish liquid dripping from its maw. With no time to dodge, Xiao Qiang crouched low, clutching the thousand mechanism umbrella. Pressing a button, the umbrella's surface shot open, the dark gold reflecting a gleam of light as it blocked the level 2 zombie. The zombie's claws and fangs struck the umbrella surface with a clinking sound. Strangely, its entire body was slightly repelled, tumbling to the ground before Xiao Qiang. As the zombie slid down, the umbrella bore not a single scratch, and the unknown liquid slid off without leaving a trace. Seeing the zombie fallen before him, Xiao Qiang seized the opportunity. He rose swiftly, retracting the umbrella as he stood. With a powerful kick, he struck the zombie's head, sending its body spinning twice before crashing into a corner. Then, moving at full speed, he leaped high into the air, swinging the thousand mechanism umbrella from behind to the front. He slammed it fiercely at the zombie's head with such force that even the raised claws were crushed inward. The zombie's long nails were driven into its own eye sockets, causing the pale eyeballs to burst, spilling white bloody filth. Before the zombie could even growl, it collapsed motionless. Ding! Killed a common level 2 zombie. Experience 90, exchange points 90. Hearing the notification in his mind, Xiao Qiang felt a surge of joy. Higher level zombies yielded far more experience. Even more astonishing was the thousand mechanism umbrella, lightweight and smooth. It bore no marks or even bloodstains after such prolonged use. Moreover, its dual forms promised great potential. He resolved to practice more with it in the future. After finishing the level 2 zombie, Xiao Qiang glanced at the others. 5 or 6 zombies remained. He slung the thousand mechanism umbrella onto his back and drew a bone-spiked dagger from his waist. Though the umbrella was far more powerful, the dagger proved quicker against these low-level zombies. In its staff form, the umbrella relied solely on brute force to kill. Xiao Qiang mused that he should learn a blade or dagger technique to dispatch weaker foes faster. Gripping the dagger in his right hand, Xiao Qiang stabbed a zombie charging at Wang Liang. He steadied the creature with one hand, pulled out the dagger, and reversed his grip. Then, pivoting his body, he drove the blade into the zombie's left temple. The zombie wore a red safety helmet. As the dagger withdrew, it left a long gash in the helmet, and filthy blood gushed out. Ding! Killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Ding! Killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. As Xiao Qiang eliminated 2 zombies, the remaining 3 were also dispatched. Seeing no immediate threats, everyone sat on the ground to rest. Xiao Qiang, you're getting more formidable by the day. Taking on that zombie solo so quickly, Wang Liang said, gasping for breath as he sat. Though the steel fork was lighter, the sheer number of zombies made fighting an exhausting ordeal. You all did great too. Over 20 zombies handled. Remember that afternoon when we first encountered them? I still owe you for leading us out, Xiao Qiang replied, observing their practiced movements. Taking the chance, Lin Bingyan retrieved several bottles of water from the car and distributed them. During the fight, Lin Bingyan had been shielded by the others, only pulling the trigger occasionally, so she was happy to help with the water. As Xiao Qiang accepted the water from Lin Bingyan, a thought struck him. Both Lin Bingyan and Li Chong had gained abilities from the white light. Based on the system's classification and their performances, Li Chong was likely a warrior level, while Lin Bingyan was an ability level elite. However, Li Chong's power was already practical, whereas Lin Bingyan's ability was not yet combat ready. With this in mind, Xiao Qiang asked, Xiao Qiang, you seem much stronger now. One swing of the axe, and you cleave through heads and arms. Let's arm wrestle sometime to test our strength. Curious about the differences caused by the white light, Xiao Qiang proposed testing Li Chong's power. No problem, Chong Go. I don't know how, but after that white light, my boat has been getting stronger every day, Li Chong said, rolling up his sleeve to reveal his burly muscles. Wang Liang rolled his eyes. Before all this, he had been the team's strongest with a gym-honed physique. But since the zombie outbreak, these monsters kept emerging. Xiao Qiang was well-rounded, not overly focused on strength. Yet Li Chong, this kid, could swing an axe effortlessly and still be full of energy. Sensing Wang Liang's thoughts, Xiao Qiang said, Liang Gu, your height and muscles are what any guy would envy. And you're already so formidable, no need to envy him. Wang Liang let out a hearty laugh. Just then Lin Bingyan emerged from a room, gun in hand, and called out, Come take a look. There's something good in here. Upon hearing Lin Bingyan's words, the group picked up their weapons and rose, moving toward the house she had indicated. Entering the room, they realized it was likely a temporary dormitory considerably larger than standard hotel rooms. Scattered throughout were several bunk beds, and against the walls stood 2 racks for storing various items. The valuable items Lin Bingyan had referred to were presumably the goods on those shelves. On the top shelf lay ordinary safety helmets. The middle shelf held several miners' headlamps, and at the bottom were stacked tools for labor, including shovels and hoes. The group exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy. In the days since the apocalypse began, they had suffered greatly from the lack of electricity. Now with the miners' lamps, they would not only have a new source of light at night, but could also work more conveniently after dark. Without a word, they inspected the items. Apart from a few damaged helmets, they found 6 functional miners' headlamps and 10 safety helmets. They loaded everything, including the tools, onto the pickup truck. The group continued their search through the hotel, and Xiao Qiang even discovered a pack of cigarettes in a jacket hanging on the wall. Except for the first floor, the hotel's layout was largely uniform. Xiao Qiang counted 20 rooms per floor across 6 stories, including both twin and double rooms, enough to accommodate roughly 200 people. The group emerged from the hotel with no further finds. The building had been recently renovated. Each room contained only a bed, though bedding was fully provided. Xiao Qiang checked the time, around 4 in the afternoon, with still some daylight left. Let's search the cafeteria, then head back to the villa. Once in the car, Xiao Qiang spoke to the other 3. The villa, hotel, and cafeteria were all within the resort's consumer zone, not far from one another. Soon they arrived at the cafeteria. Getting out, Xiao Qiang noticed 4 large stone characters above the main entrance, Longshan Food Mansion. The building was modest in size, and they stepped inside. Xiao Qiang observed that the area was divided into individual shops, some already bearing signboards. Had the zombie outbreak not occurred, this place might have been a bustling scene. Now it belonged solely to the Longshan base. Weapons in hand, they split up to search for supplies. Xiao Qiang and Lin Bingyan ascended to the 2nd floor, which contrasted sharply with the first in decoration style. Most shops here were dessert or beverage stalls like milk tea and coffee, and the surrounding walls were largely made of glass. It's so beautiful. Lin Bingyan paused by the window, gazing at the view outside, unable to suppress her admiration. Xiao Qiang made a round, but found nothing valuable. Plenty of tables and chairs, but the villa already had those. Hearing Lin Bingyan's exclamation, Xiao Qiang emerged from the back kitchen of a coffee shop and stood beside her. It was then he understood why the 2nd floor's walls were entirely glass. From this vantage, a hill, a stream, lush greenery, and a few thatched cottages formed a picturesque scene of a small bridge over flowing water, a veritable paradise. Xiao Qiang looked at Lin Bingyan and said with a smile, "It's truly beautiful. A pity the outbreak happened, or I would have invited you for a coffee." After their heart-to-heart talk that night in the clothing store, Xiao Qiang no longer felt so shy when speaking with Lin Bingyan. Since returning from the clothing store, Lin Bingyan had changed into a gray tracksuit, which made her appear even more youthful and energetic, while also accentuating her figure. At that moment, her hair was tied in a ponytail. She turned her head, a smile on her face, her lips slightly parted as she said playfully, "Then wait until you've dealt with all the zombies before inviting me. And I prefer milk tea." Xiao Qiang was lost in the scene when an untimely voice interrupted. "Brother Qiang, come quick. Brother Liang and I found something great." Li Qiang ran upstairs, excitedly calling out to them. Xiao Qiang shrugged helplessly and led Lin Bingyan downstairs after Li Qiang. They entered a back kitchen and found Wang Liang standing beside a pile of food, 2 bags of flour, 1 bag of rice, and most importantly, several large bags of vegetables. Likely the kitchen used to feed the construction workers. "I've checked, they're still fresh and haven't been contaminated by zombie blood," Wang Liang said excitedly. "Vegetables? This is great. We've been eating bread for so long, I can't remember the last time I had vegetables." Lin Bingyan's face lit up with joy as she spoke. Xiao Qiang was overjoyed at the sight of the provisions. With these plus the food from the village and convenience store, even without further scavenging, they would have enough to feed 10 people for a month. Moreover, they had found vegetables which were even rarer than rice or flour since the outbreak. "What are we waiting for? Let's get moving." As he spoke, Xiao Qiang picked up a bag of flour in each hand and headed out. The others each took something, and soon the kitchen was cleared of supplies. Xiao Qiang watched Li Qiang eagerly prepare to load pots and pans, realizing that scavenging in this apocalyptic world could indeed be exhilarating and addictive. Xiao Qiang stopped Li Qiang, saying, "Little Qiang, we don't need these. We'll use this place later when there are more people and the villa's cookware is sufficient." Li Qiang looked a bit dejected. They left the building, and like at the hotel, they secured the main door with a chain to prevent wandering zombies from entering and damaging the facilities. As they walked toward the vehicle, Xiao Qiang said to Li Qiang, "Don't worry, little Qiang. When we go to the villages and the city later, there will be plenty of supplies to move. Save your strength for then." Li Qiang grinned widely and replied, "Then it's settled. When the time comes, leave the heavy lifting to me." Because of this pact, Li Qiang would later actively scavenge supplies in the city and villages, earning himself a notable reputation in this post-apocalyptic world. Once they were in the car, Wang Liang suggested, since we have vegetables tonight, how about we catch a chicken to eat? Lin Bingyan teased, still eating. By the time the chickens lay eggs, we'll have eaten them all. It's worth a look. The animals haven't been fed in a while, who knows how they're doing. Wang Liang's mention of the animals reminded Xiao Qiang that he hadn't fed them yet, so he agreed. Let's make it quick while it's still light out. Wang Liang accelerated. The road through the resort was empty save for their vehicle, and within moments they arrived at the animal farm. Xiao Qiang looked over the pens. The animals were still alive, but seemed listless. He realized that before the outbreak the farmhand had filled the troughs with enough feed. After several days the food had run out, leading to the scene before them. Seeing this, Li Chong went straight into the shed, carried out a bag of feed, and scattered it on the ground. Having grown up in the countryside, he handled the animals with practiced ease. As they watched Li Chong, a zombie staggered toward them from the adjacent plantation, still wearing its work uniform. Xiao Qiang drew his dagger and prepared to move forward. A gunshot rang out close to Xiao Qiang's ear, the sudden noise making him flinch. The zombies had exploded. Xiao Qiang slowly turned to see Lin Bingyan holding the gun, winking at him playfully. He felt a pang of frustration. He'd have to remind them to leave lone zombies for him, so he could gain experience. He turned back and asked cautiously, Bingyan, don't you have only a few bullets left? Lin Bingyan looked innocent and thought seriously before replying, about 10 or so. They'll tell you when they're gone. Xiao Qiang's face darkened. Not only had he failed to caution her, but had also have to supply more bullets. He said nothing more and turned to enter the farm shed. He emerged shortly after holding a flashlight, but nothing else of value. Meanwhile, Li Chong was loading a chicken and a large fat rabbit onto the truck. Seeing this, Xiao Qiang thought maybe Bingyan was right. We need to get the farm running again quickly, or we'll eat everything before it can reproduce. Once everything was loaded, Xiao Qiang saw that dusk was approaching. He waved to the others and said, let's go home and eat. Wang Liang drove, carrying the three back to the villa. From a distance, they could see the others inside the villa using wooden sticks and branches they had found, wrapping them with cloth strips and ropes around the fence. They drove the car into the villa. Li Wei put down the wooden stick in her hand, ran over to Lin Bingyan, and said with a grin, you're back. I thought you'd be spending another night outside. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Xiao Qiang. Seeing that Li Wei was about to tease him, Xiao Qiang quickly walked away, approaching Wang Peng, who was tying branches nearby, and asked, what are you all doing here? We discussed it and decided to fence the perimeter. It can block out some noise and make it sturdier. But it's a lot of work. We've only managed half the fence this afternoon, Wang Peng explained to Xiao Qiang. Good work. It's getting dark. Stop for now and help unload the supplies, then start cooking. By the way, where are Uncle Chui and Yang Shui? Xiao Qiang looked around and said, oh, Uncle Chui said you had a generator. Yang Shui was interested, so she went to study it. They're still in the garage. Wang Peng explained as he put down his work. Xiao Qiang walked toward the garage. The garage door was open, and he saw Uncle Chui and Yang Shui holding wrenches and a flashlight studying the generator. Uncle Chui, why not study it outside? It's so dark in here, Xiao Qiang said, handing over the half-pack of cigarettes he had found. Do you think everyone is like you with all that strength? This generator weighs at least 200 or 300 gene. We have no choice but to study it here. Before Uncle Chui could answer, Yang Shui spoke, her long legs straight, her face exceptionally cold, yet stunning. Hearing Yang Shui's words, Xiao Qiang scratched his head sheepishly. After leveling up to strength level 4, his power had increased significantly. He hadn't thought it was heavy when he took it out of the system. So can this generator be used? Xiao Qiang asked again. We've checked. It works. It's a gasoline generator, but I've never seen one so advanced. The gears drive the motor directly, so it runs very quietly. Thanks to Xiao Shui, we figured out how to use it, and its exact structure, Uncle Chui said, exhaling a puff of smoke. How much power does it generate? Is it complicated to use? Xiao Qiang asked eagerly upon hearing it worked. The specific technical data wouldn't mean much to you. A barrel of gasoline like that could last 2 weeks if we don't use large appliances in the villa. It also has an automatic refueling system and automatic power storage. Just refill it every 2 weeks. You really found a good generator. Yang Shui's cold, beautiful eyes fixed on Xiao Qiang, emphasizing the word found. Xiao Qiang averted his gaze from Yang Shui and looked at the 3 remaining barrels of gasoline in the corner. Besides using them to kill zombies on the road, they had also consumed a lot driving these past 2 days. Meanwhile, he marveled inwardly. No wonder this generator is a mid-level item, it's so efficient. Having learned about the generator, Xiao Qiang walked out and said, it's too late today, Uncle Chui. Tomorrow morning, we'll find a suitable place to install it. And you, an economics major, how do you know all this? Yang Shui looked at Xiao Qiang as he turned to ask her, momentarily stunned. After a moment's thought, she said softly, hobby. But by then Xiao Qiang had already turned and walked into the yard without waiting for her response. It was past 7 in the evening, and in early spring the sky had already darkened. Everyone had just finished tidying up, storing the tools in the garage, the grain in the kitchen, and setting aside the wooden sticks and branches for use tomorrow. Even the chicken and rabbit had been skinned and cleaned by Li Chong. Watching the busy group, Xiao Qiang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. His apocalypse base was shaping up quite nicely. After washing up, they gathered around the fire chatting and waiting for the meal. Hold on a bit longer, my dish will be ready soon. Let me show you my cooking skills. I can't believe you actually found vegetables. Li Wei said, flipping the food in the pan with a spatula. Haha, it smells amazing. Life in this villa is way better than in the village. Thanks, Brother Chong. Li Chong said, turning the roasted rabbit in his hand. From now on we're family. And you've all helped us a lot. Plus, if things go well tomorrow, we'll have electricity, Xiao Qiang said to Aunt Wang and the others. Really? That's wonderful. Xiangzi, your Aunt Wang, and I checked the area around the villa this afternoon. If we clear the lawn, there's plenty of land to plant crops and vegetables. Uncle Li said as he handed out the steamed rice. Great, I'll leave that to you three along with the animals in the breeding area. Xiao Qiang said to Aunt Wang and the two elderly. They nodded in unison and said, don't worry. All right, take a look at my big plate chicken. Li Wei said, lifting the lid off the pot in one swift motion. Steam billowed from the iron pot, and the aroma of the chicken burst forth, powerfully stimulating everyone's taste buds. Without further ado, they all dug in heartily. In no time, the food in the pot was completely devoured. I feel like food tastes so much better now. Even the best things I ate before weren't this delicious. Lin Bingyan said, holding her bowl, still wanting more. That must be the charm of hard work. Xiao Qiang replied. Everyone wait a bit. 2 more stir-fried dishes will be ready soon. With only one fire, Li Chong had set up a grill for the rabbit. Li Wei had just finished the chicken on the other side, and Aunt Wang was stir-frying as she spoke. Come on, let's have a toast to celebrate the first meal of our Longshan base. Our days will only get better from here. Wang Peng suggested during the wait for the dishes. Cheers. Cheers. Water instead of wine. With a clink, they all raised their glasses, clinking them together high. If only we had wine now, I'd drink with you all until we're drunk. Wang Liang said, taking a sip of his drink. Don't worry, we'll have it all. Tomorrow I plan to go into the village. If I get a chance, I'll bring back some wine. Xiao Qiang said, raising his eyebrows slightly as he looked at Wang Liang. Come on, the dishes are ready. Eat first, then you can slowly discuss your plans. Aunt Wang said, setting the dishes on the table as the others were about to ask questions. Here, my secret recipe roasted rabbit is ready too, Li Chong said, happily sprinkling cumin on it. With the cumin sprinkled, the savory aroma of roasted meat filled the air. They stopped talking, divided the rabbit meat, and ate. In the apocalypse, they knew how precious food was, so they didn't dare waste any, gnawing the bones clean before discarding them. Under the glow of the firewood, the flames painted their faces red. Watching everyone chatting and laughing around the fire, eating together. Xiao Qiang thought more than once that if the world had become a wasteland, moments like this wouldn't be so bad. But even if they didn't go after the zombies, the undead might still wander over. And there were so many survivors in the world waiting for Xiao Qiang to save. Shaking his head, Xiao Qiang cast aside such complacent thoughts. Gazing at the beautiful scene before him, Lin Bingyan laughing and chatting with him, Wang Liang, Wang Peng, and Li Wei joking around, Li Chong gnawing earnestly on a rabbit leg, Aunt Wang, and Uncle Li, who couldn't stay idle, and Yang Shui smoking after the meal with a faint smile. Xiao Qiang grew more determined. He had to become stronger to protect all this beauty. Inside the villa at Dragon Mountain Base. After finishing their meal while Aunt Wang and the others cleared the table, Xiao Qiang gathered everyone to discuss the plans for the next day. Li Wei, aware that she was not suited for the combat team, proactively took on the responsibilities of the logistics team. At that moment, she joined the others in clearing away the dishes. Seated around the fire, Xiao Qiang began. First, I found an electric generator. Uncle Chui and Yang Shui have checked it works, but it consumes gasoline. We'll install it tomorrow morning so we can have electricity. Everyone turned to Yang Shui, somewhat surprised that she knew how to operate a generator. Yang Shui, maintaining her usual cold demeanor, simply nodded. Second, this afternoon, we've basically cleared the zombies from the entire compound. The zombies in the village can't hear our commotion here, so we're relatively safe for now. Xiao Qiang continued, sharing his thoughts. That's not necessarily true, Yang Shui interjected, abruptly drawing everyone's gaze. The group had gradually developed an unspoken understanding during meetings. Joking was fine, but whenever Xiao Qiang spoke seriously, everyone chose to listen. However, there was one exception, Yang Shui. Seeing everyone look at her, she tidied her hair and added, we can't let our guard down. We must remain vigilant. Xiao Qiang cast an intrigued glance at Yang Shui before quickly looking away. Yang Shui is right. We need to stay alert. We'll continue with rotating night shifts. Wake everyone if there's any unusual activity. Pausing to take a sip of water, Xiao Qiang continued, those staying home tomorrow will keep reinforcing the defenses, check the remaining buildings in the compound, clear out any zombies, and preferably dispose of the zombie corpses. Also, Aunt Wang and Uncle Li are going to start tilling the lawn to plant crops and vegetables. Help them out tomorrow. This is a long-term plan, and we need to start preparing early. And remember to feed the animals in the farm. They're our key to a better quality of life. Hearing Xiao Qiang's words, everyone exchanged knowing smiles. Lin Bingyan leaned close to Xiao Qiang's ear and whispered that joke fell a bit flat. Xiao Qiang scratched his head awkwardly and continued, tomorrow, I plan to go to the village again, but with fewer people. We'll only go as far as the main street. If we encounter that long-tongued zombie, we'll retreat immediately. Bro Chang, I have to go out tomorrow. I can't stay home, it's too boring. Wang Peng immediately raised his hand as soon as Xiao Qiang finished speaking. It seemed that awakening his ability had made him addicted to killing zombies. No problem. Then it'll be me, Bingyan, and Wang Peng. Xiao Qiang replied. The others had no objections, as the memory of the long-tongued zombie still sent chills down their spines. Why do you always want to bring our Bingyan along? Could it be you like her? Li Wei, who had come to collect the pot, overheard Xiao Qiang's plan and teased him. Xiao Wei, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll hit you. Lin Bingyan said with a feigned scowl. Ahem, well, Bingyan has practiced taekwondo and also has a gun, so. Right, that long-tongued zombie in the village is still a major threat. Everyone share your thoughts on how we can eliminate it. Xiao Qiang deliberately changed the subject. Come inside to talk. It's getting windy and cold out here. I've poured you some hot water. Let's continue the discussion inside, Aunt Wang called out, wiping her hands. Okay, Aunt Wang, we're coming, everyone replied in unison. They extinguished the fire and went inside, lit a candle, sat on the sofa, and resumed their discussion. Over these past few days, I've been summarizing the types of zombies we've encountered. The most common ones are the ordinary zombies. Wang Peng, always meticulous, spoke first. What we know so far is that a bite from a zombie causes infection. The other transmission methods are unknown. To kill a zombie, we can only aim for the head. Hitting other parts doesn't stop them. They feel no pain. Additionally, zombies are sensitive to sound. They'll chase after any noise. Other traits are still unknown, Wang Peng added. It seems some of them can see even though their eyes look like cataracts. That morning I was standing in the compound admiring the view, not making a sound. Suddenly a zombie walked onto the road from the side, glanced at me, and charged over. Wang Liang recalled, sharing his experience. Besides the weak low-level zombies, there are stronger ones. The long-tongued zombie in the village is one of them, Lin Bingyan added. From my analysis, if we don't eliminate that long-tongued zombie, we won't be able to take over the village, Xiao Qiang said, taking a sip of hot water. The long-tongued zombie's main weapon is its tongue. The rest of its body must be a weak point or it wouldn't keep retracting its tongue for defense, Wang Peng, who had shot at the zombie with a crossbow, added. So we should grab its tongue, and while it's distracted, someone circles around and finishes it off with a blade. Li Chong, who had been eager to contribute, finally spoke up. The key is how to immobilize its tongue. It's incredibly fast, and the zombie's reflexes are superb. It even blocked a bullet before, Xiao Qiang recalled, replying thoughtfully. Everyone fell into silence, troubled by the thought of the long-tongued zombie. Xiao Qiang had considered using a vitality pill to replenish his energy, then using the assault technique to teleport behind the zombie and strike it down. But when he recalled the speed of the zombie's tongue, he deemed it too risky. With full energy, he could only execute the assault once. If the assassination failed, everyone would be in grave danger. After much deliberation, Xiao Qiang grew frustrated. It was all because he wasn't strong enough. If he were at the 9th level of the warrior rank, he wouldn't have to worry so much. He longed for the power he felt when using the experience card. Could we use gasoline to burn it like we did on the highway? Wang Peng broke the silence with a suggestion. Probably not. That zombie was slower, and we don't have enough gasoline left, Lin Bingyan said, resting her chin on her hand. Perhaps we should threaten the zombie with 2 attacks at the same time, or even more, forcing it to defend against only one, leaving it vulnerable to the other. Yang Shui, who had been silent, finally spoke. Everyone's eyes lit up, but they quickly grew dejected. Bullets were the only thing that could threaten it, and among them only Xiao Qiang could exchange a few blows with the long-tongued zombie. Unbeknownst to the others, Xiao Qiang also had a trump card, the assault technique. Hearing this, Xiao Qiang said, it's worth a try, but it will require a few of you to act as decoys. The zombie's tongue is fast, but it still takes time. If we can stretch that time as long as possible, I have a way to kill it. Then Xiao Qiang shared his plan with everyone. It wasn't the best solution, but it was worth attempting. For now, it was their only option. We also need to be wary of ordinary zombies that might be attracted by the commotion. It's best to bring some gasoline as a contingency to slow them down, Wang Peng added after hearing the plan. Yeah, it seems we'll need to stock up on more gasoline in the future, Xiao Qiang remarked. With the discussion concluded, everyone dispersed to wash up and sleep. No one anticipated that such zombie-killing meetings would become a habit. Whenever they encountered a formidable zombie, the Dragon Mountain base would hold a democratic meeting, pooling everyone's wisdom to find a solution. Even as they grew stronger in the future, they still clung to the habit of holding meetings to reassure themselves. This practice became a norm at the Dragon Mountain base in the post-apocalyptic world. At 9 p.m., within the Longshan base, everyone unanimously agreed not to assign Xiao Qiang and Lin Weiner any duty tonight, citing the reason that they had stayed out all night and worked hard. Hearing this reason, Xiao Qiang blushed with embarrassment, but found no words to refute, so he went upstairs directly. It was a rare opportunity for Xiao Qiang to sleep early. After washing up, he lay on the bed. The room was pitch black and not a glimmer of light came from outside the window. Needing some supplies, Xiao Qiang habitually summoned Xiao Qiang at night. Xiao Qiang, come out and check my status for me. Host, it's rare for you to summon me so early at night. The attributes were Host Xiao Qiang. Strength, 121 average adult 50. Speed, 110 average adult 50. Vision, 90. Skills owned Wolf Fang Staff Technique, Wandering Dragon Body, Art, Beginner Proficiency, 40, 108, Thunder Beginner Proficiency, 30, 100, Assault Beginner Proficiency, 0, 100. Exchange points, 2166. Shop access level 1 can only buy low-level weapons, medicines, food, etc. Lottery access level 1. Overall evaluation warrior level 4. Vitality 10,300. Experience 14342,500. Possessed items: a bone spike dagger, a vitality pill, and 1,000 mechanisms umbrella. Xiao Qiang teased while displaying the information. Staring at the experience bar, still far from leveling up, Xiao Qiang couldn't help complaining. Xiao Qiang, since I reached warrior level 4, leveling up has become too hard. Killing a zombie gives so little experience. Host, it's common sense that it gets harder as you go up. Moreover, with your current strength, fighting those level 1 zombies is much easier than when you first started, isn't it? But this system can also tell you responsibly that there will be more benefits as you go higher. Also, Host, you've been a bit too comfortable lately. Remember, your main way to grow stronger is by killing zombies. If this continues, your companions will surpass you. After hearing Xiao Qiang's words, Xiao Qiang launched into a rambling critique. Listening to Xiao Qiang's words, Xiao Qiang found no way to refute. He had indeed been too complacent lately, not actively hunting zombies to level up. It seemed he needed to delegate base affairs to Wang Liang and the others and focus more on killing zombies. The key was that these past few days in the villa had been quite comfortable. At least he had found a relatively safe place, free from daily fear and worries about food and drink. He had even considered settling down there. Having accepted Xiao Qiang's lecture, Xiao Qiang reflected and said, all right, you do have a point. I haven't been actively seeking to grow stronger lately. He who does not plan for the future will find trouble at his doorstep. Since I've repented so thoroughly, can I get a discount for buying 100 Colt pistol bullets? Though he spoke jokingly, Xiao Qiang truly felt he had been slack in his heart, especially considering the ultimate mission remained incomplete. No discount. 100 Colt pistol bullets cost 1,000 exchange points in total, Xiao Qiang stated matter-of-factly. Watching 1,000 exchange points vanish, Xiao Qiang felt the sting once more. Just as Wang Peng had teased him 100 bullets for a bowtie smile. When he had the time, he would definitely get a gun himself. Then the experience would flow like water. Exiting the system, drowsiness overcame Xiao Qiang. He hadn't slept well in the clothing store last night, and soon he fell into a deep slumber. That night towards dawn, Xiao Qiang began to have the same dream again. This time, however, in the dream, he repelled the zombies and led the people in rebuilding their homeland. In the countryside, people generally rise early. In the morning, hearing the voices downstairs, Xiao Qiang also woke up, stretched languidly, and headed downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, Xiao Qiang noticed that aside from Lin Bingyan and Li Wei still sleeping, everyone else was already up. Even Yang Shui was jogging around the vicinity of the villa. Among them, Aunt Wang was busy kindling a fire to cook. Uncle Li was fiddling with farming tools, pondering the day's agricultural tasks, and Uncle Chui had already gone out early to find a suitable spot to place the generator. Seeing Li Chong and Wang Liang lifting dumbbells, Xiao Qiang, realizing it was still early, joined them in their workout. Before long, all three were drenched in sweat. After exercising, Xiao Qiang went inside to wash up. When he came out, he gazed at the scene before him. Curling smoke from the kitchen chimney, a harmonious tableau. He sighed inwardly, thinking how idyllic it was, yet he knew he must embark on his path of slaying zombies, otherwise he would inevitably fall behind. Ever since his conversation with Xiao Qiang the previous night, Xiao Qiang had resolved to shift from passive defense to proactive action to hunt zombies. Before long, Uncle Chui returned and said to Xiao Qiang, I found a transformer room over there. It's perfect for placing the generator. The circuits are already connected, making it easy to operate. Then we can link up the entire consumer area's power lines. After hearing Uncle Cui's words, Xiao Qiang called Li Chong, and Wang Liang loaded a barrel of gasoline and the generator onto the pickup and drove off to install it. In no time, they finished the installation and drove back. As soon as they entered the villa, Li Wei rushed over excitedly. The villa has electricity. Did you guys do that? That's amazing. Now we won't have to be in the dark at night. Yeah, Brother Chong took us to install a generator over there, Wang Peng said as he got out of the car. But we still need to conserve electricity. The generator's capacity isn't huge. It's enough for the villa, but we don't have much gasoline left. Xiao Qiang turned to the others and said, we must use electricity sparingly. Everyone nodded in agreement, for in this apocalyptic world, having electricity at all was already a luxury beyond their wildest dreams. Time to eat. The food is ready. Aunt Wang had already cooked rice porridge and was now calling everyone to the table. After breakfast, Xiao Qiang handed 100 bullets to Lin Bingyan, but this time, he specifically reminded her to use them sparingly. Lin Bingyan smiled gently at Xiao Qiang and said, "All right." The three of them prepared themselves, checked their weapons, and amidst everyone's cautions to stay safe, drove off. The trio opted for the pickup truck, and before leaving they made sure to fill the tank, knowing full well that unforeseen circumstances could arise at any moment. Xiao Qiang drove, while Wang Peng sat in the passenger seat whittling a branch into a crossbow bolt with a small knife. Xiao Qiang glanced over and sighed, inwardly grateful that Wang Peng could be self-sufficient. If he had relied on ammunition like Lin Bingyan, his own scan exchange points would never suffice. He said to Wang Peng, "You're really impressive carving these yourself. If we weren't schoolmates, I'd swear you grew up in the wilderness." "I'm just copying what I've seen. They're not as good as the ones you gave me, but they'll do," Wang Peng replied while comparing one bolt to another. In the backseat, Lin Bingyan was organizing her bullets. She was dressed in sportswear with a waist pouch slung across her body, one she had found in a clothing store, where she stored the ammunition. Glancing at the Qianji umbrella and the bone dagger lying beside him, Xiao Qiang had no choice but to tie these two weapons to his body with a rope. When driving, it was inconvenient to wear them, so he simply set them aside. He mused to himself that once they returned, he must set up a weapon room in the base specifically to research such issues. "Wang Peng, do you know how to use a bow?" Xiao Qiang, eager to retrieve his crossbow and recalling that one of his mission rewards was a crescent moon bow, inquired. "I've never used one before, but I imagine the principle is similar. With a few tries it shouldn't be too hard," Wang Peng replied confidently, having acquired the archery talent. Hearing Wang Peng's words, Xiao Qiang felt a sense of relief. Once they completed the mission and retrieved the crossbow, he could hunt zombies with greater ease. The car had been driving for a while, and amid their casual chatter they had already left Longshan Park and were about to enter the village. "Attention, we're about to enter the village," Xiao Qiang warned as he saw they were nearing the village entrance, turning to address the other two. "We're about to enter the village," Xiao Qiang said, seeing the car approach the village. Xiao Qiang was about to explore a road leading into Kongzhuang village, a path adjacent to the main expressway and stretching about 200 meters in length. The roadside was lined predominantly with residential homes, with only a couple of small grocery stores scattered sparsely among them. The reason Xiao Qiang had chosen to bring only 3 people was twofold. First, they had no intention of engaging the long-tongued zombies for now, and 3 individuals were easier to conceal and flee if necessary. Second, Xiao Qiang aimed to scout the area and eliminate as many zombies as possible, which was why he opted to explore only this particular road. As the vehicle passed the village archway, they could see from a distance a multitude of zombies wandering the entire road. Our rough estimate put the number at over 200. The entire village was shrouded in deathly stillness, devoid of any trace of human activity. The zombies they had slain in the fight 2 days prior still lay collapsed on the ground, with a foul stench already emanating from the corpses. Strangely, not a single fly lingered around the bodies, as if even these tiny insects wished to avoid such monsters. Xiao Qiang slowed the vehicle and parked it early beside a house that was free of zombies. With his 1000-mechanism umbrella and dagger securely strapped to his body, he signaled the other 2 to disembark. They stepped out of the car, donning safety helmets they had found at the hotel and wrapping their wrists in tinfoil, a method Wang Liang had devised. Though uncertain of its efficacy, they knew that when facing zombie monstrosities one could never be too cautious. Just as Xiao Qiang closed the car door, a sharp arrow whistled through the air, striking a zombie precisely in the back of its head. "I was testing if my carved arrows would work, and surprisingly they're quite effective," Wang Peng said, scratching his head sheepishly as he noticed the others staring at him. "Xiao Qiang, where to next?" Lin Bingyan asked, gripping her pistol. "Kill zombies and scavenge supplies," he replied. With those words, Xiao Qiang reversed his grip on the bone spur dagger and dashed forward with swift, decisive strides. Xiao Qiang decided to search each house one by one. While gathering supplies was important, his primary concern was not overlooking any survivors. Rescuing them would be the best possible outcome. Xiao Qiang turned into a side alley. The houses lining this road were mostly uniform in layout, with each alley containing 4 dwellings. After eating and drinking his fill, Xiao Qiang moved at full speed. In an instant, the 4 zombies in the corridor were all brought down, even as Wang Peng and Lin Bingyan were just entering the passage. Ding! Killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience points 2, exchange points 2. The sound of the kill prompt echoed in his mind, but it was not enough, still far from enough to level up. Xiao Qiang kicked open a large door. Before he could step inside, a massive zombie lunged straight at him. He dodged swiftly, and the creature's bulky frame crashed heavily into the opposite wall with a dull thud. Planting his feet firmly, Xiao Qiang drove the bone spur dagger into the back of the zombie's head, piercing clean through its skull until the tip of the blade embedded itself into the wall. A stream of filthy blood mixed with brain matter oozed out along the dagger. Xiao Qiang quickly withdrew the blade and entered the room. It was an ordinary rural courtyard dwelling. The three of them searched several rooms in succession, but found nothing of particular note. In this apocalypse, the money bank books and color televisions of the past had become utterly useless items. Aside from some leftover flour and a few farming tools, there was little else. However, with so few people at the villa, they had no need for such an abundance. They could always return to collect them when the group grew larger. Having finished searching another row of houses, they had now covered half the road leading into the village. 2 hours had passed, and between killing zombies and scavenging supplies, loading whatever they found into the pickup truck, they had filled half its bed. Regrettably, they had yet to encounter any survivors. The three returned to the main road. Throughout this time, Xiao Qiang had forbidden Lin Bingyan from firing her gun, fearing it would attract a horde and leave them surrounded. Ahead lay a convenience store on this road. In rural villages, such shops were typically small, selling daily necessities and snacks. The trio halted, spotting no fewer than 20 zombies gathered in front of the store, while the sound of shelves being toppled echoed from within. When they were less than 5 meters from the convenience store, a zombie discovered the trio, letting out a low growl from its throat as it charged forward. "Strike!" Xiao Qiang yelled, dashing out ahead of the others. He swung his dagger horizontally, slicing off the leading zombie's arm at the shoulder with a forceful stroke. The severed claw still twitched slightly on the ground. Then with a bang, a bullet struck the zombie squarely between the eyes, sending it toppling backward. The zombies behind paid no heed, trampling over its body as they surged forward. Xiao Qiang did not look back, plunging straight into the horde. He retracted his dagger and extended the Thousand Mechanisms umbrella into a long staff, whirling it with such ferocity among the zombies that it seemed to summon gusts of wind. Wang Peng and Lin Bingyan kept firing from behind. Though the crossbow was unwieldy, Wang Peng handled it with surprising speed, drawing, aiming, and releasing bolts almost as fast as Lin Bingyan. With Xiao Qiang's strength at level 4 of the strongman tier, dealing with these level 1 zombies was considerably easier. Moreover, the Thousand Mechanisms umbrella, forged from dark gold, sent any zombie it touched crashing to the ground. Xiao Qiang had just smashed a zombie with the Wolf Fang Staff technique, shattering its skull and sending brain matter flying. Suddenly, he heard a whoosh from behind. Without turning, Xiao Qiang swung the Thousand Mechanisms umbrella in a full arc from front to back. But this time there was no sound of cracking bone. Instead, Xiao Qiang felt a tremendous force against the umbrella, halting its downward momentum. Then he and the umbrella were flung against the wall, his head striking a rock with a heavy thud. "Xiao Qiang!" Lin Bingyan cried out. She kicked aside a nearby zombie with a side flip and was about to rush over. Just then Xiao Qiang slowly rose, extending his right hand with fingers spread toward her and Wang Peng. "Don't come over. Keep shooting," he said. Before the words faded, Wang Peng's arrow reached the zombie, but the monstrous creature casually swatted it, snapping the shaft in two as the pieces scattered on the ground. Xiao Qiang tossed aside his safety helmet, which now had a hole in it. Thanks to the helmet and the body forge elixir, he had avoided a concussion from that blow. Still, Xiao Qiang realized that the zombies were evolving far faster than humans. In just a few days, they had already encountered a level 2 zombie. Xiao Qiang gripped the Thousand Mechanisms umbrella tightly, his eyes fixed on the zombie before him. It was dark-skinned and burly, though not particularly tall. Its pale white eyeballs formed a stark contrast with its jet-black skin. The zombie lunged at Xiao Qiang, but its speed was not remarkable. Xiao Qiang sidestepped, dodging the attack, then swung the umbrella forward, slamming it hard into the zombie's back. The creature stumbled and fell flat on its face. Xiao Qiang did not give it a chance to rise. He raised the umbrella and brought it down again and again on the back of the zombie's head. Ding! Killed one ordinary level 2 zombie. Experience 90. Exchange points 90. Hearing the chime, Xiao Qiang finally stopped. With no flashy moves, just a few simple actions, he had subdued a level 2 zombie. This was the power of combat experience honed through real battles. Though Xiao Qiang was still at strongman level 4, his combat awareness had sharpened significantly since he first reached that level. Meanwhile, Wang Peng and Lin Bingyan had finished off the remaining zombies. Seeing no other zombies approaching, the three entered the convenience store. Xiao Qiang put away the Thousand Mechanisms umbrella and drew his bonespike dagger, swiftly dispatching the few zombies inside. "Hurry up and pack. We need to get back to the villa. Any longer and more zombies will come," Xiao Qiang said as he pulled out a large sack and started tossing in sausages. "There are canned fruits here. Yesterday Li Wei told me she wanted some fruit," Wang Peng exclaimed excitedly, grabbing a can. "Wang Peng, I remember Wang Liang said he wanted pig trotters yesterday. How come you only remember what Xiao Wei said?" Lin Bingyan teased, shaking a vacuum-packed pig trotter near the cans. I was just taking things one at a time. I haven't gotten to it yet," Wang Peng stammered, his face turning red. Lin Bingyan and Xiao Qiang exchanged a knowing smile and stopped teasing Wang Peng. Soon each of them carried 2 bulging bags. Wang Peng had mostly meat and canned goods. Lin Bingyan had snacks, while Xiao Qiang loaded up on bottled water and drinks, grabbing 2 bottles of liquor and a pack of cigarettes on his way out. Looking at the overstuffed bags, Xiao Qiang grinned at the others. Time to go home. The 3 got into the car and drove off, their haul a bountiful success. The 3 drove back to the villa. From a distance, they could see that over half of the lawn on the right had been cleared, and several people in the field were earnestly learning to hoe from Uncle Li. Putting these college students to work with hoes was truly a waste of talent, but in the apocalypse, food was life. Seeing the car approach, they stopped their work. Xiao Qiang parked in front of them. You're getting pretty good at this. Look what we brought back. We'll have a decent meal tonight. Xiao Qiang handed cigarettes to Uncle Li and Uncle Chui, speaking to the group. Nice one, Xiangzi. You know your Uncle Li and I enjoy these. Oh, and there's even liquor. Uncle Chui opened a pack of cigarettes with a grin and took a satisfied puff. I told these kids not to work, but they insisted on helping. We old bones can handle this little bit of work. You all should rest more so you can go kill those monsters. Uncle Li spoke sincerely. Uncle Li, we love doing this. It's so much more fun working together with everyone than it was back in college, Li Wei said while wiping her sweat. Xiao Wei, your face is covered in mud. Wipe it off and see what delicious treats Wang Peng brought for you. Lin Bingyan teased Li Wei as she wiped her face, causing Wang Peng nearby to blush. Amidst their laughter, Xiao Qiang noticed Yang Shui was absent and asked, Where's Yang Shui? Why isn't she here? Though there were no written rules, everyone worked voluntarily. No one would criticize Yang Shui if she didn't work. Yet now, with everyone present except her, and knowing she wasn't unreasonable, Xiao Qiang grew puzzled. She said she was going to make an alarm device to place around the villa, Wang Liang replied. Xiao Qiang smiled and didn't ask further. Everyone take a break. Let's head back, unload the supplies, and prepare dinner. Hearing this, they packed up and walked home cheerfully. If one hadn't seen the streets filled with zombies outside the park, no one would believe this peaceful, harmonious scene was set in the apocalypse. Back at the villa, while the others were tidying up, Xiao Qiang went to find Yang Shui. She was crouched on the ground, wrapping copper wire around an area about a meter from the villa. The wire passed through a square device with the ends eventually connecting to 2 mobile phones. What is this thing? What's it for? Xiao Qiang couldn't help asking. I wouldn't understand even if I told you. Just know that when zombies come, the phones will ring as an alarm, provided they're kept charged. With limited resources, this is the best I can do, Yang Shui replied, looking at Xiao Qiang. I've always been curious, how do you know how to make these things? Xiao Qiang asked with keen interest. It's a hobby. Yang Shui revealed a rare smile, then ignoring Xiao Qiang, picked up her phone and walked back into the villa. Back inside, while the others were cooking, Xiao Qiang took the opportunity to check the villa's supplies. Among them, 5 large bags of flour, 3 small bags of millet, 3 jugs of oil, 2 large bags of drinks, and mineral water, various bread, milk, and canned goods. Vegetables were enough for only 2 more meals. In total, the supplies could sustain them for at least another month. He then checked their weapons. Xiao Qiang had the 1,000 mechanisms umbrella and a bone-spike dagger. Lin Bingyan had a pistol, Wang Peng a crossbow, Li Chong a fire axe, and Wang Liang a steel fork. The rest had no weapons, only some farming tools that could be used in emergencies. Seeing they had only a little over 1 barrel of gasoline left, Xiao Qiang grew worried and resolved to find more. During dinner, as they sat together, Xiao Qiang spoke up. I just did an inventory. We have enough food for now. But we're a bit short on weapons, and especially gasoline. We need gasoline for so many things. Does anyone know where we can get some? There's a small gas station in the village. Years ago, when the mine was thriving, there were many cars in the village, so a station was built. But it's deep in the village, and we might run into the long-tongued zombie, Li Chong said, chewing on a pig trotter. That's too dangerous. We absolutely must not rush in until we've dealt with the long-tongued zombie, Lin Bingyan said from beside Xiao Qiang. I also disagree with going into the village recklessly. That last situation was too perilous. I worried about you two all night, Wang Liang added in agreement. Speaking of gas stations, when we used gasoline to burn that zombie, there was a gas station on the way back. Yang Shui, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Back then, after burning the zombie, they were all panicked and focused solely on escaping, so no one had noticed the roadside. Now, hearing Yang Shui's words, they all looked surprised. How far is it from here? Xiao Qiang asked Yang Shui. About 1,000 meters, she replied. All right, this afternoon, let's go check out that gas station and try to bring back as much gasoline as possible, Xiao Qiang said, looking at the group. In the afternoon, Xiao Qiang led Wang Liang, Li Chong, and Yang Shui, in total, to a gas station in search of gasoline. Each time he ventured out, Xiao Qiang made it a point to leave 1 or 2 combat team members behind, a precaution against any zombies that might appear at home. One could never be too careful. Even a single mishap could spell consequences beyond what Xiao Qiang could bear. Wang Peng and Lin Bingyan had visited the village in the morning, so Xiao Qiang intentionally let them rest at home. They drove onto the expressway, where cars were still haphazardly parked on the roadside, though moving vehicles were almost nowhere to be seen. Zombies clad in all kinds of clothing roamed everywhere along the road. Xiao Qiang thought to himself that when he got the chance he would definitely come back to scavenge more vehicles from the road. In no time they arrived at the gas station Yang Shui had mentioned. After parking they quickly got out to clear the area of zombies. It was a small to medium-sized gas station with 2 rows 4 fuel nozzles and a room inside. As Xiao Qiang stepped out of the car, Wang Liang and Li Chong had already eliminated the zombies scattered around the station. Li Chong's strength was indeed formidable. A fire axe in his hands felt as light as a wooden stick, and he swung it with such force that it seemed he wanted to hack the zombies to pieces. Xiao Qiang estimated that even with his current abilities, a pure contest of strength might not make him a match for Li Chong. At the same time, he grew even more curious about the power brought by the white light. There were only 3 empty barrels in the vehicle. Wang Liang and Li Chong each manned a pump filling the barrels with fuel. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Qiang drew his dagger and headed to the room with Yang Shui to search for more empty barrels. Pushing against the iron door, Xiao Qiang noticed a lock hanging on it. The place seemed to have been operating normally before the zombie outbreak, but how could the door have been locked in time? Filled with doubt, Xiao Qiang sliced through the lock with his knife and entered the room. There were no zombies inside. Aside from a collapsed shelf, everything else was intact. Xiao Qiang spotted a pile of empty barrels in the corner and was about to fetch them when he heard a noise coming from a small storage room. Gripping his bone spur dagger tightly, Xiao Qiang, shielded Yang Shui behind him, gently opened the door with his left hand and raised the dagger high. With a sudden cry, the moment Xiao Qiang opened the door, a sobbing sound emerged. Inside the cramped storage room, less than 5 square meters, were stacked some entrenching tools, fire axes, and fire extinguishers. Standing by the door was a little girl dressed in a floral skirt and a pink jacket. She was crouched on the ground, burying her head in her knees, weeping loudly. Seeing this, Xiao Qiang quickly sheathed his dagger, patted the girl on the shoulder, and said softly, "Little one, don't be afraid. We're not bad people." Unexpectedly, the girl only cried louder at his words. Xiao Qiang seemed momentarily at a loss. Yang Shui patted him and said, "You go outside and let me handle this." With no other choice, Xiao Qiang turned and left the storage room, grabbed 2 oil barrels, and went to help with the refueling. After coming out, he told the others about the little girl he had encountered. Before long, Yang Shui emerged carrying the little girl in her arms. Her big blinking eyes still held traces of unshed tears, and 2 dark handprints marked her cheeks. She continued to sob softly in Yang Shui's embrace. Xiao Qiang stepped forward, gently touched the girl's head, and forced the warmest smile he could muster, asking, "Little one, what's your name?" To his surprise, the girl burst into tears again and buried her face in Yang Shui's arms. The scene made Wang Liang and Li Chong burst out laughing. Embarrassed, Xiao Qiang scratched his head and went off to carry the gasoline himself. On the way back, they finally managed to learn the little girl's story. Her name was Chen Shutong. On the afternoon the zombie outbreak began, she had been driving back to Lujiang City from her grandmother's house with her parents. When they reached the gas station, cars suddenly began crashing wildly on the road, and man-eating monsters emerged. Her parents were tragically bitten. To protect her, they locked her inside the gas station storage room. It was unimaginable how a mere 7-year-old girl endured those agonizing days, surviving on food from the gas station, while listening day and night to the wails of zombies outside, all while grappling with the pain of losing her parents. Thus, when Xiao Qiang opened the warehouse door and raised his dagger, little Shu Tong, overwhelmed with terror, could not help but burst into tears. In the car, Yang Shui stroked the little girl's head and said, "Little Shu Tong, we are just like you, survivors of this catastrophe. We have a home filled with many big brothers and big sisters, all of whom are wonderful people. Of course, except for that uncle sitting in front of you." Yang Shui, rare as it was, set aside her icy demeanor to reveal a gentle side, not forgetting to tease Xiao Qiang. Hearing Yang Shui call him uncle and label him a bad person, Xiao Qiang felt quite exasperated. Yet afraid of frightening little Shu Tong, he chose to remain silent and closed his eyes to rest in the car. Back at the villa, everyone took an immediate liking to the newly arrived Shu Tong. Indeed, the little girl, with her adorable and mischievous charm, naturally won their hearts. The women naturally banded together to help Shu Tong wash up and dress, and during this time Yang Shui and Lin Bingyin even managed a rare collaboration. Seizing the moment, the others unloaded the gasoline from the pickup truck, which was filled to the brim, into the warehouse. Seeing the half-filled warehouse of gasoline, Xiao Qiang felt a measure of relief. At least for now, he wouldn't have to worry about fuel, knowing it was a consumable, and hoarding more could only be beneficial. As night fell and the sky darkened, Xiao Qiang flipped the light switch, and the grand chandelier in the living room cast a brilliant glow. He sat on the sofa with Wang Liang and a few other men, savoring the light in the darkness of the night. Everyone had gone too long without enjoying light at night, and now they were somewhat lost in the moment. Outside, Aunt Wang and the others busied themselves cooking over a wood fire. The gas stove remained unusable as there was no gas for the time being. Just then little Shu Tong emerged after washing up. Xiao Qiang finally got a clear look at her features. They bore a hint of European style with a high-bridged nose beneath large glasses. She walked up to Xiao Qiang and said, "Uncle, I know you're not a bad person. Besides, Sister Bingyan said you're really amazing, a true hero." Xiao Qiang looked at Xu Tong in surprise, then noticed Lin Bingyan smiling at him. Realizing she had spoken well of him, he nodded at her with gratitude. Smiling warmly at little Xu Tong, Xiao Qiang reached out and patted her head, saying, "I'm no hero. I just do what I want to do. And I'm not an uncle. I'm a big brother too." "Uncle is uncle, you're not a big brother," Xu Tong repeated in her sweet childish voice, drawing laughter from everyone in the room. "But uncle, thank you for killing those monsters and rescuing me from that dark warehouse. I haven't seen so many people in a long time." Though only 7, Xu Tong spoke with the maturity of an adult. At an age meant for cuddling in her parents' arms, she had been thrust into this calamity, her precociousness stirring a pang of pity in everyone's hearts. Xiao Qiang gently stroked Xu Tong's hair, knelt down, and whispered to her, "Don't worry. From today on, I promise you uncle will protect you, keep you from harm, and never let you hide alone in the darkness again." The others in the room turned their gaze to Xiao Qiang, their eyes gleaming with a newfound sense of affirmation and relief. "Then uncle, let's pinky swear," said Xu Tong. Xu Tong extended her thumb and index finger, blinking her big eyes at Xiao Qiang. "All right, pinky swear." A large hand and a small hand linked index fingers, their thumbs pressing firmly together. "Come out and eat. Dinner's ready." Aunt Wang called out to the young people inside. For dinner that evening, Aunt Wang prepared porridge, steamed some mantou, and stir-fried 2 dishes with the last of the vegetables, leaving only a few supermarket-bought snacks. During the meal, Wang Liang proposed they drink some wine. First, to welcome little Shutong into their fold, and second, to celebrate the Longshan base finally having electricity. Xiao Qiang brought out soft drinks and 2 bottles of baijiu, pouring a glass for everyone. Their cups clinked together. Before the alcohol could cloud his mind, Xiao Qiang looked at the group and said, "Kongzhuang village is only a few kilometers from our Longshan base, and it's currently our key source for supplies. But unfortunately, a long-tongued zombie lurks there. If we don't eliminate it, entering the village will be nearly impossible. So I plan to go tomorrow and take it down." "No problem, Chong. I have to go. The first time I saw that long-tongued monster, I watched helplessly as it killed several villagers, powerless to stop it. This time I'm going to avenge them." Li Chong gritted his teeth as he spoke, his voice filled with hatred. "But that long-tongued zombie is indeed formidable. We need to be extra cautious. Who's going tomorrow?" Lin Bingyan raised a question from the side. This question stumped Xiao Qiang. The 3 elderly little Shudong and Li Wei were nearly useless against zombies, and the villa needed at least one young person left behind as a precaution. Xiao Qiang had a habit. Once he deemed something necessary, he would see it through even if no immediate results showed. Given the current situation, Li Chong and Wang Peng had to go. Among the 3, Xiao Qiang was the most versatile. Li Chong specialized in strength, and Wang Peng, needless to say, was an exceptional marksman. "I'll stay home." Xiao Qiang hadn't expected Wang Liang to volunteer on his own. Wang Liang himself had realized that in this apocalypse, without any awakened abilities, he felt somewhat powerless. Fortunately, he was open-minded, thinking that as long as he could help everyone and they could stay united and harmonious, that was enough. "All right then, the house is in your hands, Liang. Once we get our hands on some machine guns later, we'll mow down all these zombies together." Xiao Qiang was moved, who, entrusting the base to Wang Liang, put his mind at ease. Truth be told, Xiao Qiang had wanted to bring Wang Liang along, but after weighing the options, Wang Liang was indeed the best choice. "I want to go." Before Xiao Qiang could pick, Lin Bingyan volunteered, brandishing the pistol in her hand. "Fine. Then it'll be me, Wang Peng, Li Chong, and Lin Bingyan." As he spoke, he cast a questioning glance at Yang Shui. "I'm going too." Yang Shui's voice was still icy and brooked no argument. "This time is different. Facing that long-tongued zombie, I can't guarantee victory. We must be extremely cautious. And we need to follow our plan as closely as possible." Xiao Qiang's words were mostly directed at Yang Shui, whom he had always found somewhat enigmatic. As far as he knew, Yang Shui had no weapon, no special abilities, and hadn't even trained in Taekwondo like Lin Bingyan. "Don't worry, I won't hold you back. Also, it's been a while since you promised me a pistol, hasn't it?" Yang Shui said bluntly, her gaze lingering meaningfully on the pistol in Lin Bingyan's hand. "So I'll have to get Yang Shui a gun as soon as I upgrade, or she'll never stop with the sour remarks," Xiao Qiang thought to himself. "Come on, let's have another toast. Wishing you all a triumphant victory tomorrow and a safe return." Wang Liang, seeing the 2 women on the verge of quarreling, stepped in to rescue Xiao Qiang. "Cheers. This is our first time drinking, so let's all have a bit more." The others quickly chimed in. Lin Bingyan shot Yang Shui a glance before raising her drink to join the toast. Wang Liang and Uncle Chui were both connoisseurs of alcohol, and with their lead, the dinner atmosphere quickly reached a lively peak. Everyone shared amusing stories and tales from before the apocalypse, drawing them closer together. No wonder people said alcohol was a bridge for communication. Soon the 2 bottles of baijiu were nearly empty. Wang Peng, despite his slender frame, had a surprising tolerance for alcohol. Seeing the bottles empty, he said, "Once we kill that long-tongued zombie tomorrow, we'll grab more liquor and have a real feast." By then, Xiao Qiang, who had a low tolerance, was already groggy and on the verge of passing out. The others couldn't help but tease him. Who would have thought that despite his enhanced strength, his drinking capacity was so pitiful? With no other choice, Li Chong carried Xiao Qiang to the bedroom. After tidying up, the rest also retired to their rooms. Yang Shui and little Shudong shared the same bedroom. Late into the night, whether due to the alcohol or anxiety about the next day, Xiao Qiang tossed and turned, haunted by the same dream of fighting zombies all night long. When he woke in the morning, the sweat on his head had soaked the pillowcase. In the morning at Kangzhuang village. This was a relatively open area with a few stone pillars standing forlornly on the ground. The village had originally planned to install a transformer here, but for some unknown reason the matter was delayed and these stone pillars were never removed. By now the village had long become a world of zombies with no trace of human activity. At a street corner, a female zombie with disheveled hair, her clothes filthy and tattered, exposed part of her chest. Her hands with bones showing in places were raised in front of her chest, sharp claws protruding. Bite marks were visible on her neck and her head was tilted forward. As if hearing some noise, her eyes shifted and she began to run forward. With a loud bang, just as she turned the corner, her entire body was sent flying backward. At the corner, a tall, burly zombie appeared with a thick, sturdy frame. His shoes were long gone and his feet were abnormally large. With each step he took, a dull thud echoed through the street. It was this zombie who had swung his massive palm and sent the female zombie flying. Hearing a noise to his left, the burly zombie turned his head, letting out a low growl from his throat. Suddenly, a rope-like object shot toward the burly zombie with incredible speed. His massive body was hurled to one side, crashing into a nearby window, shattering the glass into pieces. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a layer of fine, dense scratches on the arm that had been struck. Nearby on the street, a crawling zombie slowly made its way to the corner, hissing and constantly extending its long tongue. The tongue lashed out, striking the surrounding buildings. This was none other than the long-tongued zombie that Xiao Qiang and his team had come to eliminate. As the long-tongued zombie turned the corner, a sharp arrow flew straight toward the back of its head. The tongue shot out, curling around to the back of its head, and snapped the arrow in two, the broken pieces falling to the ground. The one who had shot the arrow was Wang Peng. In their plan, Xiao Qiang and his team had chosen this spot as an ambush point. Thus, early in the morning, they had taken a detour to set up an ambush here. Just as they were beginning to doubt whether the long-tongued zombie would wander here, it suddenly appeared. The zombie's tongue stretched out, whipping from behind its head toward the rooftop where Wang Peng was hiding. Wang Peng prepared for this, rolled aside. The zombie's tongue struck the eaves, knocking a whole chunk of stone to the ground. On another rooftop nearby, Li Chong stood up, raising a large blue stone he had found. He hurled it with all his might at the long-tongued zombie. However, the zombie's tongue retracted in a bizarre curve, meeting the stone midair. The stone shattered instantly, sending fragments flying into the surrounding shops with a clatter. Just as the long-tongued zombie shattered the stone, a gunshot rang out. Lin Bingyan had fired a shot, seizing the moment when the zombie's tongue was extended. Sensing the threat, the zombie fully extended its tongue, striking the bullet with pinpoint accuracy and incredible speed, producing a crisp, clear sound. Meanwhile, Wang Peng shot another arrow, this time with a flame attached to its tip, but it too was blocked by the tongue. No sooner had the arrow been knocked down than a stone reached the zombie. The three of them worked in a relay, forming a small triangular formation, continuously launching attacks at the zombie in the center. The long-tongued zombie fully extended its tongue, standing in the middle of the open space, swinging it like a ribbon, though this ribbon was harder than steel. The whipping tongue formed an impenetrable defensive net, and the trio's attacks could not harm the long-tongued zombie in the slightest. By now the three had formed a small encirclement, trapping the zombie firmly in the center. The zombie's tongue was also drawn to the front of its head, creating a temporary stalemate. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst out from the house behind the zombie. It was Xiao Qiang, who had been absent until now, holding 1,000 mechanisms umbrella, a bones-pike dagger at his waist, and a red safety helmet on his head. Xiao Qiang took 2 steps at a time, reaching the zombie's back in an instant. He bent his legs, slightly pushed off the ground with force, and leaped into the air. Raising the 1,000 mechanisms umbrella high above his head, he twirled it with a flourish before bringing it down with tremendous force on the back of the zombie's head. This was a technique from the Wolf Fang Staff Art designed to maximize the inertia of the staff. Combined with the momentum of his descent, the front of the staff carried enough force to mimic the charging momentum of a wolf. The long-tongued zombie's reflexes were indeed astonishing. Just as the staff was about to strike the tongue, after a brief parry, folded in midair, forming a shape arc. Its tip precisely touched the 1,000 mechanisms umbrella with a sharp pop. The man and the zombie separated instantly. Xiao Qiang felt a tremendous force surging through his arm, as if he had struck steel. His tiger's mouth went numb, and the Thousand Mechanisms umbrella almost slipped from his grasp. The zombie was not faring well either. Having taken a full-force blow from Xiao Qiang's Thousand Mechanisms umbrella, its tongue was slightly deformed. It let out a piercing screech from its throat, then began to stir, crawling toward Xiao Qiang with its tongue swaying. "Xiao Qiang, watch out!" Lin Bingyan shouted from the rooftop in alarm, frantically pulling the trigger. Bullets streamed toward the zombie incessantly. Wang Peng and the others intensified their attacks. Li Chong, after throwing all his stones, even hurled his fire axe. With a clang, the zombie's tongue swept the fire axe aside. The metal axe was deeply gouged by the fleshy spines on the tongue, a bent iron ring from the axe still clinging to the zombie's tongue. The entire axe crashed into a nearby dwelling, embedding itself in the wall. Xiao Qiang gripped the Thousand Mechanisms umbrella tightly, stepping forward to engage the zombie with the Wolf Fang Staff technique. Each strike was delivered with full force, the heavy impacts causing his tiger's mouth to ooze blood. Yet he still failed to inflict a critical wound, even with Lin Bingyan and the others providing support from the side. However, the zombie seemed enraged, now slowly leaning toward Xiao Qiang. Seizing the moment, Xiao Qiang swung his staff once, then turned and ran straight ahead without looking back. Of course, Xiao Qiang wasn't fleeing in a straight line. He ran around the stone pillars and poles. As it turned out, they had planned this earlier. They chose this location where Lin Bingyan and the other two would first form a triangle to attack and draw the long tongue. Then Xiao Qiang would spring out when the zombie was off guard, attempting a fatal blow. Naturally, they had considered that the zombie's reaction speed might prevent them from harming it. Xiao Qiang proposed that if the first strike failed, he would circle the pillars, entangling the zombie's tongue around them as much as possible. Then he could launch a surprise attack, darting behind the zombie and killing it with his bone-spiked dagger. Of course, Xiao Qiang didn't disclose which technique he would use. He only said he would find a way. He had also taken a strength pill early in the morning to ensure he wouldn't miss the opportunity. Xiao Qiang ran ahead while the zombie's tongue twisted and turned in pursuit, as if determined to kill him. Xiao Qiang saw that the tongue had wrapped around the stone pillar 3 times. Estimating the time, he knew he would be grazed by the tongue if he kept running. Just as he was about to drop the Thousand Mechanisms umbrella and draw the bone-spiked dagger, a sudden boom sounded. Xiao Qiang looked back to see the zombie retracting its long tongue. 3 stone pillars as thick as millstones snapped cleanly, even the rebar inside severed. The entire process, though complex to describe, happened in an instant. Seeing this, Xiao Qiang muttered, "Not good." He hadn't expected the zombie to grow even stronger in just a few days. He then rolled to the side to avoid the collapsing stone pillar, which crashed directly into a shop ahead. The shop collapsed from the middle, kicking up a cloud of dust. At that moment, Yang Shui suddenly ran over from a nearby rooftop, shouting at them, "Bad news. A large horde of zombies is coming." To prevent the zombie horde from approaching, the 5 had agreed that Yang Shui would go to the road and set up flammable materials like gasoline barrels while keeping watch for any incoming zombies. Yang Shui, seeing the scene before her, asked anxiously, "Xiao Qiang, are you all right?" Xiao Qiang took off his safety helmet and shouted to them, "You go stop the zombie horde. He'll handle this one." As they gradually walked away, Xiao Qiang slowly put away the Thousand Mechanisms umbrella and drew his bone-spiked dagger, glaring fiercely at the long-tongued zombie. At the same time, he extended his middle finger, spat at the creature, and cursed, "Screw you." Then, without turning back, he fled outright. Yes, indeed, fully aware he was no match for the zombie, Xiao Qiang truly ran this time. Earlier, even with the assistance of Lin Bingyan and the other 2, he had failed to harm the zombie. Now, facing it alone was out of the question. Xiao Qiang sprinted ahead with all his might, while the long-tongued zombie behind him, though crawling on the ground, was no slower in the slightest. Man and zombie, after a full 5 minutes of relentless pursuit, Xiao Qiang finally spotted a side path ahead. A smile spread across his face as he thought, "At last I've made it." This side path was a narrow alley, long and constricted. The entrance was just wide enough for one person to pass, but toward the end it narrowed to a mere slit with faint light filtering through. In truth, Xiao Qiang had discovered this alley during his first search of the village. He had hoped to deal with the long-tongued zombie with the group's combined strength. Avoiding the need to use this place for luring the zombie here was a perilous journey in itself. Xiao Qiang entered the alley, not daring to slow his pace. The long-tongued zombie followed closely, its tongue stretching to its utmost limit forward. As Xiao Qiang was pursued relentlessly, just as he was about to reach the narrow slit, he lunged forward with all his might. Yet instead of crashing into the walls of the houses on either side, he vanished into thin air. The long-tongued zombie behind him was not so fortunate. Its forward momentum unchecked, its body slammed heavily into the walls on both sides. Its shoulders became wedged in the crevice, with only its long tongue extending forward through the gap. Xiao Qiang had long since learned the assault technique, its execution skills already ingrained in his mind. This was his first time using it. As he leaped forward, he activated the assault technique, instantly draining his 300 points of stamina. Xiao Qiang felt the scene before him shift, and he found himself landing on the zombie's back with the creature's entire back in his view. At that moment, the zombie's tongue was still thrust into the gap ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Qiang gripped his bone-spiked dagger tightly and aimed a stab at the back of the zombie's head. But just as the dagger touched the zombie's skull, its tongue suddenly retracted and slammed fiercely into Xiao Qiang's back. Fortunately, the thousand mechanisms umbrella on his back absorbed most of the force, yet it still left 2 ghastly wounds on his body. The dagger in Xiao Qiang's hand went astray, entering through the back of the head and exiting through the right ear, leaving a bullseye-sized gash on the zombie's skull. A stream of crimson, foul-smelling blood oozed out. Xiao Qiang sniffed, but no notification of the zombie's death echoed in his mind. He steeled himself, realizing the creature was still alive. Though the long-tongued zombie was not dead, its tongue attack speed and reaction time had significantly diminished. Its tongue swayed and lashed out at Xiao Qiang once more. Ignoring the searing pain in his back, Xiao Qiang rose dismounted from the zombie's back and fled toward the alley's exit. Emerging from the alley, Xiao Qiang slowly sheathed his dagger and drew out the thousand mechanisms umbrella. A burning pain from the muscles in his back assailed him. At that moment, the long-tongued zombie staggered out of the alley, crawling. A strip of flesh still connected the small half of its head, and streams of blood streaked its face, making it appear even more grotesque and terrifying. Its crawling speed, however, was noticeably slower than before. The zombie's tongue lashed out, but this time it missed Xiao Qiang, striking the concrete pavement instead. A long crack split the ground instantly. It seemed the blow to its head had affected its accuracy, though its strength remained. Seeing the zombie's attack miss, Xiao Qiang strode forward 2 steps, raising the thousand mechanisms umbrella to strike its head. If this hit connected, the long-tongued zombie would either die or lose all mobility. Suddenly, a collision struck his left side, sending Xiao Qiang flying to the right. He crashed heavily to the ground, and the thousand mechanisms umbrella slipped from his grasp. A tearing pain erupted from his back as he landed, the wound now a sticky mess of foul blood and fabric clinging to his body. It turned out that Xiao Qiang's attention was entirely focused on the long-tongued zombie before him, leaving him unaware of the other zombie that had suddenly darted out from the side. Xiao Qiang rose to his feet, feeling a tightness in his chest. With a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he had already formed a rough understanding of the strength of the zombie that had ambushed him. Outwardly, it appeared to be an ordinary zombie, nothing unusual in height or weight, but its strength was notably greater than that of a normal zombie, suggesting it was a level 2 zombie. The zombies stood side by side, their pale eyes fixed intently on Xiao Qiang, as if ready to pounce and tear him apart at any moment. Xiao Qiang gripped the thousand mechanism umbrella tightly, gritting his teeth. At this critical juncture of life and death, he knew he had to prepare to fight with all his might. In truth, if the long-tongued zombie had not been injured, Xiao Qiang would have had no choice but to flee. Suddenly, the level 2 zombie launched the first attack, its entire body lunging toward Xiao Qiang. At the same time, the long-tongued zombie's tongue shot toward him, the curved appendage springing open as it descended from above, aiming to smash down onto Xiao Qiang's head. Ignoring the pain surging from his back, Xiao Qiang gritted his teeth and pushed off the ground with all his strength, shifting his entire body to the left. Simultaneously, he swung the thousand mechanism umbrella in a sweeping arc, striking the level 2 zombie. The zombie's forward momentum remained unchecked, and the blow sent it crashing face first onto the ground. Meanwhile, the long tongue missed its mark, slamming into the concrete floor and stirring up a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Qiang prepared to bring the thousand mechanism umbrella down for another strike. But then the long tongue swept toward him once more. With no other option, he raised the thousand mechanism umbrella to block. Xiao Qiang steeled himself and engaged both zombies in fierce combat. Within moments, the 2 zombies and the man had exchanged several rounds. Dust flew everywhere, and the doors and windows of many surrounding shops were shattered, their fragments scattering on the ground. Just as Xiao Qiang repelled the level 2 zombie, the long tongue came at him again. The attacks of the 2 zombies came in an unending torrent, and Xiao Qiang, summoning every ounce of his will, barely managed to fend them off. The pain radiating from his back threatened to plunge him into unconsciousness several times. Seeing that he could not dispatch both zombies quickly, and with his stamina reaching its limit, cold sweat poured from his brow from the agony. Combined with the dust swirling in the air, his face was grimy and disheveled. Xiao Qiang fought while pondering. If this continues, I will certainly collapse from exhaustion and be killed. Yet these 2 zombies seemed tireless, relentlessly pressing their attack. I must separate them. Even a brief moment could break this deadlock. With a plan in mind, Xiao Qiang hardened his resolve. Clenching his teeth, he unleashed a flurry of strikes with the thousand mechanism umbrella, using the Wolf Fang Staff technique to send the level 2 zombie tumbling aside with one powerful blow. Without looking back, he dashed straight toward the supermarket before him. The long-tongued zombie followed closely behind. Xiao Qiang lunged forward, leaping into the store. The long-tongued zombie slithered in after him, its tongue protruding. The chunk of flesh that had been dangling from its head had already fallen off, revealing a ghastly skull beneath. A truly horrifying sight. Inside the supermarket, Xiao Qiang did not pause. He leaped straight out through a window, and the zombie's long tongue shot out after him. Midair, Xiao Qiang drew his bone-spiked dagger and struck at the tongue. With a sharp clang, the dagger and tongue collided in the air. Xiao Qiang rolled on the ground, intending to take advantage of the moment, while the long-tongued zombie was still inside to deal with the level 2 zombie. But before he could steady himself, he was slammed into the ground with a loud bang. A flicker of anger rose within Xiao Qiang. Struggling to his feet, he spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his entire body had been torn apart. Letting out a roar, Xiao Qiang took 2 steps forward and thrust the 1000-mechanism umbrella straight into the zombie's chest. Then, crouching low with his back to the zombie, he swept the umbrella horizontally toward its legs. Struck by the blow, the zombie pitched forward. Without pausing, Xiao Qiang rose and rained down blows upon the level 2 zombie with the 1000-mechanism umbrella. The entire sequence of movements was fluid and seamless, leaving the level 2 zombie no chance to fight back. Ding killed 1 ordinary level 2 zombie. Experience 90, exchange points 90. Just as he finished off the level 2 zombie, the long-tongued zombie crawled out from the store. By now, Xiao Qiang was at his last gasp. The pain and exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him, pushing him toward the brink of unconsciousness. Grasping the 1000-mechanism umbrella, Xiao Qiang stood up, panting heavily. His clothes were already tattered and his back was a bloody mess, sending waves of searing pain through him. The zombie's long tongue shot toward Xiao Qiang's left side, but he remained as still as a meditating monk. When the tongue was fully extended, reaching its limit, Xiao Qiang turned his body slightly and dashed toward the zombie with undiminished speed. Leaping high into the air, he brought the umbrella down with a single powerful strike onto the back of the long-tongued zombie's head. The zombie's tongue was slow to retract, largely because Xiao Qiang had previously used the assault technique to injure the long-tongued zombie, impairing its tongue's retraction speed and reaction time. Xiao Qiang continued his relentless assault. 1 blow fell, and another rose. The zombie's tongue had only retracted halfway when it collapsed heavily to the ground. The long-tongued zombie lay still. Perhaps the fear and threat posed by the long-tongued zombie had been too great, and Xiao Qiang needed to vent. He continued to swing the 1000-mechanism umbrella, striking more than 20 times until the zombie's head was crushed, white brain matter bursting forth and mixing with dark blood to ooze from the wound. Xiao Qiang stopped and retrieved his bone-spiked dagger, intending to deliver a finishing blow to the long-tongued zombie. Ding killed 1 ordinary level 5 zombie. Experience 2,000, exchange points 3,000. Acquired equipment. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level warrior level 4. Rewards. Before he could catch what Xiao Qiang said next, the kill notification sounded. Unable to hold on any longer, Xiao Qiang let the dagger and the 1000-mechanism umbrella slip from his hands, clattering to the ground. His body fell straight backward as he lost consciousness. In the moment before he collapsed, a thought crossed Xiao Qiang's mind. After this battle, I will finally become truly strong. Xiao Qiang, wake up. In his daze, Xiao Qiang seemed to hear Li Chang's shouts and Lin Binjian's sobs. Slowly opening his eyes, he even seemed to see Yang Shui's running figure and Wang Peng beside her shooting zombies with a crossbow. Then Xiao Qiang felt his eyelids grow heavier, and he closed his eyes, falling into a deep sleep. Xiao Qiang had once said that level 5 was a watershed. At that point, not only would there be many benefits, but the body would also become stronger, truly becoming a powerhouse. Only then would one truly break through physical limits and gain incredible strength. Xiao Qiang didn't know how long he had been unconscious. He only felt that he had slept a long sleep and had a very chaotic dream. In the dream, the world had no zombie outbreak. Xiao Qiang smoothly went through university, found a job, married, had children, and lived an ordinary life. Slowly opening his eyes, what met his gaze was a dim ceiling. Looking around, he recognized it as his bedroom. Xiao Qiang felt somewhat thirsty. On the bedside table, someone had placed a glass of water and some medicine. Xiao Qiang touched the cup. It was still warm. He downed it in one gulp, and his throat finally felt a bit better. As he moved his body, a tearing sensation shot through his back. Xiao Qiang looked at himself. He was lying face down on the bed, his upper body bare, wrapped in layers of messy gauze by someone. His lower half had been changed into a new pair of pants, and even his face and arms had been washed. Hearing voices outside, Xiao Qiang pushed himself up on his hands and slowly moved to the window. He pulled open the curtain, and a gentle ray of sunlight streamed in, brightening the room instantly. Xiao Qiang looked out the window. It was Wang Liang and the others cooking over a campfire. It's so good to be alive, Xiao Qiang sighed, feeling the warmth of the sun and listening to the clamor of the people outside. Just then the door to Xiao Qiang's bedroom cracked open. A little head with 2 ponytails peeked in. Xiao Qiang saw that it was little Shu Tong, who was holding the door frame and peering inside. Seeing Xiao Qiang awake, little Xiao Tong said in a childish voice, "Uncle, you're awake." Xiao Qiang turned his head and said affectionately, "Come here, little Xiao Tong." Xiao Qiang turned over and sat half upright in bed. Little Xiao Tong thoughtfully placed a soft pillow behind his back. Little Xiao Tong, tell Uncle, how did I end up here? Little Xiao Tong pulled up a chair and sat by Xiao Qiang's bed. Xiao Qiang looked at her and asked, "The day before yesterday when you drove back and got out of the car, you were covered in blood. You scared us all. Everyone carried you upstairs, stopped the bleeding, and found medicine. Then you slept until now." Little Xiao Tong blinked her eyes and recounted the events to Xiao Qiang. "Did they say how I got back? And after I got back?" Before Xiao Qiang could finish, little Xiao Tong slapped her thigh and dashed out like a streak, shouting as she ran, "Oh, Aunt Wang told me to let them know if you woke up. I almost forgot." Xiao Qiang licked his lips, left bewildered alone in bed. She called him uncle, but still called Aunt Wang Aunt Wang. Soon he heard footsteps coming up the stairs. "Xiao Qiang, you're finally awake. You had us so worried. You were unconscious for a full day and 2 nights. Li Wei's voice rang out even before she entered, shouting at Xiao Qiang lying in bed. "I didn't realize I slept that long. By the way, where's Bingyan? Why didn't I see her? Nothing happened to her, did it? And Aunt Wang and Uncle Li? Why didn't I see them either?" Xiao Qiang looked at the people entering the room, noticing that Aunt Wang, Uncle Li, and Lin Bingyan were missing. He immediately sat up and asked. Unexpectedly, his slightly larger movement pulled at the wound on his back, causing him to wince in pain. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but laugh. Yang Shui opened the window while glaring at Xiao Qiang. "You are the one who's sick, and you still have the energy to worry about others." With that, she pressed Xiao Qiang back onto the soft pillow and went straight downstairs. Aunt Wang and Uncle Li butchered a chicken. "When they heard you were awake, they started making chicken soup downstairs," Wang Peng said, sitting on the edge of the bed addressing Xiao Qiang. "Bingyan is sleeping. She had a head injury to begin with, and she stayed up all last night taking care of you. She only agreed to rest this morning when she saw you were improving." Li Wei spoke to Xiao Qiang with a hint of reproach. "Bingyan is hurt. What exactly happened?" Xiao Qiang grew agitated upon hearing Lin Bingyan was injured, his already pale face turning even whiter. "Brother Qiang, don't get worked up. Lin Bingyan's injuries aren't serious. She'll be fine," Wang Peng quickly interjected upon seeing his reaction. Just then Li Chong spoke with some chagrin. "To be honest, it's my fault. That day you sent the 4 of us to hold off the zombie horde. After we lit the oil drums, we found you were no longer there. We discussed it and decided Sister Xiaoxua would take a detour to get the car while the 3 of us went to find you." Li Chong paused, glanced at Xiao Qiang, and continued. "On the way, I was running ahead and didn't notice the rubble kicked up by a collapsed stone pillar behind us. Sister Bingyan pushed me aside, but the rubble struck her. She was bleeding heavily at the time. Later, we found you lying on the ground in front of the supermarket and rushed back to the villa." Wang Liang added. "When we got back, we were terrified. We quickly bandaged you both up. But last night, you suddenly developed a fever and started coughing. Fortunately, there was a medical kit in the villa. We found some medicine and gave it to you. Still, Bingyan refused to rest until this morning, when we finally persuaded her to go to bed after seeing you were stable." Xiao Qiang hadn't realized so much had happened behind the scenes and was deeply moved. "You've all worked so hard. As long as everyone's safe, that's what matters. All right, enough of that. The most important thing is that we're all safe. You young people have been through a lot. When the chicken soup is ready, make sure you drink plenty." Uncle Chui, who was about to light a cigarette, stopped himself, remembering they were indoors, and spoke to the group. "When Bingyan wakes up, remember to call me, so I can go see her," Xiao Qiang said, still uneasy as he urged Li Wei. Li Wei looked at Xiao Qiang and nodded. Just then little Shutong tugged at Xiao Qiang's sleeve and said in a crisp voice, Uncle, they say you like Sister Bingyan. Is that true?" As soon as Shutong finished speaking, she saw everyone in the room grinning at her. Xiao Qiang blushed with embarrassment and quickly pretended to cough, saying, "Ahem, I need some water." Seeing Xiao Qiang's flustered state, the room burst into laughter. When Shutong handed him the water, Xiao Qiang reached out and playfully tapped her nose, pretending to threaten her. "Little girl, don't talk nonsense." Uncle Chui spoke up. "I went to check on the generator the other day and refilled the gas. You know, the motor you found is really good. It uses very little fuel and has stored up quite a bit of electricity. We can use it without worry now. Also, we spent the last couple of days clearing all the grass around the villa. We found some wheat seeds in your room and planted them. By autumn, we'll be able to eat our own homegrown grain." Li Chong added enthusiastically to Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang remembered winning those seeds in a lottery. He had left them in his bedroom and forgotten about them. He was glad they had finally found a use. "Our base is getting better and better." Xiao Qiang sighed as a gentle breeze drifted into the room. From outside the window, Aunt Wang's voice called out, "Come down and eat. The chicken soup is ready. Let's go, time to eat. Help me down. I'll eat downstairs too," Xiao Qiang said to the others heading out. "Stay put. Someone will bring it up to you." Yang Shui glared at Xiao Qiang, her voice icy. Xiao Qiang shivered and lay back down, saying nothing more. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from fighting the zombies, or perhaps his appetite had grown after leveling up. In any case, Xiao Qiang ate 4 full bowls of rice and drank 3 bowls of chicken soup before finally stopping. In the afternoon, lying on the bed, Xiao Qiang summoned Xiao Qiang, eager to check his latest gains. "Xiao Qiang, are you there?" he called out in his mind, closing his eyes. "Host, you finally woke up. I thought you weren't going to make it," the little lowly teased as soon as she spoke. "What could I do? That long-tongued zombie was too formidable. Even so, I barely won," Xiao Qiang defended himself to Xiao Qiang. "You're the most foolish host I've ever known. With such a powerful assistant like me, you still ended up covered in wounds just from dealing with a mere level 4 zombie. And you've even managed to ruin the precious 1000-mechanism umbrella in your hands." Xiao Qiang's tone was filled with disdain for the zombie and frustration at his incompetence. Xiao Qiang couldn't help but pout. Even so, it was still just a tiny level 4 zombie. "Xiao Qiang, show me my level up rewards and the rewards for killing that level 4 zombie." Xiao Qiang continued, already unable to contain his eagerness to see the rewards. "All right, host. Reward for killing level 4 zombie, experience 2,000, exchange points 3,000. Equipment, Crimson Gold Dagger Advanced. Forged from dark gold, can merge with the 1000-mechanism umbrella 1 AK-47 rifle intermediate. A thermal weapon with continuous fire capability, comes with 500 bullets. Medicine recovery potion intermediate. A small bottle of liquid for non-fatal external injuries, promotes muscle tissue regeneration, stops bleeding and dissolves bruises, leaves no scars, can be taken orally or applied externally. Technique, Tiger Claw Technique. Intermediate. Fingers form a claw shape, can crush stone and wood when mastered, can leave claw marks on metal, consumes 200 stamina points. Living supplies, 2 rechargeable walkie-talkies with a coverage range of 500 meters. Xiao Qiang recited the rewards in a rigid, lowly-like voice, simultaneously displaying them on the panel within Xiao Qiang's mind. Gazing at the dazzling array of items on the display panel, Xiao Qiang was practically drooling. If anyone had entered the bedroom at that moment, they would have seen Xiao Qiang lying on the bed, eyes tightly shut, mouth wide open, hands rubbing back and forth on his chest, a grotesque grin plastered across his face. Anyone would have thought he was having some lewd dream. Why are there so many rewards? There's even an advanced piece of equipment. Xiao Qiang couldn't help but ask Xiao Qiang in his mind, since the last time he received an advanced item was when he completed the Establish an Apocalypse Base mission. In truth, Xiao Qiang was unaware that building an apocalypse base was inherently difficult, whether in terms of site selection or defensive measures. That Xiao Qiang could complete the mission so quickly was thanks to his familiarity with Longshan Park, few zombies there, and supplies nearby. And this time it was because he managed to kill a zombie 2 levels above his own that he obtained such generous rewards. "Hey Xiao Qiang, didn't you say that dark gold is the most precious material in the apocalypse? How is it that I've already obtained 2 weapons made from dark gold?" Xiao Qiang looked at the crimson gold dagger and spoke to Xiao Qiang. "Host, you really don't know how lucky you are. Without this system, you wouldn't even have a chance to lay eyes on dark gold. And here I was going to all this trouble, specially preparing the matching 1000-mechanism umbrella equipment for you," Xiao Qiang said, puffing out her cheeks and pouting at Xiao Qiang. All right, Xiao Qiang, I was wrong. Dark gold is still the most precious material. But was this recovery potion also specially prepared for me?" Xiao Qiang quickly apologized. "Of course. If it weren't for the fact that you bear an important mission, I wouldn't bother with you," Xiao Qiang replied. "Then thank you, Xiao Qiang," Xiao Qiang said, though inwardly he regretted that if he hadn't been injured this time, he might have obtained a potion like the body-tempering elixir, which would have been wonderful. But since he was already in this situation, he accepted it. This way, not only could he recover quickly, but he could also help Lin Bingyan heal rapidly. Turning his attention to the Tiger Claw Technique and the AK-47, the Tiger Claw Technique was self-explanatory. He now had another life-saving skill, though it consumed 200 stamina points. The key was the AK-47. With it, he had truly traded in his slingshot for a cannon. Killing zombies would become much simpler and experience would pour in. The only downside was the limited number of bullets. However, after some thought, Xiao Qiang decided to give the rifle to Wang Liang. Ever since coming to the villa, Wang Liang had felt his strength was insufficient to join the others in killing zombies, and he often seemed downcast. Finally, there were the walkie-talkies. As long as they were within a kilometer of each other, even if they split into 2 teams, they wouldn't have to worry about losing contact. And since they were rechargeable, the villa's conditions allowed for repeated use. Satisfied, Xiao Qiang continued, "Now show me the level-up rewards." "Very well, host. However, I must first remind you that level 5 is a watershed moment. Before level 5, no matter how strong you are merely pushing the physical limits of the human body. Level 5, however, will introduce an entirely new realm of understanding. You need to be prepared, host. Don't embarrass yourself like you did just now," Xiao Qiang said with a look of disdain, cautioning Xiao Qiang in advance. All right. Xiao Qiang had not leveled up in a long time. Ever since he reached level 4 as a powerhouse, the experience gained from killing zombies had plummeted. Now that he was leveling up again, he readily agreed to whatever Xiao Qiang said. Then host, your current level is level 5 as a powerhouse. Rewards include dual eye identification intermediate, allowing you to identify the level of enemies below a certain threshold, unification of strength and speed into a single physical fitness value with an added physical endurance value, a Desert Eagle pistol intermediate with 100 bullets, basic spear technique, 3 doses of triple rage pill intermediate, granting 3 times your physical strength for 1 minute after consumption, a 1 intermediate lottery draw, and 1 basic lottery draw. As Xiao Qiang spoke, these items materialized in Xiao Qiang's mind. Before Xiao Qiang could finish, Xiao Qiang interrupted. Xiao Qiang, wait. I have questions. You're saying too much at once. I'm afraid I won't remember it all. Xiao Qiang rolled his eyes helplessly, stopped talking, and said to Xiao Qiang, fine. You really are the dumbest host I've ever met. Go ahead and ask. Scratching his head in embarrassment, Xiao Qiang inquired, what exactly is the dual eye identification function? Can it reveal an enemy's weaknesses? Or can it only identify zombies? Xiao Qiang continued in a girlish voice, the dual eye identification function is automatically attached to your eyes. It can identify all enemies, but only those below a certain level. Currently, it can only indicate the enemy's level, not their weaknesses. Xiao Qiang understood clearly. This function would allow him to know an opponent's level at a glance. If he saw he couldn't win, he could simply flee. What a wonderful prospect. Hosts, don't just think about running. Only by facing danger in real combat, especially life and death struggles, can your combat awareness and experience truly improve. Hearing Xiao Qiang's thoughts, Xiao Qiang reminded him, hey, how can you hear what I'm thinking? Xiao Qiang hadn't spoken in the mental realm, yet realized his thoughts were being overheard. Of course I can. I even know what you like. Xiao Qiang said smugly to Xiao Qiang. All right, I get it. You're impressive, Xiao Qiang. So what are the physical fitness and physical endurance values? Xiao Qiang quickly interrupted and asked another question. Physical fitness is a composite value of strength, speed, jumping ability, and other human physical attributes. Physical endurance is your body's resistance to damage, essentially a measure of overall defense. Xiao Qiang explained. It seemed that after leveling up, the system intended to provide a comprehensive numerical representation of the body. Moreover, this reward included a pistol and spear technique. His 1,000 mechanisms umbrella, after merging with the crimson gold dagger, could transform into a spear form, making the spear technique perfectly suitable. However, it seemed he would have to give this Desert Eagle to Yang Shui. She had mentioned long ago that she wished to own a gun someday. Host, with you giving away things left and right, no matter how many rewards you have, it won't be enough. Xiao Qiang complained to Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang scratched his head and said, when they grow stronger, doesn't that mean I'm stronger too? After all, we're friends. And this way our human team can better resolve this catastrophe. This time Xiao Qiang didn't speak to Xiao Qiang. Instead, he mused to himself, when you receive reward items, you don't first consider your own needs. A heart so kind and always thinking of others. Is this humanity's blessing or its tragedy? By the way, Xiao Qiang, you didn't finish listing the rewards just now. Please continue. Xiao Qiang suddenly remembered the rewards and hurriedly said to Xiao Qiang. Startled from his thoughts, Xiao Qiang mused, since even he is willing to trust you, then I will trust you too. Besides, this is a precious trait of yours. Why trouble myself with unnecessary worries? All right, host, please listen carefully now. What follows is very important. Xiao Qiang reverted to his lively, adorable demeanor, far from the serious and solemn tone he had just used, and began speaking. In the afternoon, inside the villa at Longshan Base. After waking up, Lin Bingyan heard from Li Wei that Xiao Qiang had regained consciousness and wanted to visit him. Upon learning that Xiao Qiang had fallen asleep after lunch, she refrained and followed Li Wei's advice to go downstairs for a meal. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiang was lying alone on the bedroom bed, eyes shut, yet not asleep, as his raised legs were still swinging restlessly. Host, you are currently at level 5 of the strong. Apart from the items mentioned, the greatest change is that the human body has 8 gates: opening gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, barrier gate, scenery gate, surprise gate, and death gate. The opening gate and rest gate will naturally open upon reaching adulthood. Now that you've risen to level 5 of the strong, the life gate, the 3rd gate, will be unlocked. Xiao Qiang continued, speaking to Xiao Qiang. 8 gates of escape. I thought that only existed in comics. I never expected to have it myself. Xiao Qiang was startled by the mention of the 8 gates and couldn't help but interrupt Xiao Qiang. Host, please don't interrupt and continue listening. Once you open the 3rd gate, your overall strength will increase significantly. You can also enhance your power through self-training. Xiao Qiang paused, waiting for Xiao Qiang's question. True to form, Xiao Qiang couldn't help but ask, if I train on my own, how does the system convert that into experience points? And is it easy to improve through self-training? When you train yourself, the system will convert changes in your physical strength into partial experience points, while your body will actually become stronger. Of course, training is much harder than killing zombies. After all, this is the benefit the system provides you, Xiao Qiang replied. Alright, go on then. After opening the third gate, your body can autonomously recover stamina points. At your current level of level 5 of the strong, you have 100 stamina points, which will take about a week to fully replenish after depletion. Xiao Qiang continued. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Qiang was so excited that he slapped the bed hard, causing his back injury to flare up from the sudden movement. The pain made him wince, but his face still beamed with exhilaration. Host, I've already warned you not to get too excited. Can't you act like you've seen the world before? Xiao Qiang rolled his eyes and said with disdain. Finally, it's here. Before I could only use stamina points when taking potions or leveling up. Now I can use them directly. Though it takes a while to recover, at least the stamina capacity is larger. If I could have recovered stamina points earlier, fighting that long-tongued zombie wouldn't have been this exhausting. Xiao Qiang couldn't help but speak with excitement. It's still your fault for not working hard, taking so long to reach level 5 of the strong. Let me continue. Listen carefully. Someone like Li Chong became stronger by directly opening the third gate, while Lin Bingyan opened the fourth gate. Of course, they can only open those gates for now. That's not the point. The key difference between you and them is that your 8 gates are themselves an advanced cultivation technique, and it's indeed called the 8 gates of escape. Xiao Qiang said. So that's why Bingyan and the others experience physical changes. But why can Xiao Qiang already use mutated energy, while Bingyan's ability still seems impractical for combat? Xiao Qiang asked in confusion. That's the difference between the third and fourth gates. Opening the third gate connects the joints and acupoints of the body, allowing for greater energy absorption and pushing the body beyond normal limits. As for the secrets of the fourth gate, your level is too low to be told for now. Xiao Qiang explained impatiently. Alright, Xiao Qiang, you're the boss. But I have one more question. Who exactly is Yang Shui? Xiao Qiang had always harbored suspicions about Yang Shui and now asked. No comment. So host, do you wish to learn the tiger claw technique and the basic spear art? Xiao Qiang inquired. Learn them right away. Cultivation techniques are best learned early, leaving them idle won't produce any offspring. As he felt the techniques transmitted into his mind, Xiao Qiang asked, would you like to use your lottery chances? Not for now. Xiao Qiang thought he had gained quite a few items today and wanted to digest them first, saving the lottery for later. Alright, then let me display your attributes now. Xiao Qiang continued. Good, I can't wait to see my stats as a level 5 strong. Xiao Qiang pursed his lips and said with confidence. Host Xiao Qiang. Physical fitness, 200 average, adult 50. Body strength, 230 average, adult 50. Skills, Wolf Fang Staff Technique, Wandering Dragon Body Art, Beginner Proficiency, 40, 100, and 8 Thunderbolts, Beginner Proficiency, 30, 100 Ambush, Beginner Proficiency, 1100 Tiger Claw Technique, Beginner Proficiency, 0, 108 Gates Divination, 3 gates open. Shop access, level 1, can only purchase low-level weapons, medicines, food, etc. Lottery access, level 1, 3,500. Comprehensive evaluation, strength, level 5. Chi value 10001000. Experience 05000. Exchange points 4,430. Possesses 1 bone spike, dagger, 1000 machine umbrella, 1 crimson gold dagger, 1 AK, 47, 1 desert eagle. Triple rage pill, recovery potion. 1 primary lottery draw, 1 intermediate lottery draw. Host, if there's nothing else, I'll go rest now. Xiao Qiang yawned, his eyes heavy with sleep as he spoke to Xiao Qiang. Wait, Xiao Qiang, I still have questions. Why hasn't my mission been marked complete yet? We even eliminated the most formidable tongue zombie. Xiao Qiang stopped Xiao Qiang, who was about to leave, and said hurriedly. The system has its own rules for judging missions. Killing zombies isn't the mission objective. You haven't thoroughly searched the village for supplies or rescued the survivors yet, Xiao Qiang said with a hint of pout. Oh, alright then. Also, how do I fuse the 1000 machine umbrella? Xiao Qiang remembered acquiring the crimson gold dagger, but didn't know how to fuse it, so he quickly asked. The host can fuse it themselves or choose to have the system do it. However, having the system do it will cost 2,000 exchange points. Xiao Qiang said in a little girl's voice. That's too expensive. Just fusing it costs this much. Xiao Qiang protested, seeing that it would cost his hard-earned 2,000 exchange points. Host, you can also assemble it yourself. But I must warn you, black gold is the hardest material. Any cutting tool you can think of would probably shatter on contact. Xiao Qiang looked at Xiao Qiang and said teasingly. Alright. You're a monopoly after all, Xiao Qiang said reluctantly, watching his 2,000 exchange points disappear. Alright, please wait 10 minutes, host. I will return a dashing 1000 machine umbrella to you. It will absolutely blind your dog eyes. No, I meant handsome eyes, Xiao Qiang said playfully. Xiao Qiang rolled his eyes widely, not knowing what to say to Xiao Qiang. Since he had to wait 10 minutes, Xiao Qiang simply took out the recovery potion from the system. Holding the recovery potion in his hand, Xiao Qiang was no longer as agitated as before. The loss of 2,000 points from his over 4,000 exchange points had sobered him up considerably. The recovery potion was contained in a small white plastic bottle. Xiao Qiang opened it and a bitter smell hit his nose. The liquid was brown. Thinking that good medicine tastes bitter, Xiao Qiang gritted his teeth and poured most of the bottle into his mouth. The bitterness immediately assaulted his taste buds. He quickly downed a glass of water to lessen the taste. Xiao Qiang screwed the cap back on and left the remaining potion for Lin Bingyan. At that moment, he felt that the wound on his back seemed less painful. He turned over and shifted to a more comfortable position. Soon an itchy sensation came from his back. Reaching under the gauze, he found that the large wound caused by the tongue zombie had mostly healed, with flesh gradually knitting together. Only a few cuts as wide as a knife remained before the healing stopped. The suffocating feeling in his chest from the level 2 zombie's impact had also completely vanished. Xiao Qiang let out a long breath and sat up, inwardly marveling at the potency of the potion, resolving to stockpile more of it in the future. Ding! The fusion of the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella and the crimson gold dagger is complete. Please review host. The handle of the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella remained unchanged, while the tip had seamlessly merged with the crimson gold dagger as if they were always one. The entire umbrella now resembled a spear, appearing as though it had been designed that way from the very beginning. Xiao Qiang reached out and touched the front, triggering a hidden switch. The crimson gold dagger detached naturally, its blade thick, both edges gleaming with razor sharpness. Light reflected off its tip, emitting a chilling glint. The pommel was spherical, and the handle featured ridges to enhance grip. Most astonishingly, once the dagger was detached, the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella looked exactly as it had originally, with no trace of modification. When the switch was triggered again and the dagger's tail reattached, the connection was so firm that even Xiao Qiang's full strength could not budge it in the slightest. Opening the umbrella revealed the crimson gold dagger positioned on the outside, truly enabling both offense and defense. This system is truly miraculous. But from now on, I'll have to be careful carrying it on my back. Getting accidentally stabbed would be no joke. Xiao Qiang mused, breaking the moment of admiration with his practical concern as he examined the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella. Folding the umbrella, Xiao Qiang felt immensely satisfied. Previously, he had been reluctant to use the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella against zombies, mainly because it lacked direct killing power as a weapon. Now it could be extended into a spear or shortened into a long dagger. Bingyan should be awake by now. He'll go check on her, Xiao Qiang thought, picking up the remaining recovery potion and heading out of the bedroom. Outside the villa, Li Wei and the others were enthusiastically planting wheat with Aunt Wang. Strangely enough, they chatted and laughed, finding genuine interest in the farming work. He knocked on the door and heard her come in from inside. Xiao Qiang opened the door to find Lin Bingyan standing by the window, gazing at the people working outside. She appeared somewhat frail, with a bandage wrapped around her head. Her already fair face was now even paler, and dark circles had formed under her large eyes. Seeing Xiao Qiang enter, she asked with slight surprise, "Why aren't you resting in bed? What are you doing wandering around? I came to check on you and bring you some medicine. Besides, I'm almost fully recovered." Xiao Qiang shook the small bottle in his hand as he spoke. "Sit down. You were so badly injured that day. There's no way you could heal so quickly," Lin Bingyan said, looking at him with a hint of reproach. "Really, look. Thanks to this little bottle of potion," Xiao Qiang said, even waving his arm to demonstrate. "It tastes a bit bitter, but its effects are extraordinary. It not only speeds up recovery, but also leaves no scars, and even beautifies the skin." As he boasted, he poured a glass of water. "Really? That's wonderful." Lin Bingyan finally smiled, revealing her shallow dimples, the first smile since Xiao Qiang had entered. It turned out that in the past few days, aside from worrying about Xiao Qiang's injuries, her greatest concern was the possibility of scars on her head. After all, the love of beauty is universal, especially for a young and pretty girl like Lin Bingyan, a truth that held even in this apocalypse. Lin Bingyan slowly drank the potion, and Xiao Qiang promptly handed her the water glass. In no time, she felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. She tore off the bandage to find the wound on her head completely healed, without even a trace left behind. Lin Bingyan looked in the mirror, touching her head, and said, "Little Doraemon, your treasure chest really has everything. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you for taking such good care of me," Xiao Qiang replied, scratching his head sheepishly. Lin Bingyan smiled at him and said, "Come on, let's go down and work too. Now that we're healed, we can't slack off." With that, she pushed Xiao Qiang toward the stairs. Downstairs, they recounted the events to the others. Knowing Xiao Qiang's peculiarities, they didn't pry further, though Yang Shui cast a meaningful glance at him. At dawn, as the sun just began to reveal its pearly radiance at Longshan Base. On the main road, 4 figures were jogging around the villa for their morning exercise. Upon closer observation, one would notice that one figure was running much faster than the other 3. By the time they completed 1 lap, he had already finished 2. This person was Xiao Qiang. Even so, he was still holding back his speed. The other 3 were Wang Liang, Wang Peng, and Li Chong. This week, Xiao Qiang had not entered the village, waiting for his back injury to heal. The 4 had agreed to exercise together every morning. Unexpectedly, after Xiao Qiang advanced to level 5 of the strongman tier, his stamina had greatly improved. In the following days, the three ran together, watching Xiao Qiang lap them time and again. After each day's run, Xiao Qiang and the others would join Aunt Wang in farming. Furthermore, under Yang Shui's guidance, they gathered small tree branches and cut some wood, planning to construct a barrier of sharpened stakes around the villa and the adjacent farmland to bolster their defenses. That day, after the other three finished their run and returned to the villa, Xiao Qiang walked alone into a nearby grove. Tiger Claw. Xiao Qiang roared, forming his right hand into a claw as he executed the Tiger Claw technique. He struck at the tree trunk before him, leaving 5 deep finger marks. When he withdrew his hand, strips of bark tore away with it. Ding! Congratulations, host. Tiger Claw Technique Proficiency 1. Current level beginner. Proficiency 1100. 108 Thunder. Xiao Qiang transformed his claw into a fist, took a deep breath, and threw a punch. Wood chips flew through the air, and a fist imprint was left on the thick tree trunk, which was as wide as a man's embrace. Ding! Congratulations, host. 108 Thunder Proficiency 1. Current level beginner. Proficiency 4100. Wandering Dragon Body Art. Xiao Qiang's body moved without pause, flowing like a dragon. His steps were continuous and swift as he weaved past dozens of large trees, not even brushing against a single leaf. Ding! Congratulations, host. Wandering Dragon Body Art Proficiency 1. Current level beginner. Proficiency 5100. Ambush. As Xiao Qiang's body reached the side of a large tree, in the blink of an eye he vanished from his original spot and reappeared exactly where the fist imprint had been left. Ding! Congratulations, host. Ambush Proficiency 1. Current level beginner. Proficiency 2100. After completing this set of techniques, Xiao Qiang was drenched in sweat. Although it had taken a short time, it was an immense drain on both his concentration and strength. Satisfied, he walked back to the villa. He saw that aside from Aunt Wang, who was cooking, the others were gathered in a circle. Xiao Qiang approached. It turned out that Wang Liang and Li Chong were arm wrestling. Wang Liang used both hands against Li Chong's single hand, his face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his arms as he leaned his entire body into the effort. In contrast, Li Chong appeared much more relaxed. Even so, under Li Chong's steady force, Wang Liang's hands were slowly pressed down onto the stone table. Brother Chong, you're back. Look, these days Xiao Qiang's strength seems to have grown a lot, Wang Peng said, turning his head to see Xiao Qiang. After that white light shone on Xiao Qiang, he gained this power, though we still don't know what that light truly was. As for Brother Liang, he's always been diligent with fitness training. Before the apocalypse, I doubt the three of us could have matched him. Xiao Qiang deliberately tried to defend Wang Liang. Wang Liang cast a grateful glance at Xiao Qiang and said, I'm fine. With the rifle you gave me, you'll be faster than you all when it comes to killing zombies. But Xiao Qiang's strength is indeed formidable. Among us, only you might be able to compete with him. Give it a try. Come on, Brother Chong, let's have a go, Li Chong said from his seat, looking at Xiao Qiang. Since everyone was young, the others began to cheer and egg them on. All right, let's give it a try, Xiao Qiang said, rolling up his sleeves. He also wanted to gauge Li Chong's strength. The two sat at the table. Begin. Wang Liang gave the command, and they both started exerting force. Li Chong's strength was indeed remarkable. Xiao Qiang gradually increased his power, and even when he used full force, he could not budge him in the slightest. But looking at Li Chong across the table, his expression was not relaxed either. His flushed face showed he was also pushing with all his might. Seeing their hands locked in a stalemate as if nothing had happened, Xiao Qiang gained a general understanding of Li Chong's power. In terms of pure strength, they were evenly matched. At that moment, Xiao Qiang recalled his childhood with Li Chong and other friends. They used to love arm wrestling as kids. Xiao Qiang had never been athletic, and Li Chong, though chubby, was younger. Even back then, their strength had been comparable. Thinking of this, a plan formed in his mind. Look to your left. Xiao Qiang suddenly shouted, his eyes darting left while he used all his strength to press downward. Hearing Xiao Qiang's sudden shout, everyone turned to look left. Finding nothing unusual, they saw Xiao Qiang smiling at them and realized they had been tricked. Taking advantage of Li Chong's distraction, Xiao Qiang pressed Li Chong's right hand down, a trick he had used since childhood. Uncle is cheating. Little Shu Tong, standing nearby, pouted and looked at Xiao Qiang with dissatisfaction. Hearing this, the others jokingly began to accuse Xiao Qiang of cheating. Dinner is ready. Aunt Wang's words saved Xiao Qiang from the situation. Seizing the opportunity, he scratched his head awkwardly and went to wash up. During the meal, breakfast consisted of millet porridge, steamed buns, and some food from the supermarket. Since their last taste of vegetables, over a week had passed without stir-frying anything. The cooking oil they had brought was now useless. Xiangzi, while I was cooking, I noticed that the supplies we brought from the supermarket are running low. We probably have enough for 2 more meals, then it's just buns and porridge, Aunt Wang said to Xiao Qiang. In the apocalypse, food was the most crucial resource. Yes, the crops we planted won't be ready for a while. We need to go search for supplies again, Lin Bingyan chimed in. MMI was thinking the same. After a week of rest, my injuries have mostly healed. It's time to go back to the village to look for supplies and see if there are any survivors. Xiao Qiang set down his bowl and chopsticks, addressing the group. The village is too close to the villa. We should also clear out the zombies, otherwise it's still too dangerous, Wang Peng said after a moment's thought. I'm coming with you this time. Last time when I missed out on fighting that long-tongued zombie, I regretted it so much. This time with this tough guy, if we run into one, we'll definitely blast it. Wang Liang had fallen in love with the AK-47 since he got it, and rarely let it leave his side. Now he waved the gun as he spoke. Brother Liang, guns are great, but we need to conserve the bullets. For now I only have 500 rounds, Xiao Qiang quickly reminded Wang Liang. Then he'll stay behind and guard the villa this time, Li Chong offered. Since throwing the fire axe at the long-tongued zombie, he hadn't had a suitable weapon. It's settled then. Everyone eat up, grab your weapons. We're heading into the village to search for supplies and kill zombies. We'll also see if we can find a decent weapon for Xiao Qiang declared decisively. All right, everyone answered in unison. After breakfast, the group gathered their equipment. They had even set aside a bedroom on the first floor of the villa specifically to store these supplies. With their gear ready, they opted for the pickup truck once more. By now the vehicle was heavily worn. Its paint had largely peeled off, and the door bore a dent. Wang Liang, rifle in hand and a safety helmet on his head, proudly insisted on riding in the truck bed as they set off. With no other choice, Xiao Qiang took the wheel. Although Wang Liang had taught Wang Peng to drive in his spare time over the past few days, the danger of entering the village made them reluctant to let him take control. In the car, Xiao Qiang noticed Lin Bingyan in the passenger seat, jotting something down on paper, and asked, Bingyan, what are you writing? I'm noting down what we're missing so we can search more efficiently once we're in the village, Lin Bingyan replied, meticulous as she wrote. But the village has limited supplies. We should head to Lutong County. It's a bit better there, Xiao Qiang said, though his true desire was to go to Lujiang District where his parents had been taken to the Lujiang base. Alas, if this village already has terrifying monsters like the long-tongued zombie, Lutong County, and even Shuzhou City, must be crawling with even more. Wang Peng sighed from the back, recalling the pressure the long-tongued zombie had inflicted on them, a memory that still sent chills down their spines. But one day you'll go, won't you? Yang Shui asked, turning from the window to look at Xiao Qiang. Yes, I'll go to all these places. This world will ultimately belong to us humans. One day we'll drive out every last man-eating monster. Xiao Qiang stared ahead, his voice resolute. Meanwhile, in Shuzhou City's Lujiang District, at the outskirts within the Lujiang base, Li Feng, whom they had encountered at the supermarket, was wandering around the base when he happened upon an elderly couple asking everyone, do you know Xiao Qiang? Li Feng had his lackey inquire and learned they were Xiao Qiang's parents. A malicious idea formed in his mind, and he ordered his men to take the couple away, his intentions unclear. As for Xiao Qiang's group, it wasn't long before they entered the village. Their destination was the bustling central market, the most prosperous area lined with various shops and numerous supermarkets. Kongzhuang Village's market sat at the village center, flanked by 2 rows of shops that usually sold vegetables and small commodities. Along the way, zombies from both sides charged at the vehicle. Following Xiao Qiang's signal, the group launched a counterattack from the truck. With 4 people each wielding a ranged weapon, the constant sounds of gunfire stirred an itch of excitement within Xiao Qiang. Finally, the truck turned into the market. A putrid smell seeped through the window, a scattered vegetable leaves littered the ground, and a decaying corpse lay slumped in a nearby puddle of sewage. The entire market was a scene of desolation. Numerous zombies lingered near the front, likely villagers who had been shopping that day, now drawn by the noise charging toward the pickup. Parking the truck in the middle of the road, Xiao Qiang shouted, fire, as he opened the door, grabbed his 1,000 mechanisms umbrella, and dashed forward. With bangs and rattles, the others opened fire on the zombies converging from behind. Wang Liang in particular didn't even leave the vehicle. Bending his left leg, he cradled the rifle and swept the area, mowing down a large swath. The other 3 were less reckless, aiming and firing their pistols with precision. Wang Peng especially brought down a zombie with every bolt from his crossbow, his movements fluid and swift, matching the other's pace. Strangely, Xiao Qiang had once tried to get Wang Peng to use a pistol, but he performed far worse than with the crossbow. Haha, Xiao Qiang, this rifle you gave me is amazing. Wang Liang turned and shouted to Xiao Qiang, his excitement palpable. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiang stepped out of the truck, gripping the 1,000 mechanisms umbrella as he advanced toward the zombies ahead. Wanting to test his enhanced vision, he focused on a zombie with dried blood smeared across its mouth. Ding, detected a common level 1 zombie. As the notification echoed in his mind, Xiao Qiang thrust the 1,000 mechanisms umbrella forward, and the tip of a crimson gold dagger emerged from the back of the zombie's head. Ding, killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Wandering Dragon Art. Xiao Qiang activated the skill, minimizing his speed, while fully unleashing the 1,000 mechanisms umbrella. He weaved through the horde, each swing of the umbrella claiming a zombie. Ding killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Ding killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. The kill notifications rang out incessantly. After emptying a magazine, Wang Liang turned to boast to Xiao Qiang, but froze his mouth agape in shock. There stood Xiao Qiang before the truck, the thousand mechanisms umbrella held diagonally against his back, a heap of zombies lying at his feet. A single drop of blood dripped from the crimson gold dagger, catching the sunlight and reflecting a faint red gleam. Ding, congratulations, host. Wandering Dragon Art, Proficiency 1. Current level beginner proficiency, 2,100. Wang Liang took a rough count and realized Xiao Qiang had slain no fewer than 20 zombies in the time it took him to fire a single magazine. He couldn't help but exclaim, incredible. Xiao Qiang turned, smiled at the group, and was about to help, when suddenly Wang Peng fired a bolt from his crossbow and spun around shouting, "Watch out! Dodge!" Wang Peng's perception had been steadily sharpening, its range expanding. He had sensed a zombie lunging from Xiao Qiang's left. Xiao Qiang, already alert, reacted to Wang Peng's shout. He thrust the tip of the thousand mechanisms umbrella into the ground and leaped backward as a black object whizzed past his eyes. It only halted dozens of meters away. Xiao Qiang activated his vision to identify the distant zombie. Ding detected a common level 2 zombie. Understanding the situation, Xiao Qiang realized he had encountered another level 2 speed-type zombie. Wang Peng, seeing this, moved to assist, but Xiao Qiang extended his right hand, fingers spread, signaling him to stop. A faint smile curled at the corner of Xiao Qiang's mouth. "He'll use you for practice." With a slight shift of his feet, he vanished from his spot, transforming the thousand mechanisms umbrella into a spear as he thrust it toward the level 2 zombie. Man and zombie moved with astonishing speed. Wang Liang and the others could barely follow the blur of motion. With a loud crash, the two collided inside a vegetable shop, then swiftly separated. Another bang echoed as the thousand mechanisms umbrella met the zombie's claws midair. The group's eyes darted back and forth as the pair exchanged dozens of blows in a flurry of dodges and strikes. Brilliant, truly brilliant. I never thought I'd see something like this in real life. Only ever on TV before, Wang Liang couldn't help but admire. With a heavy thud, the zombie's body crashed to the ground. Xiao Qiang appeared beside it, thinking, "I'm done playing with you." He had been relying solely on speed, never fully using his strength, merely toying with the creature. He lightly dragged the thousand mechanisms umbrella across the zombie's neck, and it went still. A level 5 powerhouse is far superior to a level 4. No wonder Xiao Tsung said level 5 is a turning point. Sensing the changes in his body, Xiao Qiang mused. He retracted the umbrella as Lin Bingyan and the others finished off the remaining zombies. "Xiao Qiang, you're amazing." Lin Bingyan holstered her pistol, staring at him in astonishment. "And your weapon seems stronger too," Yang Shui added, casting a knowing glance at the thousand mechanisms umbrella. Everyone take a look around. Stay cautious and grab anything useful." Liang Gu turned the truck around. Xiao Qiang said to the group. Ding. Killed an ordinary level 2 zombie. Experience 50, exchange points 70. Hearing the notification of the kill, Xiao Qiang thought to himself. After leveling up, although killing zombies has become easier, the experience points have also decreased significantly. The others had already entered the houses to search. Before Xiao Qiang stood a vegetable shop from which a pungent odor of decay emanated even at the entrance. He turned and walked towards the neighboring grain and flour store. The moment he stepped inside, a zombie wearing an apron lunged at him with its claws. Xiao Qiang sidestepped, nimbly dodging the creature, then drew a bone dagger from his waist and plunged it into the zombie's head. Ding. Killed an ordinary level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. The noodle shop was not large, divided into 2 rooms. The front housed the counter, and the back was a small workshop. Some of the flour and rice on the counter had been stained with blood and was unusable. Xiao Qiang went to the back workshop, where stacks of flour bags were piled 2 layers high. He drew his dagger, slit a small opening in the top bag, sniffed it, and found it still edible. He roughly estimated there were about 7 or 8 bags of flour left. Xiao Qiang hefted 2 bags and carried them out of the shop. Placing the flour on the vehicle, he saw the others also coming and going, hauling supplies. It seems the vegetables and fruits are hopeless, and the meat has rotted after all these days. Luckily, there are still some things from the supermarket we can eat. Wang Peng carried a case of drinks out of the supermarket and said to Xiao Qiang, "Yeah, there's no helping it. Everyone will have to bear with it for now. We'll search again later." Xiao Qiang replied, Just then a shout rang out. "Is anyone there? Are you human or not?" Following the sound, they saw a figure on a rooftop not far away. Judging by its movements, it didn't seem to be a zombie. We're human. Don't worry, there are no zombies around here for now." Xiao Qiang waved and called out to the figure on the roof. Hearing the shouts, Lin Bingyan and the others inside the house also came out. The figure on the rooftop shouted towards the yard, "They're human, not monsters. Let's go over." Soon a group of over a dozen people ran down the road, men and women alike, all carrying various farm tools as weapons. They were gaunt and listless, some with dark circles under their eyes. Xiao Qiang. Is that you, Xiao Qiang? Said a young man who appeared weak and frail. Before the apocalypse, Xiao Qiang had been away at school and was quite introverted, so he knew few people in the village. Taking a closer look, he recognized his elementary school classmate Zhang Jin. He had seen Zhang Jin the year before, handsome but overweight with a round belly. Now, however, that belly had shrunk significantly. Zhang Jin, it's you. How did you get so thin? Xiao Qiang walked up to him and asked. Brother, you know him. Great, that makes things easier. We're all from the same village. We've been starving for days, so we'll just help ourselves to some food first. Before Zhang Jin could answer, a short, stout, middle-aged man beside him interrupted. Xiao Qiang recognized him, Hussein, a notorious nouveau riche in the village, short and pudgy with a thick gold chain around his neck and several gold rings on his fingers. As Hussein spoke, the group of over a dozen people began grabbing bread and drinks from the vehicle, devouring them ravenously, a testament to how long they had gone without food. Xiao Qiang and the others exchanged helpless glances. Although it was they who had discovered the supplies and cleared the zombies, they said nothing, adhering to the principle of helping others when possible in this apocalyptic world. Xiao Qiang picked up a loaf of bread and walked over to Zhang Jin. Have something to eat first. And what happened to all of you? Well, that day I don't know what happened, but suddenly a bunch of monsters were running through the streets, biting everyone they saw. Cough, cough. Zhang Jin took a huge bite of bread, stuffing it into his mouth as he spoke, and started choking. Take your time, eat slowly. There's more here. Xiao Qiang opened a bottle of water and handed it to Zhang Jin. Then a few dozen of us rushed into a yard to hide. We didn't dare go out because monsters were always wandering around. Eventually the food ran out. Some people tried to leave, but from the rooftop we saw them all get eaten and turn into the same kind of monsters. Later we heard gunshots over here, so we climbed onto the roof to check, and that's when we spotted you guys. By the way, where did you get those guns? Zhang Jin took a sip of water and continued. It's a long story. Anyway, we found a safe place. Would you like to come with us? Xiao Qiang sincerely invited. Yes. This damn place. I can't stand another day here. There's no food, and we can't even sleep at night. Hussein, overhearing their conversation, waddled over with a bread in one hand and a vacuum-packed chicken claw in the other, his greasy mouth spraying crumbs as he spoke. Lin Bingyan and Yang Shui, who were also nearby, pursed their lips and moved away. All right then, let's load up the supplies first, and we'll head back together. But there isn't enough room in the vehicles. Do you know where we can find more cars nearby? Xiao Qiang asked the group. I know. My car is just around the corner up ahead, Hussein replied after a moment's thought. I have 1-2 parked nearby, another person chimed in. Brother Liang, Wang Peng, go with them to bring the cars back, Xiao Qiang instructed Wang Peng and Wang Liang. Got it. The rest of them filled the pickup truck's bed to the brim. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. In no time, they had nearly cleared out all the usable supplies from the nearby shops. Wang Liang and the others returned with 2 more vehicles. After dividing everyone among the cars, they set off back to the villa. On the road, Xiao Qiang's group led the way in the pickup truck. Zombies still occasionally chased them from the sides, but their numbers had dwindled significantly, and those that got close were swiftly dealt with by Wang Peng and the others. In the car, Xiao Qiang noticed Lin Bingyan in the passenger seat seemed to have something on her mind. He spoke up. When we get back, I plan to have them stay in the hotel temporarily. First, the villa doesn't have enough rooms for so many people. Second, it would be awkward living together with strangers. Besides, in the apocalypse, people's hearts are unpredictable. It's better to be cautious. Lin Bingyan shot him a grateful glance and added, and then we can all eat together since we share the same food. But they'll have to contribute to the work too, Xiao Qiang. You need to make that clear to your neighbors. Back when it was just us, we could discuss everything. From now on, with more people, you must establish your leadership. Yang Shui, who had been silent in the back seat, suddenly spoke up. Yes, Xiao Qiang, our base needs a leader, and you are the best candidate, Wang Liang agreed. Exactly. If there are too many people without clear authority in this apocalypse, chaos will ensue, Wang Peng chimed in. Xiao Qiang, I agree, you should be the leader. I fully support you, Lin Bingyan said with a sweet smile. Xiao Qiang tried to interject several times, but the 4 of them kept talking over him, leaving him no chance to speak. Finally, under their expectant gazes, he nodded and said, all right, I won't let you down. Before long, they drove back to the villa and parked the car outside. Everyone came forward to unload the supplies. Lin Bingyan also recounted the situation in the village to the group. After finishing these tasks, Wang Liang deliberately gathered everyone in the villa's courtyard and asked Xiao Qiang to say a few words. Feeling somewhat embarrassed and a little shy, Xiao Qiang awkwardly stood before everyone and began. Everyone, this is the Doomsday base we've established here. Today I welcome you all to join us. There's a hotel nearby with fairly complete amenities. You can stay there tonight. Xiao Qiang, a bit nervous, swallowed hard and said, the apocalypse struck suddenly and zombies run rampant. We've been fortunate to survive and gather here. Naturally, we should unite and help each other. That's the only hope for humanity. Here I promise you all, I will lead by example, charging into danger first. I believe that one day we will return to our human homeland. Good Xiao Qiang, I support you. Zhang Jin exclaimed loudly after hearing Xiao Qiang's speech. Great, I support you too. Xiao Qiang, is it? Alright, I'll put down roots here with you. Hussein also shouted in his gruff voice, good, we support you too. In truth, they didn't immediately believe Xiao Qiang had the power to save the world. But being in someone else's territory and moved by his words, which carried a certain infectious power that instilled hope, they responded accordingly. Thank you all for your trust. From now on, we'll eat together here, and of course work together as well. Xiao Qiang added. Zhang Jin, standing nearby, watched Xiao Qiang speak, a newfound respect flickering in his eyes. The old Xiao Qiang was so introverted, had tried to avoid people, but now he could speak eloquently and even stir everyone's emotions. Perhaps following Xiao Qiang was the right choice. After Xiao Qiang finished speaking, everyone tentatively reached a consensus. At lunchtime, Aunt Wang deliberately steamed extra buns. They couldn't stir-fry, but fortunately they had plenty of supplies from the supermarket. Having endured hardships, no one was picky. They helped build another fire, and though a bit clumsy, managed to prepare the meal quickly. With more people, things naturally became livelier. While everyone ate and chatted warmly, Xiao Qiang used his eye of identification to scan the group. Among the dozen or so newcomers, all were ordinary people, no mutants. It seemed that those transformed by the white light were still a minority. After checking the newcomers, Xiao Qiang turned his gaze to those already in his villa. Lin Bingyin, ability level 2, Wang Peng, ability level 3, Li Chong, warrior level 3. Aside from these three, the rest, including Yang Shui, were ordinary people. Based on Xiao Qiang's understanding, Lin Bingyin had an extraordinary affinity with ice, tentatively called ice type. Wang Peng could sense his surroundings and had a remarkable talent for shooting, though only with cold weapons. Firearms were a disaster. As for Li Chong, according to Xiao Tsong, as a warrior, he had directly unlocked the third gate and trained at an astonishing speed now, at level 3. Due to his focus on strength, he could even rival Xiao Qiang in a contest of might. Just then, little Shu Tong tugged at Xiao Qiang's sleeve, holding out a carton of milk, and said in a crisp voice, Uncle, help me open the cap. Xiao Qiang, who had been using his eye of identification to examine others, instinctively looked down when he heard little Shu Tong call him. Ding, undetectable. Hearing the prompt, Xiao Qiang frowned, thinking it was a mistake, and used the ability on Shu Tong again. Ding, undetectable. Xiao Qiang was taken aback. It seemed even he couldn't identify little Shu Tong, though she herself appeared unaware of it. Uncle, why are you staring at me? Hurry up and open it. I want to drink milk, little Shu Tong asked, noticing his daze. Oh, coming, I'll open it for you, Xiao Qiang said as he twisted off the cap, handed it to her, and gently patted her head. After lunch, they drove the newcomers to the hotel. Inside, the corpses from the previous fight still remained. Bearing the nauseating stench, they stacked the bodies, doused them with gasoline, and burned them. They spent the entire afternoon cleaning the hotel's first-floor lobby, with Xiao Qiang and his team leading the effort diligently. Fortunately, the hotel and the villa shared the same power and water lines. Thanks to Xiao Qiang's earlier work, this was relatively easy. Once everything was done, everyone chose their rooms and returned to the villa for dinner. With so many people, they lit 2 fires. Fortunately, the villa's courtyard was spacious enough to accommodate everyone comfortably. They sipped rice porridge and heated vacuum-packed food from the supermarket on a griddle, chatting and laughing merrily. Seeing such a scene, no one would believe it was the apocalypse. It looked more like a lively gathering. After dinner, as everyone packed up to return to the hotel, Xiao Qiang, feeling uneasy, gave them 2 miners' helmets and personally escorted them, with Lin Bingyin accompanying him. At the hotel, Xiao Qiang gave a series of instructions: conserve electricity, lock the doors, and arrange night shifts. The two left the hotel and chose to walk back, as it wasn't far. The moonlight was bright, illuminating the road, casting 2 long shadows side by side as they walked. You're quite responsible, aren't you? On your first day as leader, you're already so handsome, Lin Bingyin teased as she walked backward facing Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang scratched his head, a little embarrassed, and said, What leader? It's just that everyone trusts me so much. I'm afraid of letting them down. Bingyin, did I do well today? Well, you did brilliantly. If you keep working like this every day, you'll be exhausted from all these trivial matters, let alone fighting zombies and saving humanity, Lin Bingyin said, stopping and smiling at him. Then what should I do? I'm always afraid I'm not doing enough, Xiao Qiang continued. My father once taught me that a leader must delegate power to those around him, only keeping the big picture on track. That way the people around you gain a sense of accomplishment and you can ease your own burden, Lin Bingyin said thoughtfully. I've learned my lesson. I hope teacher Lin will continue to guide me, Xiao Qiang said with a mock bow, teasing her. How you dare mock me? Just wait till I catch you, Lin Bingyin said, clenching her fist and swinging at him. No more, teacher Lin. Xiao Qiang laughed, running ahead. The moonlight was brilliant, making the road seem even brighter. 2 figures, one after the other, advanced toward the villa amidst laughter and chatter. Under the moonlight, a gentle breeze rustled through the air accompanied by the occasional chirping of insects. Two figures walked side by side, none other than Xiao Qiang and Lin Bingyan. As they neared the villa, Xiao Qiang halted and turned to Lin Bingyan. Bingyan, how is your ability now? I mean your ice power. Well, look here, Lin Bingyan said as she raised her right hand. Under the moon's glow, a layer of moisture enveloped her raised hand, gradually forming a thin sheet of ice that clung to her skin like a glove. Amazing! Xiao Qiang marveled inwardly. The last time he had witnessed her power was when they were trapped in a clothing store, and she could only freeze the lingering droplets on the window. Now she could generate ice directly on her body. He extended a finger and tapped gently on her hand, producing a crisp, ringing sound. The spot he touched felt icy cold, and a piercing chill seeped into his skin. Bingyan, do you feel cold? Xiao Qiang withdrew his hand and asked. No, it feels no different than usual to me. Lin Bingyan lowered her hand, and the icy glove slowly dissolved into a ring of mist, vanishing into the air. So how thick can you make the ice now? And how hard is it? Xiao Qiang pressed on, amazed by the wonders of her ability. Let's walk and talk. They'll tell you everything you want to know, but if we don't head back soon, they'll start worrying about us. Lin Bingyan leaned slightly closer to him. All right, let's go. Xiao Qiang scratched his head and replied. As for thickness, I can currently only manage a layer as thick as this glove, but I can cover my entire body. However, I've tried freezing an entire bathtub full of water solid. As for hardness, you can test it yourself. On their way back, Lin Bingyan once again formed an icy glove on her right hand, even thicker than before. She raised her palm, and a layer of mist swirled around it, radiating an even stronger chill. Despite it being May, Xiao Qiang couldn't help but shiver. All right, here I come. Don't worry, it'll go easy, Xiao Qiang said as he clenched his fist, preparing to test the ice. He stopped in his tracks, drew back his right hand, and struck her raised palm with just 10% of his strength. A soft thud echoed. The biting cold from her arm made Xiao Qiang uncomfortable, and he quickly pulled back. Yet not only was the ice intact, but Lin Bingyan hadn't even budged. Considering his current strength, even 10% packed nearly 150 gene of force. It's so hard. Did you feel anything? Xiao Qiang asked, staring at her unresponsive expression. Not much. I just sensed a slight impact on my hand, Lin Bingyan replied. Then Xiao Qiang increased his force to 30%, then 40% until he reached 50%. Only then did the ice on her hand shatter, and the force sent her stumbling back 2 steps on the verge of falling. Seeing this, Xiao Qiang rushed forward, stepped out with his left leg, and wrapped an arm around her waist. The pose was almost like holding her in an embrace. As he steadied her, the intimate posture brought a flush to Lin Bingyan's cheeks. Embarrassed, Xiao Qiang scratched his head. Sorry, I used a bit too much force. Are you okay? I'm fine, really. But your strength is enormous, Lin Bingyan murmured, her face still red. Haha, Xiao Qiang let out an awkward chuckle. Back at the villa, the lights were still on in the first-floor living room, where Wang Liang and the others were lounging on the sofa chatting. Seeing the two, enter Li Wei flashed a mischievous grin. Thought you two weren't coming back. We were about to go looking for you. No, we were busy settling them in at the hotel, and just got done, Lin Bingyan said, walking over to Li Wei with a hint of shyness still on her face. What were you all chatting about so lively? Xiao Qiang sat down beside Wang Peng. Sister Yang Shui was asking brother Xiao Qiang what weapon he wants, planning to forge one for him. Little Shu Tong, nestled in Yang Shui's lap, answered. Since someone's too stingy to do it, he'll have to step in, Yang Shui said, shooting a glance at Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang knew she was referring to him, but pretended not to notice, turning to Li Chong. What kind of weapon do you like? Li Chong gestured in the air. An axe, preferably double axes and heavy ones, so I can put some muscle into it. Oh, I see. Xiao Qiang nodded, and then turned to Wang Peng. How's your perception ability now, eh? Wang Peng adjusted his glasses. It's definitely much stronger than before. The range has expanded to 20 meters, and the accuracy has improved significantly. Let me test it, Wang Liang said, intrigued, and moved behind Wang Peng. Close your eyes. I'll hit you with my left or right hand from behind, and see if you can block it. With that, Wang Liang swung his palm downward a few times, but each time Wang Peng caught his hand. You might have heard the sound of my palms slicing through the air. I'll hide somewhere, and see if you can find me directly, Wang Liang challenged further. It'll help cover your eyes, Li Wei said, stepping in front of Wang Peng and covering his eyes. Wang Liang tiptoed as quietly as possible, entered a bedroom on the first floor, and hid. Once he was settled, Li Wei released her hands. Okay, go find him. Everyone watched as Wang Peng walked straight to the bedroom, and soon both of them emerged together. Impressive, Wang Peng. You're like some kind of mystic, Wang Liang praised as he walked out. The group erupted in laughter, and Xiao Qiang felt a deep sense of relief. After witnessing Lin Bingyan's and Wang Peng's abilities to knight, his confidence soared. The allies around him were becoming increasingly reliable. At the same time, he mused inwardly. He had toiled tirelessly killing zombies, and had only just managed to reach level 5 of the strong rank. Yet these few, touched by a flash of white light, had effortlessly grown stronger. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the search mission in Kangzhuang Village. Rewards. At that moment, Xiao Qiang's voice echoed in his mind. The mission was finally complete. At night within the villa at Longshan Base, several people sat on the sofa chatting idly, without any sign of drowsiness. Aunt Wang brewed a cup of tea for each of them, using tea leaves she had brought from the village. Brother Chang, over a dozen people arrived at the base today. What are your plans from now on? Wang Peng asked. I plan to. Xiao Qiang began to speak. Lin Bingyan coughed lightly twice, casting a glance at Xiao Qiang. Does anyone have any suggestions? Xiao Qiang then changed the subject. With so many people arriving, we can reclaim another piece of land. For now, we must still search the village for supplies, while preventing the zombies from advancing. There are also logistics, such as refueling the generators. Everyone voiced their suggestions, then turned their gazes in unison toward Xiao Qiang, awaiting his final arrangements. All right, Xiao Qiang, from now on you will be in charge of the villa's overall arrangements. Li Wei, you will lead the team responsible for logistics. The rest of us will continue to venture out for supplies and rescue survivors. For now, everyone's main tasks are farming, gathering resources, and strengthening our forces, planning for the long term. Xiao Qiang looked at the group as he spoke. After a few more exchanges, everyone dispersed to sleep, leaving Xiao Qiang alone on the first floor to stand guard. All right, Xiao Qiang released the rewards for completing the mission. Once the others had gone, Xiao Qiang lay on the sofa and spoke with his eyes closed. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission to search Kangzhuang Village. Rewards: Crescent Bow Intermediate Basic Combat Techniques, 10 Hand Grenades. 500 Experience Points, 1000 Exchange Points. Learn the basic combat techniques, Xiao Qiang said. A stream of combat skills flooded into his mind, gradually taking shape. Having mastered the basic combat techniques, Xiao Qiang could now easily handle 2 grown men, even by the standards of his pre-empowerment self. More crucially, after learning the combat techniques, Xiao Qiang became more versatile, wielding the 1000 Chance umbrella with even greater proficiency. He then turned his attention to the other rewards. The Crescent Bow Intermediate, forged from refined steel, could be used for long-range shooting as well as close-quarters combat. This crescent bow would be perfect for Wang Peng. As the key long-range attacker in Xiao Qiang's team, Wang Peng's weapon had not been upgraded for quite some time. Moreover, he could reclaim the crossbow for himself, thereby acquiring a ranged weapon. Though it could not compare to rifles or cannons, it was still better than having none at all. With the hand grenades in hand, Xiao Qiang's confidence in heading to Lutong County grew immensely. Once he spent some time killing zombies to level up, even venturing into Shuzhou City might become a possibility. Whenever he thought of his parents, a shadow of sorrow fell over Xiao Qiang. Yet helpless in his weakness, he hesitated to set out recklessly. According to Xiao Qiang, the only shortcut to growing stronger was to keep killing zombies. With that thought, a plan took shape in Xiao Qiang's mind. For 2 consecutive weeks, Xiao Qiang did not allow anyone else to go out. The people at the base had been steadily expanding the farmland, planting more crops, fortifying defenses, and connecting the entire hotel with the villa. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiang ventured deep into Kangzhuang Village alone, killing zombies to accumulate experience, leaving at dawn and returning at dusk. With a whoosh, a crossbow bolt pierced through a zombie's head. Ding! Killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience 2, Exchange Points 2. A flash of light from the 1000 Chance umbrella, and the sharp red gold dagger at its tip sliced through the zombie's throat, sending it crashing stiffly to the ground. Ding! Killed a common level 2 zombie. Experience 50, Exchange Points 70. Wandering Dragon Art. His figure shifted behind the zombie. As the zombie turned, 100 Thunder Strike clashed palm to palm with it, shattering half of its hand. Without pausing, he used Assault to reappear behind the zombie in an instant. Before the zombie could react, he drove the Bonespike dagger into the back of its skull with both hands. Ding! Killed a common level 3 zombie. Experience 300, Exchange Points 500. Ding! Congratulations, host. 100 Thunder Strike, Proficiency 1. Current level Beginner Proficiency 7100. Ding! Congratulations, host. Wandering Dragon Art, Proficiency 1. Current level Beginner Proficiency 10,100. Ding! Congratulations, host. Assault Proficiency 1. Current level Beginner Proficiency 4,100. For 2 weeks, Xiao Qiang followed this routine relentlessly, entering the village alone to battle zombies, significantly improving his experience and skill proficiencies. One day, as usual after breakfast, Xiao Qiang headed alone to Kangzhuang Village. The entire village reeked of rotting corpses, but Xiao Qiang had grown accustomed to it. By dusk, only a few scattered zombies remained in the village. He sat down on the steps and summoned Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang, show me my experience points and exchange points. Certainly, host. Current power level warrior level 5. Experience 44765000. Exchange points 7966. Xiao Qiang replied. It seemed he was about to level up soon, but with the village now nearly clear of zombies, he would need to find another place to hunt and search for supplies. With that thought, Xiao Qiang rose and made his way back to the villa. After 2 consecutive weeks of entering the village to kill zombies, Xiao Qiang had grown accustomed to rising early each day. Today, thinking that the village's zombies had been mostly cleared, he allowed himself the rare luxury of sleeping in. While deeply asleep, Xiao Qiang heard voices from the yard outside. Peering down from the window, he saw over 20 people gathered in the courtyard. On one side stood Wang Liang and his group, while the other side held about 20 unfamiliar faces, both men and women. Xiao Qiang dressed and descended the stairs. Wang Liang approached and recounted the situation to him. It turned out these people were villagers from the nearby Linen village. After the zombie outbreak, they had survived, initially numbering over 50. But as food and water ran dry and zombies ran rampant in the village, they fled, fighting through the hordes reduced to this group. They owed their survival to 2 leaders. Last night, spotting light from the villa in the distance, they set out at dawn. Xiao Qiang walked before them. At the front stood 2 individuals. One was a man in his 30s, tall and thin, with slicked back hair, refined features, pale skin, and wide-rimmed glasses. His name was Li Ku. The other, in his early 20s, was plump, with a darker complexion, named Wang Lei. Their clothes were stained with blood and tattered faces etched with exhaustion. Clearly, they had endured a fierce battle. Xiao Qiang activated his ocular identification, scanning the group. Ding discovered level 3 ability user. The prompt rang in his mind as he swept over Li Ku. He hadn't expected the scholarly Li Ku to have reached ability level 3. Ding discovered level 3 enhanced human. Came the information for Wang Lei. Ding discovered level 1 ability user. This was from a young boy. The rest were ordinary humans. With 2 level 3 experts leading them, it was no wonder they had escaped Linen village. Yet Xiao Qiang was surprised that the boy was also an ability user, though his level was too low to manifest any power. This is the decision-maker of our base, Xiao Qiang, Wang Liang announced to the group. Hello, Xiao Qiang. I've brought over a dozen of our villagers to seek refuge. I hope you'll take us in. Li Ke's words were sincere, but his face bore a look of defiance. Of course, in the face of this disaster, we all have a duty to help each other. Wang Liang will show you around. You must be hungry after the journey. We'll talk over a meal. Xiao Qiang shrugged it off, recalling Lin Binjian's advice to delegate and address the group. Soon Li Wei and Aunt Wang brought out food from the kitchen and distributed it. The newcomers were clearly famished, reaching for it eagerly. But Li Ku cast a glance back at them, and they halted. Xiao Qiang noted this. Li Ku held considerable authority among them. Thank you for your hospitality. We are truly exhausted, so we appreciate this, Li Ku said to Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang nodded silently, sensing that Li Ku seemed to harbor some resentment toward him. As they ate, Wang Liang spoke. This is Captain Li Chong in charge of base security and very strong. And this is Captain Li Wei handling logistics. Earlier, Wang Liang and the others had agreed that as the base grew, they needed order and rules, so they added the title Captain during introductions. And the man you just met is our base's decision-maker and temporarily the leader of supply expeditions. He cleared the zombies from Kangzhuang village across the road. Wang Liang deliberately sought to establish Xiao Qiang's authority among the newcomers. Hearing this, Li Ku cast a skeptical glance at Xiao Qiang. After all, villages were teeming with zombies, including formidable ones. Later, he'll take you to the hotel. You can stay there for now. No work today, just rest. Wang Liang meticulously explained everything. And take your time eating, Aunt Wang urged a young boy, bringing out more food from the kitchen. What's your name? How old are you? Li Wei gently patted the boy's head. My name is Lu Jie and I'm 13. Thank you, big sister. The boy Lu Jie replied politely. At the sound, Li Ku turned, casting a wary glance at Li Wei before looking away. Xiao Qiang observed this. Li Ke's authority was well earned. By the way, tell me about Linen village. Xiao Qiang handed him a bottle of water with a smile. Li Ku accepted it, but didn't open it, setting it aside. Thank you. Linen village is now overrun with zombies. The permanent population is at least 4,000. Are there any survivors? And what about supplies, especially fresh vegetables and fruit? Xiao Qiang sat down on the ground beside the crouching Li Ku and continued. I don't know how you cleared Kangzhuang village, but with just these few guns, trying to take on Linen village is nothing but a pipe dream. As for vegetables, there's a greenhouse in the village with plenty. Li Ku glanced at the rifle slung over Wang Liang's shoulder. Li Ku didn't know that Xiao Qiang and his group also possessed abilities, believing they had merely stumbled upon this place through luck and firepower. Xiao Qiang didn't argue. Do you know where the greenhouse is and how big it is? What's the zombie situation in the village? You're not seriously going for a few vegetables, are you? Your group wouldn't stand a chance there. Li Ku grew impatient, unwilling to see them throw away their lives. It's not just for the vegetables. I plan to clear out all the zombies in Linen village because that land ultimately belongs to us humans. Xiao Qiang was unperturbed. Others couldn't know about his system, so they'd naturally think he was dreaming. To be honest, 4 or 5 days ago, 2 vehicles came from the city, saying there was a base there fully armed, even with rocket launchers. But the zombie horde was too massive, they were surrounded. Worse, 3 exceptionally powerful zombies appeared, and not a single person from those 2 vehicles escaped. Li Ku recalled the event, still trembling. Xiao Qiang remembered Uncle Chui mentioning that people had come to Kangzhuang village and taken his parents away, though he didn't know their fate. Now, with rescue efforts in Linen village, could Shuzhou City have stabilized and begun search operations? Were they military? They didn't look like military. They wore black clothes, and their leader was very strong, wielding a long blade. Even so, he couldn't hold out against those 3 zombies. So I advise you not to mess with Linen village. Li Ku continued. It seemed the leader was also an ability user and one strong enough to earn Li Ke's respect, likely at least level 3 enhanced. If even he couldn't withstand those 3 powerful zombies, entering Linen village would require thorough preparation. Xiao Qiang pondered this. You're quite strong yourself. Would you be willing to guide us to Linen village? He looked Li Ku straight in the eye. Li Ku was startled, but quickly composed himself. So there are strong ones among you too. No wonder you dare to go to Linen village. I do have some ability, but I failed to lead all 50+ people out. I can guide you, but when we encounter zombies, I can't guarantee everyone's safety. Li Ku assumed that any strong person among Xiao Qiang's group would be at his level and that they relied mostly on guns, so he emphasized the point. Good. With your word, I'm reassured. We don't go into battle unprepared. When danger comes, he'll be the first to charge. Xiao Qiang said to Li Ku. After the meal, Wang Liang will take you to the hotel to rest. It's safe here, so you can relax. We'll discuss our strategy tonight and enter the village in a few days. Xiao Qiang stood up and addressed Li Ku. At Dragon Mountain Base, under Xiao Qiang's leadership, the base had now grown to a modest scale. Besides the 11 people living in the villa, there were 17 from Zhang Jin's group rescued from Kangzhuang village and another 18 from Li Ke's group who had sought refuge after seeing the base's lights. The total number of people at the base had reached 46. Xiao Qiang took this opportunity to bring back all usable supplies from Kangzhuang village. The food alone occupied an entire kitchen and a warehouse. However, daily consumption of food and electricity had increased significantly. As a result, Li Wei selected 3 additional people to help with cooking, and the number of cooking fires was expanded to 5. In addition, simple defensive fortifications were constructed using trees as fences along the passage between the hotel and the villa, as well as around the perimeters of both buildings. Wang Liang and Li Chong arranged a duty roster ensuring that people took turns standing guard between the hotel and the villa to prevent zombie intrusions. After dinner that evening, Xiao Qiang specifically asked Li Ku to stay behind. Seated inside the villa, Xiao Qiang spoke first. Now that our base is on the right track, the growing population means food consumption is a major concern. So tonight, let's discuss this. Wang Peng adjusted his glasses and said the food in Kangzhuang village is either rotten or contaminated with blood. Everything edible has already been moved here. Also, from what I've learned, the nearest village to us is Linen village, where Li Ku came from. Yes, I plan to head to Linen village tomorrow. Brother Li Ku, please tell us about the situation there. Xiao Qiang glanced at Li Ku as he spoke. Linen village has a permanent population of about 4,000. Aside from those of us who escaped, everyone else has likely turned into zombies. Additionally, as far as I know, there are 3 particularly powerful zombies. One is enormous, especially its arms. Even bullets can't penetrate them. Another leaps extremely high and moves with incredible speed. The third seems capable of emerging from the ground. That's all I know. The day those 3 appeared, the 2 armed vehicles were completely wiped out. Their leader couldn't even withstand a single blow under their coordinated attack. As Li Ku recalled the events, he still seemed fearful, his entire body trembling as he spoke. So their equipment is still in the village. Brother Chang, if we retrieve that rocket launcher, our base will be formidable. Wang Liang said, deliberately elevating Xiao Qiang's status by changing his address. If we get the rocket launcher back, can I use it? I don't have a weapon yet, Li Chong said cheerfully. Li Ku glanced at the 2 and interjected, isn't that missing the point? The real issue is that entering the village is extremely dangerous. It's not a wise move. Where are the vegetable greenhouses? Is there a way to bypass them? And roughly how much produce is there? Wang Peng asked while taking notes. They're located on the southern side of the village. We could circle around from the outside, but vehicles won't be able to get through. Li Ku thought for a moment and replied somewhat helplessly. Xiao Qiang will skip going tomorrow. If you're not fighting zombies, there's not much we can help with. Lin Bingyan and Yang Shui, knowing that Xiao Qiang's group was primarily searching for vegetables, addressed him. No problem. You 2 stay home. If we can bypass the greenhouses, then it's settled. Brother Li Ku will rely on you to guide us tomorrow. This time, let's try not to provoke the zombies and focus on hauling as many vegetables as possible. Also, Yang Shui, please check the electrical circuits with Uncle Chui tomorrow. Once we bring the vegetables back, I plan to store them in the large freezers at the cafeteria. Xiao Qiang looked at everyone and made his decision. Fine. But if danger arises tomorrow, I won't be able to protect you, Li Ku said, helplessly, seeing their resolve. Don't worry. With Brother Chong around, there's no danger. We'll protect you, Li Chong said, throwing an arm around Li Ku. Ding dong. Mission issued, find vegetables. Reward upon success, 1 medium-grade generator, 1 gene of random fast-growing seeds medium grade, and an iron door. Xiao Qiang's voice echoed in his mind. Finally another mission. He hoped tomorrow's search would go smoothly, Xiao Qiang thought to himself. Morning at Longshan Base. Under the influence of Xiao Qiang and his companions, more and more people joined the morning jog, forming a unique scene at the base. Everyone came to realize the importance of a healthy body in the apocalypse. However, Xiao Qiang and his group were absent from the team today. Early in the morning after breakfast, they grabbed large bags, got into a pickup truck, and headed for Linen Village. Linen Village lay 2 kilometers south of Kongzhuang Village. The vegetable greenhouses they sought were in the farmland south of the village. Taking the main road would require traversing the entire village, so under Li Ke's directions they took a detour. In the vehicle Wang Liang drove, while Li Ku sat in the passenger seat giving directions. The chosen path was a dirt road outside Linen Village, barely wide enough for a single vehicle. It seemed seldom used, with only a few zombies scattered along the way. Xiao Qiang drew his crossbow and fired an arrow, taking down a zombie. A notification chimed, killed a level 1 ordinary zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Xiao Qiang was still over 500 experience points away from leveling up, but Kongzhuang Village had few zombies left. He was now meticulous, unwilling to let even one zombie escape. Soon they parked at their destination and understood why Li Ku had said the vehicle couldn't pass through. The terrain resembled terraced fields with the greenhouses at the lowest level. Approaching from the village allowed parking by the roadside, but coming via the dirt road forced them to leave the truck on the side. Wang Liang turned the vehicle around, and the group armed themselves, advancing toward the greenhouses. The expedition consisted of 5 people: Xiao Qiang, Li Ku, Wang Liang, Wang Peng, and Li Chong. Their goal was not to kill zombies, but to bring back as many vegetables as possible, hence Lin Bingyin and the others were left behind. From a distance, the greenhouses sprawled over 1,000 square meters, once a key poverty alleviation project for Linen Village. At the entrance, Xiao Qiang said to Wang Peng, "Stand guard at the door. Shout if any zombies approach." "Got it." Wang Peng took the crescent moon bow Xiao Qiang had given him, found a high vantage point, and activated his sensory ability, now covering a 30-meter radius. Xiao Qiang and the others entered the greenhouse, momentarily dazzled. It resembled an ecological park with cabbages, radishes, and even beans in season. With these, they no longer had to subsist on bread and vacuum-packed supermarket food, Xiao Qiang mused. "Let's take cabbages and radishes first. They store well and are filling. We can keep the rest here for now." After speaking, they began pulling up cabbages and radishes. Li Chong worked the hardest, his strength and farming experience making him quick. Soon he filled a sack, set it aside, and started another. When both sacks were full along with those from Xiao Qiang and Wang Liang, he carried 2 huge bags to the pickup truck. Each sack of cabbages weighed at least 50 pounds, yet Li Chong lifted them with ease, showing no strain. Li Ke glanced at Li Chong with a hint of surprise, then watched the busy trio, thinking, "Are these people survivors of the apocalypse? Why do they seem so relaxed, working cheerfully near the village without fear?" "Don't worry, Wang Peng is keeping watch outside. Help us out. We'll head back by noon and treat everyone to a feast. Oh, and Li Chong picked some beans for a meal. Let's improve our diet and welcome Li Ku properly." Wang Liang said to Li Ku, then called out to Li Chong. Li Ku had no choice but to stay alert while helping with the work. By noon, they had filled the truck bed and decided to pick some vegetables for lunch before returning. A sudden growl echoed from outside the greenhouse, followed by 2 swift whooshes. Xiao Qiang and the others stepped out to find Wang Peng drawing his bow, aiming at a zombie on the ground. It was worth noting that Wang Peng was more adept with the bow than the crossbow. He had recently been training his arm strength, making his shots more precise. Xiao Qiang felt the crescent moon bow was tailor-made for him. "Wait!" Xiao Qiang sensed something amiss and stopped Wang Peng. Approaching the creature, Xiao Qiang saw it was a dog, its fur matted with blood, eyes white, half its face torn away to reveal bone. He activated his identification ability. Detected level 1 zombie beast. A zombie beast, Xiao Qiang mused inwardly, but with everyone around, he couldn't ask Xiao Tsong. Based on the current situation, it seemed animals turned into zombies after being bitten. This was the first time Xiao Qiang had encountered an animal zombie since the apocalypse began, and he found it rather troublesome. At that moment, the zombie dog was pinned to the ground by 2 arrows from Wang Peng. Xiao Qiang drew his bone-spiked dagger and finished off the still struggling creature. Ding killed a common level 1 zombie beast. Experience 90, exchange points 90. Hearing the notification in his mind, Xiao Qiang noted that this level 1 zombie beast granted more experience than a level 1 zombie, yet he couldn't feel pleased. That only meant level 1 zombie beasts were tougher to handle than their human counterparts. Xiao Qiang, growing anxious to consult, Xiao Tsong said to the others, "We've gathered enough supplies. Let's head back." "All right," they chorused. As they walked toward the pickup truck, Xiao Qiang asked Wang Peng about the dog's circumstances. It turned out that while Wang Peng had activated his perception and waited for the others, he sensed a creature darting from the northeast at great speed. Identifying it as a crawling beast, he instinctively drew his bow and loosed 2 arrows, pinning the zombie dog to the ground. Before getting into the vehicle, Xiao Qiang quietly told Wang Peng to keep his perception active and stay vigilant throughout the journey. The trip was uneventful until they were about to leave the village when Wang Peng suddenly shouted zombie. He then leaned half his body out the window, drew his crescent moon bow, and fired 2 arrows in quick succession. At Wang Peng's cry, Xiao Qiang looked back and saw clearly a zombie slowly emerging from the earth, chasing after their pickup truck. Xiao Qiang grabbed Wang Liang's machine gun, ready to open fire, but the zombie targeted by Wang Peng's arrows burrowed into the ground with incredible speed, causing the arrows to strike the earth harmlessly. Seeing the zombie disappear, Xiao Qiang retrieved the gun and said to Wang Liang, "Liang, drive faster." The incident left everyone on edge, and they only breathed a sigh of relief upon sighting Longshan Park. "Is this one of the 3 zombies you mentioned, Brother Li Ku?" Xiao Qiang asked. "Yes, now you see how dangerous these zombies are. Your machine gun is useless against them. But this brother's archery is impressive. He can aim at a zombie from a fast-moving vehicle." Li Ku said, his tone reproachful toward Xiao Qiang, but admiring toward Wang Peng. In truth, it was understandable. As a level 3 ability user, and with Xiao Qiang never demonstrating his own strength, Li Ku assumed Xiao Qiang was stubborn and reliant solely on a machine gun. Amid their chatter, they soon arrived at the villa. "Wow, fresh vegetables at last. You're amazing." As the vehicle pulled in, Li Wei and the others gathered around. "How did it go? No trouble with zombies?" Lin Bingyan asked Xiao Qiang with concern. Xiao Qiang nodded, his mind preoccupied, and gave a vague reply. "Uncle Chui, how is it? Can we use the freezer in the cafeteria?" he asked. Xiao Shui and I checked. "It's usable, but it'll increase our fuel consumption," Uncle Chui reported honestly. "Liang set aside today's provisions and have the rest unloaded into the cafeteria freezer. I need to rest a bit," Xiao Qiang said, eager to consult Xiao Zong, and delegated the task to Wang Liang. Wang Liang nodded and called for hands to start unloading. Li Ku, however, looked at Xiao Qiang with displeasure. Having little understanding of Xiao Qiang, he deemed him weak and bossy, wondering why the others had chosen him as their leader. Despite his dissatisfaction, Li Ku said nothing more and called his fellow villagers to help with cooking and unloading. Once people's basic needs for food and clothing are satisfied, they begin to pursue higher-level desires, starting to perceive injustices while completely forgetting the times when they themselves lacked even the bare necessities. Such is the case in the post-apocalyptic world as well. Excerpt from Yang Shui's notes. Inside the villa, Xiao Qiang got out of the car and went straight to the bedroom. Lying on the bed, he summoned Xiao Zong and inquired, "Xiao Zong, what was that dog we encountered at the vegetable greenhouse today all about?" "Host, as you identified, that dog has mutated into an ordinary level 1 zombie beast formed after being bitten by zombies," Xiao Zong replied in a soft, sweet voice. "So do all animals mutate into zombies? And how are zombie beasts ranked? Also, why do these zombie beasts give so much more experience than zombies of the same level?" Xiao Qiang asked, a flurry of questions pouring out like a machine gun. "I can assure you, host, not all animals become zombies. Those that are too small in size won't," Xiao Zong explained patiently. Hearing this, Xiao Qiang let out a long sigh of relief. If even creatures like rats could mutate, defending the entire base would become incredibly difficult. "The ranking of zombie beasts is the same as that of zombies," Xiao Zong continued. "However, animals possess strong mobility, sharp claws and teeth, making them relatively harder to deal with, so naturally, they yield more experience. But at higher levels, their innate physical advantages will diminish and the experience gained will become comparable." The emergence of zombie beasts stirred unease in Xiao Qiang's heart. He had just found some techniques for fighting human zombies, and now this new threat appeared. Fortunately, not all animals would mutate. After clarifying these points, Xiao Qiang went downstairs for dinner. There was no way around the zombie beasts, but with his system, he could keep growing stronger by killing zombies. Currently, the total number of people in the base had reached nearly 50. Cooking with a single pile of firewood was no longer sufficient, so everyone had set up several more stoves outside the villa and brought large pots from Kangzhuang village to feed everyone. Going downstairs, Xiao Qiang saw people sitting in small groups waiting for the meal. Li Wei was directing everyone to line up for their portions. "Are you all right?" Lin Bingyan asked, approaching him with concern. "Xiao Qiang, I saw you go upstairs looking worried. Was it about that dog?" "Wang Peng told us about it," she said. Xiao Qiang smiled at Lin Bingyan and shook his head, indicating he was fine. "Xiao Qiang, well, face whatever comes together. With all of us united, even zombie beasts are nothing to fear," she encouraged, patting his shoulder. "Exactly, we're not afraid of zombies made from humans, so why fear these animals?" Wang Liang chimed in as he walked over. "Yes, I was overthinking it. As long as we stick together, there's nothing to fear," Xiao Qiang said, finally at ease, looking at his companions. "All right, you're making my teeth ache with all this sweetness. Grab a bowl and try my cooking. It's been ages since we've had fresh vegetables. Hurry up or ITLL all be gone. Li Wei teased, seeing Xiao Qiang had relaxed. It had to be said Li Wei's cooking was excellent. Even without meat, everyone ate heartily. Xiao Qiang looked at his laughing companions. Yes, why worry so much? With them by his side, what was there to fear? That afternoon inside the Longshan Base Hotel. With the recently tilled fields already sown, there was little work to do, leaving everyone at the base idle. In Li Ke's room, it was packed with people from his village along with a few survivors rescued from Kangzhuang village. Why do they get to live in a villa while we're stuck in this hotel, as someone complained. Exactly, they say food is distributed equally, but it's still in their hands, another grumbled. And these vegetables were found thanks to Brother Ku, but now they control everything and talk about rationing. Listening to the clamor of discussion, Li Ke sitting on the bed grew increasingly sullen. It turned out that ever since returning from Linen Village today, he had harbored resentment toward Xiao Qiang. Coupled with the villagers' complaints about the vegetable supply at noon, they gathered in Li Ke's room after lunch to deliberate. Good that Xiao Qiang keeps saying we should unite in the apocalypse, but look at how unfair things are. Besides, I don't think Xiao Qiang is that strong, he's just throwing his weight around with a few guns. Kugu, you're far more powerful than anyone in that villa. Exactly, in the apocalypse the strong should rule. Enough, Li Ke interrupted the debate. Later come with me to the villa and demand an explanation. They can't be the only ones deciding the distribution of supplies. Kugu, I think we shouldn't go. I feel they've treated us well enough, said Wang Lei, a level 3 awakener who had been silent in the corner. No, even if we're not picking a fight, we need to show them our strength, so our village can stand firm. With that, Li Ke rose and led the group toward the villa. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiang was lying in his bedroom summoning Xiao Tsong to initiate a lottery draw. Xiao Tsong, check my draw chances. Host, you currently have 1 basic draw and 1 intermediate draw. Xiao Tsong replied. Let's start with the basic draw. As Xiao Qiang spoke, a 6-grid panel appeared in his mind, displaying items: iron wrist guards, iron protective coat, empty communicator, external injury potion, and 10 gene of vegetable seeds. The pointer stopped on the vegetable seeds. That's it for the basic draw. Now let's proceed with the intermediate draw. Xiao Qiang continued. This time the 6-grid panel had a yellow border, showcasing bone forging pill, intermediate golden silk armor, intermediate empty 10 hand grenades, double EXP card, 1 hour, intermediate, and navigator intermediate. The pointer landed on the double EXP card, 1 hour, intermediate, doubling kill experience for 1 hour. Xiao Qiang felt satisfied, already plotting how to best utilize this card. Just then a commotion arose downstairs. Xiao Qiang caught the gist of it, stepped out of his room, and stood on the staircase observing the scene below. Downstairs 2 factions stood apart, Li Ke's group on one side, and Wang Liang's on the other, each armed and bristling with tension. Old Hu, you're still siding with them. They live in a villa while you work every day, someone from Li Ke's side taunted Husan. Find no gratitude. Back in the village, if not for Xiao Qiang, I wouldn't have had enough to eat. And you little brats, get over here. Husan pointed angrily at a few fellow villagers. Li Ke, the vegetables and supplies are held in trust by us, not hoarded. Wang Peng patiently explained. Trust? Who knows if you'll embezzle them in private, someone retorted. Damn it, you ungrateful wolves. Li Chong roared in anger. In the apocalypse, might makes right. The strong rule. Another voice chimed in. Well said, might makes right. Let me see your strength. Xiao Qiang said calmly, descending the stairs. Final spar with you then, Li Ke said as Xiao Qiang approached. No, not you, both of you. Xiao Qiang pointed at Li Ke and Wang Lei, intending to show off and intimidate everyone. Wang Lei stepped forward, and Li Ke's gaze toward Xiao Qiang shifted oddly. After you. Xiao Qiang tucked his left hand behind his back and extended his right hand in a welcoming gesture. Wang Lei shed his coat, revealing his sturdy upper body. As a level 3 powerhouse, his strength and speed were several times greater than that of an ordinary person. Li Ke extended his hands, which gradually began to deform, turning dark and sprouting fur. His nails grew thinner and longer until his hands resembled a pair of cat claws. Seeing this, Xiao Qiang understood that Li Ke was a cat-type superhuman. Xiao Qiang, here I come, Wang Lei said, reluctant to clash with Xiao Qiang, but left with no choice. He let out a roar at Xiao Qiang and charged forward, swinging his fist. Xiao Qiang smiled faintly, and before anyone could react, he had vanished from his spot. With a resounding thud, Xiao Qiang moved with incredible speed, ducking under Wang Lei's punch before delivering a blow of his own. Wang Lei stumbled back 3 steps before falling to the ground, and even then Xiao Qiang had not used his full strength. The entire hall fell into stunned silence at the sheer disparity in power. Such was the might of a level 5 powerhouse. Xiao Qiang had defeated a level 3 opponent with a single strike. Seeing Xiao Qiang defeat Wang Lei with 1 punch, Li Ke lunged at him with both claws extended. Using the Wandering Dragon Step technique, Xiao Qiang maneuvered behind Li Ke in a flash. Li Ke's cat form was not to be underestimated, however, as he swiftly retracted his arms and slashed backward. But to his surprise, a tremendous force seized his arms, binding them behind his back and rendering him immobile. Then Xiao Qiang reached out and delivered a light palm strike, causing Li Ku to stagger forward a few steps. A clear defeat. The entire hall was deathly silent. Even Wang Liang and his companions were dumbfounded, having privately understood Wang Lei's strength. Although they had anticipated Xiao Qiang's victory, they never imagined it would be so decisive. Li Ke's group was equally speechless, unable to believe that Li Ku and Wang Lei had fallen so quickly. Since the zombie outbreak, when Li Ku had led several people to escape the village, his abilities had been evident to all. Now, watching Xiao Qiang defeat two opponents in just 2 moves, they were both amazed and awed by his power. Xiao Qiang stepped forward, extended a hand, and pulled Wang Lei to his feet. Then, walking over to Li Ku, he addressed the crowd. In this apocalypse, we have all come together in adversity. There is nothing wrong with strength being paramount, but if people focus solely on power while neglecting unity, humanity will perish before the zombies even arrive. Pausing, Xiao Qiang continued, regarding the villa, when there were only a few of us, we chose it for safety. And even if it weren't the end of the world, there should be a principle of first come, first served. As for supplies, they are scarce in this apocalypse and must be managed collectively to sustain us until our own crops can be harvested. Of course, there is room for improvement. The management of supplies should involve more people, and we can gradually establish a system for that. After Xiao Qiang spoke, Wang Liang added, and what about water and electricity? Where else do you see electricity? The gasoline we have was obtained by Xiao Qiang and us at great risk. If we truly wanted to control supplies, we could simply deny you electricity. Exactly, and look at the labor. I've noticed these college students are quite diligent in their work. Xiao Qiang's classmate Zhang Jin also chimed in. Yes, and the cooking. The hall immediately buzzed with discussion. Raising a hand to silence the crowd, Xiao Qiang stepped forward and said, the apocalypse has come, zombies run rampant, and our human homes have been overrun. The Longshan base is newly established, and there are indeed many shortcomings. I ask for your understanding and hope you will treat this place as your own home. Here I, Xiao Qiang, swear that I will always be the first to face danger and will never indulge in pleasure. One day I hope we can reclaim our homes. Please join me in this effort. Speaking from the heart, Xiao Qiang grew emotional, his face flushing slightly. After finishing, he walked up to Li Ku and extended his hand vertically. Li Ku looked at Xiao Qiang, then reached out and firmly grasped his hand in a handshake. At night, during dinner, Xiao Qiang gathered a few people to sit aside, discussing the rules while eating. After the afternoon's commotion, everyone felt somewhat awkward. The usually lively scene was now rather quiet. In the future, our base will definitely have more and more people. I was negligent before, which caused the misunderstanding this afternoon. If anyone has any good ideas, feel free to share. However, I want to emphasize one thing: everyone in our base must stay united. Xiao Qiang broke the silence, speaking to the group. Xiao Qiang, don't say that. It was our fault this afternoon. After we went back, we discussed it and realized our mistake. Li Ku spoke up. We're all gathered here by fate. There's no right or wrong. Wang Liang tried to ease the awkwardness. We've decided on a name for the base, but we haven't thought of how to address the leader yet. Li Wei, who was also easygoing, spoke first. How about calling him Captain, like in the manga One Piece? The philosophy fits Xiao Qiang's ideas perfectly. Lin Bingyan suggested. Yeah, I think that works. We've discussed it privately. We can also establish vice captain and squad leaders below. For now, we can divide into 3 squads. The first squad is responsible for going out to find supplies and needs some strong members. The second squad handles daily patrols to protect the base. The third squad takes care of logistics, including managing supplies. Wang Peng, also an anime fan and usually meticulous, shared his initial thoughts. How about Xiao Qiang as captain and Wang Liang as vice captain? Li Chong asked. And the squad leaders? Brother Li Ku can be vice captain. He showed impressive skills this afternoon. Once the conversation started, everyone began chattering away. Xiao Qiang was very pleased. Though the numbers were small, now his base would one day grow, and these rules would help reduce conflicts like today's. He was satisfied with everything except the title of captain, but seeing Lin Bingyan so happy, he couldn't bear to refuse. Soon they drafted a rough set of regulations. Xiao Qiang was appointed as captain, Wang Liang as vice captain, Li Ku as the first squad leader, Li Chong as the second squad leader, and Li Wei as the third squad leader, with all members redistributed. Additionally, some reward and punishment systems were established, though with limited supplies the rewards were few. After finalizing the rules, Wang Liang read them aloud, and everyone agreed. With that, the matter was finally resolved, and a weight lifted from Xiao Qiang's mind. He entrusted the base's internal affairs to Wang Liang, allowing himself to focus better on dealing with the zombies. Late at night, Xiao Qiang tossed and turned, unable to sleep, his mind preoccupied with how to handle the zombies in Linen Village. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly a phone rang. At this hour no one would be calling, so there was only one possibility: the alarm Yang Shui had set had been triggered. Yang Shui had informed everyone in the base about the alarm line's location, so it couldn't be a false alarm. The intruders were either other people or zombies. Hearing the ring, Xiao Qiang hurriedly dressed and got up. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed. Xiao Qiang rushed out of the bedroom and turned on the villa's lights. By then Wang Peng and others had already run out. What's happening? Xiao Qiang asked Wang Peng urgently. Wang Peng activated his perception and said with alarm, "Not good. A large horde of zombies has broken into the base and is not far from our villa." Hearing Wang Peng's words, Xiao Qiang strode straight into Wang Liang's bedroom. Rat-a-tat-tat. Wang Liang was at the window firing a machine gun at the scene outside. Xiao Qiang glanced out the window and saw a dense swarm of zombies at least several thousand only about 20 meters from the villa. 30 meters away. Fortunately, thanks to the alarm system set by Yang Shui and the night shift system, he insisted on otherwise surrounded by zombies like this, they would have been torn apart, Xiao Qiang thought to himself. Xiao Qiang glanced at the scene, then swiftly turned around, grabbing Wang Liang, who was still firing from the window, and shouted, "Head downstairs, get in the car, and drive fast." As he descended the stairs, Xiao Qiang noticed Yang Shui holding little Shu Tong in her arms with a glove on her right hand. In the chaos, he had no time to dwell on this. Xiao Qiang, count everyone and get them into the vehicles. Don't leave anyone behind, Xiao Qiang said, realizing the sheer number of zombies meant the villa would soon be surrounded. As he spoke, he quickly drew his crossbow. Several fast zombies had already rounded the villa and were charging into the courtyard. With a whoosh, Xiao Qiang raised his crossbow, aimed at a zombie and fired. The bolt struck precisely into its head. Ding! Killed 1, ordinary level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Rat-a-tat-tat. Lin Bingyan and Wang Liang each gripped their weapons. Standing beside Xiao Qiang, they fired at the zombies from both sides. Brother Qiang, everyone is in the car. Only the 3 of you are left, Li Chong shouted as he helped Uncle Chui into the Mercedes and took the driver's seat himself. You 2 get in the car too. Keep the accelerator floored and don't let up. Head that way, stop at the hotel, and he'll open the door, Xiao Qiang instructed Wang Liang and the others, pointing ahead. Due to the villa's cramped courtyard, there was no room to maneuver, making it impossible to ram open the iron gate directly. The direction Xiao Qiang pointed led deep into Longshan Park, past a hotel along the way. He predicted the zombie horde had entered through the park's main gate, so they would flee in the opposite direction. Xiao Qiang swung open the villa's gate, and 2 vehicles drove out. Don't stop. Floor it. I can catch up to you, he shouted. Standing in the yard, Xiao Qiang saw the 2 cars slow down, waiting for him to board, while zombies on both sides were closing in. He quickly yelled, "Xiao Qiang, get in the car." Lin Bingyan called from the back of the pickup, firing her pistol in single shots. Coming. Xiao Qiang fired one last bolt from his crossbow and stowed it. Seeing the zombies closing in and the crossbow's slow rate of fire, he drew his bone-spiked dagger and burst into full speed. 2 zombies lunged at him from the gate. Xiao Qiang rolled on the ground, his dagger slicing across one zombie's neck. Ding! Killed 1, ordinary level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Rising, Xiao Qiang didn't look back and sprinted toward the pickup truck. Xiao Qiang ran at full speed, outpacing even the pickup quickly, leaving most zombies far behind. However, a few exceptionally fast ones still pursued him. Just as he was about to catch up to the vehicle, a colossal zombie suddenly burst from a side road and slammed directly into Xiao Qiang. With a heavy thud, Xiao Qiang, unable to block in time, took the hit and was sent flying into the roadside greenery. With a screech of tires, the people in the pickup ahead saw what happened and slammed on the brakes, leaving a long black skid mark on the ground. Beneath the moonlight, Wang Peng drew his crescent moon bow, bracing 1 foot on the pickup. He pulled the bowstring taut. Upon closer inspection, one could see that 3 arrows were knocked simultaneously. This was a technique Wang Peng had been practicing recently. Firing 2 arrows was almost foolproof, but 3 arrows at once was still a work in progress. At this critical moment, seeing Xiao Qiang knocked down by the zombie, he drew 3 arrows and aimed at the zombie's upper, middle, and lower body. Bathed in moonlight, Wang Peng's long shadow stretched across the ground. He held his breath, concentrating intensely. With a whoosh, the bowstring's shadow recoiled, and the 3 arrows vanished in an instant. The 3 arrows struck the zombie from the side. The giant zombie raised its arms to block, and with 2 clangs and a shower of sparks, it deflected the upper 2 arrows. However, the lower arrow pierced through the zombie's left leg and exited through the right, impaling both legs together. Dark, foul blood oozed out along the arrow shaft. This single shot showcased Wang Peng's strength and precision. Had the zombie's arms not been so tough, it would have been slain. The zombie roared in fury, pulled the arrow from its leg, and prepared to charge toward the pickup. Meanwhile, Wang Peng's crescent moon bow did not rest. He fired 3 more arrows in quick succession toward the zombie, each aimed at a different part of its body. In ancient times, bows brought down eagles. Tonight, Wang Peng shot zombies under the moonlight. Yet unexpectedly, though the zombie was massive in size, its arms swung with extraordinary speed. With 3 sharp clangs, it deflected all 3 arrows. The zombie, now even more enraged, parried the attacks from Wang Peng and Lin Bingyan while charging toward the pickup truck. In that moment of crisis, it seemed the zombie would reach the vehicle. With a flash of movement, Xiao Qiang activated his technique and appeared behind the giant-armed zombie. Gripping the bone-spiked dagger tightly, he aimed a fierce thrust at the back of its head. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Ambush Proficiency 1. Current level Beginner Proficiency 5100. Just as the dagger's tip was about to pierce the skull, the zombie swiftly shielded its head with both arms. A metallic clang rang out, not the expected sound of the blades sinking into flesh. Instead, Xiao Qiang felt a solid resistance, as if striking a thick steel plate. Xiao Qiang flashed and positioned himself between the pickup truck and the zombie. The hardness of its arms caught him off guard. Even the bone-spiked dagger couldn't scratch them. Moreover, the zombie's reaction speed was astonishing. It had managed to block his surprise attack. Xiao Qiang, are you alright? Lin Bingyan, relieved to see him, asked with concern. I'm fine. This zombie can't harm me. Let me handle it. After advancing to level 5 of the strong, Xiao Qiang's physique had improved considerably. Coupled with the tempering potion had taken earlier, the collision left him unharmed. As he spoke, Xiao Qiang sheathed his dagger and drew the Thousand Mechanisms umbrella from his back. He held it at an angle, its tip aimed at the giant-armed zombie. Wandering Dragon Step. Xiao Qiang moved, circling the zombie swiftly. His umbrella clashed repeatedly with its massive arms as he sought an opening. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Wandering Dragon Step Proficiency 1. Current level Beginner Proficiency 11100. Sparks flew as they exchanged several blows in mere seconds. They separated after the clash. Xiao Qiang glanced at the zombie's arms, now marked with fine cuts from the umbrella. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. It seemed the Wujin metal, renowned as the hardest material in the apocalypse, could indeed damage the zombie's arms. However, Xiao Qiang could now see the horde of zombies approaching from behind. Under normal circumstances, he would have relished killing this creature with the umbrella. But too many zombies were closing in, as staying any longer would mean being surrounded. No more playing around. Drive fast, he shouted to Wang Liang and the others, his gaze fixed on the zombie. As he spoke, Xiao Qiang dashed 2 quick steps toward the zombie, halting just a meter away. He drove the Thousand Mechanisms umbrella into the ground, using it as leverage to launch himself into the air. With all his strength, he delivered 2 powerful kicks to the zombie's arms, which were crossed protectively over its chest. The zombie staggered backward several steps, barely managing to stay upright. Had those kicks landed on an ordinary person, they would have broken several bones, if not killed them outright. But the zombie, with its massive frame and rock-hard arms, suffered little damage. Xiao Qiang didn't linger. He retracted his umbrella and chased after the pickup truck without looking back. As he ran, he retrieved a grenade from his system. Turning to face the approaching horde, he calculated the distance. 3, 2, 1. Now, Xiao Qiang pulled the pin and hurled the grenade directly into the midst of the pursuing zombies. A thunderous explosion erupted, followed by a flash of light. Limbs flew in all directions, and the zombies' wails filled the air. The blast killed a considerable number of them. Notifications chimed. Congratulations. Killed 1 ordinary level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Congratulations. Killed 1 ordinary level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Congratulations. Killed 1 ordinary level 2 zombie. Experience 50, exchange points 70. Listening to the incessant chimes, Xiao Qiang estimated the giant-armed zombie to be at least level 4. Yet no notification for its kill came. The grenade hadn't been enough to finish it. He retrieved another grenade from his system and tossed it into the densest cluster of zombies. Another explosion roared. Notifications chimed. Congratulations. Killed 1 ordinary level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Congratulations. Killed 1 ordinary level 2 zombie. Experience 50, exchange points 70. Congratulations. Killed 1 ordinary level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on leveling up. Current level strong, level 6. Rewards. Again, the giant-armed zombie survived, but a level-up notification echoed in his mind. Xiao Qiang didn't bother to check the rewards. He could feel his strength surging. Seeing the grenades had bought him a brief respite, Xiao Qiang wasted no time and dashed toward the pickup truck. With a few swift strides, he caught up to the vehicle. He pushed off the ground with force, leaping high and landing directly in the truck's cargo bed. After the intense fight, an all-out sprint, Xiao Qiang was drenched in sweat. He sat down in the bed, panting heavily. Lin Bingyan, seeing no zombies in pursuit for the moment, walked over to him. She took out a tissue and wiped the sweat from his forehead as she asked, "Are you hurt?" "That was too close." Lin Bingyan wore a well-fitted tracksuit. Perhaps due to her active lifestyle, her skin was as smooth as cream and her face was ethereally beautiful. Moreover, she exuded a faint youthful fragrance. Under the moonlight, Xiao Qiang crouched in the truck bed, while Lin Bingyin stood before him, leaning forward. The curve of her chest was right at his eye level. Coupled with her lovely face, the moonlight traced delicate shadows across her features, making her all the more enchanting. Before the apocalypse, Xiao Qiang had never experienced anything like this. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Xiao Qiang, I asked you something. Are you okay? Lin Bingyin noticed his daze and repeated softly. Oh, I am fine. Is everyone else okay? Did we lose anyone? Xiao Qiang snapped back to reality. No wonder the ancients spoke of beauties who could make the moon hide and flowers blush. He now understood. After Xiao Qiang boarded, Wang Peng remained vigilant facing the rear. He gripped his crescent moon, bowed tightly, his perception fully extended. His nerves were taut and large beads of sweat rolled down his face. Seeing Xiao Qiang safely aboard, Wang Liang floored the accelerator. Soon they arrived at the hotel. The commotion had roused everyone, and they had gathered downstairs. Li Cheng, who had arrived earlier by car, stood among the crowd explaining what had happened. Seeing no zombies here, Xiao Qiang's suspicions were confirmed. At the main entrance of Longshan Park, the villas and the hotel were built in a straight line. Since no zombies appeared here, they had likely entered through the park's main gate. As Xiao Qiang's pickup truck pulled up, the crowd gathered around, chattering anxiously. Maybe we should just run. We've only had 2 days of peace, and now the zombies are back. How can we run? We've only got 4 vehicles, and there are over 40 of us. Li Ku approached the truck and asked, Xiao Qiang, what do we do now? In the afternoon, after Xiao Qiang demonstrated his prowess before the crowd, Li Ku and the others grew to trust him more and heeded his advice. Xiao Qiang glanced at the crowd, leaped down from the vehicle, and after a moment of thought declared loudly, all women, elderly, and children get on the vehicle immediately. The rest of you grab your weapons. Those who can board do so, the others will run toward the spring for shelter. Upon hearing Xiao Qiang's words, no one raised any objections. After all, his strength was evident to all, and this arrangement also adhered to the courteous conduct expected before the apocalypse. More importantly, Xiao Qiang led by example, excluding himself from those who would ride. Everyone sprang into action. The elderly and women boarded the vehicle swiftly, while others returned to the hotel to retrieve their weapons. Some even came fully equipped, donning miners' helmet lamps and wielding steel forks. It seems everyone is quite alert. After all, they are survivors who broke through the horde of zombies, Xiao Qiang mused as he watched the bustling crowd from the sidelines. Turning to the people beside him, he said, Brother Liang, Wang, Lei Yang, Shui, and Bing Yin, the 4 of you will accompany the vehicle. Protect those on board and prevent any mishaps. Little Shu Tong tugged at Yang Shui's hand, blinked her big eyes, and asked Xiao Qiang, Uncle, aren't you coming with us? Xiao Qiang looked at Shu Tong, bent down, and smiled as he patted her head. You go with Sister Yang Shui first. Uncle runs fast, he'll catch up with you soon. Having said that, he turned to Lu Jie, who had been tested upon his arrival and found to be a first-tier ability user. Lu Jie, you're a little man now. Take care of them on the way. Mom, got it. Don't worry, cough, cough. Lu Jie assured Xiao Qiang with a couple of coughs. Be careful yourself and don't be reckless. It was Yang Shui who spoke, her cold and aloof expression softening as her beautiful eyes fixed on Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang nodded and noticed the gloves on Yang Shui's hands. They were metallic, painted in a mix of red and silver, and looked incredibly sturdy. The iron joints moved easily with her fingers, lacking the clumsiness of typical metal. As he stared at the gloves, Wang Peng, who had been vigilantly sensing the surroundings, suddenly roared, Scatter! There's a zombie above. Hearing this, the already tense crowd immediately looked up. Xiao Qiang, while looking upward, swiftly drew his 1,000 mechanisms umbrella and transformed it into a spear. Under the moonlight, they could barely make out the figure of a zombie standing on the rooftop. Its body was thin, but its limbs were abnormally developed with a disproportionate frame and a slightly hunched posture. With long hair hanging down, it was impossible to tell if it was male or female. The zombie let out a cackling laugh as it gazed at the crowd below. If not for the number of people, the sight under the moonlight would have been truly eerie. Suddenly, the zombie leaped straight from the rooftop of the hotel, landing right in the middle of the crowd. The impact of its descent kicked up a layer of dust. The hotel had 6 floors and the rooftop was at least 15 meters above the ground. Yet the zombie jumped down without a scratch. Upon landing, the zombie lunged at 2 nearby villagers, leaving 5 bloody holes in their necks. Blood gushed from the claw marks, and they lost all signs of life. Go! Xiao Qiang roared, gripping his 1,000 mechanisms umbrella tightly. He took 2 steps forward, lunged, and thrust the spear toward the zombie. With a clang, Xiao Qiang's strike missed as the zombie vanished from its spot. His spear plunged deep into the concrete floor. The zombie, however, had leaped to the 4th floor window of the hotel. It perched there, cackling at Xiao Qiang below. Xiao Qiang frowned as he looked at the zombie, sensing trouble. After leveling up, his jumping ability had improved, but he still couldn't leap as high as the 3rd floor. With a whoosh, an arrow shot from the crescent moon bow, flying straight toward the zombie's head. The archer was Wang Peng. Seeing the arrow coming, the zombie pushed off with its legs and leaped from the third floor back to the rooftop. Brother Chong, trouble. The zombies from behind are catching up. After firing the arrow, Wang Peng sensed the approaching zombies from the rear and shouted to Xiao Qiang, "Drive, head toward the spring." Xiao Qiang shoved one person onto the vehicle and yelled to Wang Liang and the others at the wheel. With a rumble, they floored the accelerator and sped off toward the spring. Li Ku, witnessing his villagers being killed by the zombie, burned with rage and activated his ability. Fur began to sprout from his hands, his nails grew long and sharp, and pads formed on his palms. Strangely enough, a tail grew from his rear, slapping the ground and cracking the concrete. Most astonishingly, Li Ku's eyes transformed, eventually resembling those of a cat. After transforming, Li Ku moved with incredible speed, reaching the base of the hotel in just 2 strides. With a whoosh, he launched himself into the air, his hands clinging to the hotel's outer wall as he climbed upward like a cat. In just a few moves, he reached the rooftop. Xiao Qiang was about to call out to Li Ku when he saw a horde of zombies emerging from behind, led by a giant zombie charging toward them. "Run!" Xiao Qiang shouted at the few people behind him, but he himself raised his 1,000 mechanisms umbrella and charged toward the zombie horde. With a clang, Xiao Qiang leaped, bringing the 1,000 mechanisms umbrella down in a clash with the giant zombie's arms, sending sparks flying. Wandering Dragon Technique. Xiao Qiang gripped his umbrella tightly, weaving through the zombies with his martial art. He fought off the surrounding zombies while keeping an eye on the giant zombie's attacks. Exerting all his strength, Xiao Qiang managed to hold the zombie horde at bay at the intersection, using the power of his 1,000 mechanisms umbrella. Ding! Congratulations, host. Wandering Dragon Technique, Proficiency 1. Current level beginner. Proficiency 12100. Ding! Killed 1 ordinary level 1 zombie. Experience 2. Exchange points 2. Ding! Killed 1 ordinary level 2 zombie. Experience 25. Exchange points 50. Ding! Killed 1 ordinary level 1 zombie. Experience 2. Exchange points 2. The kill notifications rang out continuously. After leveling up, the experience gained from killing level 2 zombies was halved. More and more zombies were catching up from behind, taking a heavy toll on Xiao Qiang's stamina and endurance. The giant zombie possessed astonishing strength. Each time the 1,000 mechanisms umbrella clashed with it, Xiao Qiang's hands went numb from the impact. He leaped and delivered 2 consecutive kicks, forcing the giant zombie back. He held the 1,000 mechanisms umbrella horizontally, just blocking 3 zombies from the right when one on the left lunged at him. 108 Thunder. Xiao Qiang bellowed, channeling his energy into his left fist. He punched out, shattering the zombie's claws and driving his fist straight through its head. Xiao Qiang glanced behind him, seeing the others had already fled far. He pushed forward with force, shoving back a few zombies. As the massive horde of undead was about to descend upon him, he executed a backflip, leaping directly over the towering zombie's head. Meanwhile, the enraged Li Ku transformed into his cat form, scaling the wall to pursue the zombie. On the rooftop, the zombie made no attempt to flee. Instead, it raised its claws and clashed with Li Ku. With a clang, their claws met in midair. Unexpectedly, Li Ku, in his feline form, could match the zombie's claws. Man and undead moved at blinding speed, exchanging dozens of blows under the moonlit night. They separated after a brief clash. Li Ku's cat-like eyes, illuminated by the moonlight, saw the zombie with startling clarity. He extended his claws, removed his glasses, and tucked them into his pants pocket. Rolling his neck, he took a deep breath, then shot toward the zombie like an arrow released from a bow. The zombie leaped high, barely dodging the strike. But it hadn't anticipated that Li Ku already passed. It would flick his tail and slap the zombie's rear leg, sending it flying. The zombie rose, its arms dangling, emitting a ghastly cackle. Under the moonlight, Li Ku watched as the zombie's limbs visibly lengthened and thickened until its entire body crouched low to the ground, making it appear even more compact. Pushing off the ground with both feet, claws extended forward, the zombie spun like a drill straight at Li Ku. Caught off guard, Li Ku was knocked off the rooftop. In his panic, Li Ku dug his claws deep into the wall, leaving long gouges, and managed to steady himself. Meanwhile, the zombie launched itself from the rooftop, its palms clinging to the hotel wall like suction cups. Spotting Li Ku's position, it bounded over and slammed its fists down, shattering the aluminum window frame and sending debris flying, a testament to its immense strength. Li Ku seized the chance to climb back to the rooftop, evading the blow. Soon the zombie, manipulating its elongated limbs, crawled up, as well its arms hanging low, cackling at Li Ku. Under the moonlight, Li Ku sniffed and spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze fixed on the zombie before him. His face began to transform, his nose contracted slightly, fur sprouted across his features, and sharp fangs emerged from his mouth. Not only that, but his feet also changed, resembling cat paws with razor-sharp claws that tore through his shoes. He looked like nothing less than a giant feline. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Bending his legs, he shot toward the zombie at twice his previous speed. Before the zombie could react, Li Ke's claw pierced straight through its abdomen. The zombie let out a roar of agony, and the two became entangled once more. Their movements were blindingly fast, though under the moonlight, only their colliding forms flickered across the rooftop. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged 20 rounds. Li Ke panted heavily, his body marked with terrifying gashes. Blood had soaked through his shirt, mingling with sweat and grime on his face. The zombie fared no better. One of its arms had been severed clean from the shoulder by Li Ke. As they stood at a stalemate, a loud thud rang out as the iron cover of the stairwell flew off. Li Ke looked up to see Xiao Qiang climbing up from the stairs holding the Thousand Mechanisms umbrella. "Why haven't you left yet?" Li Ke asked, rising to his feet. "Wow, you look amazing. Is this your ability?" Xiao Qiang exclaimed in astonishment at Li Ke's appearance. Before Li Ke could reply, the zombie spotted Xiao Qiang and once again spun into a drill-like charge toward him. Xiao Qiang raised an eyebrow at the sight. Lowering his body and bending his knees slightly, he tilted his head to barely dodge the attack. "He'll take this experience," he thought. Li Ke was about to help when in a blur Xiao Qiang, who had been dodging beneath the zombie, suddenly appeared behind it. Grabbing the zombie by its long hair, he slammed it to the ground. With his other hand, he pulled out a bone dagger and drove it into the back of the zombie's head. A gush of foul blood spurted out. The zombie convulsed twice and then lay still. It turned out that after Xiao Qiang had escaped the encirclement of the zombie horde, he heard sounds of combat from above. Worried for Li Ke's safety, he ran toward the upper floors instead of fleeing far. A chime sounded. "Congratulations, host. Surprise attack proficiency 1. Current level beginner. Proficiency 6100. Another chime. Killed 1 level 4 ordinary zombie. Experience 1000. Exchange points 2000. Xiao Qiang couldn't catch the rest of the system's message as he could already hear the zombie horde pursuing him from the stairwell below. Going back down the stairs was no longer an option. With no other choice, Xiao Qiang looked down. A dense mass of zombies swarmed below the hotel. Some charged up the stairs while others continued chasing the direction the car had driven off. "Xiao Qiang, run. He'll hold them off. Can you find a way down?" Li Ke, now hearing the zombies' footsteps drawing closer, clutched his bleeding wound and spoke to Xiao Qiang. "We leave together. We'll go down from the rooftop." Xiao Qiang walked over to Li Ke, a plan already forming in his mind. "I'm injured. That zombie bit me. Soon he'll turn into a monster like them. While I'm still lucid, let me buy you some time. Take care of my village folks for me," Li Ke said, weakly gasping for breath as blood loss took its toll. In truth, Xiao Qiang's strength had indeed grown after reaching level 6. But his easy takedown of the level 4 zombie was largely thanks to Li Ke's desperate fight, which had cost the zombie an arm, throwing off its balance and slowing its reactions. That allowed Xiao Qiang to seize the moment and use the surprise attack skill to finish it off. Without waiting for Xiao Qiang's reply, Li Ke raised his cat-like feet and with a slight push kicked Xiao Qiang to the edge of the rooftop. Then with a surge of power, he took a deep breath and charged straight into the zombie horde that had just reached the rooftop. From the very first move, Li Ke fought with reckless abandon, determined to buy Xiao Qiang as much time as possible. He plunged his hands into the heads of 2 zombies, ignoring the severity of his own wounds. Leaping high repeatedly, his claws and tail swept heavily across the approaching undead. Suddenly, as Li Ke's claws sank into another zombie, he was struck from behind and sent crashing to the ground. The surrounding zombies closed in, their bloodshot eyes fixed on him, countless claws poised as if to tear him apart. Among them, the giant zombie stood out, occupying the space of 3 or 4 others. It raised its massive arms high, ready to smash down on Li Ke's head. Li Ke surveyed his surroundings. The pain surged through him once more, and he had no strength left to resist. Too exhausted to even raise his claws in defense, fatigue washed over him again. His eyelids grew heavy, and he closed his eyes. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips as he awaited the crushing blow of the zombie's fists. Xiao Qiang must have escaped by now. Given his character, entrusting his fellow villagers to him would be absolutely no problem. The future Dragon Mountain base would undoubtedly become immensely powerful, and with Xiao Qiang's abilities, he might truly lead humanity to resolve this apocalyptic crisis. What a pity, though, that I won't live to see that day, Li Ke thought as he closed his eyes. After waiting a moment, he felt no pain from a blow to his head. A clanging sound reached his ears as Li Ke opened his eyes to see a metal umbrella unfurled before him. Beside him, Xiao Qiang was holding the umbrella with one hand, grinning at him. "You? Why didn't you leave? What are you doing back here?" Li Ke asked in shock, staring at Xiao Qiang in disbelief. "I came back to save you. If you can still fight, stop lying on the ground playing dead." Xiao Qiang winked at Li Ke on the ground and spoke. Moments earlier, Xiao Qiang had been careless kicked by Li Ke to the edge of the rooftop. As he hesitated for a split second, Li Ke had already charged into the horde of zombies. Seeing Li Ke in danger, Xiao Qiang used the wandering dragon movement technique in the crisis, weaving through the zombie horde to reach Li Ke. He crouched, opened the umbrella, all in one fluid motion. This 1,000-mechanism umbrella forged from black gold remained utterly unscathed even under the assault of so many zombies. Xiao Qiang chatted with Li Ku as he stood up. He twirled the 1,000-mechanism umbrella above his head, driving back the surrounding zombies. Grabbing Li Ku, who had now risen, he dashed straight toward the edge of the rooftop. Xiao Qiang, are you an idiot? I've been bitten. Saving me is useless. If you keep this up, you won't make it out either, Li Ku nagged, constantly muttering in Xiao Qiang's ear as he was dragged along. I have an antidote that can cure your zombie toxin. Besides, our Dragon Mountain base has no precedent of abandoning comrades to flee alone. I can't, and neither can you. And as for your own villagers, you take care of them yourself. I'm not in the habit of looking after others' people. Most importantly, that kick you gave me. You'll have to repay it once you're healed. Xiao Qiang didn't look back, blocking zombie attacks as he sprinted at full speed ahead. Get on my back. He'll carry you down. Reaching the edge of the hotel, Xiao Qiang spoke as he hoisted Li Ku onto his back. Without a backward glance, he leaped directly from the hotel rooftop. To win someone over, many things are achieved not through words, but through actions. It was at this moment that Li Ku was truly won over by Xiao Qiang, pledging his unwavering loyalty. Of course, Xiao Qiang had no intention of subduing Li Ku. In the years that followed, Li Ku would accompany Xiao Qiang through countless life-and-death battles without complaint. But that is a story for later. Midair, Xiao Qiang grasped the 1,000-mechanism umbrella with one hand and pressed the button. The umbrella opened in the air, slightly arresting their descent. Tilting the umbrella at a slight angle, the two drifted forward through the sky. This was something Xiao Qiang had discovered by chance. The black gold 1,000-mechanism umbrella was light and thin. Holding it open, he descended like a parachute. In the critical moment, Xiao Qiang simply opened the 1,000-mechanism umbrella and jumped straight down from the building, never expecting that even with the weight of 2 people it would hold. The zombie horde chased the two to the rooftop edge. Except for the giant zombies and a few high-level ones, the rest surged forward mindlessly after them, completely ignoring the fact that there was no path ahead. Falling from the building, they were instantly reduced to bloody mush. A few even crashed onto the zombies below, and for a moment a series of cracking sounds rang out. I. In the air, Li Ku, lying on Xiao Qiang's back, kept trying to speak to him, but before he could utter a word, Xiao Qiang cut him off. Shut up and stay put. I said I can cure your zombie toxin, so I can. Say another word and I'll throw you off right here. Xiao Qiang scanned the zombie horde below for a landing spot as he spoke to Li Ku. Li Ku pursed his lips and obediently stayed silent on Xiao Qiang's back. Midair, Xiao Qiang directly commanded Xiao Qiang to retrieve and use the double experience card. He had already regretted killing that level 4 zombie earlier. Tonight would surely be a bloody battle, and the number of zombies he would slay would be considerable. Using the double experience card now couldn't be more fitting. Xiao Qiang recalled that the double experience card had a 1-hour time limit. With so many zombies tonight, he might even level up once more. After using the double experience card, Xiao Qiang held the 1,000-mechanism umbrella with one hand and retrieved a grenade from the system with the other. Wherever the zombies were thickest, he threw it. With a deafening boom, the grenade exploded, igniting a sea of fire below. Countless zombies were blown to pieces, limbs flying, rendered motionless. Ding. Killed 1 ordinary level 1 zombie. Experience 4, exchange points 2. Ding. Killed 1 ordinary level 2 zombie. Experience 50, exchange points 50. Ding. Killed 1 ordinary level 1 zombie. Experience 4, exchange points 2. This system was certainly meticulous. His experience from killing zombies had increased greatly, but the exchange points remained unchanged. Xiao Qiang grumbled inwardly, but every bit counted, especially with so many zombies below. Thus Xiao Qiang killed with fervor. He retrieved another grenade and hurled it downward. With another boom, he took out many more zombies. Ding. Killed 1 ordinary level 1 zombie. Experience 4, exchange points 2. Ding. Killed 1 ordinary level 2 zombie. Experience 50, exchange points 50. Ding. Killed 1 ordinary level 3 zombie. Experience 1,000, exchange points 1,000. Unexpectedly, that single grenade had even killed a level 3 zombie. However, with his increased level, killing level 3 zombies no longer yielded rewards. The first time he encountered a level 3 zombie, he had been forced to use a level 9 warrior temporary card to defeat it. This time a casually thrown grenade had already taken one out. Technology changes life. That saying was absolutely true. After throwing 2 grenades, the two descended with the 1,000-mechanism umbrella, landing atop a small pavilion. Below, the ground was covered with zombies, all clawing and snarling toward them. Their clothes were tattered, their faces bearing bite marks with flesh turned inside out. Some even exposed stark white bones, a truly horrifying sight. Xiao Qiang surveyed the surroundings. These low-level zombies couldn't reach them for now, but there was no guarantee that a powerful zombie wouldn't appear. By now the roads were packed with zombies, and more were still streaming in from the direction of the villa. Where all these zombies came from was anyone's guess. Perhaps they had been living too comfortably in recent days, methodically killing zombies, forgetting that the world was now overrun with them. But what had caused so many zombies to attack tonight? Xiao Qiang couldn't fathom it. We can't get through the main road. We'll take the green belt. It'll cure your zombie toxin first, then we'll catch up to them. By the way, what were you trying to say up in the air? Xiao Qiang looked at Li Ku, whose face was pale and skin starting to rot, and spoke. I was going to say I could have gotten down from the rooftop on my own. You didn't need to carry me, Li Ku said, weakly lifting his cat-like paw with effort. Xiao Qiang felt a bit awkward. After all, carrying a grown man while descending from a building under an umbrella was rather embarrassing. Let's go. With those words, Xiao Qiang retrieved a grenade from the system and hurled it downward, clearing a path toward the greenery. He had received 10 grenades upon completing the mission and had always been reluctant to use them, but in this dire situation, this was the 5th one he had used tonight. Ding killed an ordinary level 1 zombie experience 4, exchange points 2. Ding killed an ordinary level 2 zombie experience 50, exchange points 50. The explosion briefly cleared a path for the two. Without hesitation, they leaped down from the pavilion, fighting off zombies as they dashed toward the greenery lining the road. The zombies behind them quickly converged again, fearlessly encircling the site of the explosion once more. The two plunged into the greenery, unable to discern the path clearly, and simply sprinted frantically toward the direction the car had gone. Occasional straggler zombies appeared along the way, but they were easily dealt with. They ran for what seemed like an eternity given their speed until they reached a small grove with no zombies in sight. Only then did they stop collapsing onto the ground and leaning against a tree to catch their breath. Kugu, keep watch around us. They'll get the antidote for you, Xiao Qiang said, panting to Li Ku. After speaking, he closed his eyes, feigning meditation, while in his mind, he summoned Xiao Tsong. Xiao Tsong, is there an antidote for the zombie virus in this shop? Xiao Qiang got straight to the point, asking Xiao Tsong. Currently, host, your level is too low, so only level 1 permissions are available. The following antidotes are options: basic detox pill. If taken within 10 minutes of a zombie bite, it can neutralize the zombie toxin. It costs 1,500 exchange points. Detox potion can be applied externally or taken internally, apply to the wound, effective within 20 minutes. It costs 2,500 exchange points. There's also a slightly better one, the body tempering detox. The little last listed all the potions Xiao Qiang could purchase from the shop. Stop, Xiao Tsong. They'll take the detox potion and also something to stop bleeding and treat external injuries. Xiao Qiang interrupted, eyeing the escalating exchange point costs and calculating the time since Li Ku was bitten. Spending money truly flowed like water, while earning it was as slow as a snail. All right, 1 detox potion plus 1 basic hemostatic agent, totaling 2,800 exchange points. Xiao Tsong replied as instructed. Here, take this, Xiao Qiang said, opening his eyes and pretending to pull a medicine bottle from his pocket, handing it to Li Ku. Li Ku took the bottle and drank the detox potion in one gulp. His mind gradually cleared, the rotting skin began to restore its smoothness, and the darkened complexion regained its luster. The zombie toxin had been neutralized. Xiao Qiang took some hemostatic agent himself and gave some to Li Ku. The wounds on their bodies stopped bleeding and began to scab over. Having rested enough, Xiao Qiang looked at Li Ku, who had returned to human form, and said, let's go find the others. I wonder how they're doing. With that, the two emerged from the grove and stepped onto the main road. The road was pitch black, the moonlight obscured by dark clouds, and a cold wind blew intermittently, hinting at rain. Xiao Qiang gazed ahead and faintly spotted a glimmer of light not far away. Xiao Qiang took a flashlight from the system, and the two followed the distant light. Before long, they found several people. It was Wang Peng and the others whom Xiao Qiang had instructed to leave earlier. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Qiang learned that they had been chasing after the car, with zombies occasionally pursuing them, and had engaged in some skirmishes. They had only stopped when they saw a light flashing behind them. Bingyan, why didn't you go with the car? Xiao Qiang asked, surprised to see Lin Bingyan among the group. I didn't get in the car earlier. I planned to run with you. I had Xiao Qiang drive off to protect them, Lin Bingyan replied, raising her pistol as she spoke to Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang nodded, observing the blood-stained faces of the group, a sign that their journey had been tough. Let's hurry. The zombies behind us will catch up soon, Xiao Qiang said to those beside him. Without further delay, they strode swiftly toward the car's direction. At that moment, a light drizzle began to fall. Watch out. Wang Peng, walking ahead, suddenly shouted, raising his crescent moon bow and aiming it around vigilantly. With a loud bang, the ground in their midst exploded violently, sending them sprawling in all directions. A zombie burst forth from underground, leaping high and landing among them. As the flashlight swept over its face, Xiao Qiang recognized it as the zombie from their encounter in Linen Village. The zombie scanned its surroundings, let out a long roar, and charged directly at the fallen Lin Bingyan. Its razor-sharp teeth aimed for Lin Bingyan's arm. In that critical moment, Xiao Qiang was too far to intervene. Bingyan, watch out. Xiao Qiang bellowed in the nick of time. Just as the zombie's teeth were about to sink into her arm, Lin Bingyan let out a soft cry. Ice armor. As the flashlight swept over, Xiao Qiang saw the raindrops on Lin Bingyan's hand visibly begin to freeze. Eventually, a layer of pale blue ice crystals formed on her arm, encasing it completely. When the light hit it, it shimmered. The zombie bit down, its sharp teeth clashing against her arm with a clang. Its usually unstoppable fangs failed to penetrate the ice armor, leaving only shallow tooth marks on the surface. With her other hand, she raised her pistol and fired directly at the zombie. But the zombie's reflexes were lightning fast. Seeing its attack fail, it dodged the moment Lin Bingyan raised her hand, disappearing back into the ground. Xiao Qiang approached and helped Lin Bingyan to her feet. By then, the ice crystals on her body were slowly melting, reverting to water droplets. "Are you okay, Bingyan? Are you injured?" Xiao Qiang asked with concern despite having witnessed the event clearly. Lin Bingyan shook her head, brushed the dirt off her clothes, and replied, "I'm fine, really. These people are incredibly formidable, each hiding remarkable skills. Lin Bingyan can turn water to ice so hard that even a zombie's teeth can't tear through it. Good thing I didn't do anything too rash earlier," Li Ke muttered to himself, marveling at their strength. "Wang Peng, can you sense where the zombie is?" Xiao Qiang asked. Wang Peng had been maintaining his perception, gripping his crescent moon bow tightly. Hearing Xiao Qiang's question, he shook his head and replied, "I can't sense it for now. It seems to have escaped underground. Who knows when it'll strike again." Xiao Qiang nodded, looked at the 6 or 7 people around him, and said, "Let's move quickly. Stay alert. The zombies behind us will catch up soon." They resumed their march, moving even faster than before. The rain, however, intensified, turning into a torrential downpour. Unable to avoid getting drenched, Xiao Qiang simply took out the 1,000-mechanism umbrella and held it over Lin Bingyan. This prompted Xiao Tsong inside the system to grumble. Host using a divine weapon like this to woo a girl. Xiao Qiang pursed his lips, dared not retort, and urged the group to hasten their pace. When they reached the lakeside, they could already see the distant flashing car lights, but the rain showed no sign of stopping. The muddy ground washed by the rain had become slick, causing several members to slip and fall, their bodies caked with mud and water. With a loud bang, the earth burst open again. The zombie moved with such incredible speed that even Wang Peng had no time to warn them. The zombie sprang from the ground, appearing directly behind 2 villagers. They barely had time to turn their heads before its long claws pierced through their necks, leaving bloody holes. They gurgled, unable to speak, spitting froth mixed with blood, their lives extinguished. Although these 2 villagers were not ability users, they were nonetheless robust and strong, which was why they chose to travel on foot with the group. Yet before they could even make a move, they were killed by this zombie. Li Ke let out a long, furious roar, his entire form shifting once more into that of a cat. With a single push of his feet against the ground, he left 2 deep craters in the earth, leaping directly toward the zombie. His claws extended forward, aiming for the zombie's head. The zombie nimbly leaped backward, burrowing into the ground and vanishing without a trace. Li Ke dug into the hole where the zombie had disappeared, but grasped nothing. "Watch your backs," Wang Peng shouted toward Xiao Qiang and Lin Bingyan's location. Sensing movement behind him, Xiao Qiang swung the 1,000-mechanism umbrella from above his head to his back. The zombie's sharp claws clashed against the umbrella, producing a resounding clang. Xiao Qiang turned around, pushing Lin Bingyan aside, transforming the umbrella into a spear. With a powerful push of his legs, he thrust forward. The rain was falling too heavily, now streams of water cascading from his hair, blurring his vision. Unsurprisingly, Xiao Qiang's strike missed again. The zombie had dug another tunnel and escaped from beneath the earth. With a bang, the zombie appeared once more, as if determined to slaughter them by this lakeside, continuously emerging from the ground to ambush them. This time the zombie targeted another villager. The villager, gripping an axe, looked around cautiously on high alert. Suddenly, the zombie burst straight up from the soil, sending dirt flying, and stood before the villager. Startled, the villager froze for a moment, then raised his axe to strike the zombie. But the zombie was faster, its long sharp claws were about to touch the villager's neck. Assault. At this critical moment, Xiao Qiang, unwilling to let tragedy repeat, activated the assault skill and flashed to the villager's side. He knocked the villager away with a single shove. With his other hand, he grabbed the zombie's outstretched claws and with a powerful swing hurled it into a nearby tree. The zombie crashed to the ground. Only now did Xiao Qiang get a clear look at the zombie. Its frame was gaunt, otherwise unremarkable compared to ordinary zombies. But its claws, long, hard, and sharp, stood out conspicuously. Li Ke, seeing the zombie flung aside, moved with incredible speed. He pushed off the ground repeatedly, with his feet leaping high into the air, and brought both claws down toward the zombie's head. But the zombie was faster. Its entire body burrowed into the earth like a digging machine, vanishing from sight. Li Ke's claws raked across the ground, leaving several deep gouges in the soil. And so the zombie continued to emerge from the earth at intervals, ambushing them. Fortunately, no further casualties occurred. Gradually the group grew restless. Since the zombie's appearance it had killed 2 villagers, yet they had failed to wound it let alone kill it. They were at their wits' end. But thankfully the rain began to lighten, and the sky gradually cleared. The group shone their flashlights across the ground, staying alert to their surroundings. Fortunately the rain stopped, and the moon slowly emerged from behind the clouds, improving their visibility. Suddenly Wang Peng, who had remained inactive until now, came into view under the moonlight. His face was covered in sweat, his concentration razor-sharp as he hid behind a tree, bow drawn, and arrow nocked. With a whoosh, the arrow left the bowstring, flying directly toward a spot behind Lin Binger. The others were startled, looking at Wang Peng in disbelief. From their perspective, there was nothing behind Lin Binger, and they wondered what he meant by this. A thud sounded as the arrow struck flesh. The group turned to see that where there had been nothing behind Lin Binger, the zombie had now burst forth from the earth. The arrow was lodged precisely in its left arm. It turned out that Wang Peng had been holding back all along. Hiding behind the tree, he had calmly analyzed the zombie's path, while focusing all his attention on sensing its emergence. Finally, he sensed the zombie moving rapidly toward Lin Binger's rear. With an accurate prediction, he loosed an arrow leading to the scene that had just unfolded. Lin Binger struck first, raising her pistol and firing the bullets from its chamber. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Binger fired 5 shots in succession. The zombie dodged as it ran, but only 1 bullet hit its right leg. Her marksmanship was as poor as ever. Xiao Qiang gave Wang Peng a thumbs up from across the way. Then Wang Peng saw a blur of motion. Xiao Qiang vanished from his spot, in an instant reappearing behind Lin Binger in the blink of an eye. Knowing this was the best chance to kill the zombie, Xiao Qiang sprinted at full speed. With a thud, he came to a halt, plunging the 1000-mechanism umbrella into the zombie's retreating leg. The creature had already begun to burrow, pinning it in place and preventing it from moving forward. The zombie had been preparing to dig its way to escape when Lin Binger opened fire. Now, thanks to Wang Peng's arrow, it could only dig with 1 claw, significantly slowing its progress. Meanwhile, Li Ku in his cat form arrived. Extending his claws, he drove them with force into the zombie's hind leg, gouging out 5 bloody holes. Then he dragged the zombie out of the hole by its leg and hurled it viciously into the large tree behind Xiao Qiang. Without pausing, Xiao Qiang pushed off backward with both legs, raising the 1000-mechanism umbrella parallel to his body as he leaned forward. His entire form spun like a drill, flying horizontally through the air. The umbrella in his hands pierced straight through the zombie's body, nailing it to the tree trunk. Xiao Qiang steadied himself, walked up to the zombie, drew a bone dagger, and plunged it into its head, finishing off the creature that still writhed against the tree. Ding! Killed 1 ordinary level 4 zombie. Experienced 2,000 exchange points 2,000. Acquired. At the sound of this prompt, Xiao Qiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. This zombie was dealt with at last. However, Xiao Qiang had no time to check what rewards he had received, because under the moonlight the figures of the pursuing zombie horde behind them were now clearly visible. He pulled out the 1000-mechanism umbrella and walked over to Wang Peng, who was now collapsed on the ground exhausted. His face was covered in sweat, and he panted heavily. His lips were pale and parched. It seemed that activating his perception ability was an extremely energy-draining task. Xiao Qiang extended his hand to Wang Peng, revealing his signature simple grin, and said, "We owe you back there. Without you we might not have made it through tonight. How are you? Can you still walk? The zombie horde behind us will be here soon." After resting for a moment, Wang Peng's complexion had gradually improved. He swallowed, deeply grabbed Xiao Qiang's hand, and stood up saying, I can walk. How could it be all thanks to me? In the end it was you who finished off the zombie. By the way, brother Li Ku, your ability is incredible. You can even transform. Have you come up with a name for your transformation? How about I think of one for you?" As the group hurried on their way, Wang Peng asked, curiously looking at Li Ku, who had reverted to human form. In truth, Wang Peng and Xiao Qiang had only just started college, so encountering such novel things naturally sparked their interest. Li Ku didn't seem annoyed and chatted amiably with Wang Peng along the way. Behind them, speed-type level 2 zombies occasionally caught up, but Xiao Qiang dealt with them easily. After leveling up to warrior level 6 tonight, Xiao Qiang felt that his strength and speed in all aspects had grown considerably. It seemed that, as Xiao Tsong had said, the shortcut to becoming stronger was to kill more zombies. And this was even before Xiao Qiang had had a chance to check the items rewarded for the kill and the level up. Before long, Xiao Qiang and his group could see the flashing headlights of a vehicle ahead. Puzzled, they noted that the location was still some distance from the spring. Why would a vehicle be stopped here? Could it have encountered zombies? At that thought, Xiao Qiang gestured to the others and quickened their pace toward the parked vehicles. Before them lay utter devastation. Blood-stained ground littered with corpses, bullet-riddled pavement, deep gashes from blades and bludgeons, and even a compact car overturned on its side. Clearly a fierce battle had just taken place. Wang Liang approached as the group arrived and concisely recounted what had happened. Earlier, Xiao Qiang had instructed this group to drive ahead along the route, a stretch they traversed smoothly, encountering no zombies. But upon reaching this spot, a horde of over 50 zombies suddenly emerged ahead, blocking the road entirely and forcing the vehicles to halt and engage in combat. Though the convoy included several formidable fighters, the carnage was still staggering, largely due to one monstrous zombie among the horde, broad-shouldered, immensely powerful, and capable of overturning an automobile with brute force. It was Xiao Shui who ultimately brought that beast down, Wang Liang said, glancing at Yang Shui before turning to Xiao Qiang. Everyone fought bravely, and though many sustained serious injuries, fortunately none were bitten, only superficial wounds remain. Yang Shui, seeming eager to shift focus, interjected, "Uncle, you're finally here. Xiao Shutong was convinced you wouldn't make it." Xiao Shutong clutched Yang Shui's hand tightly, her face pale and tear-streaked as she whispered to Xiao Qiang, "I was so scared." "Don't be afraid," he reassured gently. "Uncle won't leave you again. I'll protect you." Xiao Qiang crouched down, tenderly stroking Xiao Shutong's hair. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward the massive zombie lying motionless on the ground. A clean circular wound, roughly 5 centimeters in diameter, pierced the creature's skull. Xiao Qiang activated his ocular scanner and swept it across the corpse. Ding! Detected standard Tier 3 zombie. So it was a Tier 3 specimen. No wonder the toll had been so devastating. Surveying the survivors seated on the blood-soaked earth, Xiao Qiang counted 30 remaining souls, each bearing wounds of varying severity. Uncle Li is gone. Xiao Qiang and Auntie Wang are heartbroken. They've refused to move from where they sit, Wang Liang murmured softly to Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang turned toward the overturned vehicle and saw Li Chong cradling a lifeless body, sobbing uncontrollably. Memories of shared moments flooded his mind, stirring sorrow, so deep his own eyes welled with tears. He stepped forward and placed a firm, comforting hand upon Li Chong's shoulder. Li Chong lifted his head. His composure shattered, his face drenched in tears, as he roared at Xiao Qiang, "Brother Chong, I'm going back. I'll slaughter every last zombie. I'll avenge my father." He seized an axe beside him and lunged backward. But Xiao Qiang seized his arm, pinned him against the car, and shouted, "I know your grief. Uncle Li's death wounds me too. But what good would rushing back do? Yes, I could trade my life for a dozen zombies. But then what? Would your mother be left alone? Who would guard these people behind us?" Li Chong gradually stilled, sinking to his knees and weeping silently. "We will kill those zombies. Tonight they slaughtered our kin. This debt must be repaid. Remember this while Longshan Base never lets vengeance wait until tomorrow. Listen carefully. Women, children, elders, and the wounded will board 2 vehicles and proceed immediately to the spring. The zombie horde is closing in fast. I'll remain here with 5 others to hold the line, exact retribution, and honor the fallen. Once the horde retreats, we'll lay them to rest with dignity." Xiao Qiang straightened, drew a slow, steady breath, and addressed the crowd. "I'll stay. Count me in. You're injured, go on. I'll fight the zombies." Inspired by Xiao Qiang's resolve, volunteers surged forward. After assessing injuries, the final 5 who remained were Xiao Qiang, Wang Liang, Li Chong, Wang Lei, and Zhang Jin. Under Xiao Qiang's direction, the 5 gathered damp branches from nearby, soaked by recent rain, and Xiao Qiang poured gasoline from the vehicle onto them. They then tipped the overturned car sideways and dragged it across the road center. Beneath the silver moonlight, the 5 stood shoulder to shoulder, their long shadows stretching forward, merging with the flickering glow of the soaked kindling. Xiao Qiang retrieved 5 grenades, 1 for each fighter, and borrowed handguns from Yang Shui and Lin Bingyan. His sole command was absolute fire, every bullet without reserve, and when ammunition ran dry, hurl the grenades into the horde, killing as many zombies as possible. Moments later, the silhouettes of the advancing horde appeared in the distance. Xiao Qiang mentally calculated the closing distance: 5, 4, 3, 2. "Now!" Xiao Qiang bellowed, and raised his crossbow, first launching a bolt straight through the foremost zombie's skull, sending it crashing backward. The zombies behind it charged heedlessly onward, trampling over the fallen corpse with guttural roars. Yet the hulking, broad-armed zombie remained conspicuously absent. Ding! Standard Tier 1 zombie eliminated. Experience 4. Exchange points 2. Then came the staccato thunder of gunfire, bullets spitting forth like hailstones, each round searing with raw fury. Wang Liang stood unflinchingly at the front line, gripping a machine gun, his finger locked on the trigger, waves of zombies collapsing under relentless suppressive fire. Li Chong and Zhang Jin each wielded pistols, firing wildly into the surging mass. No precision needed for sheer volume, claimed dozens. Only Wang Lei lacked a ranged weapon. He clutched his grenade, watching the others, intently helpless but resolute. 2 minutes later, gunfire began to dwindle. Wang Liang, exhausted his rounds, first slung the heavy machine gun over his shoulder and gripped his grenade, waiting for Xiao Qiang's signal. With a final sharp crack, Zhang Jin's last bullet pierced a zombie's eye. All 5 had emptied their magazines. With left hands gripping grenade pins, their faces burned with unwavering resolve and cold, incandescent rage. As the first zombies breached the overturned car, Xiao Qiang roared, "Throw!" and hurled his grenade toward the vehicle. A deafening boom erupted, the blast igniting the gasoline, triggering a secondary explosion as the car detonated. A towering wall of flames surged skyward, casting fiery light upon the five warriors' resolute features, and sealing the chasm between them and the horde with an impassable inferno. For more detonations followed in rapid succession, each unleashing torrents of gore across the horde. Ding. Standard Tier 1 zombie eliminated. Experience 4. Exchange points 2. Ding. Standard Tier 2 zombie eliminated. Experience 50. Exchange points 50. Amid the echoing chimes of system notifications, the five leapt into their vehicle and sped away without hesitation. Xiao Qiang knew full well that if he'd hoarded all the grenades for himself, his experience would surge, and his strength would grow far faster. Yet such selfishness contradicted everything he stood for, and betrayed the very essence of who he was. This way he empowered his comrades, not only sharpening their skills, but also channeling their anguish into righteous fury. For Li Chong especially, tonight's trauma would have otherwise festered into something far darker. Silent and swift, they encountered no further zombies, and soon arrived at the house housing the spring. The moment they entered the courtyard, they found Wang Peng perched vigilantly atop the low wall, eyes scanning the darkness. Wang Peng had always been meticulous and cautious, and tonight he showed no sign of letting his guard down. The moon has gradually begun to fade, and the east is starting to reveal white pearls. The people in the courtyard are gathered in small groups, exhausted after a night of rain and a whole night of avoiding zombies. They dare not light a fire to prevent attracting the zombies, so they can only wring out the water from their clothes and wear them as they are. Xiao Qiang sat leaning against the door frame, watching Wang Liang directing everyone to take turns on guard duty. A sense of frustration washed over him and disappointment filled his heart. Until now, Longshan Base had never been attacked, and Xiao Qiang had been living a routine life. However, the zombie ambush tonight was undoubtedly a heavy blow to both him and the newly established Longshan Base. If only I had arranged the sentries' range a bit wider. If only I could have been a bit stronger. If only I had found a few more vehicles. If I had followed the vehicles at that time, would Uncle Li have survived? Xiao Qiang couldn't help but fall into deep regret, looking at the wounded and sick at Longshan Base, recalling the people who had passed away. He could no longer hold back his tears, which began to well up and drip down. Seeing this, Lin Bingyan walked over, crouched down, and gently placed her hand on Xiao Qiang's shoulder. Xiao Qiang turned his head, noticing that Lin Bingyan still had wet hair, making her appear somewhat pitiful. Her beautiful eyes, framed by long double eyelids, radiated concern. "It's all my fault. If I had done better, would everyone have been hurt so badly?" Xiao Qiang sobbed as he spoke to Lin Bingyan. "Xiao Qiang, you did very well. Unfortunately, this apocalypse is ruthless and no one can remain unscathed. Casualties in battles with zombies are inevitable." Lin Bingyan spoke softly to comfort Xiao Qiang. "Brother Qiang, this isn't your fault. I should thank you for giving me the opportunity to kill so many zombies and take revenge." Li Chong also walked over and stood in front of Xiao Qiang, saying, "Xiao Qiang, I believe in you. We all believe in you, and this is not your fault. To be able to react quickly, escape from the zombie encirclement, and swiftly organize everyone to flee, while also holding the line in the crisis, I admire you. Zombies run rampant and casualties are inevitable, but you must pull yourself together and continue to lead us in killing zombies and reclaiming our home." Li Ku also gathered around, speaking earnestly to Xiao Qiang. "Yes, Xiao Qiang, this isn't your fault. We believe in you. Xiao Qiang, you will definitely lead us to strengthen the base." Everyone gathered around, standing beside Xiao Qiang and speaking. Uncle, don't cry, don't cry. Shudong believes in you too. You must pull yourself together. It's not good to cry in front of girls if you want to find a partner." Little Shudong leaned over and whispered into Xiao Qiang's ear. However, she was still overheard by those around, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Xiao Qiang wiped his tears, patted little Shudong on the head, stood up, and said to everyone, "Thank you all for your trust, I appreciate it. Everyone rest for a while, and we'll make plans after dawn." Lianggu arranged for more people to stand guard, and the distance can be a bit longer. For the injured, he'll get some medicine later, and Bing Yin and Li Wei will help apply it. Let's not light a fire for now. It's almost dawn. We'll light a fire to warm up and dry our clothes once it brightens up. Xiao Qiang regained his composure and began to give detailed instructions. After finishing his words, everyone dispersed and got busy. Xiao Qiang first bought a few bottles of hemostatic powder and cold medicine from the system, gave them to Lin Bingyan to distribute, and since he was by the spring, he didn't need to buy water from the system. Little Tsong, show me the rewards. After completing these tasks, Xiao Qiang squatted down and closed his eyes to summon Little Tsong. Little Tsong appeared in Xiao Qiang's mind and replied, "All right, host. You have a total of 3 types of rewards. Killing 2 ordinary level 4 zombies rewards you with leveling up to level 6 strongman rewards. The reward for killing a level 4 jumping zombie is high-tech carbon fiber jumping shoes intermediate lightweight, a high-tech product in the apocalypse that enables ordinary people to leap to a height of 3 meters. Strengthening limbs potion intermediate taken orally allows for the regeneration of broken tendons and limbs, making them more resilient. Rechargeable walkie-talkies 2, with a coverage range of 500 meters. This reward is much less than when I killed that long-tongued zombie, and the quality is not as good. Xiao Qiang couldn't help but grumble internally upon seeing the rewards. Naturally, the host was only a level 4 strongman back then, and now he's level 6. The rewards are certainly not comparable. Little Tsong explained in detail that the rewards are also related to the levels crossed. Continuing to report the rewards for killing the burrowing zombies, fine steel black claw gloves for the right-hand intermediate, made of fine steel. Ordinary knives and axes cannot cut through, ergonomically designed, and there are 2. When combined, they have even greater power. Basic climbing skill alarm intermediate can monitor all zombies and enemies within a 2,000 square meter area. This time the rewards are quite humane. Just when our base was attacked, a reward was given for an alarm, which expands the monitoring range. As for those black claw gloves, they are just right for Li Ku, which will enhance his strength when transformed into a cat form. While listening to the rewards, Xiao Qiang has already thought about how to allocate these rewards. Ignoring Xiao Qiang's thoughts on allocation, Little Tsong's childish voice continued, host, you're currently at level 6 strongman, and the reward items, our binocular night vision function can clearly see objects in the dark, achieving night vision effects. A crooked machine gun intermediate comes with 1,000 bullets. The gun body is relatively heavy and the recoil is quite strong, so please use it cautiously. 10 landmines intermediate, 1 basic draw and 1 intermediate draw. Not bad, not bad. This upgrade reward is still very good. Moreover, during the fight just now, I was already envious of Li Ke's ability to have night vision in cat form, and now the system has kindly delivered it. Xiao Qiang felt delighted, and he couldn't help but drool at the sight of the rewards. Host, I must remind you that having this system, and yet envying the ability of a small cat, is truly a disgrace to this system. Little Tsong interrupted Xiao Qiang, rolling his eyes and joking. A character as strong as Li Ku is actually called a small cat by the system. I wonder how he would react if he knew. Little Tsong, how many exchange points do I have? I want to buy some bullets to use. Host, you currently have 13,760 points. What does the host need to purchase? Xiao Qiang scratched his head, not expecting that after a night of fighting his exchange points would be so many, even after buying detoxifiers and hemostatic agents. Buy 600 rounds of pistol ammunition and 300 rounds of machine gun ammunition, Xiao Qiang said. After this zombie ambush, Xiao Qiang has experienced the power of firearms. Although he can fight, others do not have his strength. If everyone had a gun at that time, the casualties tonight would not have been so severe. Host, a total of 12,000 points will be spent. Looking at my exchange points drop from over 10,000 to just over 1,000, I couldn't help but feel a pang in my heart. These bullets are not for Xiao Qiang's use, so they will not convert into his experience. No wonder before the apocalypse arms dealers were so rich. A single burst of fire consumes so many hard-earned exchange points. In the apocalypse, danger lurks at every moment. Never let your guard down. Excerpt from Yang Shui's notes. Host, you could actually use all these exchange points to invest in yourself. If you strengthen yourself, your level will increase even faster. Xiao Tsong listened to Xiao Qiang's inner deliberations and spoke up. That's not my style. I prefer having teammates by my side. That way, even if I'm not at the base, they'll still have the power to fight. Otherwise, if it were just me alone, this world would be far too dull. Xiao Qiang's gaze was profound as he looked at Xiao Tsong. Very well, host. You make the decision and he'll support you, Xiao Tsong said, looking at Xiao Qiang. In the depths of his heart, Xiao Tsong muttered to himself, since he trusts you, why bother overthinking? Just respect the decisions he makes. Of course, Xiao Qiang couldn't hear such words. Then show me my stats, Xiao Tsong, Xiao Qiang continued. Host Xiao Qiang. Physique, 300 average adult 50. Body strength, 330 average adult 50. Skills, Wolf Fang Staff Technique, Wandering Dragon Body Art, Beginner Proficiency, 13100 and 8 Thunderclaps, Beginner Proficiency, 8100 Surprise Attack, Beginner Proficiency, 8100 Tiger Claw Technique, Beginner Proficiency, 5108 Gates Release, 3 gates open. Shop access level 1 can only purchase loot here, weapons, medicine, food, etc. Lottery access level 1, 3500. Overall evaluation level 6 Powerhouse. Chi value 7001500. Experience points 703012000. Exchange points 1760. Possessions 1 bone spike, dagger 1000 mechanisms, umbrella 1 crooked stock machine gun. Threefold berserker pill 1 black claw set 10 landmines 1 bottle of limb strengthening potion 1 pair of jumping shoes. 1 low-tier lottery draw 1 mid-tier lottery draw. This time the panel was fully laden, displaying Xiao Qiang's attributes. Xiao Qiang was quite satisfied as he looked at his stats. Not only had his own body grown stronger, but the items he possessed had also increased. This gave him renewed confidence in dealing with the horde of zombies that had attacked. Having finished all this, Xiao Qiang opened his eyes. By now the sky had brightened. He checked the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the morning. Ding dong. Host's double experience card has expired. During this period you have gained a total of 4236 experience points. A prompt sounded in his mind. Xiao Qiang felt a slight regret. He had expected a fierce battle with the zombie horde, but in reality most of that hour plus had been spent fleeing. Chew. The damp clothes clinging to his body were truly uncomfortable, and Xiao Qiang couldn't help but sneeze. Seeing him awake, Lin Bingyan approached and extended her hand, revealing a cold pill. Take one too so you don't catch a cold. How are things now? Xiao Qiang took the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. He accepted the spring water Lin Bing and handed him, took 2 large gulps, stood up stretched, and asked. Wang Liang and the others are on watch. No zombies have come out from behind. There's also no sign of any zombies nearby for now. I don't know where they've gone. Lin Bingyan hadn't rested at all and relayed everything she knew to Xiao Qiang. Bingyan, you should get some rest too. Here are 300 bullets. Keep them safe. As he spoke, Xiao Qiang handed several boxes of bullets to Lin Bingyan. He then got up to take a walk outside, distributing the bullets and machine guns among the group. Wang Liang and the others were already accustomed to Xiao Qiang's abilities. They were merely delighted with the bullets in their hands and didn't ask any further questions. When Xiao Qiang took out the black claw and handed it to Li Kuli's face was full of astonishment. She hugged the black claw and examined it for a long time, overjoyed. She felt increasingly unable to understand Xiao Qiang, but was so captivated by the black claw that she didn't ask anything, afraid he might change his mind. Brother Liang, take everyone to take cover here. You can start a fire for everyone to warm themselves, but make sure to organize a proper watch. Keep your distance and contact me via walkie-talkie if anything happens. It'll take a few people to check out the villa and see what the situation is now. Xiao Qiang gathered a few people, handed over the walkie-talkies had obtained from the system to Wang Liang, and spoke. All right, don't worry. But wouldn't it be too dangerous for you to go now? Wang Liang nodded, replying thoughtfully. I suspect the zombies have retreated. If we don't find out what's going on, we won't be able to rest easy. Xiao Qiang said. Then I'll go with you. I'm fast. If we run into danger, even if I can't fight, I can escape. Li Ku, wearing the black claw set, volunteered. No, you need to stay here and protect them. They'll take Wang Peng and Wang Lei. Xiao Qiang said. They'll go with you. Yang Shui, who had remained silent until now, spoke up, her face still cold and beautiful. Xiao Qiang had always found Yang Shui mysterious and independent. He had no objection to her request. He nodded, looking at Yang Shui, and noticed that the metal gloves she had been wearing were gone. The group gathered a pile of firewood. Since it was still a bit damp, they poured some gasoline on it, lit it, and huddled around, finally feeling a bit warmer. Xiao Qiang and his 3 companions dried their clothes by the fire. Wang Lei drove the pickup truck as they set off to scout the villa. Along the way, they saw the remnants of last night's battle on the road, especially at the spot where they had thrown grenades the night before. The ground was pockmarked with large craters. A small car had been blown to pieces, lying sideways in the middle of the road, forcing them to take a detour. As they neared the inn, Xiao Qiang told Wang Lei to slow down and also instructed Wang Peng to activate his perception to scout for any zombies ahead. Seeing Wang Peng shake his head, they parked the car in front of the inn. The 4 of them grabbed their weapons and got out. There were also a few craters in front of the inn caused by the grenades Xiao Qiang had thrown. They entered the inn to search. Everywhere were zombie corpses and overturned objects. They didn't bother cleaning up for now. Finding no zombies inside, they exited and continued forward in the car. All the way to the vicinity of the villa, Wang Peng kept his perception active, but still found no trace of zombies. Parking the car in front of the villa, Xiao Qiang got out, gripped his bone-spiked dagger tightly, and walked inside. The villa was also in complete disarray. In the living room and the yard lay several zombie corpses. Aside from their faces, which had already begun to rot, the skin on their bodies was still intact. However, their clothes were tattered and worn. Some female peasant zombies lay on the ground, their bare chests exposed. Seeing this, Xiao Qiang, who had been a student in his past life, couldn't help but blush. Yang Shui, standing nearby, cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Qiang and let out a soft, suppressed laugh. Xiao Qiang walked to the kitchen. The remaining vegetables were stained with blood, and only some packaged food from the supermarket was still clean. The group returned to the yard. It seemed the others hadn't found any zombies either. How strange. The zombies come and go as they please. Not a single zombie to be found. It's as if they were well-trained, Wang Lei said, looking confused. Just as human settlements can have leaders, it's not impossible for powerful zombies to emerge and lead them, Yang Shui said, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Xiao Qiang glanced at Yang Shui, wondering how she managed to maintain such a cold, aloof expression while being so beautiful. Wang Peng, can you expand your perception range and see if you can find any trace of these zombies? Such a large horde couldn't have vanished without a trace, Xiao Qiang said, thinking. For now, they had to rely on Wang Peng's perception ability. Wang Peng nodded, put away his crescent moon bow, and concentrated on sensing the zombies' movements. Brother Chong, I think these zombies might be from our linen village, Wang Lei said slowly, looking at the corpses on the ground. It seems there are more than that. An initial estimate suggests there are at least over 5,000 zombies in this large group. There should be zombies from other areas as well, but I wonder how they gathered here, Xiao Qiang said, stroking his chin while pondering. Brother Chong, I sense them. There are zombies wandering along the road on the mountain east of the main entrance of Longshan Park. In just a moment, Wang Peng's face was already covered in sweat, his hands resting on his knees as he spoke, panting heavily. Seeing this, Xiao Qiang hurried over to support Wang Peng, smiling as he said, "Well done, Wang Peng. They'll take it from here. You rest in the car for a bit." The group quickly got into the car and drove towards the location Wang Peng mentioned. The mountain over there wasn't very high and was winding and tortuous. Since it was close to the main entrance, many scenic spots had been designed along the way. From a distance, they spotted two zombies aimlessly wandering by the roadside, their arms drooping, necks stretched forward, and their faces bore the marks of a large chunk bitten off, revealing dark, decaying flesh. Hearing the sound of the approaching vehicle, the two zombies raised their claws, mouths wide open as they howled, charging towards the car. Xiao Qiang had already drawn his crossbow, skillfully employing the basic shooting technique to accurately shoot the bolt into the head of the zombie from the slowly moving pickup truck. Ding! You have killed a normal level 1 zombie. Experience 2, redemption points 2. The death of this zombie did not affect the speed of the other zombie, which continued to charge relentlessly towards the vehicle. If this were ancient times, having such a fearless army would make conquering cities a piece of cake. While pondering this, Xiao Qiang reloaded another bolt and aimed again, eliminating the other zombie as well. Ding! You have killed a normal level 1 zombie. Experience 2, redemption points 2. After taking care of these two zombies, the car reached the foot of the mountain, and the four of them could already hear the constant howls of the zombies. The four turned the car around and parked by the roadside. This was a lesson Xiao Qiang had learned in the apocalypse, making it easier to escape quickly in case of danger. Getting out of the car, they quietly climbed up the mountain, with Wang Peng sensing the surroundings, although he appeared much more relaxed now. He merely needed to be on guard against zombies within a 10-meter radius. Before long, they had climbed up the slope and looked towards the other side of the mountain, where a dark mass of zombies stood in a plaza halfway up the mountain. At this moment, Xiao Qiang's vision had improved significantly. Standing on the slope, he could clearly identify a giant-armed zombie among the mass. At the halfway point beside it stood another zombie of similar size. The other zombies did not seem particularly remarkable, but around the two giant zombies, there was also a zombie beast that looked somewhat like a dog. Why do I feel like they are having a meeting? So many zombies gathered together without moving about. Although there are occasional howls, look, there's a clear space in the middle just for these few zombies to stand. Wang Peng observed the scene below and spoke softly to the others. Moreover, Xiao Qiang, did you see that central zombie? It seems like all the others obey its commands. And don't you think our base is quite a distance from Linen Village? How did these zombies get here? Yang Shui, having tied her hair up, asked Xiao Qiang. As he spoke, Xiao Qiang gazed at the central zombie. At first glance, it looked no different from ordinary zombies. Its height and weight were not particularly outstanding, and it even seemed slightly weaker. Moreover, its limbs showed no signs of mutation, and it appeared quite normal. But after Yang Shui's reminder, Xiao Qiang noticed that the zombie stood between the two giant zombies, with the dog-like zombie beast behind it constantly panting. Such a position, if it were in the human world, would undoubtedly indicate that the one in the middle is a leader. However, among zombies, Xiao Qiang was unsure. Focusing on the central zombie, Xiao Qiang was about to activate his eye identification function to investigate, when suddenly the zombie turned its head, its eyes gleaming, directly looking in Xiao Qiang's direction. Xiao Qiang hurriedly lowered his head, feeling as if he had been targeted. His instincts told him they had been discovered. After all, they were hiding at the mountaintop, lying in the grass, secretly looking down without daring to make a sound. That zombie is indeed extraordinary. Even without using the detection function, Xiao Qiang thought to himself, while quickly standing up and saying to the three beside him, "Run. We must have been discovered." The other three were shocked. Not having time to ask further, they grabbed their weapons and ran down the mountain. They dashed to the foot of the mountain and reached the car without seeing any zombies pursuing them from behind. "Brother Chong, could it be a mistake? There are no zombies chasing us from behind," Wang Peng said, propping himself against the car door and glancing back at Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang also felt puzzled, but the look from the zombie just now was very vivid in his mind. Just that glance sent shivers down his spine. There was a sense of oppression, a feeling of being pressured by a strong individual. Regardless, what we witnessed today was far beyond our expectations. All this time we thought zombies were just a group of mindless monsters. But it seems some among them can indeed prevent zombies from attacking humans, Xiao Qiang said, looking worriedly towards the mountain. This is too unreasonable. Could it really be possible? Wang Lei also looked incredulous, questioning. The emergence of zombies is itself unreasonable. This world has become very irrational. What it will develop into in the future, no one knows, Xiao Qiang replied. So what do we do now? Can we still stay at the Longshan base? Yang Shui asked Xiao Qiang. In this vast world, there are probably zombies everywhere by now. They have taken over our former home, and now they are coming for our base as well. If we don't leave, we mustn't be forced to. If they come, we will retreat, but if this continues, we might lose our very footing. Here we shall engage these monsters in a tug-of war. This battle shall be regarded as our base's first expedition. Xiao Qiang's eyes revealed determination as he spoke passionately at this moment. Yes, Brother Qiang, I support you. Let's fight these monsters. Wang Peng raised his crescent bow looking at Xiao Qiang as he said, we need to return immediately. If I'm not mistaken, these zombies will find us tonight. Let's discuss our defenses and preparations for retreat, Xiao Qiang said after a moment of thought. Before we go, let me give you 2 treasures. While thinking, Xiao Qiang took out 2 landmines from the system, set the fuses, and placed them in the grass beside the road. Let's go. Having finished everything, Xiao Qiang walked back to the car. The other 3 stared agog at him, looking at him as if he were a magician. On their way back, they passed by a villa, got out of the car, and packed a large portion of food from the kitchen. They also pulled gasoline barrels from the warehouse, filling the back of the pickup truck before heading towards the spring. As they walked along, they reached the vicinity of the spring around noon. Seeing that they were not far from the spring, some patrolling individuals jumped out to greet them. Xiao Qiang was very pleased. It seemed Wang Liang had arranged everything well. Learning from past mistakes, they had significantly expanded the patrol range. It was now May, and the weather was getting quite warm by noon. Fortunately, everyone was around the spring, which was very refreshing. As soon as Xiao Qiang got out of the car, he instructed Li Wei to organize people to deliver food, ensuring that not a single person on duty along the way would be overlooked. After a night of rushing about, everyone was already starving and eagerly awaited food. They gathered around in groups of 5, eating and drinking together. Xiao Qiang called together the few responsible people at the base, and Wang Peng recounted what he had seen that morning, leaving everyone astonished. Li Wei, take good care of the food we brought. Distribute it sparingly. We still don't know when we will be able to descend from the mountain, Xiao Qiang said, as soon as Wang Peng finished. Mum, rest assured. Leave the logistics to me. You all focus on taking down the zombies. Li Wei nodded and said, should we evacuate the others and handle the zombies here ourselves? Li Ku suggested. I don't think that's wise. If these zombies can find us, they can likely find them too. It's safer for everyone to stay together. Lin Bingyan, sitting on a rock beside Xiao Qiang, spoke up. Due to the burrowing zombies' surprise attack last night, Lin Bingyan's long sleeves were torn, especially around the arm, where a clear bite mark was visible. Xiao Qiang, having seen this, quickly took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Lin Bingyan glanced at him, offered a sweet smile, and did not refuse. Ahem. Yang Shui cut in. The key is, if the zombies attack tonight, how should we prepare? We have another gun now. If Brother Qiang still has grenades, we could just fight these zombies heat-in. Li Chong raised the Type 11 machine gun, his voice fierce. It seemed the anger from Uncle Li's sacrifice the previous night still burned within him. No, we still have too few guns, and I'm out of grenades. I do have a few landmines, but some zombies are formidable. Those won't be very effective. Xiao Qiang interjected, reaching out to pat Li Chong on the shoulder. Perhaps we should use fire. We can set up more roadblocks, pile branches soaked in gasoline. No matter how organized these zombies are, their nature remains the same. I doubt they'll specifically avoid the flames. Wang Peng pushed his glasses up and suggested. Everyone nodded, agreeing the plan was feasible. Wang Liang continued, I've taken stock. Currently among us, the capable fighters are Xiao Qiang, myself, Wang Peng, Li Ku, Xiao Chong Wang, Lei Bingyan, and Xiao Xue. We all either have weapons or mutated superpowers. This morning, I also recruited 7 more able-bodied men. So tonight, we'll have 15 people to fight the zombies. Liang Gu, you're getting more meticulous. Li Wei couldn't help teasing. Yeah, let's gather the weapons later and pick what suits us best. This afternoon, we'll start preparing roadblocks and firewood. If we're truly outmatched, well, just drive towards the mountains. Xiao Qiang stated. At that moment, outside the Springwater courtyard under a large tree, they had moved a few large stones to sit around. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. A gentle breeze blew, making it feel almost pleasant. If not for the apocalypse, this would be a fine vacation spot. Xiao Qiang stood up and couldn't help but yawn. You should get some sleep. You haven't slept all night, and you were out again early this morning. Lin Bingyan looked at Xiao Qiang and said. Xiao Qiang nodded. All right, I'll go slack off for a bit. Make sure you organize everyone this afternoon to set up the roadblocks. Just go rest. We can handle such a small matter. Wang Liang interrupted Xiao Qiang directly. Xiao Qiang walked alone to an empty space behind the courtyard and sat down against a large tree. He planned to check his inventory to prepare for the night's battle. First, he took out the spring shoes. They looked no different from ordinary sneakers, but the texture was incredibly soft. When he tugged at them, their resilience was impressive. Xiao Qiang took off his worn-out sneakers, the same pair he had worn since the outbreak, now tattered with several large holes. He put on the spring shoes and found them surprisingly light and perfectly fitted. Best of all, there were no laces to tie, slipping his feet, and felt snug and secure. Xiao Qiang stood up to test the jumping power. He tensed his legs, bent his knees slightly, and leaped with all his might. With a whoosh, Xiao Qiang's natural jumping ability, enhanced by the shoes, launched him into the air. He soared 6 or 7 meters high, his head nearly brushing the treetop. Fortunately, the tree was tall enough to conceal him, otherwise he would have startled the others. Flying through the air, Xiao Qiang was startled. He clenched his jaw, bracing for the impact on his knees as he descended. To his surprise, the expected heavy jolt never came. The landing was as gentle as jumping from a height of 2 meters. Xiao Qiang took a few more light jumps to get used to the new shoes. System products are always top-notch, he thought. That saying holds true. Xiao Tsung used those 2 draws for me. Xiao Qiang didn't know what the night would bring, but with his current equipment, taking down those 5,000 zombies was far from possible. He hoped to stock up on more supplies. Host starting with the basic draw. Xiao Tsung got straight to the point. A panel appeared with 6 slots, a large blade, 10 bullets, a ham sausage, a hemostatic agent, a painkiller pill, and empty. The pointer spun and finally stopped on empty. Although Xiao Qiang hadn't held high hopes for the basic draw, landing on empty was still disappointing, especially at such a critical moment. Then a yellow panel appeared again, with 6 slots, a flamethrower, a machine gun, a golden silk inner armor, zombie, hallucinogen, empty, and 10,000 exchange points. The pointer spun. Xiao Qiang dared not hope for much, he only prayed it wouldn't land on empty again. Finally, the pointer stopped on the zombie hallucinogen. A description followed: a powder that when smelled by zombies would cause them to lose their target and run around aimlessly like headless flies. This is powerful. Too bad this zombie horde has a leader. Even if I use it, I'll have to kill the leader zombie first. Xiao Qiang considered the potion, formulating a plan. Xiao Tsung, what's the deal with the zombie horde I saw this morning? And that zombie in the middle? How did they find our base? Xiao Qiang had been puzzled since seeing the horde that morning and could only turn to Xiao Tsung for answers. Well, I can tell the host that the horde is indeed under control. This is an organized attack. The leader is indeed that zombie, but it should be called a tiny zombie king rather than a leader zombie. Unfortunately, the host hasn't yet defeated a zombie of this level, so not much information can be unlocked. That's all I can say for now. Xiao Tsung pondered as he spoke, even adding 3 tennis to emphasize the zombie king's rank. Great, so I got a bit of info. But if I've already beaten this zombie, why would I need to know its info? Xiao Qiang couldn't help but grumble internally at the lowly. Hosts don't always try to cheat or take shortcuts. Besides, once you trigger it, you'll understand zombies better, making future encounters much easier. Xiao Tsung planted his hands on his hips and shouted at Xiao Qiang. Isn't this system itself a cheat? And it's so strict. Xiao Qiang retorted to Xiao Tsung before quickly exiting the system, fearing another scolding from the lowly. Next, Xiao Qiang retrieved the limb-strengthening potion from the system. The system described that consuming it would forge and rebirth the tendons in one's limbs. Just hearing the description, Xiao Qiang knew the pain would be far more intense than when he had used the body-tempering potion. Moreover, after consumption, his limbs would be immobile. So Xiao Qiang prepared in advance, choosing a comfortable position to lie down. To prevent himself from screaming in pain, he found a towel and stuffed it into his mouth. With preparations complete, Xiao Qiang swallowed the potion in one gulp. It was colorless and tasteless, no different from drinking water. But immediately, an excruciating pain shot through his limbs. He couldn't move them. He bit down hard on the towel, as if trying to tear it apart. It felt as if his limbs were being brutally ripped off. Beads of sweat as large as beans poured down his forehead. After barely 2 minutes, Xiao Qiang could no longer endure. Drowsiness combined with the pain overwhelmed him, and he blacked out. He slept through the entire afternoon. Slowly opening his eyes, he checked the time. It was already 5:30 p.m. After flexing his limbs, the pain had vanished. Looking down, there was no visible change. His arms were neither thicker nor more muscular. Yet Xiao Qiang could sense that his limbs had become more agile and solid, allowing him to exert force more effectively. If he were to use a technique like the 108 lightning again, its power would undoubtedly be far greater than before. Satisfied, Xiao Qiang felt the suffering had been worthwhile and walked back toward the courtyard with the spring. "You're awake," Xiao Qiang, Lin Bingyan said, standing in the yard as he approached. How are things?" Xiao Qiang asked. "In a bit, go see for yourself. I was just about to call you for dinner. Come on." Lin Bingyan, still wearing the jacket he had given her, reached out and pulled him aside. That afternoon, everyone remaining at Longshan Base mobilized, gathering large amounts of firewood from the surroundings. They piled it on the road and doused it with gasoline to fuel the flames. The pile stretched across the main road and extended onto the green belt. 3 such barriers were set up, each spaced 50 meters apart, with gaps left for a few people to escape through. After dinner, Xiao Qiang inspected the afternoon's work on the road. His confidence in Wang Liang's abilities grew. It was even better than he had anticipated. Before the first barrier, Xiao Qiang took out 2 landmines, attached to fuses, and tied them in the middle of the road. He repeated this at several points between the barriers, using up all the mines. At 7 p.m., Xiao Qiang stood inside the first barrier. The group had been waiting for an hour, and the alarm beside him had remained silent. Ding killed 1 ordinary level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Ding killed 1 ordinary level 2 zombie. Experience 25, exchange points 50. The kill notifications echoed in Xiao Qiang's mind. Snapping back to reality, he realized these were from the landmines he had buried that morning, meaning the zombies were approaching. As dusk fell, the group lit a few torches. A mountain breeze brought a chill, and everyone remained silent. The smell of gasoline from the firewood stung their nostrils, and the tension of the impending battle hung in the air. After another hour of waiting, just as impatience began to set in, the alarm emitted a shrill screech and flashed red. Xiao Qiang turned off and stored the alarm. The others, hearing the sound, perked up, gripping their weapons and staring ahead. Before long, the howls of zombies reached their ears. Soon, fast-moving zombies came into view. With 2 booming sounds, the vanguard triggered the fuses, and the landmines exploded, sending limbs flying through the air. Ding killed 1 ordinary level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Ding killed 1 ordinary level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Retreat, Xiao Qiang ordered upon seeing the explosion. This was part of the prearranged plan. Wang Lei would guard the spring with 4 others, protecting those in the courtyard from any unforeseen threats. At that moment, Wang Lei sat on the courtyard doorframe, wielding a large iron battle axe, his imposing figure alert to the surroundings. 3 vehicles were parked in front of the yard, their tanks full and ready for a quick escape. The others were split into 3 groups. Wang Liang, Yang Shui, Lin Bingyan, and Li Cheng stood behind the last barrier. Lin Bingyan kept touching her magazine, nervously watching Xiao Qiang's back. Yang Shui, wearing iron gloves, still held her pistol. Li Cheng and Wang Liang each manned a machine gun. As the last line of defense, they had placed the heavy weapons at the rear. The middle barrier was guarded by selected villagers, including Zhang Jin and Hu San, the weakest but also in the safest position. At the front stood Xiao Qiang, Wang Peng, and Li Ku, armed with light weapons for easy mobility. With the alarm active, Wang Peng didn't need to use his perception, allowing him to focus entirely on shooting. On the other side, Li Ku, though wounded from last night's fierce battle, had been treated with Xiao Qiang's hemostatic agent and was largely recovered. Although not in cat form, he wore the black claw gloves Xiao Qiang had given him on his right hand. At Xiao Qiang's command to retreat, the 3 quickly moved back to the second barrier. The zombie horde, momentarily delayed by the mines, surged forward again over the remains of their fallen comrades. A few fast zombies broke away from the group, leaping over the first barrier and charging toward the second. Seeing that the main horde hadn't yet reached the first barrier, making it impossible to ignite the firewood, the group had no choice but to engage in melee combat. Li Ku activated his cat form, transforming only his hands into claws. With a single swipe, aided by the black claw gloves, he tore a hole in a zombie's chest and flung it aside. Then Zhang Jin swung his machete, cleaving through the zombie's head. This was one of their strategies during the second wave. Xiao Qiang's trio would pin down the zombies, and Zhang Jin's group would deliver the killing blows, saving time. Facing the zombie assault, the group worked in perfect sync, showing no panic. Among them, Xiao Qiang dispatched most enemies with a single strike. This was the difference between tonight's prepared defense and last night's sudden ambush. Behind the third barrier, Lin Bingyan and the others longed to join the fight, but held back, remembering Xiao Qiang's instructions. This precaution was also to guard against burrowing zombies like the one from yesterday. Up ahead, Xiao Qiang noticed that a significant number of zombies had reached the first barrier, even knocking a path through the firewood pile. Fire! Xiao Qiang roared at Wang Peng as he impaled a zombie with his spear. Wang Peng lit the tip of an arrow aimed at the woodpile and released. The arrow shot through the air, igniting the firewood. Flames erupted into the sky, engulfing countless zombies who writhed and howled in the blaze. Yet the zombies behind pressed on undeterred. 2 more explosions followed as the fire reached the fuses, detonating the landmines and dealing another heavy blow to the horde. Ding killed 1 ordinary level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Ding killed 1 ordinary level 2 zombie. Experience 25, exchange points 50. Ding killed 1 ordinary level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Though the zombies consumed by the fire didn't count toward Xiao Qiang's tally, the landmine explosions claimed a considerable number. The fire blazed for a while, its heat palpable even from a distance. The acrid stench of burning flesh filled the air, and the sight before them was nauseating. But Xiao Qiang could already see many zombies breaking through the first barrier and heading toward the second. The burning woodpile was no longer enough to stop them. Retreat! Xiao Qiang bellowed, leading the group back toward the third line of defense. As they approached, Lin Bingyan cast a concerned glance at Xiao Qiang. "Are you all right?" she asked. "Are you injured?" I'm fine, Xiao Qiang replied with a faint smile. By now a horde of zombies had already trampled over the second pile of firewood charging toward them. But Xiao Qiang judged the bonfire still insufficient, so he ordered, "Fire your pistols." Gunshots and arrows rang out, striking the leading zombies. Suddenly, a zombie sprinted ahead with terrifying speed. In an instant it was upon them, its claws aiming straight for Zhang Jin's throat. Zhang Jin had no time to react. In the nick of time a spear met the claws. Xiao Qiang, seeing the danger, thrust out his thousand mechanisms umbrella. With a forceful swing, he flung the zombie away and shouted to Wang Peng, "Ignite." Once again the firewood at the second defensive line burst into towering flames. But this time the blazing logs were scattered wildly, smashed apart to forge a path. From within the flames, two dark silhouettes emerged. Xiao Qiang saw clearly they were the two giant zombies, arms raised high, leading the charge. Two thunderous booms echoed as landmines detonated. Ding! Killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience 2. Exchange points 2. Ding! Killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience 2. Exchange points 2. But this time the number of zombies slain was far fewer. More regrettably, the two giant zombies had shielded themselves with their arms. Though their limbs were bloodied from the blast, they still charged furiously at the front. Xiao Qiang cursed under his breath. Without the second line of defense, most of the zombies surged forward. To make matters worse, many were ablaze, rushing toward them. If these flaming zombies reached them, they would ignite the gasoline, endangering the group outside the third defense line. "Open fire! Shoot!" Xiao Qiang roared. Instantly a cacophony of gunfire erupted. With two machine guns now in play, their suppressive fire intensified, halting the zombie advance. Zombies fell in droves, their bodies riddled with bullet holes. Yet the relentless tide pressed on, an endless pitch-black sea. Seeing the zombies surge again, Xiao Qiang ordered, "Fire as you fall back." As he spoke, he hoisted 4 gasoline barrels from behind the group, 2 in each hand, and hurled them high into the air. "Shoot!" he yelled to Wang Peng, who was already prepared. Wang Peng raised his crescent moon, bow, knocking 3 arrows, each tipped with flame. He released, and the arrows streaked through the firelit sky. 1 arrow pierced through 2 barrels. It was clear that Wang Peng's archery had improved after the bitter battle the night before. With a thunderous blast, the 4 barrels exploded midair, raining fiery cascades upon the zombies, including the 2 giants. Xiao Qiang breathed a sigh of relief as the flames blocked the horde, but suddenly a monster lunged at him from the side. Xiao Qiang raised his 1,000 mechanisms umbrella to block. He recognized it as the zombie dog from earlier that morning. Ding! Detected a level 3 zombie beast. A message flashed in his mind as his eyes identified the creature. "Go! He'll hold it off," Xiao Qiang shouted while fending off the zombie dog. This level 3 beast was ferocious, immensely strong, and blindingly fast. Xiao Qiang used his umbrella to parry its relentless bites. While he fought, the others retreated swiftly, putting 100 meters between themselves and the third defense line. Suddenly, the 2 giant zombies, still ablaze, charged forward with the horde. The flames met the gasoline and ignited instantly. The third line's firewood burst into fire. "Xiao Qiang!" the others cried out as the flames engulfed him. But then a figure leaped from the inferno, soaring over 5 meters high, clearing the blaze. He landed and sprinted toward them. They recognized him as Xiao Qiang. "Quick, get water!" Wang Liang shouted, seeing Xiao Qiang's clothes catch fire. "Let me," Lin Bingyan said softly, running toward him. As she ran, her body transformed. A layer of icy mist rose around her, and her skin, including her face, was coated in pale blue ice crystals. Xiao Qiang couldn't stop in time as Lin Bingyan rushed toward him, so he simply embraced her, and they tumbled into a soft patch of grass. Strangely, as he held her, a chill emanated from her body, enveloping the flames on his clothes and extinguishing them. Moments later, Xiao Qiang lay on the grass with Lin Bingyan atop him. Feeling the softness against his chest and gazing at her beautiful face, his thoughts wandered. If not for the dire situation, he would have been content to lie there. Noticing his stare, Lin Bingyan blushed. "Are you all right?" she asked. "Oh yes, I'm fine. Thank you," he said, rising. Seeing his charred shirt, he tore it off, revealing his solid muscles. 2 final explosions echoed as the last landmines detonated. Ding! Killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience 2. Exchange points 2. Ding! Killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience 2. Exchange points 2. Ding! Killed a common level 3 zombie. Experience 1,000. Exchange points 1,000. It seemed the level 3 beast had been blown up as well. Though many zombies perished, this was their final prepared line of defense. Now they could only fight heathen. Staring at the endless sea of zombies, Xiao Qiang felt a headache coming on. Too many remained, and the 2 giants and the zombie beast were still not dealt with. Muzzle flashes flickered as bullets rained into the advancing horde. No one knew how long the battle had raged, until the corpses of the zombies piled up before them like a small hill, their pitch-black blood streaming down the road toward the foot of the mountain. More zombies trampled over that dark viscous blood, surging forward without pause. By now the bonfires ahead had nearly died out, leaving only a few flickering embers smoldering along the roadside. Their firearms were nearly depleted. They stood ready to draw cold steel and engage the undead in close combat. Yulong body art. Xiao Qiang, who had remained motionless until now, suddenly sprang into action, darting straight into the heart of the zombie horde. A chime rang in his mind. Ding. Congratulations. Yulong body art proficiency 1. Current level novice, 14,100. He had been observing, silently searching for the zombie sovereign he'd glimpsed that morning, planning to eliminate it outright. Thanks to his newly activated night vision, Xiao Qiang spotted the sovereign deep within the swarm, not far away. Without hesitation, he wove through the shambling throng with the Yulong body art, swiftly closing the distance to the monstrous leader. He drew his bones pine dagger and lunged for the sovereign's skull, only for a colossal arm to swing forth with a metallic clang, deflecting the blade. Even the bones pine dagger failed to pierce that armored limb. Yet Xiao Qiang saw clearly after 2 explosions and the searing assault of gasoline, the sovereign's arms were lacerated with wounds, its face grotesquely charred and half-shredded, rendering it even more horrifying. Failing on the first strike, Xiao Qiang vaulted high into the air, leaping clear of the swarm and landing lightly upon the adjacent lawn. The moment his feet touched the grass, ambush. He activated the technique again. His vision blurred, then sharpened. He now stood directly behind the sovereign's skull. Having used the ambush technique repeatedly, Xiao Qiang had long grown accustomed to its uncanny effect. Ding. Congratulations. Ambush proficiency 1. Current level novice, 7,100. I didn't expect slaying this zombie sovereign would be so effortless. Once it falls, I'll deploy the hallucinogenic agent into the horde. Already materialized behind the sovereign, Xiao Qiang envisioned the unfolding triumph as he drove the bones pine dagger toward the creature's exposed occiput. Gunfire still echoed nearby, but growing sparse and sluggish. Clearly their ammunition was running dangerously low. Just as the dagger's tip neared the sovereign's skull, Xiao Qiang's peripheral vision caught a thick, muscular arm swinging toward him, a fist the size of a sandbag hurtling straight at his face. In haste, he raised his arms to shield his head, only to be struck by immense force, sending him crashing onto the lawn. Fortunately, the limb-strengthening elixir he'd taken earlier had thickened his muscles and fortified his grip, allowing him to retain firm hold of the bones pine dagger. Xiao Qiang rose, shaking numbness from his arms. After all, this level 4 zombie matched a human cultivator of the 8th realm, and the sovereign, true to its rank, commanded 2 level 4 zombies as personal guards. By then, lower-tier zombies had already closed in. Xiao Qiang dared not hesitate. He unfurled his 1,000-mechanism umbrella and swung it fiercely among the horde. Yet the swarm was overwhelming. No sooner had he impaled one zombie than another lunged at him. Dropping low, he swung the umbrella with both hands. Its sweeping arc shattered the legs of surrounding zombies, felling dozens in an instant around him. Ding. Defeated 1 level 1 common zombie. Gained 2 experience points. Gained 2 exchange points. Ding. Defeated 1 level 1 common zombie. Gained 2 experience points. Gained 2 exchange points. The chimes echoed incessantly. As experience surged, his stamina plummeted in equal measure. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiang's ambush had failed. He was now surrounded, locked in desperate combat. Elsewhere, Lin Bingyin and her group had exhausted their machine gun ammo. Only 2 women still held pistols with a few dozen rounds remaining. All had descended into brutal hand-to-hand fighting against the undead. Worse still, the horde advanced without end, relentless, fearless. Just as one wave fell, another surged forward. Some zombies even broke past the defenders, charging into the Springwater courtyard to clash with Wang Lei's team. Roughly 2,000 zombies remained, and now a level 3 zombie beast, equivalent in strength to a 6th realm human cultivator, charged straight toward Lin Bingyin. Its speed defied reaction. Before anyone could move, Lin Bingyin was already thrown to the ground. With a sickening shink, the zombie dog bared its elongated, razor-sharp fangs, drooling unknown, foul-smelling fluid. Its milky, sightless eyes fixed upon her beneath it. Then it lunged, jaws snapping toward her delicate shoulder. A chorus of cries erupted. No, as everyone sprinted toward her. Li Ku instantly activated her full-form transformation. Beneath the moonlight, her irises darkened to absolute black, each bearing twin brown feline crossmarks. Her tail burst free from her trousers, coiling midair into a perfect ring. Her hands and feet reshaped into resortilon paws clad in black claw gauntlets. Her right arm seeming dipped in ink, both unbreakable and lethally sharp. With a sharp shing, Li Ku vanished, reappearing instantly before the zombie beast and slashing her claws toward its skull. True to its level 3 nature, the beast recoiled in a flash, dodging sideways with preternatural reflexes. Li Ku glanced down at Lin Bingyin, her body sheathed in a translucent layer of pale blue ice armor. Even the beast's fangs had left only a shallow groove upon its surface. Lin Bingyan rose to her feet, the ice layer shifting seamlessly with her movements. Li Ku watched in quiet awe. The ice clung perfectly to Lin Bingyan's skin, granting full mobility while repelling the undead savage bites. Relieved to see Lin Bingyan unharmed, Li Ku exhaled, then leapt once more at the zombie beast. Cat and canine clashed violently. Yet this level 3 beast surpassed even a level 6 human cultivator in raw power. At first contact, superiority became undeniable. Li Ku was outmatched in both speed and strength. Seeing Li Ku falter, Li Chong hurled his machine gun aside, drew the axe at his waist, and cleaved a zombie's skull clean in two, then rushed in to fight alongside her. Though 2 against 1, they still held the disadvantage, yet managed to stabilize the battle, locking the beast in fierce, grueling combat. Outside the Springwater courtyard, Wang Lei and his 4 companions were likewise embroiled in desperate struggle, weapons drawn, guarding the entrance with unwavering resolve. Wang Lei stood out most, gripping massive hammers in both hands. He fought with raw, unrefined fury, standing sentinel at the gate, smashing every charging zombie's skull with thunderous blows that scattered gray matter and sprayed black gore. Inside the courtyard, Lu Jia clutched Xiao Qiang's small hand tightly, his gaze locked on the chaos beyond. His frail frame trembled uncontrollably, his breath rattling with dry, hacking coughs. Yet a closer look revealed something extraordinary. The bones in Lu Jia's other hand strained visibly beneath his skin, as if eager to break free. Xiao Qiang was in an even worse state at this moment. His surprise attack on the zombie king had failed, and he found himself mired in a bitter struggle. Not only were hordes of zombies pressing in around him, but one of the 2 level 4 zombies had engaged Xiao Qiang in combat, while the other remained steadfastly by the zombie king's side. Bang bang. Xiao Qiang fought the zombies while listening for sounds from Lin Bingyan's direction. After the final 2 gunshots, there was silence behind him. Xiao Qiang's heart sank. He knew Lin Bingyan and the others had run out of ammunition. Stabbing fiercely several times, he prepared to break out of the encirclement. Suddenly, the giant-armed zombie swung a punch directly at him. Xiao Qiang had no choice but to raise his Qianji umbrella to block the blow. Staggering back a step, Xiao Qiang let a pill slip from his hand. He caught it between his index finger and thumb, flicked it lightly upwards, caught it in his mouth, and swallowed it. This pill was the triple rage pill. Worried about Lin Bingyan and the others and unable to extricate himself from the fierce battle, Xiao Qiang directly retrieved the pill from his system and swallowed it in one gulp. A surge of overwhelming power radiated from Xiao Qiang's body. Feeling the transformation within himself, his stamina became abundant. He steeled himself, determined to use the 1-minute duration of the triple rage pill to finish off the zombie king. This time Xiao Qiang turned defense into offense. Pushing off the ground, he leaped over 6 meters high, vaulting over the zombie horde. Gripping the Qianji umbrella with one hand, he thrust it towards the zombie king. Clang! Another giant zombie blocked the strike with its arm. Xiao Qiang had anticipated this. He exerted more force, slicing the umbrella across the zombie's arm, the sharp edge gouging out a chunk of flesh. Upon landing, zombies immediately surrounded him. Xiao Qiang spun the Qianji umbrella around his waist, a technique from the basic staff arts. The sharp tip of the umbrella swept across the nearby zombies, instantly spattering foul blood and felling a swath of them. However, this was not enough to kill these zombies. Xiao Qiang paid it no mind, as the 2 level 4 zombies were already charging at him in unison. Thus, Xiao Qiang fought the 2 level 4 zombies, while continuously harvesting experience points from the lower level ones. For the moment, Xiao Qiang could not overcome these 2 level 4 zombies. The 2 sides were locked in a stalemate. With no immediate solution, Xiao Qiang could only grip the Qianji umbrella tightly and launch a relentless barrage of attacks against the zombies like a torrent. Elsewhere, Li Chong and Li Ku were jointly attacking the zombie beast. Despite fighting 2 against 1, they could not gain the upper hand. After battling for so long, both were panting with exhaustion, yet the zombie beast seemed tireless, ceaselessly attacking them. Li Ku raised his black claw to meet the zombie dog's paw. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chong swung his axe directly at the zombie dog's head. The zombie beast withdrew, standing opposite the 2. A foul-smelling liquid dripped from its mouth as it twitched its nose, its pale eyeballs darting viciously as it confronted them. Lin Bingyan's pistol had long since run out of bullets. She picked up an iron rod from the ground and was now fighting a zombie, her body still encased in a glistening layer of ice armor. Although Lin Bingyan had practiced taekwondo, her physical strength as a woman was limited. Forced back step by step as she fought, she dodged the zombie's claws and smashed the iron rod heavily onto its head. At that moment, Lin Bingyan was standing not far from the zombie beast. Its eyes caught sight of her, and it lunged directly, knocking her to the ground. Opening its massive jaws, it bit down fiercely on Lin Bingyan's raised arm. However, its teeth met the ice armor, sending a spray of ice shards flying, but failing to penetrate it. The zombie beast did not get up. It continued to bite down, repeatedly battering the ice armor, as if determined to kill Lin Bingyan. As she blocked with one arm, she raised her other hand and pressed it against the beast's belly. "Ice spike," Lin Bingyan whispered. The ice armor on her arm began to shift, revealing her fair skin. The ice layer converged towards the center of her palm, gradually forming a dagger-shaped ice blade. The suddenly formed ice spike tore a hole in the zombie dog's belly. Lin Bingyan exerted force, slashing a deep wound. Foul blood gushed from the wound, and even intestines dangled out mixed with gore. Feeling the injury, the zombie dog abandoned its assault on the Suntobe shattered ice armor and staggered away. But the wound Lin Bingyan had inflicted had already affected the zombie beast's speed. By this time, Li Chong had rushed over from the side. With a single axe blow, he struck the zombie beast's head, sending it flying. Midair it met Li Ku, who had leaped high. With both claws, Li Ku tore the zombie beast's head from its body at the neck. The zombie dog's head hit the ground, its mouth twitching a few times before falling still. "Are you okay, Sister Bingyan? Your ability is truly stunning. It's an eye-opener." Li Chong helped Lin Bingyan up, his eyes sparkling with envy as he looked at her. "I only discovered these abilities during today's fight." Lin Bingyan dismissed her ice armor and straightened her clothes. "It's not over yet. Head towards the Springwater courtyard and be ready to retreat at any moment." Li Ku, still in her cat form, held two zombie heads in her claws and shouted to the others. With the zombie beast gone and Xiao Qiang drawing the horde's attention, the group's pressure eased considerably. They fought while retreating towards the Springwater courtyard. Xiao Qiang, however, was not so fortunate amidst the zombie horde. Although he had taken the triple rage pill, facing two level 4 zombies and the constantly encroaching lower level ones was still a significant ordeal. The ground around him was littered with zombie corpses, and his experience points steadily increased. As he fought, Xiao Qiang sought an opportunity, pondering how to directly slay the zombie king. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. Suddenly the sound of gunfire and explosions echoed from the foot of the mountain. Seizing a moment, Xiao Qiang glanced down the slope and saw vehicles with headlights driving up the mountain. Under the zombie king's command, the surrounding zombies streamed down the mountain to intercept the suddenly appearing vehicles. Freed from the hindrance of so many low-level zombies, Xiao Qiang's pressure dropped dramatically. With a single spear thrust, he swept one level 4 zombie aside. His body shot forward, spiraling like a drill as he thrust directly at the other zombie. This time, Xiao Qiang used all his strength, determined to kill with a single blow. Already at level 6, his power surged further with the triple rage pill. With one thrust, the spear pierced through the zombie's arm, crossed before its chest. Xiao Qiang took a few more steps forward, the Qianji umbrella driving through the arm and straight into its chest. A jet of blood spurted from the zombie's chest. Xiao Qiang withdrew the Qianji umbrella and smashed it into the zombie's head with a staff strike, knocking it to the ground. Though its arm was pierced, the zombie was not yet dead. The two zombies attacked Xiao Qiang together, resuming their struggle. "Brother, impressive skills. Let me help you." Suddenly, a man ran up from the foot of the mountain and slashed his blade across the zombie's back. Xiao Qiang saw the newcomer clearly. He wore a dark green military uniform, had thick eyebrows, large eyes, a square face, and stood a full 185 meters tall, a head taller than Xiao Qiang. He wielded twin blades and greeted Xiao Qiang. "Ding. Discovered a powerful human of level 5. "Thanks, brother," Xiao Qiang said. With the addition of this man, Xiao Qiang found it much easier now, facing alone the zombie whose chest had been pierced. Xiao Qiang unleashed several vicious spear thrusts, each aimed at the zombie's vital points. In no time, the zombie's body was riddled with wounds. Empowered by the triple rage pill, Xiao Qiang was now overwhelming the level 4 zombie. Schluck. After a few more exchanges, Xiao Qiang drove the Qianji umbrella directly into the zombie's neck. With a swift slash, the zombie's head was sent flying. Ding. Killed a common level 4 zombie. Experience points 1,000, exchange points 2,000. Obtained. Ding dong. Congratulations, host has leveled up. Current level 7. Rewards. Ding dong, the host's triple potent pill duration has expired. Though the events seemed lengthy, they were but fleeting moments. As the effect of the tier 3 potent pill waned, Xiao Qiang instantly felt a significant portion of his strength ebb away. Fortunately, after slaying the level 4 zombie, he had ascended one level, now standing at level 7 of the strong. Having dispatched this creature, Xiao Qiang lunged toward another level 4 zombie. The burly man in military attire, though merely a level 5 strong, possessed impeccable combat skills, allowing him to hold his own against the level 4 zombie without yielding ground. Xiao Qiang strode directly behind the zombie, thrusting his spear with precision, embedding the 1,000 mechanism umbrella firmly into its occiput. Ding, slain a common level 4 zombie. Experience points 700, exchange points 1,500. Obtained. After leveling up, the rewards for killing level 4 zombies had diminished. Having eliminated both level 4 zombies after a night of fierce combat, Xiao Qiang was utterly spent. Gazing around, he spotted the zombie king atop a high slope, surrounded by only a few zombies. The diminutive zombie king cowered behind them, its pallid orbs fixed on Xiao Qiang. Assault. His vigor surged once more as Xiao Qiang activated his technique. The weariness and sting of his wounds drove him to end the battle swiftly. Whooshed. Xiao Qiang materialized behind the zombie king once again. This time unhindered by the level 4 zombies, no creature remained to thwart him. Xiao Qiang shortened the 1,000-mechanism umbrella to the size of a dagger, gripped it with both hands, raised it above his head, and with lightning speed plunged it into the zombie king's cranium. The zombie king stood motionless, oblivious to the peril behind. Ding, slain a common level 1 zombie. Experience points 2, exchange points 2. As Xiao Qiang drove the umbrella into its skull, the zombie crumpled to the ground without a moment's reaction. A level 1 zombie. However weak the zombie king might be, it couldn't possibly be just level 1, could it? Xiao Qiang pondered, puzzled by the kill notification echoing in his mind. But at that moment, the 3 surrounding zombies turned and lunged at Xiao Qiang. Without needing to extend the umbrella, Xiao Qiang swayed his dagger, flashing. In a few swift strokes, the 3 zombies lay on the ground, accompanied by the chime of kill alerts. Xiao Qiang retrieved a flashlight from his system and shone it on the zombie king's face, startling himself. It turned out this zombie was not the true zombie king. Earlier in the dim firelight, the imposter's build and visage bore a striking resemblance. Even with his night vision, Xiao Qiang had misidentified the zombie king in his haste. Yet scanning the vicinity, no zombies remained around the 2 of them. All had fled downhill to intercept the convoy ascending the mountain. Could the zombie king have slipped away? If so, it's far too cunning. Xiao Qiang stood beside the zombie corpse, one hand stroking his chin, his gaze fixed in contemplation. With a screech of tires, 3 beams of light swept across the clearing. Xiao Qiang turned to see 3 vehicles, all military pickups, parked side by side on the road. 14 people alighted from the 3 cars, each wielding a light machine gun. They swiftly formed 2 lines, and the one on the far left barked, "Attention. Stand at ease." "Salute," he said to the man who had earlier aided Xiao Qiang. "Report, Captain." The zombie horde below suddenly scattered and fled in all directions, whereabouts unknown. Our men engaged briefly but didn't pursue in the dark. Only 2 sustained minor injuries, none bitten. The man sheathed his blade, nodded, and approached Xiao Qiang. "Young man, you've got impressive skills. I'm Wu Zhe, team leader of the Tongjiang district base in Suzhou City. Are you alone here?" "Hello, Brother Wu. I'm Xiao Qiang. There are over 30 of us all on that mountain." Xiao Qiang looked at Wu Zhe, eager to forge a connection. Before heading up the mountain, Xiao Qiang met their deputy leader, the one who had given the salute, named Wu Feng. His scan revealed Wu Feng as a level 3 superpowered. Wu Zhe specifically instructed them to stand by, stay vigilant, and guard against zombie ambushes. This further elevated Xiao Qiang's esteem for him. The 2 ascended the mountain, chatting along the way. Through their conversation, Xiao Qiang learned that Wu Zhe was a soldier who, after the zombie outbreak, received orders to establish a base. Regrettably, the barracks also suffered a zombie assault, incurring heavy losses. They had to break into smaller units, each fighting independently, setting up 3 bases in Suzhou City to gather survivors and build humanity's last stronghold. Wu Zhe's base was located in the former Tongjiang district, hence named Tongjiang Base. Suzhou City had 4 major districts, but only 3 bases, indicating the barracks had faced severe attacks and lacked manpower. Wu Zhe's team was on a supply run today. On their return, hearing gunfire from Longshan Park, they drove over to assist. Wu Zhe had fought his way through the zombie horde, leading to the moment he aided Xiao Qiang. Halfway up, they happened upon Lin Bingyan and her group, who were searching for Xiao Qiang. "This is Brother Wu. Thanks to his help, we broke the zombie siege." Xiao Qiang, hoping to win Wu Zhe over, deliberately emphasized his contribution. The group exchanged greetings with Wu Zhe and entered the spring water courtyard. "Brother Qiang, the zombies suddenly scattered during the fight. Luckily, you held the front. Oh, we suffered no casualties," Wang Lei remarked upon seeing Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang nodded. "Everyone, let's spend the night here in the courtyard. We can light a fire, but stay alert. Arrange rotating watches and expand the perimeter. Xiao Wei, prepare some food. We've all had a long night. Make extra for Brother Wu Zhe and his dozen brothers. Brother Liang, please arrange the watches immediately. Though most zombies are dead, the zombie king escaped and am still uneasy. Bingyan Yang Shui, check everyone for injuries. Notify me immediately if anyone was bitten. Brother, could you go?" Xiao Qiang stood in the courtyard, issuing a series of instructions to the key members. The courtyard buzzed with activity, and Wu Zhe's team was invited inside as well. Wu Zhe assigned tasks to his 14 men, half went on patrol, while the others found spots to rest. Xiao Qiang and Wu Zhe sat by a pile of firewood chatting. "It's so late, Brother Zhe. Why not stay the night here and set off tomorrow? Does your base still enforce a curfew like the old army?" Xiao Qiang handed him a bottle of water and spoke. "In this apocalypse, people die every day. Our supply runs are risky ventures. This time we set out with over 50 brothers. We cleared a supermarket, but lost many along the way. Staying here tonight is fine. Besides, the base is nothing like the old army now. I'll forget it. Talking about it just angers me. But I see you command quite a bit of respect, brother. Wu Ze's face flickered with irritation before he changed the subject. Not at all. In this apocalypse we rely on each other and built this base. They trust me, so I must live up to that trust. Xiao Qiang looked at Wu Ze speaking earnestly. Still you're outnumbered and lack heavy weapons. If you're willing you can come back with me tomorrow. But the base? Well, it's a mess too. Wu Ze was forthright. We won't go there. In this apocalypse we prefer to be our own masters. It's freer. But what's the situation at your base now? Xiao Qiang asked. With his system, he had no need for another base. Alas! Wu Ze let out a long sigh before continuing. The zombie outbreak erupted without warning. We received orders via satellite phone to establish a base, which was erected in haste. Every day a multitude of survivors flocked to us, and we ventured out daily in search of more. In the beginning harmony reigned, and the base was a place of peace. Wu Ze took a sip of water before continuing. Later, as you might know, mutated strongmen emerged among the humans. Initially, everyone adhered to military regulations. Then a large group arrived claiming to be from the Shuzhou New World Technology Company. Among them were individuals of exceptional prowess who seized control of the entire base and dismantled the original structure. They proposed a classification system for humans and zombies, selecting mutated humans to form new squads. At first there was discontent, but given the apocalyptic circumstances, no major conflicts erupted. Moreover, despite their dominance, they managed affairs with remarkable order, as if everything had been prearranged. We had no choice but to comply. What infuriates us is that over the past month their behavior has grown increasingly egregious. Xiao Qiang felt a tangled mess in his mind, but could discern no clear pattern. How exactly are the levels classified? Xiao Qiang harbored numerous questions, but didn't know where to begin. He could only check if their classification matched what Xiao Tsong had told him. Humans are divided into warrior level, ability level, awakened level, and super strongman. Zombies are classified as common level, infected level, mutant level, and super zombie. Wu Ze recounted meticulously. However, some among them claim there are even higher levels beyond our current reach. For instance, him at warrior level 5. Judging by your skills, you must be far stronger than me, right? Wu Ze added. The classification is the same, but Wu Ze mentioned tiers above these. Yet Xiao Tsong didn't tell me about higher levels. Could it be because my own level is too low? Leveling up, leveling up. This world is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. It seems I must ascend swiftly to unravel these mysteries. Pondering this, Xiao Qiang asked, what about communication now? Can we get in touch with other cities? At this, Wu Ze furrowed his brow. All basic communication is down. However, those from the tech company seem to possess unique communication devices, which they refuse to share with us. Xiao Qiang nodded, finding the sudden emergence of this company even more mysterious. Xiao Qiang, time to eat. Li Wei called out from the side. Shaking his head, Xiao Qiang followed Wu Ze over. Night had deepened. After a long night's work, everyone had fallen asleep, leaving only the firelight flickering in the darkness. Xiao Qiang tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and stepped out of the Springwater courtyard. In the near distance, the glow of flashlights from patrolling guards could still be seen. Since the apocalypse began, the events of the past 2 months had been haunting Xiao Qiang. Coupled with the appearance of this tech company, everything seemed premeditated. Xiao Qiang was baffled. Was the zombie outbreak man-made or a mere accident? Hearing a sound behind him, Xiao Qiang turned around to see Lin Bingyan. Why aren't you asleep yet? Aren't you tired after fighting all night? Lin Bingyan spoke while removing her jacket, draping it over Xiao Qiang's shoulders. It turned out that after his shirt was torn, Xiao Qiang had been bare-chested. Compared to when they first met, Xiao Qiang's physique had expanded significantly. His bronze skin showcased exceptionally developed pectoral muscles, exuding a powerful masculine allure. After his body had strengthened, he no longer felt the cold. Thanks. I can't sleep. What about you? Why are you still awake? Xiao Qiang asked. I was asleep, but I heard noises and came out to check. I found you standing under this tree, bare-chested and lost in thought. Before the apocalypse, your muscles alone would have attracted plenty of girls. Lin Bingyan teased. Xiao Qiang was momentarily dazed, staring at his own muscles. Just 2 months ago, he had been a frail homebody. Since acquiring the system, he had transformed completely within these 2 months of the apocalypse. So do I attract you? Xiao Qiang replied. Lin Bingyan nodded, her big eyes blinking. Of course. Even before the zombie outbreak, you had a certain charm. Xiao Qiang looked at Lin Bingyan, his heart racing. Earlier, when you charged into the zombie horde alone, I was so worried. I hate that I'm too weak to fight alongside you, Lin Bingyan said. You're a girl. Girls are meant to be protected. Besides, you're not weak. You know Taekwondo and have ice abilities. Pausing, Xiao Qiang leaned in and added, except for your marksmanship. With that, he darted away. Huh? Mocking me, are you? Just wait. Lin Bingyan raised her small fist and chased after him. The night passed without incident. At dawn, Xiao Qiang led everyone back to the villa. Under Wang Liang's organization, everyone busied themselves tidying the house, cleaning the floors, and quickly incinerating the scattered zombie corpses. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiang guided Wu Zhe on a tour of Longshan Park. Besides the buildings we just saw, there's also a breeding farm here. Look, though the numbers are still small, and no one dares to eat them recklessly. Standing outside the farm, Xiao Qiang pointed and introduced it to Wu Zhe. So what do you think of our choice for a base? Not bad, right? Xiao Qiang asked. Excellent. It's close to the main road, has few zombies and plenty of land. As an apocalyptic base, it's ideal. Aside from a shortage of weapons and weak defenses, with your formidable strength, this place has a promising future. Wu Zhe praised generously. Then, Brother Zhe, would you like to join us? Xiao Qiang cut straight to the point. Although we haven't known each other long, we share similar interests, and I appreciate your directness. If I were alone, I'd join without hesitation. But at Tongjiang Base, I have many brothers under my command. Moreover, there are numerous surviving civilians in the base. I can't abandon them. Wu Zhe sighed. Xiao Qiang felt a pang of regret. In this apocalypse, he had always dreamed of building his own force, his own army of elites. Especially after last night, that desire had grown even stronger. Brother Zhe, you could bring them all here, Xiao Qiang persisted. I'd love to. I've long detested the tech company's methods, but unfortunately, am too weak. However, with so many civilians in the base, relocating everyone isn't realistic. If the chance arises, I will come. I know you're different from them. You'll build this base well. Wu Zhe replied. Hearing Wu Zhe's words, Xiao Qiang couldn't press further. He simply emphasized that Wu Zhe should come if the opportunity presented itself. After lunch, Wu Zhe prepared to return to Tongjiang Base with his 3 vehicles. Xiao Qiang, these are supplies we scavenged. Keep a portion. Wu Zhe opened the trunk. Xiao Qiang looked inside. It was packed with supermarket goods, filling 3 trunks entirely. No, Brother Zhe. We still have plenty of food here. Your group has more people. You should keep it. Xiao Qiang declined. Wu Zhe nodded, called over Wu Feng, and whispered some instructions. Wu Feng walked toward the vehicles. Since you want to take food, we have some weapons. Please accept them. Wu Zhe said. As he spoke, Wu Feng and a few others carried down 2 cases of ammunition and 5 machine guns. Don't refuse this. In the apocalypse, humans should help each other. We're stationed near an armory, so we have plenty of weapons. Keep these. Wu Zhe insisted. Then I won't decline. We're exactly short on weapons, Xiao Qiang said. Good. We'll set off now. Take care. Wu Zhe waved at Xiao Qiang as he got into the vehicle. Safe travels. If you get a chance, you must come. Xiao Qiang waved back. In the afternoon, Xiao Qiang found a secluded spot to check his rewards. Xiao Tsong, show me my rewards. Preferably allocate them toward base defenses. Xiao Qiang sat in the shade, speaking to Xiao Tsong in his mind. No problem. This system is very user-friendly, all in service of making the host stronger. Host, you have 3 rewards for killing 2 level 4 common zombies and for leveling up to warrior level 7. Reward for killing the first level 4 zombie, 1 watchtower intermediate. Forged from pure iron, equipped with telescopic devices capable of observing conditions within 1,000 square meters, 5 trap pits intermediate, 2 square meter pits with spikes, 3 steel helmets. Reward for killing the second level 4 zombie, 1 machine gun turret intermediate. Forged from pure iron, self-propelled, can move and fire simultaneously. Warrior level 7 upgrade reward is. Wait, Xiao Qiang interrupted. Why does this zombie only have 1 type of reward? This zombie was killed after the host reached level 7, so the reward naturally decreased. Xiao Qiang pursed his lips at a loss for words. The system was supreme. Warrior level 7 upgrade reward, crushing palm advanced. 1 palm strike brings 1,000-fold annihilation. This palm technique is immensely powerful. It concentrates physical strength into a single palm, allowing for long-range strikes. Each use consumes 1,200 points of physical energy, 1 triple experience point card intermediate. Triples experience gain for 1 hour, 1 ability level tester intermediate. Can detect the level of any awakened level or below, 1 golden silk armor intermediate. An ancient treasure impervious to blades and spears. Xiao Tsong announced. An advanced technique. This was Xiao Qiang's first encounter with an advanced skill, and he couldn't help but feel excited. Now he had a devastating trump card. Xiao Tsong, show me my current stats. Host Xiao Qiang. Physical constitution, 500 average, adult 50. Physical toughness, 510 average, adult 50. Skills: Wolf Fang Staff Technique, Wandering Dragon Body Art, Beginner Proficiency, 16100 Lightning, Beginner Proficiency, 8100 Assault, Beginner Proficiency, 11100 Tiger Claw Technique, Beginner Proficiency, 50-100 Crushing Palm, Beginner Proficiency, 0-108 Gates released, 3 gates open. Mall access, level 1, can only purchase low-level weapons, medicine, food, etc. Lottery access, level 1, 10,500. Overall evaluation, warrior, level 7. Physical energy, 2,200,500. Experience points, 920,200,000. Exchange points, 14760. Items 1 bone spike, dagger, 1000 mechanisms, umbrella jump shoes, 1 watchtower, 5 trap, pits, 1 machine gun, turret, 1 triple experience point card, 1 ability level tester, golden silk armor. Xiao Qiang displayed. Although the base had suffered significant damage after 2 nights of fierce combat, Xiao Qiang had not only risen 2 levels, but also acquired numerous new items. Human adaptability is always extraordinary, even in the apocalypse. Excerpt from Yang Shui's notes. In the 2 months that followed, the zombie horde vanished as if they had never existed. Having learned from the previous setback, Xiao Qiang spent these 2 months diligently reinforcing the villa's defenses, elevating them to a new level and erecting walls at key points. He constructed a passage connecting the hotel to the villa and scavenged over a dozen vehicles from the roads, ensuring the base had ample transportation even if zombies returned. The disposal of zombie corpses, either buried or burned, required considerable effort. Pitfalls were set around the villa and hotel marked to prevent human accidents. A watchtower was erected near the villa facing the main road, equipped with machine gun emplacements below, manned around the clock with rotating shifts. The watchtower stood 10 meters tall, topped with a 5 square meter room, housing telescopes and other equipment. Between the hotel and villa, a training ground was leveled, outfitted with an ability level testing machine and numerous fitness apparatus. Notably, Wang Peng and Li Ku had both reached level 4 in abilities, while Li Chong had ascended to level 4 as a strongman. During this period, Xiao Qiang led a few people to Linen Village, but only a handful of scattered zombies remained with no sign of the Zombie King. Xiao Qiang seized the opportunity to transport all available supplies back to the base, naturally completing the resource-gathering task. Moreover, he returned to the place where little Shutong was found to collect the remaining gasoline. Task completion rewarded Xiao Qiang with a medium-grade generator, a pound of randomly fast-growing seeds, and an iron gate. With 2 generators, the base's electricity supply was no longer strained. After installing the iron gate, Longshan base, once an open park, gained an additional barrier. Most miraculous was the pound of seeds sown. They matured in just 2 weeks. Combined with vegetables from Linen Village, the base's inhabitants no longer worried about fresh produce. Nearly 30 surviving workers from Lutong County sought refuge, and Xiao Qiang welcomed them warmly, including 5 level 3 strongmen among them. From them, Xiao Qiang learned that a base had been established in Lutong County by pre-apocalypse gangs, creating a toxic environment that drove several to flee. Suddenly, Xiao Qiang's base was not only abundant in supplies, but also greatly expanded in personnel. For months into the outbreak, more and more mutants were rising like bamboo shoots after rain. The world's landscape had transformed drastically. Numerous bases had sprung up across the apocalyptic land, some military, some underworld, and many established by strong individuals like Xiao Qiang. Among them, 2 forces dominated: the military faction representing the New World Order, named New World, and the other a sudden emergence of mysterious figures, thugs, and prison inmates, forming the Black Alliance, equally formidable. Above these 2, Company M appeared out of nowhere with immense power and deep background, becoming the most enigmatic force on the apocalyptic land. Members of Company M bore an M tattoo on their arms, which quickly became a symbol of prestige in this wasteland. Rumors spread that Company M's people should never be provoked. Notably, the New World Organization reclassified cities. There were 4 tiers: 2 Tier 1 cities, 5 Tier 2, 5 Tier 3, and 6 Tier 4. Shuzhou City, where Xiao Qiang lived before the apocalypse, was a Tier 4 city. New World and Black Alliance each occupied a Tier 2 city as their headquarters. Rumors said Company M's headquarters alone controlled a Tier 1 city, its strength awe-inspiring. New World once attacked a Tier 1 city held by zombies, but the undead had many evolved strong ones. Not only did they fail to capture it, but they also lost many elites. 2 weeks prior, signals had been restored broadcasting these updates among survivors. New World permitted people to establish their own bases to aid survival. Additionally, large trading markets were set up in each city for buying, selling, and acquiring necessities. Since the outbreak, human technology seemed to have advanced. Items once seen only in sci-fi TV were now in use, and even traded, reportedly produced by the mysterious Company M. According to broadcasts, the bones of level 4 and above common zombies evolved into black gold, usable as sharp tools and thus marketable. Even infected zombies above level 4 might contain mutation pills. If consumed, humans could mutate and become strong. Thus, besides the many bases, hunting squads emerged. These teams had no interest in joining bases or were merely hired by them. They roamed zombie-infested cities, killing undead, scavenging supplies, and trading for desired resources. The New World Order was in chaos. Not only did zombies prey on humans, but bases also clashed over supplies, sometimes erupting into deadly conflicts. The entire world had descended into turmoil, devoid of order. In this new world, strength reigned supreme. At night, within the villa at Longshan base, while waiting for dinner, Xiao Qiang returned alone to his bedroom. Just moments ago, he had heard a ding from the system, signaling a new mission. Lying on the bed, Xiao Qiang summoned Xiao Tsong. Xiao Tsong, repeat the mission for me, will you? Xiao Qiang spoke. All right, host. Issuing mission: Occupy Lutong County Phase 1, explore Lutong County alone. Mission success rewards skill upgrade card, intermediate minor yuan defense pill, intermediate invisibility talisman, intermediate. Xiao Tsong spoke in a relaxed tone with a young girl's voice. Why is the mission split like this? This is just Phase 1. How many phases are there in total? And how do we define occupying Lutong County? There's a human base there. Xiao Qiang, hearing Xiao Tsong's narration, unleashed a string of questions. Because later this system will gradually assign you more difficult tasks that take longer to complete. Therefore, this system has thoughtfully split the mission for you. Not only will each phase have its own reward, but completing all phases will grant a clearance reward. The assigned mission has a total of 3 phases. After answering one question, Xiao Tsong paused and continued, as for determining mission completion, naturally, it's up to this system. Of course, Xiao Tsong won't let you do anything morally wrong. You've heard them talk about the base in Lutong County. It's already a den of iniquity. So even if conflict arises, you can rest assured. Okay, I understand, Xiao Qiang replied, preparing to rise and go downstairs for dinner. By the way, host, you also have an achievement reward. Do you wish to claim it now? Xiao Tsong called out to Xiao Qiang. Claim it, of course he'll claim it. Another achievement. What is it this time? Adhering to the principle of never refusing a freebie, Xiao Qiang said cheerfully. Because your base has withstood a zombie attack and has been reinforced once again. Therefore, you have earned an achievement. Rewards: proficiency 50 card, intermediate X1, a vitality pill, intermediate 100 exchange points, 10 Molotov cocktails, 1 Gatling gun, with 100 rounds of ammunition, intermediate. Xiao Tsong stated. The proficiency will naturally be added to my only high-level skill. 100 exchange points are not bad, either I can keep them for emergencies. As for the vitality pill, although after reaching level 7, in less than a week, my vitality can recover naturally, but having it for critical situations is also good. As for the Gatling gun, I'll place it on the machine gun turret to complement the watchtower, making the base's defenses even better. As he listened to the rewards, Xiao Qiang was already calculating in his mind how to use them. Xiao Tsong, while you're at it, show me my stats. Xiao Qiang spoke. No problem, host. Stats for host Xiao Qiang. Physical fitness, 500 average, adult 50. Physical toughness, 510 average, adult 50. Skills: Wolf Fang Staff Technique, Swimming, Dragon Body Art, Beginner Proficiency, 30100 8 Lightning, Beginner Proficiency, 15100 Surprise Attack, Beginner Proficiency, 16100 Tiger Claw Technique, Beginner Proficiency, 10100 Crushing Palm, Beginner Proficiency, 53100 8 Gates of Escape, 3 gates open. Shop access: level 1 can only purchase low-level weapons, medicine, food, etc. Lottery access: level 1, 10,500. Overall evaluation: high level 7. Vitality 2500, 2500. Experience 920200000. Exchange points 24760. Items: Bone Spur, Dagger, 1000 Mechanism, Umbrella, Triple Exchange Point Card, Golden Silk Armor, 10 Molotov Cocktails. Xiao Tsong displayed the stat panel. After claiming all the rewards, Xiao Qiang headed downstairs. Content. In the villa's courtyard, everyone was already gathered around a fire eating. Although the base now had many more people, they still chose to eat together. For one thing, it allowed them to take a head count and ensure everyone's safety. For another, they found it lively and enjoyable to sit together chatting and laughing after a day's work. That evening, they had rice porridge. Xiao Qiang held his bowl and sat among them. He spoke up. Tomorrow, I plan to set out for Lutong County to scout it out. Everyone looked at Xiao Qiang. Wang Peng spoke. Then prepare tonight. Who are you taking this time? I'm going alone, Xiao Qiang stated. Alone? That's too dangerous. Let us go with you. It was Lin Bingyan who spoke, wearing a light blue denim jacket that made her look even more youthful and beautiful. Don't worry, I'm just going to take a look. There won't be much danger. Xiao Qiang wanted to take Lin Bingyan along not only for the visual pleasure, but also for the chance to deepen their bond. However, the system's mission stipulated that he must go alone. Brother Liang, while I'm away, the base is in your hands, Xiao Qiang said, turning to Wang Liang. Don't worry. Wang Liang replied. After dinner, Xiao Qiang and Lin Bingyan strolled around the compound. Under the moonlight, Lin Bingyan spotted a swing and pulled Xiao Qiang to sit on a bench and sway gently. The moon is so round tonight, Xiao Qiang said, awkwardly breaking the silence as they sat together. Turning his head, he saw Lin Bingyan looking at him, her beautiful eyes and small lips seeming to want to speak, but holding back. Xiao Qiang, when you go out, you must be careful, Lin Bingyan finally said. Don't worry. I might even bring you a gift, Xiao Qiang joked to reassure her. I mean it. They'll be worried about you. So you have to come back safely, understand? Lin Bingyan looked at him seriously, her tone firm. Xiao Qiang looked at her in surprise, unable to suppress a flutter of nervousness, and stammered, oh. Okay. He blushed slightly, thinking to himself, was that a confession? Or just concern between friends? What should I say? For a moment, Xiao Qiang's heart raced like a stampede, emotions surging and nerves overwhelming him. He looked at Lin Bingyan again. She wore flat canvas shoes, loose black capri pants, a white t-shirt, and a blue denim jacket. She appeared elegant, pure, youthful, and vibrant. Most importantly, with her exquisite face, even though these clothes were just picked from a village store. Under the moonlight, she was incredibly beautiful and moving. Looking at Lin Bingyan, Xiao Qiang felt a bit dazed, his heart restless. Just as Xiao Qiang was about to speak, he suddenly felt a faint fragrance and a soft touch on his cheek. Lin Bingyan had suddenly leaned in her pink lips, gently brushing his cheek. Before Xiao Qiang could react, Lin Bingyan, her face flushed with shyness, ran back toward the villa. In truth, despite her good family background and being a campus belle, she had never been in a relationship. On his way back to the villa, Xiao Qiang felt dazed. The seed of love had begun to sprout between them. Before the apocalypse, Xiao Qiang had never been in a relationship either. Being kissed suddenly by such a beautiful woman left him overwhelmed. Back in the villa, his face still beamed with irrepressible happiness, a grin splitting his face. His mind kept replaying the scene. Entering the villa, he ignored Li Wei and the others sitting on the sofa and went straight upstairs, leaving them bewildered. The night deepened. The entire Longshan base was silent except for the flashlights of patrolling guards. The villa was pitch black. Suddenly, a soft knock came from the door. "Who is it?" Xiao Qiang rubbed his eyes, turned on the light, and asked softly. "It's me, open the door. I need to talk to you." A cold, soft voice came from outside. Xiao Qiang recognized it as Yang Shui's. Xiao Qiang put on his clothes, opened the door, and let Yang Shui in. Since it was already June, the weather was gradually turning hot. Yang Shui wore only a black lace nightgown, its loose hem barely reaching her knees. On her feet were a pair of women's black slippers. Her long flowing hair framed a face that was both coldly beautiful and strikingly handsome. She entered the room and sat on a chair, revealing her snow-white thighs. "Why are you coming to my room so late? Wearing a nightgown too? Could it be that she's going to confess to me like Lin Bingyan? What if she wants something more to happen? My self-control isn't that strong." Xiao Qiang stood to the side, gazing at her bare legs, his thoughts wandering as he couldn't help but swallow hard. Yang Shui sat on the chair without speaking. Hearing the sound of him swallowing, she rolled her eyes dramatically and tugged at the hem of her nightgown. Feeling a bit awkward, Xiao Qiang sat on the bed and asked, "It's so late, what's the matter? Are you going alone tomorrow? I can go with you, and I won't hold you back." Yang Shui stared at Xiao Qiang, her tone softening slightly as she spoke. "No, I'm just going to scout the area tomorrow, not to search for supplies." Xiao Qiang thought for a moment before replying. "What's going on? One beautiful woman after another wants to follow me. Unfortunately, the system mission has its rules," he mused inwardly. But you must be careful. If you encounter danger, run if you can't win," Yang Shui continued. "Don't worry, you'll be careful," Xiao Qiang said. "That's good." With that, Yang Shui stood up to leave. "Huh?" Xiao Qiang looked at her with a questioning tone, as if to say, "You came all this way just to say that?" Hearing his words, Yang Shui turned back, her bright eyes fixed seriously on Xiao Qiang. "You possess a special power, so you must be careful. There's still much to be done in the future." Xiao Qiang had always felt that Yang Shui seemed to know about his system, and she herself was also quite mysterious. Hearing her words, he nodded and saw her out of the room. As she was leaving, Xiao Qiang caught a glimpse of a tattoo on her exposed shoulder, faintly visible beneath the fabric of her clothes. Xiao Qiang didn't think much of it. In today's open society, a tattoo on a female college student wasn't particularly out of the ordinary. Early the next morning after breakfast, Xiao Qiang bid farewell to the others and drove off alone in a pickup truck toward Lutong County. Located west of the base, Lutong County was the wealthiest county in Shuzhou City due to its abundant underground mineral resources. Though it was only a county, it was filled with towering buildings and various shopping centers. Xiao Qiang drove along the road where a path had already been cleared. On both sides lay abandoned cars and wandering zombies. Hearing the sound of his vehicle, zombies continuously swarmed to chase it. Xiao Qiang ignored them, flooring the accelerator and speeding toward Lutong County. Soon Xiao Qiang arrived at the outskirts of Lutong County. He slowed down, and as far as the eye could see, the number of zombies had increased significantly. At the entrance to the county, there was a gas station. Xiao Qiang decided to park there. Stepping out of the car, he gazed at the surrounding skyscrapers, unable to suppress a wave of emotion. Before the apocalypse, this bustling city was now eerily silent, with not a single moving car on the roads. The high-rises that were once the most valuable assets now stood worthless and lonely along the streets. The streets were lined with these towering buildings. Yet no one lived inside them anymore. If you asked anyone now to choose between a steamed bun and a skyscraper, they would unhesitatingly pick the bun. Snapping back to reality, Xiao Qiang surveyed the gas station. Everywhere were scratches and toppled items, evidence of a fierce struggle. One of the fuel pumps had even fallen over. Xiao Qiang walked over, turned the switch, and tried to see if any fuel would come out. Drip, only 2 drops of black oil sludge fell onto the concrete floor. It seemed the fuel here had already been cleaned out by other survivors. This was within Xiao Qiang's expectations as it was close to the exit and easier to access. Ignoring the fuel pump, Xiao Qiang walked straight into the building inside. The shelves inside were also toppled and in disarray with all the goods cleared out. Only a few bottles of windshield washer fluid lay scattered on the floor. Seeing that the gas station had nothing left of value, Xiao Qiang walked out, got back into his pickup, and continued on his way. Under the bright sunlight, the city that was once a testament to human civilization was now overrun by zombies, and the air was filled with the stench of rotting corpses. Driving along, Xiao Qiang deliberately slowed down. The number of zombies on the road was increasing, and they kept charging at the vehicle. Xiao Qiang freed one hand to drive, while using his bone-spiked dagger to kill zombies through the window. In the apocalypse, there was no need to worry about breaking the rules. On this wide road, there was only Xiao Qiang's car and a multitude of pickup trucks. At this moment, as long as there was no danger, he could drive however he pleased. By now, there were some small shops and residential areas on both sides of the road, mostly snack bars. After so much time, the food inside must have long since spoiled. Xiao Qiang wasn't interested and continued driving slowly, killing zombies as he went. Ding killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Ding killed a common level 2 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. The kill notifications rang out constantly. After Xiao Qiang reached level 7, killing a common level 2 zombie also gave only 2 experience points, the same as killing a level 1 zombie. It seemed that 2 experience points was the minimum one could earn from killing a single zombie. Continuing forward, Xiao Qiang arrived at a square and saw it densely packed with wandering zombies. A rough estimate put the number at over 1,000. Unable to find a suitable store to scavenge for supplies, Xiao Qiang decided to get out of the car and use these zombies for practice. He took the 1,000-mechanism umbrella from his system and stretched his limbs. It had been a long time since he had fought zombies, not since the major battle at the villa. Now was the perfect chance to get back into the groove. He still had a 3x exchange points card in his possession. Given the current situation, the more he leveled up, the fewer exchange points he earned from killing zombies. Naturally, the sooner he used it, the better. He activated the card immediately, granting him triple exchange points for the next hour. Transforming the 1,000-mechanism umbrella into a spear, he let out a light shout and charged directly into the zombie horde in the square. He moved through the swarm like a whirlwind, sweeping away fallen leaves, reaping zombies continuously. At level 7, dealing with these low-level zombies was as easy as chopping vegetables. Ding killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange point 6. Ding killed a common level 2 zombie. Experience 2, exchange point 6. Ding killed a common level 2 zombie. Experience 2, exchange point 6. The 1,000-mechanism umbrella grew more and more fluid in Xiao Qiang's hands, transforming from a spear into a staff at will. When the zombies attacked in a group, Xiao Qiang would open the umbrella to block and defend. He darted and weaved through the horde, and wherever he passed, zombies fell to the ground. The square was soon littered with a vast number of zombie corpses, the ground stained black and red with blood. Xiao Qiang continued to harvest the zombies, converting them into experience points and exchange points. As Xiao Qiang's spear pierced through a level 2 zombie, another zombie with long sharp claws suddenly lunged at him from the side. He pulled out the 1,000-mechanism umbrella and blocked horizontally. Clang! The long claws collided with the umbrella. From that single exchange, Xiao Qiang could tell that this zombie was far more formidable than the others. Xiao Qiang leaped high, breaking free from the encirclement of zombies. He directly stored the 1,000-mechanism umbrella into the system, extended both palms, and held them before his chest. Eager to test the might of the crushing palm, Xiao Qiang continuously circulated his internal qi, concentrating all his strength into his palms according to the techniques imparted by the system. With a thunderous bang, Xiao Qiang thrust his palms forward. Crushing palm, he roared. A chime echoed. Congratulations, host. Crushing palm proficiency 1. Current level beginner. Proficiency 54100. In an instant, the zombie before Xiao Qiang shattered into pieces, sending a mist of blood spraying into the air. The residual force of the palm strike rippled outward, toppling a large swath of the surrounding zombies. A chime announced, killed 1 ordinary level 3 zombie. Experience 200. Exchange points 600. Killed 1 ordinary level 1 zombie. Experience 2. Exchange point 6. Killed 1 ordinary level 2 zombie. Experience 2. Exchange point 6. Truly worthy of an advanced technique. Its power was formidable. With a single palm strike, though, it consumed 1200 chi points. It not only slew 1 ordinary level 3 zombie, but also killed dozens of surrounding low-level zombies. A chime sounded. The triple exchange point trial card has expired. In just over an hour, Xiao Qiang had already cleared most of the zombies. Now, unlike before, he no longer gasped for breath after a short bout of fighting. After leveling up to 7, his physical constitution had strengthened, granting him considerably greater stamina. Gazing at the remaining zombies, Xiao Qiang shifted his feet lightly, transforming into a blur as he charged into the horde to continue the slaughter. Fortunately, the highest ranked among these zombies was an ordinary level 3. Xiao Qiang swept through the horde like a force of nature. After another hour, he had cleared all the zombies from the square. Sitting on a stone bench in the square, Xiao Qiang summoned Xiao Tsong and said, "Xiao Tsong, show me my current experience and exchange points." "All right, host. Experience 7312-20000. Exchange points 43760. Truly worthy of the triple exchange point card. In just one morning, his exchange points had surged by nearly 20000. The June weather was still scorching. Sunlight blazed directly onto Xiao Qiang's face and beads of sweat dripped incessantly. The ground was littered with zombie corpses which under the sun's rays had begun to rot, emitting a foul stench. Xiao Qiang rose, intending to find a place to rest and have lunch. Driving onto the main city road, he saw it was clogged with a dense mass of zombies. He dared not proceed along the main route. With so many zombies, the car couldn't even move. Even if it could, Xiao Qiang wouldn't take the risk. He took a detour along a side road, stopping at a 2-story clothing boutique, and decided to rest there. Getting out of the car, he noticed there were few zombies on this street. Hearing his commotion, several zombies howled and charged at him. With a slight flick of his wrist, he retrieved the bone-spurred dagger from the system. Standing before the shop, he didn't even bother to shift his stance as he swiftly dispatched these level 1 zombies. Killed 1 ordinary level 1 zombie. Experience 2. Exchange points 2. Killed 1 ordinary level 1 zombie. Experience 2. Exchange points 2. As the kill notifications chimed, Xiao Qiang stepped into the clothing store. After entering, he remembered to close and lock the door to prevent any sudden zombie intrusion. In the apocalypse, caution was paramount. This was a sportswear boutique. Since the apocalypse had struck over 4 months ago, a thin layer of dust had settled on the clothes. Xiao Qiang found a suitable outfit in the store, headed to the second floor, changed out of his blood-stained clothes, cleaned himself up briefly, and sat down on a lounge chair. Then he exchanged a large amount of food from the system store. Chicken legs, bread, and even a steaming bowl of beef noodles. After leveling up, his appetite had grown considerably. All this food cost him less than 300 exchange points. Compared to weapons, ordinary food was far cheaper. After a morning of hard work, Xiao Qiang felt a surge of appetite at the sight of the food laid out on the floor. He began to feast heartily. The midday sun blazed down on the earth. The power was out, so the air conditioning was useless. Feeling hot after his meal, Xiao Qiang spent 30 exchange points on a bottle of iced lemon tea. He lounged comfortably on the chair, sipping the cold drink to beat the heat, letting his mind wander. Living alone in this apocalypse wouldn't be so bad. With the system, I could kill zombies, earn exchange points, and live a decent life. But then he shook his head. Forget everything else. There's Lin Bingyan and Yang Shui, 2 campus beauties I can't abandon. Besides, I enjoy the respect in others' eyes. Being acknowledged gave him a strong sense of achievement. Before the apocalypse, as a student, Xiao Qiang had been utterly unremarkable. Not even ordinary girls noticed him, let alone someone like Lin Bingyan. As his thoughts drifted, drowsiness overcame him. He lay back on the chair and gradually fell asleep. In his half-conscious state, he suddenly heard sounds of impact and fighting from downstairs, along with human voices. With a start, Xiao Qiang sat up, walked to the window, and looked down. There were 5 people outside attacking a single zombie. A hunting squad, it seemed. This was the first time Xiao Qiang had encountered a hunting squad, 4 men and 1 woman. Armed with various weapons, they discussed tactics as they encircled the zombie. Hiding himself, while Xiao Qiang quietly activated his eye of identification, scanning them one by one. Among the 5, 1 was a level 5 warrior, 2 were level 4, and 2 were level 3 ability users. The zombie they had cornered was an ordinary level 4 1. It was tall with thick arms, its pale eyeballs fixed on the humans around it. Curious to observe how a hunting squad dealt with zombies, Xiao Qiang remained silent, watching quietly from upstairs. The strongest among them was the level 5 warrior. From their conversation, Xiao Qiang learned his name was Bai Lingfeng. He had a fair complexion, but Xiao Qiang sensed a sinister aura about him. Despite being 5 against 1 zombie, which rivaled a level 8 warrior in strength, they couldn't gain the upper hand and were on the defensive. Moreover, their weapons were ordinary iron and capable of even breaking the zombie's defense. However, the 2 ability users caught Xiao Qiang's interest. The male ability user, named Zhang Lu, with a slight gesture and a soft chant of Earthbind, caused ropes formed from earth to suddenly appear at the zombie's feet. They coiled twice around its ankles, firmly binding its legs and temporarily immobilizing it. The female ability user was named Shuang. Seeing the zombie trapped, she shifted slightly. Her arms thinned and elongated, transforming into 2 thorn vine whips. With a soft cry, she raised her hands and lashed them crosswise across the zombie's chest. The barbs left 2 red marks on its body. Enraged by the assault, the zombie rose in fury, breaking free from the restraints that bound its feet. Despite its massive bulk, the zombie leaped with astonishing lightness, soaring high into the air before charging at one of the third-tier human warriors. Its 5 fingers clenched into a fist, it swung a punch aimed directly at the man's head. The third-tier human warrior had no time to block. The zombie's immense force shattered his skull. Still consumed by rage, the zombie did not pause, turning immediately to strike at another third-tier human beside it. Seeing this, Bai Lingfeng put away his axe and drew a pistol from his waist, firing consecutive shots at the zombie's head. The 4th-tier zombie twisted around, using its arms to deflect each bullet one by one, emitting a low growl. "Shoot it, keep shooting," Zhang Lu shouted while firing as the zombie's gaze turned toward them. "Earthbind," Zhang Lu yelled, and the soil around the zombie rapidly coiled into a spiral, snaking toward its bare feet to ensnare it. This time the chains formed from earth failed to hold the zombie. With a light leap, the creature soared into the air, raising its arms above its head and crashing down toward Bai Lingfeng. Whether Bai Lingfeng was too slow to block or felt he could not withstand the blow, panic seized him. In a moment of desperation, he grabbed Xiao and shoved her in front of him. Xiao gasped, managing only to raise her hands defensively before her chest. At the critical moment, just as the zombie's arms were about to strike, Xiao, a figure flew in from the diagonal above, landing a kick squarely on the zombie's head. The zombie's entire body was sent hurtling sideways, crashing into a lamppost by the roadside. The zombie was already massive, and after mutation its height and weight had increased further, its body weighing at least 300 jin. Only Xiao Qiang could have kicked it flying with such force. Having watched the fight clearly from upstairs, he had already intended to come down and help when he saw the group struggling against the zombie. Now witnessing Bai Lingfeng shamelessly shoving Xiao, a young woman, in front of him as a shield, Xiao Qiang's fury ignited. He leaped down from the building without hesitation. After kicking the zombie away, Xiao Qiang turned and cast a sidelong glance at Bai Lingfeng. "Thanks a lot, brother. What's your name?" Bai Lingfeng pushed Xiao aside, his pale face brimming with a sycophantic smile as he looked at Xiao Qiang. "My name is Xiao Qiang. That zombie isn't dead yet. All of you be careful," Xiao Qiang replied, curtly, his eyes fixed intently on the spot where the zombie had fallen. As expected, the zombie staggered back to its feet, its head now deformed with filthy blood oozing from the wound and streaking down its face in a long, grotesque line. "Keep fighting." Bai Lingfeng shot a cold, sinister glance at Xiao Qiang's back before shouting to the others. "Earthbind." Zhang Lu activated his ability once more. Chains of earth rapidly formed, longer this time, tightly coiling around the zombie's legs and anchoring it in place. Although Xiao had been used as a shield by Bai Lingfeng, she still obeyed the command. Her hands transformed into thorny whips, lashing out at the zombie's upper body and firmly restraining its arms. Seizing the moment, Bai Lingfeng and another third-tier warrior each raised their weapons and struck at the bound zombie's body. However, their weapons were merely ordinary blades. Even when striking the zombie's head, they failed to inflict fatal damage. Cornered at the street intersection, the zombie struggled violently. Finally, with a furious roar, it jerked its body with immense strength, breaking free from all restraints. The 4 humans were flung forcefully into nearby buildings. Seeing this, Xiao Qiang immediately retrieved a bonespike dagger from his system. Wandering Dragon Step. Activating his full speed, he charged at the zombie. Ding! Wandering Dragon Step Proficiency 1. Current proficiency 31,100. Using the technique, Xiao Qiang sidestepped the zombie's attack and circled behind it. He raised the bonespike dagger high and stabbed at the zombie's head. But the 4th-tier zombie reacted swiftly, tilting its head slightly. The dagger only sliced off its ear. Xiao Qiang did not relent, striking again and again at the zombie's head. Finally, unable to withstand the onslaught, the zombie collapsed to the ground. Ding! Killed 1 ordinary 4th-tier zombie. Experience points 700. Exchange points 1500. Obtained Meifeng Dagger Intermediate. As the notification sounded in his ear, the other 4 gathered around. This battle clearly demonstrated the power of Xiao Qiang's system. The bonespike dagger, far from being the most powerful weapon he had obtained from the system, could easily penetrate the zombie's defense, something the others had failed to do. "Impressive skills, brother," Bai Lingfeng said as he approached Xiao Qiang, his eyes fixed on the bonespike dagger in Xiao Qiang's hand. Xiao Qiang felt no fondness for the man and replied bluntly, "It's nothing. I owe it to you for wearing down the zombie earlier." "Since you say so, how should we divide the spoils from this zombie?" Bai Lingfeng asked, though his tone was inquiring. His body was already moving toward the corpse. Xiao Qiang had heard from the New World broadcast that the bones of an ordinary 4th-tier zombie would transform into black gold, fetching a considerable price on the black market. But no matter how valuable, Xiao Qiang did not care. He had his system and the 1,000 mechanisms umbrella made of black gold. However, his disdain for Bai Lingfeng, compounded by the man's recent actions, hardened his resolve. Xiao Qiang declared, "I killed this zombie, so it belongs to me." Bai Lingfeng seemed taken aback by Xiao Qiang's words, but quickly regained his composure. Looking at Xiao Qiang, he said, "You seem to be alone. Why not join us? And that girl, she's yours to enjoy, how about it?" Bai Lingfeng leaned close to Xiao Qiang, lowering his voice while glancing at Xueying. Xiao Qiang felt a wave of disgust. "Not interested," he replied flatly. Pretending to walk toward the zombie, he added, "Since you're so ungrateful, you'll die here today." "Oh, just you." Xiao Qiang shot Bai Lingfeng a contemptuous look, his disdain unmistakable. By now it was late afternoon. The weather was exceptionally fine, and the golden rays of the setting sun bathed their faces, casting long shadows on the ground. "It's us. Attack!" Bai Lingfeng snarled through gritted teeth. "Earthbind." At his command, Zhang Lu acted first. Xiao Qiang felt a constricting sensation around his legs, rooting him to the spot. A powerful force pulled downward, and despite trying to move, he found himself immobilized. Then, to Xiao Qiang's surprise, Xueying also joined the attack. Her hands transformed into thorny whips, lashing out at him like two serpents. Xiao Qiang raised his bonespine dagger, still dripping with blood. Moments ago it had been aimed at a zombie, now it pointed toward his own human kin. A sharp metallic clang rang out twice, as Xiao Qiang deftly parried the assault. To his surprise, the thorned whip proved far sturdier than anticipated. Even the dagger's razor edge failed to sever it in a single strike. Staring at the two retracted thorn vines, Xiao Qiang paused, bewildered, and fixed his gaze on Xueying. "Did I not just save you? And wasn't it precisely when your own captain dragged you forward to take the bullet?" Xiao Qiang found the turn of events scarcely believable. How could someone he'd just rescued so swiftly turn against him? His eyes narrowed, scrutinizing Xueying intently. Xueying wore heavy makeup and sported a long, braided hairstyle. Not conventionally beautiful, yet carrying an unmistakable air of world-weariness. She stood in sturdy work boots, black leather pants hugging her legs, and a tight black crop top that barely contained two full rounded curves, her deep cleavage strikingly prominent. Seeing Xiao Qiang ensnared by the earthen bind, the others made no haste to attack. Xueying coiled her whip into twin serpentine arms and replied, "What nonsense. Should I betray Brother Bai merely because you saved me once? I am Brother Bai's loyal subordinate. His strength is unmatched. I obey his every command without question." Xiao Qiang shook his head, offering a wry, pitying smile. "Have you been brainwashed, or are you simply beyond reason? He used you as a human shield, yet you still pledge such unwavering fealty. Enough talk. Words mean nothing in the apocalypse. Power is law, might makes right. I'm stronger than you, so she follows me. You only killed that zombie thanks to that dagger of yours. Hand it over now." As Bai Lingfeng spoke, he drew a handgun and leveled it at Xiao Qiang. Having been knocked down earlier, the group hadn't witnessed Xiao Qiang's true movement speed. Upon rising, they'd only seen him repeatedly pierce the zombies' defenses with the bonespine dagger, leaving them largely ignorant of his actual capabilities. They merely recognized the dagger's extraordinary sharpness and coveted it, imagining the valuable resources it might fetch on the black market. "Ah, the law of strength. Very well. Let me show you who truly wears the crown." Even as he spoke, Xiao Qiang moved. With explosive force, he shattered the earthen bind, then surged forward, reaching Bai Lingfeng in an instant faster even than the level 4 zombie moments before. Bai Lingfeng recoiled in shock as Xiao Qiang loomed before him. Instinctively, he raised his gun hand, but Xiao Qiang was swifter, still seizing his wrist and wrenching the barrel downward. A crushing pressure locked Bai Lingfeng's arm in place. No matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not budge. With a sickening crack, Xiao Qiang snapped his wrist. The pistol clattered to the ground as Bai Lingfeng cried out in raw agony. Though Bai Lingfeng ranked as a level 5 strongman, he was crippled in a single blow, a stark testament to the overwhelming disparity between levels, a gap that widened exponentially the higher one ascended. Meanwhile, another human strongman, level 3, charged forward, raising his longsword in a lethal overhead strike aimed at Xiao Qiang's skull. Xiao Qiang sidestepped, effortlessly evading the blade entirely. In a blur of motion, he reappeared behind the level 3 warrior. The bonespine dagger traced a silent arc across his throat. Then the man collapsed, eyes wide with disbelief frozen on his face. Ding. Defeated 1 level 3 human strongman. Gained 10 experience points and 10 exchange credits. Reward 1 longsword, 1 pack of beef jerky. Ding dong. As this is your first human kill, you have unlocked the achievement First Blood. Reward 1 mid-tier sniper rifle, 1 skill fusion card. Before Xiao Qiang could react, Zhang Lu unleashed his signature technique, Earthen Bind, once more. Simultaneously, Xueying's thorned whip lashed toward him from the other side. This time, however, Xiao Qiang granted him no chance to bind him. With a powerful leap enhanced by his spring-loaded boots, he soared 5.6 meters into the air. Clutching the bonespine dagger, he lunged straight at Zhang Lu, only for Zhang Lu's body to erupt in earth, encasing him in a dense earthen armor reminiscent of Lin Bingyan's ice constructs. The dagger struck the armor, but only sent up a puff of dust, failing to pierce even a millimeter. Xiao Qiang marveled at the marvels of awakened abilities, then withdrew the dagger. From his system inventory, he summoned the Qianji umbrella, transforming it instantly into a spear, and drove it straight into the earthen fist Zhang Lu thrust forth. With a wet tearing sound, the Qianji umbrella pierced the earthen armor, skewered Zhang Lu's extended right arm, and punched clean through his torso. Zhang Lu convulsed twice in futile defiance, then collapsed lifeless. Strangely, his earthen armor dissolved gradually, revealing his unremarkable slack-jawed face. Ding. Defeated 1 level 3 awakened human. Gained 10 experience points and 10 exchange credits. Reward 500 grams of black gold mid-tier. Fortunately, he was only level 3. If he'd been stronger, he'd have become a grave threat. And fortunately, Xiao Qiang possessed the Qianji umbrella. Without it, that earthen armor alone would have posed a serious challenge. No sooner had Xiao Qiang finished with Zhang Lu than the roar of an engine cut through the silence. He turned, just in time to see Bai Lingfeng revving the car preparing to flee. Xiao Qiang felt a surge of contempt. Bai Lingfeng had instigated the attack, yet the moment he realized their combined strength couldn't match Xiao Qiang's, he abandoned his allies without hesitation. How does a man like this even become a squad leader? Truly, in this apocalypse, strength alone dictates sovereignty. Xiao Qiang mused, shaking his head where he stood. Ambush. Xiao Qiang refused to grant him escape. Instantly, he activated the ambush technique. Ding. Congratulations. Ambush proficiency increased by 1. Current rank novice, 17,100. Even as he spoke, Xiao Qiang materialized beside the vehicle door. In one fluid motion, he reached inside, seized Bai Lingfeng's hair, just as he stomped the accelerator, and yanked him violently from the seat, hurling him onto the asphalt roadside. Before Bai Lingfeng even hit the ground, Xiao Qiang stood over him. Qianji umbrella poised, its tip aimed directly at the fallen man's chest. Brother, spare me. Anything you want. I'll give it all to you. Bai Lingfeng pleaded, but his eyes darted frantically, flicking sideways, signaling desperately to someone behind Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang noted the furtive glance, but chose to ignore it entirely. With a swift, precise slash of the Qianji umbrella, he silenced Bai Lingfeng forever. Ding. Defeated 1 level 5 human strongman. Gained 300 experience points and 300 exchange credits. Reward 1 handgun, 1/0 exchange credits, 1 Blackwind base access card. Hardly had Xiao Qiang slain Bai Lingfeng when 2 thorned whips, launched from behind, slammed into his back, driving straight for his heart. With a clang, there was no sensation of thorns piercing flesh, but instead the sound of 2 metal objects colliding. Through Xiao Qiang's torn shirt, 2 golden metallic lock patterns were revealed. Xiao, standing behind him, was filled with confusion and panic upon hearing this. She never expected that her sharp thorn arms would fail to breach Xiao Qiang's upper body, even with a sneak attack. It turned out that Xiao Qiang was wearing a golden silk armor on his upper body, which he had obtained as a reward from the last upgrade. He had already noticed the 2's subtle movements, but deliberately refrained from dodging, wanting to test the defensive capabilities of the golden silk armor. In truth, this also stemmed from Xiao Qiang's confidence in his own strength. He was certain that even if the thorns managed to penetrate the golden silk armor, he could use his sudden strike technique to escape. Fortunately, as expected from system-produced equipment, this intermediate-grade armor was capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a level 3 superpowered being. I need to level up quickly. Once the level 2 shop is unlocked, I'll be able to purchase intermediate items, Xiao Qiang mused as he strode step by step toward Xiao. Xiao no longer dared to attack. Even the level 5 powerhouse Bai Lingfeng, whom she so admired, was utterly powerless against Xiao Qiang. As Xiao Qiang approached, Xiao trembled like a sieve, then fell to her knees with a thud. She begged incessantly. I was threatened by him too. I was just a working girl. When the apocalypse came, I met him. He not only raped me, but also forced me to join his team. As she spoke, she repeatedly cowed out. I was coerced by him. If I didn't obey, he would kill me. Please spare me, I beg you. Xiao continued to plead before Xiao Qiang, her face already streaked with tears like rain on pear blossoms. Seeing no reaction from him, she noticed he was merely staring at her. She suddenly tore off her vest, and her bare breasts sprang free unrestrained. She wasn't even wearing a bra. Xiao Qiang couldn't help but stare, his eyes fixed on the pale, voluptuous mounds that heaved and trembled with her sobs. Big brother, if you spare me, I'll be yours. Do with me as you please, she said, her curly hair now loose, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. As she spoke, Xiao crawled on her knees to Xiao Qiang, wrapped her arms around his right leg, and rubbed her breasts against his thigh. Her tear-filled eyes looked up at him full of supplication, a far cry from her earlier intimidating demeanor. Xiao Qiang swallowed hard at the sight, forcing himself to remain calm, but compassion had already stirred within him. Sigh, Xiao Qiang let out a long breath and stripped off his sport shirt. Seeing this, Xiao relaxed, ready to completely bare herself. By now dusk had fallen. The lingering rays of the setting sun cast a golden glow, a cool breeze brought a hint of refreshment, and the distant howls of zombies echoed in the air. Shuang closed her eyes, bracing for a storm of brutality. She felt a piece of clothing tossed onto her, then her hands were released as the leg she clung to withdrew. Opening her eyes, Shuang saw only Xiao Qiang's back clad in the golden silk armor. The sunset bathed him in a radiant yellow light. Put your clothes on. If you're willing, there's a Longshan base about 20 kilometers from here. You can go there to live. As he spoke, Xiao Qiang gripped his thousand mechanisms umbrella and walked forward slowly. Shuang watched his retreating figure, a sinister smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Her eyes were filled with ruthlessness, belying her earlier pitiful facade. In an instant, she transformed her arms into thorny whips and lashed out directly at Xiao Qiang's head. Yet Xiao Qiang simply vanished into thin air before Shui Ying's eyes. The whip struck only empty air. Turning away, Xiao Qiang continued walking. Having heard Shui Ying's story and seeing she was a woman, he had already decided to let her go. But unexpectedly, the sobbing behind him abruptly ceased, followed by two sounds of wind slicing through the air. Having been ambushed once, Xiao Qiang was all too familiar with what those sounds meant. He tilted his head slightly, letting out a helpless sigh. Why must it be this way? With that, he activated his sudden strike technique, instantly teleporting behind Shui Ying. Ding! Congratulations, host. Sudden strike, proficiency 1. Current level beginner. Proficiency 18100. Ding! Killed 1 level 3 superpowered human. Experience 10. Exchange points 10. Rewards obtained: steel helmet X1, a alcohol stove X1. Hearing the system prompts, Xiao Qiang plunged his spear directly into Shui Ying's back. She struggled twice before falling still. Xiao Qiang had no desire to listen to Shui Ying's honeyed words, nor to verify whether her story was true, nor to watch her weep and cling to his leg begging for mercy. All he knew was that in that moment Shui Ying had truly intended to kill him, and he had already given her 2 chances. If he were just an ordinary person without the system, he would likely be lying on the ground by now. He glanced at Shui Ying's body on the ground. Her unwilling eyes still stared upward, blood dripping onto her pale breasts, making them appear strikingly vivid against the street. Xiao Qiang didn't want to ponder whether his actions were right, nor did he dare to look at Shui Ying's corpse any longer. He covered her body with his discarded shirt, then turned and entered the clothing store. He changed into a t-shirt and picked out 2 more sets to keep in the car as spares. The sky was beginning to darken. Hearing the increasingly close sounds of the zombie horde, Xiao Qiang got into his pickup truck ready to leave. Although Xiao Qiang could see in the dark and night posed no hindrance to him, he still decided to find a place to rest and resume his journey during the day. Not daring to stay in the county center, Xiao Qiang planned to find a place to spend the night on the outskirts. Though Xiao Qiang was from Lutong County before the apocalypse, he had been a homebody who rarely visited the town, so he wasn't very familiar with the area. With his headlights on, Xiao Qiang drove along the county's outer ring road. Darkness was rapidly descending. The entire city without electricity was plunged into pitch black. The howls of zombies echoed in his ears, and gusts of cold wind made his skin crawl. Only now did Xiao Qiang understand why the system had assigned him the task of exploring alone. From the very moment the apocalypse broke out, Xiao Qiang had been with Wang Liang and Lin Bingyan. From the school at the start to spending the night in a supermarket to finally establishing a base, Xiao Qiang had always had companions by his side. The life at the base had been filled with warmth and comfort. Now traveling alone without a single person to talk to, with zombie threats all around, he truly experienced the horror of the apocalypse, the loneliness and fear of the darkness. Facing various threats alone, exploring aimlessly, and navigating the deceit among humans. This was what truly allowed a person to grow stronger in this post-apocalyptic world. The apocalypse was not about warmth, it was cruel, terrifying, with dangers lurking at every moment. On the pitch-black road, Xiao Qiang's pickup truck blazed 2 beams of light into the distance, like a solitary boat adrift on the vast ocean, strikingly conspicuous. With Xiao Qiang's eyesight, he naturally had no need for the headlights, but he felt too lonely. Keeping them on offered him some solace. Along the entire road, aside from the roar of Xiao Qiang's truck, there were only the incessant howls of zombies rising and falling. Occasionally a zombie would charge at Xiao Qiang's pickup, but he paid no heed, simply ramming into them and rolling over their bodies. Xiao Qiang's eyes were fixed on the surrounding buildings, searching for a suitable place to stay. The ordinary residential neighborhoods along the road were out of the question. Too many people lived there, and being close to the city center, it would be disastrous if they were surrounded in their sleep. Thus he drove on, analyzing as he went, until he reached the outskirts and spotted a residential complex far from the city center. Xiao Qiang recognized it as the county's renowned luxury complex, tranquil and secluded, built only in recent years through real estate development attracted by investment. Only high-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen could afford to live here. He drove straight into the complex, deciding to stay for the night. First, with fewer residents, there wouldn't be a large horde of zombies. Second, given its upscale nature, Xiao Qiang hoped there might be backup power supplies or the like. At the complex's entrance, the electric barrier arm lay across as usual. Xiao Qiang ignored it, knowing full well no one would raise it for him now, and no one would come out to stop him. Having decided to stay the night, Xiao Qiang simply drove his pickup through the barrier, crashing it open and entering the complex. From the right side of the security booth, 2 zombies in security uniforms darted out chasing after the vehicle. Xiao Qiang intentionally slowed down, observing the surrounding buildings as he drove. The environment here was indeed wonderful. A vast expanse of land held only 6 apartment buildings, and some villas, with the rest designed as scenic landscapes pleasing to the eye, and even an artificial lake at the complex's center. The rich really know how to enjoy themselves, Xiao Qiang thought as he parked his car at a central spot in the complex. It was central in name only, as each building was far apart, and the artificial lake nearby added to the tranquility. Getting out of the car, Xiao Qiang swiftly dispatched a few zombies that had followed the vehicle. By now, as long as Xiao Qiang wasn't trapped in a massive horde, these low-level zombies posed no threat to him at all. Ding killed 1 ordinary level 1 zombie, experience 2. Exchange points 2. Ding killed 1 ordinary level 1 zombie, experience 2. Exchange points 2. Listening to the prompts in his mind, Xiao Qiang looked up toward the building. Suddenly, he noticed a flicker of light on the 3rd floor and became alert. Is someone there? Anyone down there? A beam from a flashlight landed on Xiao Qiang's pickup, accompanied by a soft, crisp female voice. Xiao Qiang looked up and saw a woman at the 3rd floor window holding a flashlight and peering down. "I'm human, not a monster," he replied. "Come up quickly. I have food here," the woman called again. This was rather intriguing. Most people trapped in a building would first cry for help, wouldn't they? This woman was quite carefree, even telling him she had food. Before, Xiao Qiang would have felt a surge of goodwill toward her. But after the incident that afternoon, he remained cautious. Could this be a trick to lure him up, only to find a room full of scoundrels? "All right, I'm coming up," Xiao Qiang said as he pulled out his bone-spiked dagger, gripping it tightly, and headed upstairs. The building had 6 floors with only 1 household per floor. Even so, it was equipped with an elevator, though it was now out of service. Xiao Qiang reached the 3rd floor. The door was already open. Gripping his dagger, he slowly pushed the door open to find only a woman holding a flashlight standing behind it, smiling at him. At the doorway, Xiao Qiang immediately activated his eye identification function and scanned the woman leaning against the doorframe inside. Ding, ordinary human detected. The young woman before him wore a one-piece bodycon dress, a small cardigan over it, flesh-colored stockings on her legs, and a pair of indoor slippers on her feet. She wasn't tall, but the dress accentuated her curves, highlighting her figure. Her skin was very fair and well-maintained. She wasn't exactly pretty, but she exuded a soft, enchanting aura with a charm all her own. Seeing Xiao Qiang staring at her, the young woman showed no shyness. Instead, she pulled her cardigan down slightly, revealing her shoulder, deliberately flaunting her figure. "Come on, and afraid I might eat you. Keep staring, and those monsters will get in," she teased, glancing at the dagger in his hand and winking playfully. "All right." Xiao Qiang felt a bit embarrassed, shifting his gaze from her to the room. "Guess I've been too cautious. That afternoon incident made me jumpy. She's just an ordinary survivor. Even if there were others inside with my strength at level 7, even if I couldn't win, I could always escape. A woman kindly invites me in, and am holding a dagger. How rude." Thinking this, Xiao Qiang quickly sheathed his dagger, stepped inside, and gave her an apologetic smile. Looking around, the interior was lavishly decorated, covering over 200 square meters with 3 bedrooms. European-style sofas and luxurious furniture filled the space. The most striking feature was the carpet on the living room floor, exquisitely crafted and soft underfoot. This entire setup must have cost over $1 million. Before the apocalypse, Xiao Qiang figured he couldn't afford such a place even after a lifetime of work. Perhaps starved for human contact, the woman was very talkative, pulling Xiao Qiang to sit on the carpet and chattering away. Through their conversation, Xiao Qiang learned her name was Bai Lu, the mistress of a high-ranking city official. The official had bought this property for her, and she ran a beauty salon, though she rarely managed it herself, mostly living here. After the zombie outbreak, Bai Lu witnessed a zombie attack from her building. Fortunately, due to the sparse population, she encountered no danger, though the sight of wandering zombies below kept her from going downstairs. For the past 4 months, Bai Lu had lived alone. Luckily, she was naturally a homebody and had stored plenty of food, and since she ate little, she had managed to survive until now. "It's incredible. You've lived here alone for 4 months. How did you manage without electricity at night?" Xiao Qiang asked in disbelief after hearing her story. "Oh, I forgot to mention, I have a lot of candles stored, so I rarely use a flashlight," Bai Lu said, standing up and opening a side table drawer. Xiao Qiang glanced over and saw half a drawer full of red candles, with the other side containing small whips and similar items. Though he had never had a girlfriend, the internet was vast, and he knew the purpose of those tools. Flushing with embarrassment, he quickly averted his gaze. "Usually I only light 1 candle at night, but since you're here, I'll light 2 for you. By the way, you haven't told me about yourself. Bai Lu said, placing 2 candles on the coffee table, which bore traces of melted wax. With the 2 candles lit, the room brightened, and Xiao Qiang felt a bit more secure. I was a college student, now part of the Longshan base to the east. I'm out here scavenging for supplies. Xiao Qiang lied, unable to reveal he was following a system mission. Our college students are great. If my brother had studied harder, he'd be one too. But with the outbreak, who knows where he is now? Mentioning family, Bai Lu couldn't help but look sorrowful. Not good at comforting others, Xiao Qiang changed the subject. Bai Lu, do you have any water here? What do you eat? Noticing she lacked the stench of someone who hadn't bathed in a long time and even smelled faintly of shampoo, he asked out of curiosity. The city lost water and electricity 2 weeks after the outbreak, but this complex has its own backup systems. However, the electricity ran out a month ago, and the water is probably running low too, Bai Lu replied as she headed to the kitchen. Soon she emerged with an armful of food, cookies, canned fruit, and other non-perishable snacks. This is all I have left. The rest spoiled in the heat. Just make do. After you eat, you can take a cold shower, she said, placing the pile on the carpet. You've had a hard fight getting here. I can smell the blood on you, Bai Lu suddenly whispered, leaning close to his ear. By 8 in the evening, the entire county of Lutong was shrouded in pitch darkness. The drifting clouds overhead gradually veiled the moonlight, heralding an imminent downpour. In the green bamboo garden, the most luxurious residential complex in Lutong County, a 6-story building stood. Within a 3rd-floor unit, flickering light danced intermittently, casting an unusually conspicuous glow against the blackened night sky. Having finished speaking to Xiao Qiang, Bai Lu fetched a pair of men's slippers for him. Xiao Qiang sat cross-legged on the floor, watching Bai Lu lean close with her breath as fragrant as orchid. He licked his lips before replying. Oh, while scavenging supplies, I encountered quite a few zombies and fought my way through. Naturally, I reek of blood. A bath would be a godsend. Xiao Qiang felt a twinge of guilt. Though those men had intended to kill him, he still harbored a faint unease. By the way, sister Bai Lu, you haven't had hot pot in ages. How about I treat you tonight? Xiao Qiang glanced at the scattered snacks on the floor. Such was his nature. When others showed him even a modicum of kindness, he felt compelled to repay them 1,000-fold. Seeing Bai Lu not only offer her remaining food, but also allow him to use precious water for a bath, his goodwill toward her surged considerably. Before the apocalypse, Bai Lu had been another man's mistress, but in this new world, who cared about such things? Thus he resolved to treat her to a fine meal. Is that really okay? I'm sick of eating nothing but these snacks. Hot pot sounds wonderful, but natural gas has long run out and vegetables or lamb slices are out of the question. Bai Lu's mouth watered at the mention of hot pot. Of course it's possible. Just wait and see. I have everything in my car. They'll go fetch it now, Xiao Qiang said. In truth, he could retrieve these items directly from his system, including the alcohol stove head obtained after defeating Shuang. To keep Bai Lu unaware of his system and avoid tedious explanations, he made an excuse about fetching supplies from the car. Walking through the pitch-black corridor despite possessing night vision, Xiao Qiang found it unsettling to traverse the unlit stairwell alone at night. Moreover, activating his night vision didn't turn darkness into daylight, it only provided a view akin to a night vision scope. Li Ke's feline night vision worked similarly. The spacious, empty corridor held no clutter. Every exhale echoed back to him. The only sounds were his own footsteps descending the stairs and his breathing. Suppressing his fear, Xiao Qiang stepped out of the stairwell and let out a long breath. Only after months of killing zombies in the apocalypse could he muster the courage to traverse such darkness alone. Before the apocalypse, he had been a timid homebody who would have fled in terror. He realized he had underestimated the difficulty of venturing out alone. Thankfully, he had met Bai Lu tonight and now had a companion. As he emerged from the stairwell, a few wandering zombies detected the noise and charged at him. Without hesitation, Xiao Qiang found slaying them far easier than enduring that dark corridor alone. Ding! Killed a common level 1 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. Ding! Killed a common level 2 zombie. Experience 2, exchange points 2. For months into the apocalypse, level 2 zombies had become commonplace. Overall, the zombies seemed to evolve faster than humans. Of course, this might be due to their sheer numbers. After dispatching the zombies, Xiao Qiang glanced upward. As expected, Bai Lu stood by the window watching him. It seemed that in this apocalypse, everyone remained vigilant, not just him. To keep up the act, Xiao Qiang pretended to open the car door, sat inside, and summoned Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang, do you have a full hot pot set? Xiao Qiang asked. Yes. A proper dual flavor broth base plus 4 boxes of beef and lamb, 2 plates of greens, and 2 boxes of potato slices. All for just 600 exchange points. Isn't that a steal? Xiao Qiang rattled off, a hint of pride in its tone. 600 exchange points. Even though I have quite a few, that's still the equivalent of killing 300 level 1 zombies. Forget it. To treat Sister Bai Lu to a good meal, 600 it is. Xiao Qiang gritted his teeth. As Xiao Qiang exited the system, Xiao Qiang shook its head slightly, musing. Your overly generous and trusting nature in dealing with people. Will it be a blessing or a curse in this apocalypse? When he chose you, I wonder if you can complete the ultimate mission and save humanity. Of course, Xiao Qiang couldn't hear these musings, nor would he know who he referred to. Retrieving an alcohol stove from the system and pretending it came from the car, Xiao Qiang carried a large bag back to the third-floor apartment. Bai Lu had already prepared bowls and chopsticks along with 2 wine glasses arranged on the carpet. In the apocalypse, even the most expensive rug was just a piece of cloth. Once everything was ready, Bai Lu took out a bottle of red wine and poured some for Xiao Qiang. Thank you, Xiao Qiang. Let's have some wine. She handed him a glass. Not at all, Sister Bai Lu. I should thank you for taking me in, Xiao Qiang replied. Perhaps it was the long absence of hot pot, but they both ate with great relish, their bellies soon swelling. Outside, dark clouds gathered, and the wind rattled the windows. A torrential rain was on its way. Xiao Qiang wore only a pair of athletic shorts. Bai Lu stretched, and her stocking-clad foot accidentally brushed against his thigh. Feeling the silky sensation against his leg, Xiao Qiang shyly pulled back and cast an embarrassed glance at Bai Lu. Flushed from the wine, Bai Lu's fair cheeks glowed with a rosy hue. Beneath her fitted skirt, her chest heaved unsteadily. Steeling himself, Xiao Qiang said, Sister Bai Lu, why don't you come to our Longshan base? That would be wonderful, but with so many zombies in the county, can we make it through? Bai Lu readily agreed. No problem. We can drive through. But I need to stay in the county for a few more days, so we'll have to ask you to bear with it here. Once I'm done, I'll come pick you up. Xiao Qiang had wanted to take Bai Lu with him, but the system's mission required him to act alone. That's fine. I've already been here for 4 months. Just remember to take good care of your sister at the base. As she spoke, Bai Lu let down her hair and flashed a charming smile at Xiao Qiang, looking even more alluring. The people at our base are very kind. I have many friends there. Plus, we have plenty of weapons, so safety isn't an issue. Xiao Qiang avoided her gaze, focusing on the hot pot. You're a mutant, aren't you? Bai Lu suddenly asked, looking at him. A flash of lightning illuminated both their faces. Xiao Qiang saw a hint of a smile on Bai Lu's slightly flushed cheeks. Then a clap of thunder heralded the night's downpour. Raindrops as large as beans hammered against the windows, cooling the room. At the sound of thunder, Bai Lu moved closer to Xiao Qiang. I heard it from the New World broadcast. I saw how efficiently you killed those zombies just now, so I asked. Oh, I don't have any special abilities, just increased strength and speed. But Sister Bai Lu, you shouldn't let just anyone into your home. What if I were a bad person? Xiao Qiang cautioned her. But I know you're not a bad person. I'm a good judge of character. Bai Lu leaned close to his ear, her breath warm and fragrant. With that, Bai Lu stood up and walked toward the bathroom. Of course, if you want to do something naughty, your sister won't say no. She turned backhand on the doorframe and shot him a flirtatious glance. Before the apocalypse, Xiao Qiang had never experienced such temptation from a woman. Hearing her voice, so intoxicating it made his legs weak, a fire kindled in his lower abdomen. He quickly drank some water to suppress it. He got up to clean the remnants of their hot pot meal, then sat by the window, gazing blankly at the rain outside. June's weather was as capricious as a child's face. Though the day had been scorching under a blazing sun, by nightfall a sudden gale arose and rain began to fall. By the expansive window, Xiao Qiang sat watching the torrential rain relentlessly batter the glass, sending up splashes that fell to the ground, ceaselessly washing the earth. Hearing a stir behind him, he knew Bai Lu had finished her toilette. Xiao Qiang turned and greeted her. She had changed into a black sleep dress, so short it barely covered her most intimate parts, revealing her fair, shapely legs. Above, she wore a black lace camisole bearing much of her delicate shoulders. Her damp hair draped over her shoulders, exuding a fresh fragrance of shampoo. While drying her hair, she said to Xiao Qiang, "Go wash up, it'll cool you down." Xiao Qiang nodded, grabbed a set of clean clothes, and headed for the bathroom. The wealthy truly lived in luxury. The bathroom alone spanned over 50 square meters, its floor also covered in opulent carpet. Moreover, there was an oversized bathtub. Undressing, Xiao Qiang noticed Bai Lu's discarded clothes, including a black bra and an ultra-short pair of black panties. Blushing with shyness, he quickly averted his gaze and turned on the faucet. Without electric heating, only a cold shower was possible, but after his body had strengthened, such chill could no longer make him shiver. There was no denying it. After a day of combat, a bath was remarkably soothing. Emerging from the shower, Xiao Qiang saw that Bai Lu had already retired to her room. He extinguished the candles, chose a bedroom, and rested alone. Lying in bed, he entered the system to inspect the items he had acquired that afternoon. First, he took out the Mei Feng dagger intermediate. Its sharpness matched the bone spur dagger, the only difference being a plum blossom engraved on its blade. With an extra dagger in hand, Xiao Qiang decided to lend the bone spur dagger to Bai Lu temporarily for self-defense. Next, he retrieved the sniper rifle, a reward from his first human kill. The weapon was exceedingly long, measuring 1.3 meters, black with metallic patterns, all over, equipped with aiming apparatus and 100 rounds of ammunition. It was fortunate that Xiao Qiang had learned basic marksmanship otherwise he might not have known how to use the gun. He also had a skill fusion card from the achievement, so he read its description with curiosity. Skill fusion card. A basic item that fuses a basic skill with an intermediate skill, creating a new intermediate skill and adding 50 skill proficiency points. His only basic skill was Wolf Fang Staff Technique, while he had several intermediate ones. After much deliberation, Xiao Qiang decided to fuse it with Wandering Dragon Body Art. Ding! Wolf Fang Staff Technique and Wandering Dragon Body Art have fused successfully. You have obtained the intermediate technique Wolf Fang Step Intermediate, consuming 200 stamina per use, proficiency 81,100. Wolf Fang Step Intermediate, agile footwork, fierce staff strikes. The user can dodge while simultaneously attacking with the staff. He also obtained the Black Wind Base Access card, a base established in Lutong County named Black Wind Base, requiring their custom-made card for entry. That base seems so advanced with its own exclusive pass. This trip has truly broadened my horizons. I'll need to organize my own base properly when I return. Xiao Qiang couldn't help but grumble. Next, he examined the black gold he had looted and directly asked Xiao Qiang, what exactly is black gold? Explain it to me. Host, black gold is the bone of ordinary level 4 and above zombies, hard in texture and precise in density. It is the ideal material for crafting weapons and high-tech post-apocalyptic products. Xiao Qiang introduced it as if reciting an advertisement. And how does it compare to black gold? Xiao Qiang asked. Dark gold is the most precious material in the apocalypse, bar none. Rest assured, host, anything from this system is top tier. Compared to dark gold, black gold is utterly insignificant. Xiao Qiang raised his head proudly, looking at Xiao Qiang. Then I'm relieved. Even if they forge weapons from black gold, my 1000 mechanism umbrella will still be superior. That alone gives me an edge over them. Now check my stamina experience points and exchange points for me, Xiao Qiang said. No problem, host. Experience 7620200000, exchange points 54372, stamina 7002500. Everything else was fine, but stamina was too low. He couldn't even use his strongest crushing palm, and it would take 5 days to fully recover. As he mused, he exited the system, ready to sleep. There was truth to the saying that expensive furniture had its merits. Lying on the luxurious round bed, Xiao Qiang found it incredibly soft. Listening to the rain, which showed no sign of abating, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Whether from the alcohol or the fact that he had killed for the first time that day, Xiao Qiang felt unusually oppressed in his sleep, plagued by nightmares. In his dream, Shui Ying's face kept appearing before him, clutching his leg, her eyes brimming with tears, pleading for mercy, begging him to spare her life. Soon after, Bai Lingfeng's visage emerged, his face covered in torn, rotting flesh, his fingernails protruding like claws, a veritable zombie charging relentlessly at Xiao Qiang. Then suddenly Shui Ying's face turned pale, blood tears streaming from her eyes as she stood before him, hands gripping Xiao Qiang's throat, shouting, "Give me back my life! Give me back my life!" Shui Ying held the 1000 mechanism umbrella, pressing her hand against her wounded chest, blood frothing from her mouth, her face full of reproach, asking why he had to kill her. In his nightmare, scenes shifted endlessly, making his sleep unbearably oppressive and terrifying. He gasped for breath, mouth wide open, uttering his face drenched in sweat. Xiao Qiang was in extreme agony, overwhelmed by a suffocating sense of dread. Suddenly, he felt a softness upon his body, and his legs seemed to be caressed and entwined by something smooth. A hand took his and placed it on her body. Lips gently approached his ear, and he caught a fragrant scent as a soft voice whispered, "Don't be afraid, big sister is here." Bai Lu slowly removed his clothes, revealing the golden silk armor on his torso. "Take this off," she said. Half asleep, Xiao Qiang heard her words and unfastened the golden silk armor, pushing it aside. He turned over, releasing his pent-up pressure. Outside, the rain gradually subsided, turning into a light patter. Inside, heavy sounds echoed as if the two were tireless. Coming to his senses, Xiao Qiang felt ashamed. Seeing Bai Lu with her back to him, he didn't know what to say. "I don't know what you've been through, but even before the apocalypse, self-defense would have led to a lighter sentence. Moreover, this is the end of the world. I believe you are a good person. If you think you're on the right path, don't mind others' opinions, and don't doubt your own decisions lest you breed inner demons." Sitting on the edge of the bed, Bai Lu spoke slowly as she dressed. It turned out that his sleep-talking had revealed the gist of what had happened. And these words seemed as much for herself as for him. 5 years ago, Bai Lu and her younger brother arrived in the county after losing their parents. Both were rural children lacking connections and education, yet Bai Lu felt a deep sense of responsibility for her brother. With meager wages that barely covered her brother's tuition, Bai Lu scrimped and saved, not daring to dream of using cosmetics, but even so, life remained exceedingly difficult. Understanding and caring, her brother secretly dropped out of school to work, and when Bai Lu learned of this, she was helpless as the college entrance exam had already passed. She could only agree to his decision. One day her brother suddenly fell gravely ill, and in her struggle to gather funds, Bai Lu fortuitously encountered a high-ranking official, perhaps moved by her simplicity and kindness, or perhaps wishing to accumulate virtue. The official not only provided money to help treat her brother, but also sponsored her dream of opening a beauty salon. Yet the official was quite old and could not offer much support in that regard. He had some peculiar preferences. Bai Lu was grateful for the official's past kindness and did her best to satisfy him, though their interactions were limited, resembling more of an age-disparate friendship. However, outsiders who did not understand labeled Bai Lu as a mistress, secretly deriding her as a seductress. What hurt her most was that even her brother did not understand her, and after a loud argument, he left to work alone. After a rainy night, their relationship seemed to draw closer, and Bai Lu opened her heart to share her experiences with Xiao Qiang. Waking up in the morning a fatigued Xiao Qiang slept in until noon, sunlight streaming gently onto his face as he rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up. Seeing a hint of red on the bed, Xiao Qiang was momentarily taken aback. Even as a homebody, he understood what that color signified. Finally awake, you really can sleep. Hurry up, I made some noodles, Bai Lu called out as she peeked in, noticing his daze. Today Bai Lu wore jeans and a white t-shirt, her hair tied back in a ponytail, looking clean and sharp like a professional woman. As she spoke, Bai Lu smiled gently at Xiao Qiang and walked outside, her voice echoing back. Don't worry, you're not my type. I prefer more mature men, so I won't hinder your dating life. Xiao Qiang felt that Bai Lu was always considerate, as if she could see through his thoughts and offer the most appropriate comfort. Having dressed and feeling tired from the night before, Xiao Qiang's appetite surged as he looked at the noodles Bai Lu had cooked on the alcohol stove. Bai Lu's words eased the awkwardness between them. Emotionally intelligent people like her naturally made others feel comfortable in their presence. Sister Bai Lu, I'll be leaving this afternoon. You stay here for a few days, and when I return to the base, I'll come to pick you up. Okay, but be careful. If possible, please find out about my brother. His name is Bai Chuan, and he is around your age. At least it's not Bai Lingfeng. If it were him, it would truly be a tragic fate. Xiao Qiang sighed in relief, thinking to himself. But with how kind Sister Bai Lu is, and how sinister and cruel Bai Lingfeng is, how could they possibly be biological siblings? I must be overthinking it. No problem, Sister Bai Lu. By the way, let me give you something to keep safe, Xiao Qiang said, turning to walk back inside. Returning inside, Xiao Qiang took items from his system, pretending to have retrieved them from the room as he walked out. The system was Xiao Qiang's greatest asset, so even with the closest people he had to keep secrets, as explaining would be quite troublesome. The 3 items he brought out were a golden silk armor, a bone-piercing dagger, a handgun, and 20 rounds of ammunition. Sister Bai Lu, keep these safe, just in case. All right, but I don't know how to use this handgun, Bai Lu said with a smile, looking at Xiao Qiang. Next, Xiao Qiang spent nearly half an hour teaching Bai Lu how to shoot. It must be said that some things indeed require talent. Bai Lu was not particularly interested in firearms, and only managed to learn how to use it without injuring herself. After tidying everything up, he retrieved enough food for a week from the system, and reluctantly bid farewell to Bai Lu. Before leaving the community, Xiao Qiang honked his horn while driving around to attract more zombies, drawing them out of the neighborhood. Bai Lu, leaning against the window, could clearly see this and understood Xiao Qiang's intentions. You truly are quite charming, even I am drawn to you, Xiao Qiang thought to himself as he looked at the group of zombies chasing behind his car after leaving the community. Wolf Fang Step, Xiao Qiang gripped his 1000-mechanism umbrella and executed the newly combined technique. Ding! Wolf Fang Step proficiency increased by 1 proficiency at 82,100. Like a fierce azure beast, he fought with ease, weaving through the horde of zombies, while swinging his umbrella, causing them to fall one after another. Ding! Killed a normal level 1 zombie, experience 2, exchange points 2. Ding! Killed a normal level 2 zombie, experience 2, exchange points 2. In less than half an hour, over 100 zombies lay in pools of blood, all felled by Xiao Qiang's fierce attacks. Sitting in the car, Xiao Qiang reflected that the fusion card was quite effective. He had initially thought its greatest benefit was increasing proficiency by 50, but the resulting technique was also remarkably practical and powerful. It seemed that even among intermediate techniques there were distinctions. After losing his target, Xiao Qiang felt aimless, experiencing a bit of confusion in this desolate ruin. If I had known, I would have stayed with Sister Bai Lu for another night. But what could I have done for another night? I still have tasks to complete. Xiao Qiang's personality was such that the kinder others were to him, the more he feared disappointing them. Thinking of his task, Xiao Qiang felt some melancholy. He had been wandering in Lutong County for most of the day, unsure when he would complete his mission. It seemed time to search for the Black Wind base, which could also help him inquire about Bai Lu's brother. Resolute in his decision, Xiao Qiang got into his car, uncertain of the exact location of the Black Wind base, and began to roam the streets of the county. Xiao Qiang drove along the road, uncertain of the location of the Black Wind base. He decided to treat the journey as a leveling opportunity, driving slowly and engaging small hordes of zombies to hone his combat instincts while accumulating experience. The number of zombies in Lutong County was not only greater, but also of higher quality than in the village. Within half a day, Xiao Qiang encountered 1 level 4 zombie and 2 zombie beasts. Thanks to his improved level, he managed to handle them with ease. Ding killed a common level 2 zombie experience points 2, exchange points 2. Ding killed a common level 3 zombie beast experience points 200, exchange points 200. Consequently, his experience and exchange points steadily rose, with the former nearing 10,000. When faced with massive zombie hordes, he detoured, aware that even his strength could not withstand an ocean of the undead. As dusk fell, Xiao Qiang arrived at a 10-story office building and decided to stay there for the night. Stowing his 1,000-mechanism umbrella, he gripped his Meifeng dagger and ventured inside. The building's door was already ajar, with shattered glass scattered across the floor. Xiao Qiang entered cautiously, wary of any zombies that might suddenly emerge. The building had numerous rooms, all with glass doors offering a clear view. The first floor was empty, but he opted to ascend to the 4th or 5th floor for the night. Higher up, the air grew thick with the stench of decay and blood. The floor was littered with overturned desks and scattered papers. It was evident how chaotic the zombie outbreak had been. Just as he stepped onto the 3rd floor, a zombie in work clothes lunged at him with elongated claws. Xiao Qiang sidestepped, evading the attack. He activated his eye of identification. Ding detected a common level 4 zombie. Xiao Qiang fixed his gaze on the female zombie, whose former face was still faintly discernible. With a howl, the zombie attacked, first moving swiftly with extended claws aimed at Xiao Qiang. He leaped lightly onto the stairs. Then he vaulted high into the air, soaring over the zombie's head. Without turning, he swung his dagger backward. The level 4 zombie's reaction was equally fast. Its hardened claws clashed with the blade, producing a sharp clang. Xiao Qiang refrained from using his martial skills, wanting to test his ability to fight without them. Besides, his energy points had dwindled to just 200. After dozens of exchanges, he realized the dagger alone was insufficient. With a few swift strikes, he forced the zombie back, then drew his 1,000-mechanism umbrella and aimed it at the foe. Wielding the umbrella, Xiao Qiang's aura shifted dramatically. He pushed his speed to the limit, launching a relentless assault on the zombie. Soon the zombie's body was riddled with holes, dark blood oozing out, making it resemble a bloody gourd. Xiao Qiang felt a wave of disgust, and the approaching footsteps of other zombies grew louder. All right, time to end this. With that thought, he surged forward, rolling his body and sweeping the 1,000-mechanism umbrella in a powerful arc that slammed into the zombie's legs, deforming them under the force. The zombie's forward momentum was broken, and it crashed face first to the ground. Xiao Qiang rose, turned, and with a light flick of the umbrella sliced through its neck. Ding killed a common level 4 zombie experience points 700, exchange points 1,500. Obtained 10 smoke grenades. With the level 4 zombie, dealt with the lower level ones were far easier. Xiao Qiang, wielding his umbrella, ascended to the 5th floor and decided to stay there for the night. To ensure an undisturbed sleep, he climbed 3 more floors to clear the zombies, and for extra caution, searched every office on the 5th floor. By then, night had fallen, and the entire building was pitch black. Xiao Qiang selected an office near a window, offering a view of the street outside. The room was spacious, likely a boss office, and boasted a bed. He dragged a solid wooden desk to block the door, lit a candle, and a warm glow filled the space. Despite his night vision, Xiao Qiang cherished this warm light at night, which gave him a sense of security. After an exhausting afternoon, he exchanged points for rice and several dishes from the system, enjoying a hearty meal. The system was indeed miraculous. For exchange points, he could obtain these foods, which were delicious and freshly warm. This was the first night since the apocalypse that Xiao Qiang had spent alone outside. The building had no electricity, and there was no one to talk to. Bored, he lay in bed thinking of the base. He wondered how Lin Bingyin and the others were faring. With so many guns, safety shouldn't be an issue unless faced with a massive horde. Before his departure, Wang Liang and the others were preparing to cultivate more land and even build a wall. Perhaps they would have a surprise for him upon his return. He also thought of Bai Lu and the ecstasy of the previous night. She was such a kind person. If possible, he must help her find her brother. Listening to the distant howls of zombies and weary from the afternoon's exertion, Xiao Qiang soon fell asleep. In the early hours, he was awakened by the sounds of a struggle. Xiao Qiang rose cautiously, moving to the window and peering downward. Though he was on the 5th floor, his vision had been greatly enhanced by the system, allowing him to see with remarkable clarity. Below on the street, 4 individuals stood locked in a standoff, each brandishing a weapon. 3 of them formed a semicircle, trapping the remaining one in the center. To get a better view, Xiao Qiang descended to the 3rd floor, crouching by the window to observe the group below. By now, the fight had erupted. The besieged man around Xiao Qiang's age was handsome, with a slender build, clad in a black tracksuit. He wielded 2 ordinary iron long swords with such ferocity that they whistled through the air. Were it not for the glaring red wound on his chest, he would not have been cornered by the trio. Xiao Qiang activated his eye identification function and swept his gaze over them. Ding discovered a level 6 enhanced human. Level 6, the highest level human Xiao Qiang had encountered so far. No wonder the man had held out so long against 3 opponents. In comparison, Xiao Qiang couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Even with the system's aid, he was merely 1 level higher than this man. He scanned the other 3 1 level 5 enhanced, 1 level 4 enhanced, and 1 level 3 ability user. The level 3 ability user appeared to employ a wood-based technique, constantly conjuring branches from the ground to attack the besieged man. Lin Fei stopped struggling. We've chased you all night. Surrender, and our boss who values talent might even make you a squad leader. The level 5 enhanced, apparently the trio's leader, pointed his axe at Lin Fei as he spoke. Dream on. With all the vile deeds your Blackwind base has done, you think I'd join you? Not a chance. Every one of your men I see I kill, Lin Fei retorted. The fierce battle and blood loss had left his face ghastly pale, yet it only accentuated his striking celebrity-like features. As he spoke, his chest heaved violently, and he gasped for breath. Blackwind base. So these were people from Blackwind base. Xiao Qiang had been searching for their location, and now he had stumbled upon them. If you're asking for trouble. Strong as you are, you're no match for our boss. Stealing our supplies alone is enough reason to kill you, and tonight, you've taken out more of our men. If the boss weren't keen on your strength, that wound on your chest wouldn't be the only one, the leader snarled. Ha ha, ridiculous. Allying with you is no different from siding with those monsters. With all the atrocities you've committed, even in the apocalypse, you still oppress innocent people. They'll kill every one of you I see. Lin Fei appeared to be losing strength, his breathing growing more ragged as he addressed them. Xiao Qiang had long heard of Blackwind base's infamy. There were refugees from there in his own base, and it was clear their actions were beyond reprehensible. It was time to rid the world of such a scourge. Lin Fei, however, seemed a man of justice. He had likely stolen supplies from Blackwind base, prompting the pursuit. Watching him, Xiao Qiang felt a surge of admiration and a desire to recruit him. He decided to intervene. Attack. At the leader's command, the 3 launched an assault on Lin Fei. Observing the fight, Xiao Qiang noticed that Lin Fei bore more than just the chest wound. His back was covered in cuts from various weapons, but the chest injury was the most severe. Under the relentless barrage of attacks, and with his wounds bleeding profusely, Lin Fei was hard-pressed and barely holding on. Yet Xiao Qiang could see that Lin Fei had solid fundamentals. His swordplay was fierce, his footwork agile. Had his chest wound not been so deep, he could have escaped even if he couldn't defeat the trio. With a sharp sound as Lin Fei parried the level 5 enhanced attack, the level 4 enhanced struck him from behind, slashing across his back. Wincing in pain, Lin Fei reacted swiftly, reversing his grip on the sword and slashing backward fiercely. The level 4 enhanced arm flew through the air. With a cry of agony, the level 4 enhanced collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. But Lin Fei was not much better off. He was growing dizzy, his movements slowing considerably. Lin Fei bit down hard on his lip, forcing himself to stay conscious. With a sharp bang, a branch materialized out of thin air behind Lin Fei, striking him squarely and sending him flying. Seeing the dire situation, Xiao Qiang realized that if he didn't intervene now, Lin Fei would likely be beaten to death by the group. However, Xiao Qiang had no intention of confronting them directly. He retrieved 2 smoke grenades from his system and hurled them toward the group. The level 5 Powerhouse reacted swiftly, hearing the whistle of the wind and deflecting 1 smoke grenade with his axe. Yet the other rolled to the feet of the group. As the smoke billowed, Xiao Qiang leaped down from the 3rd floor. With his jumping boots, such a height was trivial for him. Upon landing, Xiao Qiang sprinted at full speed toward the spot where Lin Fei had fallen. He helped Lin Fei up, hoisted him onto his back, and turned the corner of the street. When the smoke gradually cleared, the group looked around, but found no trace of Lin Fei. Frustrated and furious, they had no idea where to pursue the sudden rescuer. Carrying Lin Fei, Xiao Qiang turned several corners. Seeing no one following, he slowed his pace. Hey, thanks, but put me down. I can walk on my own. Lin Fei, lying weakly on Xiao Qiang's back, spoke in a feeble voice. Hearing this, Xiao Qiang stepped into a nearby shop and set Lin Fei down. Xiao Tsong, hurry and get me a healing potion to stop the bleeding. Xiao Qiang summoned Xiao Tsong urgently as soon as he set Lin Fei down. Of course, in this situation, we have a blood clotting pill and a recovery water. Which one does the host prefer? Xiao Tsong listed directly to Xiao Qiang. Whichever is more effective. A life is at stake, Xiao Qiang said. Then the recovery water, it is costing 200 exchange points. Xiao Tsong had already presented the recovery water to Xiao Qiang. This is the medicine. Drink it, Xiao Qiang said, handing the recovery water to Lin Fei. Without suspicion, Lin Fei took the recovery water and gulped it down in one go. Then his wounds began to slowly close and scab over at a visible rate. Lin Fei flexed his hands, feeling much lighter, though his face remained pale from blood loss. Thanks, he'll repay this debt. What's your name? Lin Fei's expression was stubborn, clearly unwilling to owe anyone a favor. No need for thanks. It's everyone's duty to help the wronged and draw a sword to aid. Just call me Xiao Qiang, Xiao Qiang replied, while keeping an eye on the surroundings. Lin Fei nodded and said, your medicine is quite effective, the wounds healed so fast. Of course it cost me 200 exchange points. Xiao Qiang couldn't help but purse his lips, lamenting that his 200 points had been swallowed by Lin Fei in one gulp, leaving nothing behind. By the way, do you know where the Black Wind base is? Xiao Qiang asked. The Black Wind base. Why are you going there? Are you planning to join them too? Hearing the name Black Wind base, Lin Fei grew wary, his tone sharpening. I'm looking for someone. A friend's younger brother might be there. Besides, I have no interest in joining the Black Wind base. I have my own base. Do you know Bai Chuan? Xiao Qiang inquired. Lin Fei thought for a moment, then shook his head, indicating he didn't. The people from the Black Wind base aren't good folks. If you're going there, you'd better be careful, Lin Fei warned. Mum'll be careful, Xiao Qiang nodded. All right, the Black Wind base is located in the factory area to the south, but you need a pass to enter or exit. Lin Fei gave Xiao Qiang the location. Is this it? Xiao Qiang said, holding up the pass he had. I took this from one of their base members. Seeing Lin Fei nod, Xiao Qiang prepared to take his leave. He could tell that Lin Fei was a proud and stubborn person, forcing him to join now would likely backfire. After all he had said, he would repay the favor, so there would surely be another chance to meet. Sure enough, when Xiao Qiang bid farewell, Lin Fei confirmed again whether he was really going to the Black Wind base, apparently intending to seek him out once his injuries improved. Emerging from the small hut, Xiao Qiang did not return to retrieve his own pickup truck, but instead selected a car with keys left inside from the roadside. If there was one advantage in this apocalypse, it was the abundance of goods scattered across the streets. Yours for the taking, provided you dared to risk the threat of zombies. Following Lin Fei's directions, Xiao Qiang did his best to bypass the zombies as he headed south. As Lutong County was rich in mineral resources, numerous steel and iron factories had sprung up, most of which were concentrated in the southern part of the county. This had also spurred commercial development in the surrounding areas, including red light districts and restaurants. The county was not large, and even with the detour it took Xiao Qiang only half an hour to catch sight of the factory area in the distance. He parked the car far away and proceeded on foot toward the factory. Gazing at the high surrounding walls, Xiao Qiang felt that using this place as a base was indeed a wise choice. Approaching closer, Xiao Qiang noticed the walls were daubed with various words and chaotic graffiti in paint. Near the entrance, the words Black Wind Base were scrawled crookedly in large characters. Xiao Qiang hid behind a building, pondering how best to enter. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first stage of the mission to occupy Lutong County, exploring the county alone. Mission success. Reward: Intermediate Martial Art Upgrade Card, Intermediate Minor Yuan Defense Pill, Intermediate Invisibility Talisman. It seemed the key to this first stage was locating the Black Wind Base. The moment he scouted this place, the mission was accomplished. Ding! New mission released. Second stage of occupying Lutong County, stop the evil deeds of the Black Wind Base. Mission success. Reward: Intermediate Martial Art Fusion Card, Intermediate Autumn Water Blade, Intermediate Disguise Pill. Immediately after, the second mission appeared in Xiao Qiang's mind. Upon seeing the second stage mission, Xiao Qiang understood that conflict with the Black Wind Base was inevitable. Even without the mission, he would have clashed with them. Possessing the system in this apocalypse, how could he tolerate a base that oppressed the common people? He had to act against injustice when he saw it. Otherwise, he would be unworthy of his protagonist's halo. With this thought, Xiao Qiang retrieved the items obtained from the mission, intending to bolster his strength before venturing into the Black Wind Base. Intermediate Martial Art Upgrade Card upgrades a basic skill to an intermediate level. Intermediate Invisibility Talisman renders the user invisible for up to 1 hour, undetectable by awakened individuals below level 5. Intermediate Minor Yuan Defense Pill withstands a full force strike from an awakened individual below level 5. It activates automatically when the host sustains a fatal injury. Xiao Qiang planned to upgrade his basic marksmanship. After acquiring the sniper rifle, his basic skill could no longer meet the demands of using it effectively. Moreover, after the upgrade, he could find a high vantage point and take shots without even showing his face, an essential tool for ambushing enemies. Ding! Basic marksmanship upgraded successfully to intermediate marksmanship. After the upgrade, Xiao Qiang considered the invisibility talisman. With an hour of invisibility, his solo infiltration of the base gained another layer of security. However, Xiao Qiang did not intend to use it immediately, as he had already devised a plan to enter the Black Wind Base. The greatest gain this time was the Minor Yuan Defense Pill, which could block a strike from an awakened individual below level 5. Its automatic activation saved him the trouble of consuming it manually. Still, he doubted the Black Wind Base had any awakened level experts. After reviewing the rewards, Xiao Qiang smeared some dust on his face before walking toward the factory gate. When he was about 10 meters away, 2 youths with dyed yellow hair emerged from the factory, each holding a machine gun. Seeing that Xiao Qiang was alone, they immediately raised their noses arrogantly and pointed their guns at him. One of them spoke, "Stop. Name, pass level, and what are you doing here?" Xiao Qiang planned to play the fool and act weak. Trembling and cautious, he dared not meet the gaze of the two yellow-haired men. He said, "Brothers, my name is Zhang Wei. Here is my pass. I'm just an ordinary guy. I came to exchange for some food and find a place to stay." As he spoke, Xiao Qiang stepped forward and handed over his pass. While the yellow-haired man took the pass, Xiao Qiang activated his dual-eye recognition function, scanning the two men. Both were ordinary humans, clearly just a couple of petty thugs. "What are you going in to trade?" The yellow-haired man's tone grew more arrogant after seeing Xiao Qiang's timid demeanor. "I was part of a hunting team, but our leader and everyone else perished while killing a zombie. Fortunately, that zombie died too, so I scavenged some black gold hoping to make a living here." Xiao Qiang fabricated an excuse as he spoke. "Black gold? Oh, which boss were you with?" The yellow-haired man remained cautious. "Our boss was by Lingfeng. It was thanks to our sister Shuiying's efforts that we killed that zombie." Xiao Qiang borrowed by Lingfeng's name again. "Oh, no wonder I haven't seen Brother Bai around these past 2 days. Forget it, I know him well, so you can go in. But I've never seen you before when Brother Bai came." The yellow-haired man said, "I just started following Brother Bai recently and have never been to Haifeng Base. Brother, I'm new here. Please take care of me. What should I call you?" As he spoke, Xiao Qiang exchanged a pack of cigarettes from his system and handed it to the yellow-haired man. Seeing the cigarettes, the yellow-haired man's eyes gleamed with craving. As a low-level lackey in this post-apocalyptic world, he naturally couldn't obtain cigarettes. "You're quite savvy. I'm Qin Yuan. From now on, I'll have your back. Stick with me. Our boss, Brother Lu, carries considerable weight in Haifeng Base." The yellow-haired man took the cigarettes, lit one, and smoked it with relish. "It's just my shift change. You're a lucky kid. Come on, I'll take you around inside." Qin Yuan put his arm around Xiao Qiang's shoulder, handed over his duties to someone nearby, and headed into the base. Indeed, even in this apocalypse, money made things easier. "Brother Qin, how much can this black gold get me?" Xiao Qiang asked while observing his surroundings. This place was originally a steel mill, now long abandoned. The base's entrance parking lot was cluttered with various vehicles. Further inside, remnants of steel structures and conveyor belts could be seen. Residents of the base moved building materials along the road, their faces gaunt and clothes tattered. "You've hit the jackpot, kid. This black gold only comes from level 4 ordinary zombies. It can get you a lot of food and here even a decent place to live. But with your strength, I don't know if you can keep these things without getting bullied," Qin Yuan said. Xiao Qiang naturally understood Qin Yuan's implication. He didn't care about the black gold's value, but he had to play along. "Then I'll rely on Brother Qin's care. I'm willing to give 70 of whatever the black gold trades for. By the way, how safe is this base? No zombies suddenly popping up, right?" Qin Yuan, flattered by Xiao Qiang's deference, said, "Let me tell you, with me looking out for you, you can rest easy in this base. As for security, that's even less of a concern. Our direct boss, Brother Lu, is the third in command, here a level 6 ability user. The second in command is Master Su, a mysterious figure who joined us after the apocalypse broke out. They say his cultivation has reached the level of a level 7 powerhouse. Not only that, but we also have 6 team leaders with abilities ranging from level 3 to level 5. As he spoke, Qin Yuan stopped and pulled out a cigarette. Xiao Qiang, quick-witted, took out a lighter and lit it for him. The yellow-haired man, pleased, looked at Xiao Qiang with satisfaction and boasted, "As for our leader, he's even more formidable. His name is Lu Bai, and his ability level has reached level 8. Ability level 8. Xiao Qiang exclaimed in surprise. He realized he had been living in a well, staying at the base for 2 months without venturing out to kill zombies. He hadn't expected others to have reached such heights. Even with his system, he had been surpassed in level. He truly needed to work harder. It was also thanks to the system's mission that he had left the base alone to see the outside world recognize his shortcomings and not grow too complacent within the base. But a person's true strength couldn't be measured solely by level. With his 1,000 mechanisms, umbrella, various techniques and potions, and most importantly his system, Xiao Qiang's overall strength could rival even a level 9 powerhouse. That's right, our boss' strength is renowned. Even the military base in the city came to discuss matters with us today, so there's no need to worry about security. You came at a good time. There's an extra meal at noon, and you can see the base's security has been beefed up today." The yellow-haired man, seeing Xiao Qiang's astonishment, grew even more smug and boasted. Xiao Qiang observed the patrolling men armed with weapons, their appearances varied and hair dyed in different colors, clearly a group of petty thugs. Moreover, some civilians were constantly hauling ammunition and construction materials. Among these people were men and women, even a few children around 10 years old, all appearing exhausted and malnourished. With a sudden thud, one of the children, too weak to carry the heavy sack of stone, collided directly into a burly man nearby. The burly man, angered by the collision, turned around and raised his gun to strike the boy. Xiao Qiang, quick-eyed and swift-handed, stepped in front of the boy and the rifle, but landed heavily on his back. The man, enraged that Xiao Qiang had blocked his attack, raised his rifle again to smash it down on Xiao Qiang's head. Brother Xue, this is my little brother. He follows Brother Lu and just arrived today. My sincerest apologies for offending you. Apologize to Brother Xue at once. Seeing the man about to strike Xiao Qiang again, the blonde Chen Yuan quickly intervened, pulling out a cigarette and offering it with a fawning smile. Given Xiao Qiang's current physical condition, the blow was of no consequence, but he had to play his part fully. Xiao Qiang feigned great pain, bending over and muttering submissively, "I'm sorry, Brother Xue. I'm new here and offended you. My apologies." Simultaneously, Xiao Qiang sized up the man before him, a thick beard on his chin, a scar on his face, short and stout, with a menacing demeanor. "Keep your eyes peeled from now on. If you're this careless again, I'll snap your arm off," the man said, glaring at Xiao Qiang, revealing yellowed teeth as he blew out a smoke ring before walking away. "Take care, Brother Xue." The blonde Chen Yuan repeatedly nodded in deference. Xiao Qiang helped the boy up, retrieved a large ham from his system, secretly handed it to him, patted his head, and whispered, "Go on, be careful." "Thank you, big brother." The boy hid the ham, hoisted the sack, and resumed his work. "That's the leader of our third group, Xiao Qiang. He's hot-tempered and irritable, in charge of supervising these workers. Better not cross him. You're lucky to have run into me when you came in, or you'd have had your arm broken by now," Chen Yuan said, seeking credit. Xiao Qiang watched Xiao Qiang's retreating figure, thinking to himself, "Once I've investigated thoroughly, he'll break his arm first. How can he just hit people? And why make such a young child do such heavy work?" Xiao Qiang inquired. "Come on, let's walk and talk," the blonde Chen Yuan said, seeming to take pride in the conversation as he put an arm around Xiao Qiang's shoulder and continued forward. "Let me tell you, it's the apocalypse now. Whoever is stronger calls the shots. If these civilians don't stay in the base, they'll be eaten by zombies outside. Conveniently, we need some walls repaired and odd jobs like hauling done, so we put them to work. Of course, they get the smallest share of the supplies. And between you and me, we're about to partner with the city on a project. These weapons are their down payment. You made the right call following me. We even get a couple of girls once in a while for some fun. The boss has it easy. He pretty much takes whoever catches his eye," Chen Yuan said. Listening to him, Xiao Qiang couldn't suppress his anger. This was no different from treating people like slaves. They did the hardest labor, but couldn't even get enough to eat every day. If zombies broke in, these people probably wouldn't care about their lives. However, Xiao Qiang grew suspicious about the project Chen Yuan mentioned, and suppressing his rage, asked about it. "What project, Brother Chen?" "It's the apocalypse. What's there to do?" Xiao Qiang asked. "I don't know the details, but I heard it involves the M Corporation. See those construction materials they're hauling? They're for a new warehouse," Chen Yuan said. Chen Yuan was rather straightforward. He answered Xiao Qiang's questions without reservation, even with a hint of boastfulness. "See that office building? That's where our boss lives. These shabby factory houses are where the civilians stay. Since you just got here, you'll bunk here tonight. Tomorrow, I'll talk to Brother Lu, and you can move into the quarters below the office building right next to me. Much better than this dump." The blonde Chen Yuan, arm around Xiao Qiang's shoulder, spoke with a show of care. "Brother Chen is truly formidable, and am grateful for your patronage." Xiao Qiang forced out a compliment. As they spoke, the two arrived at a warehouse-like building, its defenses noticeably stronger than elsewhere. Nearby stood numerous armed men, some sitting, some squatting, clustered in groups of 3 to 5 on the ground, smoking and chatting in complete disorder. As Xiao Qiang approached, they cast sidelong glances at him. The yellow-haired man led Xiao Qiang into the building, where shelves were stocked with an array of food. In an adjacent room, people were steadily transporting firearms and ammunition. A table was placed near the door. The yellow-haired man walked over respectfully. "Brother Qi, this friend of mine, is here to trade for some supplies." The man called Qi sat behind the table, too lazy to even lift his eyelids. Crossing his legs, he replied, "Trade for what?" "Brother Qi, I have 500 grams of black gold, and hope to exchange it for some food." Xiao Qiang cut in. "Black gold?" At the mention of black gold, a flicker of surprise crossed Qi's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Looking up at Xiao Qiang, he said, 500 grams of black gold. Give him half a case of ham sausages." Brother Qi were with Brother Lu. "This stuff has a share for him too." The yellow-haired man hastily offered a cigarette and whispered, "Since you're with Brother Lu, give him another case of canned food, a bag of rice, and 5 packs of cigarettes." Qi added after hearing this. Xiao Qiang had no idea of the value of black gold. He hadn't expected 500 grams to fetch so much food. After they carried the food out and walked a distance, the yellow-haired man couldn't help cursing, "Damn it, they only gave us this little. It's only thanks to Brother Liu's reputation. When they take that black gold to the city, they can get 3 times this amount or more." That Brother Qi is the leader of Team 5, in charge of guarding the warehouse. He lives the high life every day. Even his men at the door get cigarettes to smoke. Damn it, this is so unfair. Why do they get to guard the warehouse? Xiao Qiang wanted to gather as much information as possible. Brother Qi answers to the second chief, who has the first chief's deep trust. That's how he got to guard the warehouse. Well, definitely report their embezzlement to Brother Lu later. Brother Yuan, take me along when you see Brother Lu later. No problem. Just be sharp when the time comes. Brother Lu treats his own pretty well. As they talked, the two carried the supplies to Chun Yuan's residence, a cluster of houses beneath the office building. Xiao Qiang kept only a small portion of the ham sausages for himself, giving the rest to the yellow-haired man Chun Yuan. After dropping off the supplies, Chun Yuan led Xiao Qiang to the commoners' quarters. They were simply factory dormitories, dilapidated and filthy, yet even so they were packed with people. Seeing Xiao Qiang approach with the ham sausages, their eyes lit up, and some couldn't help swallowing saliva. It was clear their usual meals were not only poor, but likely insufficient. No one touches things. He's my brother. The yellow-haired man shouted to the crowd before leaving, also telling Xiao Qiang had come pick him up to meet Brother Lu that evening. After the yellow-haired man left, Xiao Qiang stepped outside to gather information. This area was a row of single-story houses, likely former staff rest quarters of the factory. Big brother. Xiao Qiang, strolling and pondering whom to ask about by Chuan's whereabouts, suddenly heard someone call out to him. Xiao Qiang looked over and saw the boy he had helped up on the road earlier. The boy was walking toward him carrying a bowl of rice porridge and 2 steamed buns. It's you. Did you just get your meal? Xiao Qiang asked. Yes, big brother. I still need to thank you. Come on, big brother, visit my home. The boy warmly invited Xiao Qiang. Through conversation, Xiao Qiang learned his name was Lu Guang. He had just returned with his meal and lived here with his mother. Since she was ill, she hadn't gone to work today. Xiao Qiang followed him inside. The room was stiflingly hot. On the bed lay a woman in her 40s, her face haggard and her body limp and weak. Mom, this is the big brother I told you about, the one who took a hit for me. As he spoke, Lu Guang sat on the bed and helped his mother recline. You saved my Xiao Guang. I'm so grateful. Have you eaten? We have nothing decent to offer. Xiao Guang, give your portion to your brother Xiao. Mom, you're sick. You eat. They'll give mine to brother Xiao. I'm not hungry. Brother Xiao, please eat. Xiao Guang was very considerate, but Xiao Qiang could clearly tell the boy was starving, practically drooling at the sight of such simple food. Xiao Qiang had a soft heart and couldn't bear to witness such human misery. Please wait a moment, I will go get something. Saying this, Xiao Qiang did not wait for the two to respond and directly walked out. Upon returning to his residence, Xiao Qiang moved out a small box of sausages, and not only that, he also exchanged for milk and bread from the system, filling an entire box. Fortunately, the patrolling personnel in the Black Wind base would not come here, otherwise seeing such a large box of food would surely lead to questioning. Carrying the box inside, Xiao Qiang saw that Xiao Guang hadn't eaten and was still waiting for him. He said, Xiao Guang, hurry up and eat. Also find those you trust to come over, I have plenty here. Hearing Xiao Qiang's words, Xiao Guang happily ran out. Before long, Xiao Guang gathered a room full of people back. Everyone chatted while eating, and it was then that Xiao Qiang learned the details of the situation. Originally, they were all employees here, and the management system for entering and exiting the steel mill was strict. When the zombie outbreak occurred, the factory suffered no losses. Nearby survivors hurriedly hid in the factory, which had some supermarkets and such, so everyone had enough to eat, gathering together to be temporarily safe. However, as zombies continued to launch attacks, those without firearms suffered heavy losses, and many people had turned into zombies. Until 3 months ago, a large horde of zombies attacked the factory area. Everyone fought desperately with iron rods, but unfortunately the number of zombies was too great, and it appeared the defenses were about to be breached, leading to total annihilation. Suddenly, the original big bully here, Lu Bai, brought his men and drove back this wave of zombies with machine guns. Not only that, Lu Bai also revealed his terrifying strength. Subsequently, this group successfully took over the factory area and established the Black Wind base. The first month was fine, everyone coexisted harmoniously, and Lu Bai did not go too far. Although his men guarded the supplies, at least everyone was still able to eat well. However, unexpectedly, a month later, Lu Bai gradually revealed his true colors, arrogantly claiming the supplies for himself and forcibly taking any girl he fancied. Didn't everyone resist? How could they allow him to commit such atrocities? Xiao Qiang asked angrily, pounding on the wall. Sigh. An elder sighed and slowly spoke. Of course there was resistance, but Lu Bai is not only powerful, but also quite cunning. Previously, there were some mutated powerful individuals among us, but Lu Bai, upon entering, quickly figured out who the mutated strong ones were, and either recruited them or eliminated them. Those who refused to go along with him were brutally killed in public, and everyone was left with anger, but no courage to speak out. After the elder finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement, looking like they harbored long-standing grievances. The elder took a sip of water to calm everyone down and continued to speak to Xiao Qiang. After that conflict, no one dared to say anything against Lu Bai. Many among us, unable to endure this humiliation, left. But outside was filled with zombies. Oh, where could we go? Later they noticed more and more people leaving, so they sent patrols to prevent anyone from going out. It's a pity that I, an old man, cannot fight Lu Bai, otherwise I would have confronted him. No wonder there are so few people living here. It turns out they all left. Elder, don't be too disheartened. After all, Lu Bai is an 8th level powerhouse, and ordinary people are naturally no match for him. Xiao Qiang took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and started advising. Brother Xiao, you may not know that our steel mill originally had nearly 300 people. Even though there have been some casualties, and many have left counting their people, there are still nearly 300 left. However, a month ago some people from the city came to say they wanted to cooperate on a project, and most people went to do that work, leaving us old, weak, sick, and disabled nearly 300 people doing some moving work here. Xiao Guang added. It's actually forcing the young people to do the heavy labor. My little son wanted to stay by my side, but was also forcibly taken to work. The elder spoke about these matters, his chest heaving with indignation. I understand. Xiao Qiang stood up and looked around before speaking. Everyone is someone Xiao Guang brought over whom I can trust, so I will speak frankly. I am from the Longshan base, and my real name is Xiao Qiang. Here, I am using the alias Zhang Wei. I am also a strong person. At the Longshan base, I can assure you that no one will go hungry. If you all trust me, let's resist together. I am willing to lead everyone to the Longshan base. Everyone stared at the stranger before them, somewhat dazed, yet Xiao Qiang possessed a certain charm. His words carried an earnest sincerity that inspired a measure of trust. After a brief silence, Xiao Guang was the first to speak. Brother Xiao will go with you. I've had enough here. My mother has been sick for 2 days, and they won't even give us medicine, let alone an extra mouthful of food. Here, take this fever reducer for your mother, Xiao Qiang said, patting Xiao Guang's head. All right, we've decided to follow you to Longshan base. But can you really get us out? And those who were dragged off to work must come with us as well. The elder, who seemed to hold some authority, spoke on behalf of the group. All right, please trust me absolutely. But we cannot fight an unprepared battle. Please share all the detailed information with me, Xiao Qiang nodded, addressing the crowd. After spending the entire afternoon, Xiao Qiang finally gained a systematic understanding of Heifeng base. Lu Bai commanded nearly 1,000 men, almost half of whom were equipped with firearms. Lu Bai the chief was an 8th level superhuman, a full level stronger than Xiao Qiang. Master Su the second in command was a 7th level superhuman, but the most enigmatic, having joined only in the past month. It was said that aside from the 3 leaders, no one had ever seen him. Brother Lu the third in command was a 6th level superhuman and the boss of the blonde Chen Yuan, whom Xiao Qiang would meet tonight. Beneath them were 6 team leaders. Team Leader 1 oversaw the newly constructed factory and the collaborative projects with the city. Team leaders 2, 4, 0, and 6 were the 3 men Xiao Qiang had encountered on the road who had been leading the pursuit of Lin Fei. Team leader 3 was Brother Shui, the one who had struck Xiao Qiang with a rifle butt. He supervised the 200 laborers here and was known for his violent temper. Team leader 5 was Brother Qi, a shrewd man who clung to the second-in-command's coattails and enjoyed the easiest duties. Such was the pinnacle of Heifeng base's power. With this lineup, escaping alone would be no problem for Xiao Qiang, but leading these 200 people out would prove challenging. After an entire afternoon of deliberation, the group finally arrived at a feasible plan. Although the patrols prevented anyone from leaving the main gate, moving freely within the factory grounds was unrestricted. Crucially, Xiao Qiang learned that the keys to the trucks parked at the main entrance were usually left in the ignition. In this post-apocalyptic world, drivers kept them there for convenience. As the sun set and darkness fell, the elder spoke. Xiao Qiang, it's not that I don't want to trust you. These old bones of mine matter little, but this concerns the lives of over 2,000 people. If this fails, Lu Bai will surely not let us off easily. Are you truly certain? The elder grasped Xiao Qiang's hand, his voice laced with worry. Xiao Qiang rose to his feet, looking at the crowd's skeptical expressions. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Gather here at 11 o'clock tonight. I will present my pledge of allegiance. One more thing. Does anyone know a young man named Bai Chuan around my age?" Recalling Bai Lu's younger brother, Xiao Qiang asked. "I do. There is indeed a young man about your age named Bai Chuan." A middle-aged woman in the crowd raised her hand. "But a couple of days ago they said he stole something and locked him up," the woman continued. "Locked up? Where?" Xiao Qiang asked. Lu Bai set up a prison in a derelict warehouse in the southern part of the factory complex. He locks up anyone who offends him there. The guards are very strict. No one is even allowed to visit," the elder added, his voice filled with indignation. "All right, I understand." Having said this, Xiao Qiang bid farewell to the group and slipped away alone, returning to his small room to await the blonde Chen Yuan's arrival. Sure enough, just after 6, before the blonde Chen Yuan even entered the room, he was already shouting, "Zhang Wei, get up. I'm taking you to broaden your horizons and meet Brother Lu." Xiao Qiang lay on the bed, pretending to have just woken up as he stretched and yawned before replying, "Brother Yuan's here. I haven't had such a restful sleep in ages. It was so comfortable. Let's go. Brother Lu will be here soon to check on the sentry posts. He's also going to hand out some perks to the brothers like cigarettes and such. Also, I spoke to Brother Lu about your situation, and he's quite pleased with you," said the blonde-haired man clad in a pair of shorts. That's all thanks to you putting in a good word for me, Brother Yuan. I'm truly grateful. Xiao Qiang stood up, inadvertently revealing a pack of cigarettes under the blanket before hastily covering it. As Xiao Qiang walked out, he continued to flatter the blond man, who seemed rather pleased, wearing a smug expression. However, the blond man had certainly noticed Xiao Qiang's earlier action. The two made their way toward the main entrance. Along the way, Xiao Qiang learned that the blond man Qin Yuan belonged to Group 2 under Brother Liu's faction, and his usual duty was guarding the front gate. Brother Yuan, where's the leader of our Group 2? Xiao Qiang asked knowingly along the way. Alas, the day before yesterday some punk came to cause trouble. The leaders of Groups 2, 4, 0, and 6 led their men in pursuit through the night, losing quite a few men in the process. Our group leader even lost an arm. Word has it the punk was rescued by some mysterious figure. The blonde-haired Qin Yuan let out a sigh. Xiao Qiang, however, felt a secret glee thinking that mysterious figure you mentioned was me. So what do the leaders of Groups 4 and 6 handle? Xiao Qiang asked again. The leader of Group 4 is mainly responsible for scouting supplies outside, and has the most men under him. If not for him, our third boss would have no standing at all. The leader of Group 6 oversees the prison, which is a relatively easy job. And that Brother Shui who hit me, what does he do? What are you thinking, kid? Don't even think about revenge. He could crush you with one hand. The blond man looked at Xiao Qiang and warned him preemptively. What are you implying? I wouldn't dare provoke Brother Shui. I just want to know so I can avoid trouble and not get retaliated against, Xiao Qiang said with a fawning smile. All right then. Let me tell you, Brother Shui is in charge of all internal patrols in the base. As long as you steer clear of him, you'll be fine. Xiao Qiang was playing the fool to hide his strength, acting very timid in front of the blond man. With such a plausible excuse, the blond man had no reason to suspect him. Oh, is that so? Does he come out for patrols at night? Xiao Qiang put on a worried expression and continued asking. With your timid nature, he usually does one round at night. Then he goes to that room to drink with his buddies. Around 10 o'clock, he heads back to the office building to sleep. Drinking. Xiao Qiang heard the blond man's words, and a plan began to form in his mind. That's right. He and Brother Qi from the warehouse are both under the second boss, Master Su. Being close to the source, they naturally get the best of everything. We brothers are stuck watching the gate and eating dust. The blond man's face showed indignation as he spoke. But Xiao Qiang had already stopped listening to his complaints, his mind now occupied with plotting the night's actions. From the guard post to the base's main gate, it took about 5 or 6 minutes for a normal person to walk. The blond man arrived at the gate, handed over his duty, grabbed a rifle, and pulled Xiao Qiang to crouch by a corner of the wall. Seeing that Xiao Qiang was unusually quiet, the blond man assumed he was still worried about offending Brother Shui. He offered some reassurance. Don't worry. With your Brother Yuan here, you've got nothing to fear. In a bit, I'll talk to Brother Lu and get you into our group. No matter how tough Brother Shui is, he still has to show Brother Lu some respect. Xiao Qiang looked at the blond man and nodded. This blond guy was actually quite decent. If the opportunity arose, Xiao Qiang thought he might bring him to Longshan base. Quick, stand up straight and look sharp. Brother Lu is coming. The blond man stood up and spoke. Xiao Qiang looked over and saw a man in his 30s, tall and lean with delicate features, walking toward them. Xiao Qiang activated his eyes identification function and scanned the newcomer. Ding! Detected a level 6 ability user. Hello, Brother Lu. Seeing the man approach, the guards at the gate stepped forward to greet him. Any irregularities? The man asked. None. Rest assured, Brother Lu. We brothers are keeping a sharp eye out, they replied in unison. Good. Stay vigilant for the next couple of days. The people from the city base are around, so let's not stir up any more trouble. The man added a final instruction. All right, Brother Lu. Brother Lu, this is Zhang Wei, the one I mentioned earlier. He wants to join us, said the yellow-haired man, pulling Xiao Qiang forward. Not bad. Looks quite sturdy. Are you a mutator? Brother Lu asked. No, I used to like working out, so I look a bit stronger. Xiao Qiang replied. All right, that's fine too. Xiao Yuan, give him a gun. From now on, he'll stand guard with you. Starting tonight. With that, Brother Lu walked off to inspect the other gates. Brother Lu seems pretty easygoing, not like a powerhouse at ability level 6, Xiao Qiang remarked, watching Liu's retreating figure. Brother Lu is good to us brothers and to the people living here. Sometimes he even disagrees with some of Boss Liu Bei's actions. As for the second boss, let alone. Those 3 groups often bully the people, and Brother Lu can't stand it, so he calls them out. That's why our 3 groups have always been at odds with the second boss 3 groups. Here, take it. Handing Xiao Qiang a machine gun, the yellow-haired man continued. But don't let Brother Liu's usual gentle and approachable demeanor fool you. I saw it once. There was a time when zombies attacked our base. Come sit down. Relax, you're so tense. Guard duty here isn't a big deal. If something strong comes, we can't fight it anyway. If it's not strong, we've got this. As he spoke, the yellow-haired man pulled Xiao Qiang over to crouch by the wall. The factory area clearly had no large-scale electricity. At the main gate, several bonfires were lit for illumination. But in the sweltering summer, everyone naturally stayed far from the fires, gathering in small groups to chat and boast. Oh, okay, Brother Yuan. Go on. This is my first time touching this thing. I'm a bit nervous, Xiao Qiang said, stroking the AK. That time a huge horde of zombies besieged our base. Boss Lu Bai had just taken people out. Back then we didn't have so many guns and cannons. The key was that there was one exceptionally powerful zombie among them. The yellow-haired man took a deep breath as if telling a story and continued, in the critical moment just as the defense line was about to break and we couldn't hold on any longer. Suddenly a thunderous roar echoed. A bull-like humanoid over 2 meters tall and immensely robust burst forth, charging into the zombie horde, slaughtering and rampageously tearing through them. The sheer momentum was breathtakingly cool. He even managed to tangle with that special zombie, holding his own, easing our pressure until Boss Lu Bai returned. So cool, so cool. I wish I had an ability like that. Xiao Qiang offered a rather insincere compliment. So it seems Brother Lu like Li Ku has a beast-type mutation ability. What about Boss Lu Bai's ability? Xiao Qiang asked again. That I don't know. I've never seen Boss Lu Bai fight in person, but they say he's very strong. The yellow-haired man shook his head. And where did all these come from? Xiao Qiang asked, waving the AK. These? The base in the city, they say it has military connections. They want to cooperate with our base on a project. These are just a greeting gift. There are plenty of grenades too. They're all stored in the warehouse. Brother Chi watches over, the yellow-haired man replied. Just a greeting gift. They're too generous. What kind of project could warrant such a lavish gesture? Xiao Qiang feigned surprise while actually trying to probe for information. I don't know. They say it's a classified project, the yellow-haired man replied. Over the next, while Xiao Qiang kept asking the yellow-haired man about the base's defenses, acting like a newcomer eager to learn more about the place. Seeing it was already 10 o'clock, Xiao Qiang pretended to be sleepy, yawned, and stretched. Sure enough, the yellow-haired man chimed in. Without a smoke, I get too drowsy. In truth, Xiao Qiang had deliberately let the yellow-haired man see the cigarettes had hidden earlier, so he would ask for them on his own. Xiao Qiang slapped his forehead, pretending to have just remembered. He leaned in quietly and said, Brother Yuan, I actually have a whole carton of cigarettes I found on the way here. You've been so good to me, and I don't smoke anyway. How about I go get them all for you? Hearing about a carton of cigarettes, the yellow-haired man's eyes lit up with eagerness. Still trying to act nonchalant, he said, Since you don't smoke, and they'd just go to waste, give them to me. They'll give some to Brother Lu later, and put in a good word for you. Thank you in advance, Brother Yuan. But it's not time for shift change yet. Will it be a problem if I leave without permission? Xiao Qiang asked. No problem. It's only a 10-minute round trip from here to where you're staying. Nothing's happening now. And if something does come up, your Brother Yuan's got it covered. What's there to fear? The yellow-haired man said. All right, thank you so much, Brother Yuan. They'll go get them now, Xiao Qiang said, then turned and left. What followed was a series of tasks Xiao Qiang had to complete within 10 minutes. Once out of the yellow-haired man's sight, Xiao Qiang unleashed his full speed. With his capabilities, it took him merely 1 minute to reach the location where Brother Shui was drinking, even while deftly evading the patrolling guards along the way. The leader of the third group, Brother Shui, was currently indulging in drink inside the room. This was the very token of allegiance Xiao Qiang intended to present. Firstly, becoming a group leader meant he was undoubtedly formidable, making his elimination a convincing feat. Secondly, Brother Shui often bullied the others. Killing him would dispel the shadows in their hearts and embolden them to resist. It was a control room dimly lit by a few candles from which the raucous sounds of drinking games occasionally emanated. After waiting outside for 2 minutes, just as Xiao Qiang was contemplating how to lure him out, Brother Shui emerged reeking of alcohol, staggering unsteadily toward the door. Xiao Qiang activated his ocular identification function and scanned him. Ding, detected level 4, enhanced human. Brother Shui, shall I escort you back? No need, it's not far. I can make it myself. Brother Shui slurred, his voice dragging as he was clearly intoxicated. Take care, Brother Shui. Watch your step. Be careful, Brother Shui. Xiao Qiang silently trailed behind Brother Shui for a stretch, watching as he veered toward a roadside flower bed, seemingly to relieve himself. Suddenly, Brother Shui felt a gust of wind behind him and hastily pulled up his pants. Even in his drunken stupor as a level 4 enhanced human, he retained some vigilance. He whipped his head around, finding nothing behind him. Dismissing it as a false alarm, he turned back, only to be met with a face inches from his own. A faint smile curled at the corners of Xiao Qiang's lips as he gazed at Brother Shui. Startled, Brother Shui recognized him as the man he had struck that afternoon and was about to bark a reprimand. Before Brother Shui could utter a word, Xiao Qiang spoke first. You hit me this morning. I said I'd break your arm, and I meant it. With that, Xiao Qiang's hand shot out like lightning, his fist slamming into Brother Shui's face. The utterly drunk Brother Shui raised his hand to block, but the blow knocked him unconscious instantly. The entire process was swift. After rendering him unconscious, Xiao Qiang dragged him like a sack of potatoes into the nearby underbrush to avoid detection. Then, gazing at Brother Shui sprawled on the ground, Xiao Qiang seized his arms and twisted them backward, snapping both bones with a sickening crack. Having avenged the rifle butt blow, Xiao Qiang drew the Meifeng dagger, and severed Brother Shue's head. Ding killed 1 level 4 enhanced human. Experience 200 exchange points 200. Reward obtained a crate of white liquor 1 mid-grade rage pill. A pity for Brother Shue, a level 4 enhanced human brutal and domineering, who had recklessly provoked Xiao Qiang and lost his head without even a chance to cry out. Clutching Brother Shue's head, Xiao Qiang navigated past the patrolling guards and made his way straight to his quarters where he carefully concealed the grisly trophy. He checked the time and found the entire operation had taken only 7-8 minutes. Inspecting himself, he confirmed no bloodstains had soiled his clothes. Only then did he retrieve the pack of cigarettes he had exchanged from the system from beneath his bedding and slip toward the main gate. Approaching it, he slowed his pace, feigning a casual stroll. Impractically a born criminal, Xiao Qiang couldn't help but preen inwardly as he walked. Here you go, Brother Yuan. Reaching the yellow-haired man, Xiao Qiang discreetly pulled the pack of cigarettes from his coat and handed it over. Hey, not bad cigarettes at all. Don't worry, kid. From now on, your problems are my problems, the yellow-haired man said, his face lighting up with joy as he eyed the whole pack. Thank you, Brother Yuan, Xiao Qiang replied in agreement. They chatted idly for a while until 11 o'clock when a group of bleary-eyed men arrived to take over the shift. Come on, let's head back to sleep, the yellow-haired man said, handing the machine gun to his replacement. He then took 2 more cigarette packs from that bundle and distributed them among the group. This is my junior brother Zhang Wei. The cigarettes are his gift to all of you. He's now part of our team. Huang Mao introduced him to the others. Greetings, senior brothers. I'm Zhang Wei. I've just arrived and humbly asked for your guidance and kindness. Huang Mao, your junior brother seems far more capable than you. Indeed. So now you're taking juniors under your wing. The others teased him lightly. Huang Mao threw an arm around Xiao Qiang and waved dismissively at the group. Shu, get back to your posts. We're heading out. So Huang Mao knew how to handle people well. Impressive truly. This would make Xiao Qiang's own affairs tomorrow proceed more smoothly. Upon reaching Xiao Qiang's residence, Huang Mao bid him farewell, and Xiao Qiang entered his room alone. Glancing at the time, it was already past 11 o'clock. Xiao Qiang retrieved the hidden head and walked toward Xiao Guang's room. From afar, he saw 2 candles burning inside Xiao Guang's room, their flickering light casting restless shadows as heads swayed and clustered within. The room was packed, voices overlapping in a clamorous din that reached Xiao Qiang's ears. Is that kid even reliable? He promised to take us to Longshan base. What time is it now? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Could he be a spy sent by Lu Bai? Will Lu Bai come after us tomorrow? Why should we trust a stranger? He talks about handing us a letter of allegiance, but who is he really? If he doesn't arrive soon, I'm going back to sleep. I have work tomorrow. Wouldn't it be better to earn a few extra buns? Besides, what could we possibly do out there? The outside world is overrun with zombies. We still depend on others to scavenge supplies for us. Amid the cacophony, Xiao Guang, sitting quietly at the foot of his bed, raised his voice and declared firmly, I trust Brother Xiao. He's a good man. He won't deceive us. Xiao Guang, virtue and strength aren't the same thing. Even old Master Lu Bai aside, could he even defeat Huang Mao, who stands guard at the door? He must have boasted recklessly, and now he's too ashamed to show his face. Let's disperse. Go rest early. A slender, wiry man spoke up. Ever since Xiao Qiang had taken a rifle but blow mint for Xiao Guang, and later provided medicine that cured Xiao Guang's mother's fever, the boy had regarded Xiao Qiang as his own elder brother. Hearing someone slander Xiao Qiang like this, Xiao Guang could no longer contain himself. He leapt to his feet and pointed directly at the man. Brother Xiao said he'd come, and he will. I won't allow you to speak of him like that. Oh ho, you dare point at me. The slender man sneered, incredulous that a mere boy would dare confront him so boldly, rising instantly while rolling up his sleeves. Enough noise, sit down all of you. If he hasn't arrived by midnight, return to your beds, and let today's gathering never have happened. The elderly man, who had remained silent until now, spoke sharply and clearly commanded respect among them. As soon as he finished, the room fell hushed. Even Xiao Guang sat stiffly on the edge of his bed, fists clenched, waiting in quiet fury. At that very moment, bang, the door burst open. By candlelight, everyone saw Xiao Qiang standing in the doorway, his lips curved faintly upward, his gaze sweeping slowly across their faces. In one hand, he held something round and heavy, looming there like a ravenous wolf. Xiao Qiang strode calmly into the room. Someone recognized the object in his hand immediately. It was a severed human head. He placed it upon the table and addressed the stunned crowd. This is my letter of allegiance. You know well enough whose head this is. Even women hardened by the apocalypse, accustomed to torn flesh, rotting corpses, and dismembered bodies, turned away, unable to bear the sight. That's Brother Shue. I recognize him by the scar across his face. Ah, it is him. Look at that thick beard. It's him all right. I told him to hit me. Served him right, spit. Clearly this man had long suffered Shue's bullying. Now glaring at the head, he spat with venomous satisfaction. I heard Brother Shue was a level 4 survivor. Even the third chief treated him with deference. Never imagined he'd end like this, decapitated. As murmurs rose again, Xiao Qiang said nothing, only watched silent and still as the room erupted once more in restless speculation. Under the constant watch and oppression of Brother Shui, the shadow he cast over them was no less formidable than that of Lu Bai. Ahem, everyone quiet down. The elder interrupted the crowd, stepping forward to face Xiao Qiang. Truly a hero emerges from youth. Brother Xiao, your skills are remarkable, even capable of slaying the leader of Group 3. I accept this pledge of allegiance on behalf of everyone. Our cooperation is officially sealed. The elder spoke. Xiao Qiang chuckled and declared, I have presented my pledge, but I've changed my mind. I no longer wish to cooperate with you. What benefit would I gain from allying with you, eh? The elder was somewhat embarrassed, realizing that Xiao Qiang had overheard the earlier murmurs among the crowd. With those words, Xiao Qiang turned and headed for the exit. Brother Xiao, they were merely anxious. After all, we've only just met. Please forgive any offense. On their behalf, I offer my apologies. The elder spoke earnestly to Xiao Qiang. The others in the room felt deeply ashamed, at a loss for words as they looked at him. Xiao Qiang, however, acted as if he hadn't heard, continuing toward the door. Brother Xiao, please save me and my fellow workers. We no longer wish to remain in this base oppressed and driven. We want to join Longshan base. This old man's life is of little worth, but I have 2,000 kin, still young. Please, Brother Xiao, save us. As he spoke, the elder bent his knees, about to kneel before Xiao Qiang. Brother Xiao. Xiao Guang also stood up, his voice filled with urgency. Xiao Qiang turned, catching the elder before he could kneel, and helped him rise. Very well, he said. But I hope it's because you truly want to leave this wretched place, because you refuse to live as slaves, because you're unwilling to bow to tyranny and yearn to fight back. Not just to struggle for 2 steamed buns a day, surviving on others' charity. As he spoke, Xiao Qiang's eyes blazed like lightning, fixed on the gaunt man from earlier. That man dared not meet Xiao Qiang's gaze, lowering his head in shame. What I need is for each of you to have the courage to take up arms to fight against the zombies and those who oppress you in Haifeng Base. I need you to genuinely desire a change in this life. No one spoke. They stood in silence, watching Xiao Qiang as he stood in the center of the room, delivering a speech like an orator. Yet every heart raced with fervor, the anger of months of oppression surging, awakening the fighting spirit within. With sincere earnestness, Xiao Qiang scanned the crowd and said, please trust me. Longshan Base has many strong warriors and firearms, more than capable of ensuring everyone's safety. The people there are kind. Believe me, I can lead you out safely. I have only one request: follow my orders. After speaking, Xiao Qiang paused, a faint smile crossing his lips. And I am not just a good man. I am a good man with strength. Very well, I entrust my life to you. Even if it costs me this old life, so long as you can lead our 2,000 people out, it will be worth it. The elder was the first to declare after hearing Xiao Qiang's words. We also choose to trust you. Let's do it. Fight them to the death. I've had enough of this humiliation. Brother Xiao, I believe in you. In an instant, the crowd erupted with fervor, each voicing their support for Xiao Qiang. Then let's discuss the plan in detail to ensure nothing goes wrong. Before that, elder, please write a letter. They'll find an opportunity to contact the 2,000 who were taken away, and then we'll act together. Xiao Qiang pondered for a moment before addressing the group. They deliberated late into the night. Xiao Qiang meticulously inquired about the factory's layout, the ammunition storage, and escape routes, agreeing to launch the operation 3 nights later. The choice of 3 nights later was twofold. First, at night no one needed to work, making it easier to gather and slip away under cover of darkness. Second, and more crucially, his stamina would fully recover in 3 days. When the time came for the escape, they would inevitably face the top fighters of Haifeng Base. Apart from himself, there was no one else capable of holding them back. Facing 3 strong opponents simultaneously, Xiao Qiang was not confident. Thus, waiting until his stamina was fully restored was the safer course. They deliberated until late into the night before reaching an agreement, pledging to adapt to any situation and stay in constant contact. The next morning, Xiao Qiang was still deep in slumber when he heard a commotion outside. Xiao Qiang naturally knew what it was about, feigning sleep while pricking up his ears to listen to the clamor drawing nearer. Brother Qi, it must be this kid. He clashed with Brother Shui as soon as he arrived yesterday. Brother Shui struck him, so he must hold a grudge. Last night, while Brother Shui was drunk, he murdered him. Exactly. He's the only newcomer who's had a conflict with Brother Shui. It has to be him. Whether it's him or not, seize him first. If I find out he killed old Shui, I'll tear him apart. Brother Qi, who had always been close to Brother Shui, then instructed his men. Earlier that morning, a member of the Black Wind Base had gone to wake Brother Shui, but found his room empty. After searching everywhere, his subordinates discovered a headless male corpse in the bushes. By comparing the build and clothing, they confirmed it was Brother Shui who had been killed. They hastily reported it up the chain, but Lu Bai was occupied entertaining visitors from the city and had no time to spare. He thus delegated the matter to Qi, the leader of Group 5, under the same second-in-command, leading to the scene that had just unfolded. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open. Xiao Qiang, pretending to be startled, wore a look of utter terror. A throng of people surged into Xiao Qiang's room. Two of them rushed forward, yanked him from the bed, and dragged him outside. On the open ground outside, a large crowd had gathered, each brandishing weapons and glaring at Xiao Qiang with murderous intent. Brother Qi stood at the forefront, chin in hand, scrutinizing Xiao Qiang, who lay sprawled on the ground. Xiao Qiang appeared flustered. He stood up, brushed the dirt off his clothes, and timidly shuffled forward a couple of steps until he stood before Brother Qi. Brother Qi, what's going on? I'm new here, I don't understand what's happening, Xiao Qiang said, simultaneously activating his eye recognition ability to scan Brother Qi. Ding discovered a level 3 enhanced human. Only level 3, not even as strong as Brother Shui from last night. For Xiao Qiang, dealing with someone of this level would take just one move. What's going on? Spill it. Who are you really? Brother Qi's eyes blazed with ferocity enough to intimidate any ordinary person. But to Xiao Qiang, it was almost laughable. Such was the difference in deterrence brought about by the gap in their power levels. Nevertheless, Xiao Qiang continued to feign fear, not daring to meet his gaze. Stammering, he said, My name is Zhang Wei. I'm just an ordinary person. I just arrived at the Black Wind base yesterday. Oh, and my big brother is Brother Qin Yuan. Nearby local residents had gathered. Seeing this, Xiao Guang slipped out from the crowd and ran towards the Yellow Hare's dwelling. This was exactly what Xiao Qiang and the others had agreed upon the night before. If anyone came for him, someone would go fetch the Yellow Hare. Meanwhile, they were to say a few words in Xiao Qiang's defense, ensuring they themselves weren't harmed. Of course, the biggest flaw in the whole affair was that so many people had seen Xiao Qiang carrying Brother Shui's head as a token of allegiance the previous night. But Xiao Qiang wasn't worried. He had already tossed the head outside the factory grounds to feed the zombies. Moreover, if anyone did point the finger at him, it would prove the group was divided. In that case, there was no need for him to save them. With his strength, he could easily cause a scene here and escape on his own. Fortunately, no one was foolish enough to identify him as the murderer. A faint, barely perceptible smile of relief flickered across Xiao Qiang's face. An ordinary person? I doubt it. I've suspected you since yesterday. Black gold is a product from a level 4 zombie. How could an ordinary person possess such a thing? Brother Qi stepped forward, constantly pressuring Xiao Qiang. Brother Qi, he really is an ordinary person. He just works out, that's why he looks a bit sturdy. He gets excited seeing a gun and trembles in fear at the sight of a low-level zombie, said the Yellow Hare, who had run all the way there after hearing the story from Xiao Guang. Seeing Xiao Qiang surrounded and hearing Brother Qi's words, he quickly spoke up. Hearing the Yellow Hare's words, Xiao Qiang knew his earlier groundwork had paid off. Xiao Qiang was a good judge of character. The Yellow Hare, though a bit greedy, was honest and trusting. Now seeing his usually powerless underling surrounded and interrogated, he hurried over to speak up for him. An ordinary person, huh? We'll see about that, Brother Qi said. As he spoke, he struck out like lightning, unexpectedly throwing a punch directly at Xiao Qiang. To an ordinary eye, that sudden punch was too fast to even see the blur of a fist. But to Xiao Qiang, it was agonizingly slow. In that instant, hundreds of defensive and counterattack techniques flashed through his mind. Yet Xiao Qiang did not move. He acted as if he couldn't dodge the blow, letting Brother Qi's fist land squarely on his body. With a thud, Xiao Qiang was sent flying, skidding over 2 or 3 meters before stopping. He collapsed to the ground, and playing his part perfectly spat out a mouthful of blood, appearing severely injured. Seeing this, the yellow-haired man quickly stepped forward with Xiao Guang to help Xiao Qiang up. Blocking in front of Xiao Qiang, he glared angrily at Qi Gu and said, Qi Gu, this proves he doesn't have the strength to kill Brother Shui, right? Look at him like this, you should just let it go. What if he has no strength? He could have killed Brother Shui when he was drunk last night on the way back. Why don't you tell us what you were doing last night? Especially around 10 o'clock, asked a lackey behind Qi Gu. Last night, I was on duty at the main gate until 11. After someone took over, I went back to sleep. Xiao Qiang rubbed his chest, frowning as if in pain, and said, Right, I can vouch for him. He was with me the whole night, and we came back together after the shift change. The yellow-haired man also spoke up to support Xiao Qiang. Is that so? So he never left in between? Qi Gu turned to ask after hearing Chen Yuan's words. The yellow-haired man thought about it. Xiao Qiang had indeed gone out once to fetch a pack of cigarettes for him, but the round trip had only taken 10 minutes. Assuming Xiao Qiang was just an ordinary person, the yellow-haired man found it utterly impossible that he could have grabbed a pack of cigarettes and killed Brother Shui in that short time. Shaking his head to dismiss the thought, Chen Yuan stared firmly at Qi Gu and said, No, we were together the whole night last night. As he spoke, the yellow-haired man leaned closer to Qi Gu, pulled out a cigarette, and said with a smile, Qi Gu, this kid just joined our second group yesterday with Brother Liu's personal approval. He's one of us now. Please do us a favor, and since he really hasn't done anything wrong, let him off this once. With a sharp slap, Chi-Gu struck with the force of a level 3 empowered, sending the yellow-haired man flying. Favor. Damn it, a nobody like you dares to ask me for a favor. Chi-Gu adjusted his glasses, knocking the yellow-haired man to the ground with a single slap, and sneered. Chui-Chi, don't go too far. Don't forget you're also part of this factory. How dare you do such a heinous thing? I can testify. After Xiao Qiang came back last night, I saw him myself. He never went out again. Can you let him go now? The old man, who seemed to know Chi-Gu from before, tried to persuade him. Yeah, I can vouch for him too. He was on duty with us last night. Another thug from Group 2 spoke up. I saw him too. We even greeted each other last night. For a moment, everyone living there chimed in to defend Xiao Qiang. Shut up, all of you. This is the apocalypse. Strength is what matters. Whether he killed old Shui or not, if I decide I don't like him and want his life, it's done in an instant. Men, take him away. Chi-Gu hadn't expected a newcomer to have so many supporters. Feeling his authority challenged, he spoke without restraint. If my men do something wrong, I'll discipline them myself. How dare I trouble you, Chi-Gu, to get involved? A voice rang out. Xiao Qiang saw a large group approaching, standing opposite Chi-Gu's men. At the front were two men, one of whom had only one arm. They were two of the three who had surrounded Lin Fei that day. It turned out the yellow-haired man had been shrewd. When Xiao Guang notified him, he had sent someone to fetch the leader of Group 2. This is our Group 2 leader. You're saved, kid, the yellow-haired man whispered to Xiao Qiang, holding his cheek. Oh, if it isn't the leaders of Group 2 and Group 6. Weren't you chasing Lin Fei? How come you've come back missing an arm? Chi-Gu showed no fear, taunting them relentlessly. Fuck you, Chui-Chi. What did you say? They'll kill you. The hot-tempered leader of Group 6 couldn't hold back at Chi-Gu's mockery. He going out to chase Lin Fei was an easy job for us, nothing as dangerous as staying in the base. Look, brother, Shuem met such an unfortunate end, the Group 2 leader retorted lightly. Before Chi-Gu could respond, he continued. How about this, Chi-Gu? Let's lock him in the prison first and have old 6 keep a close eye on him. Brother Lu went out with the Group 4 leader to scavenge supplies. I think we should wait for him to come back and discuss it with the second in command. If his suspicions are cleared, well, just give him a good beating and be done with it. Xiao Qiang looked at the Group 2 leader, a chubby man with a perpetual smile, looking honest and kind. He didn't provoke Chi-Gu and smoothly resolved the situation. Activating his eye recognition, a scan flashed. Ding discovered a level 3 empowered human. From watching the fight against Lin Fei, Xiao Qiang knew he was likely a wood-type ability user. If that's how it is, let's go check the scene again for any other clues. If I find out this kid is responsible, I'll crush his skull with my fist. Chi-Gu left with those words, taking his men away. Since you said that, I'll definitely tear your head off when the time comes, Xiao Qiang thought, staring at Chi-Gu retreating back. Brother Ding, what about Zhang Wei? The yellow-haired man approached the leader of Group 2 and asked after seeing Chi-Gu depart. Lock him up at old Six's place for now. We'll decide after Brother Lu returns. Damn it, Chui-Chi has gone too far. Relying on the second boss, he not only hit my men, but also mocked old 6. The leader of Group 2 dropped his earlier smile and spoke seriously. Fuck it, when I get the chance, I'll kill him. The leader of Group 6, so fair-skinned and clean-cut, had a fiery temper. Alright, old 6, take this kid to your place for a while. Dismissed, everyone get back to work. The leader of Group 2 waved his hand and addressed the onlookers. Go on, the Group 6 leader is also one of Brother Liu's men and runs the prison. Don't worry, you'll just stay there for a bit. No one will bully you there. The yellow-haired man sighed in relief and leaned in to speak to Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang nodded and said to him, Thank you, Brother Yuan. At the same time, he activated his eye recognition function and scanned the Group 6 leader. Ding detected a level 4 human. Following the Group 6 leader, Xiao Qiang arrived at a large work area. This was once a steel rolling workshop, now devoid of its former clamor. The vast empty factory floor had over a dozen thugs holding guns at the main entrance. They all stood up to greet the two as they approached. Hello, Brother Le. What did this kid do? A lackey stepped forward to inquire. Nothing much. The Group 5 guys picked a fight. Let him sit inside for a while. We'll release him when Brother Lu gets back. He's one of ours from Group 2. The Group 6 leader Lu Gu said. Alright, got it, Brother Lu. Hey kid, go inside and sit for a bit. The lackey opened the factory door and let Xiao Qiang in. Xiao Qiang had initially thought there were only minor frictions between them and the second boss people, but he hadn't realized the relationship had deteriorated to such a dire state. It seemed he could exploit this to his advantage. As it stood, Groups 2, 4, 0, and 6 belonged to the third boss faction, while the other 3 groups were under the second boss. However, the second boss had yet to show his face, truly mysterious. Entering the factory, Xiao Qiang saw about 50 or 60 people lying around in disarray, weak and listless, their faces bruised and swollen, groaning on the ground. Xiao Qiang's purpose here was to find Bai Lu's younger brother, Bai Chuan. He walked toward a man half leaning against a pile of steel pipes, a middle-aged man with a swollen, beaten face. Brother, what did you do to end up here? Xiao Qiang offered a cigarette, patted the man's shoulder, and asked. Hearing Xiao Qiang's voice, the man struggled to open his bruised eyes. Seeing the offered cigarette, he couldn't help but feel delighted. In this apocalypse, let alone cigarettes, even food was scarce. After lighting it and taking a satisfying puff, he said, "That Lu Bai forcibly grabbed a girl. I couldn't stand it, so I pushed one of his lackeys. Then I was beaten and locked up here." The smell of tobacco drew the others in the factory closer. Xiao Qiang sat on the ground, took out 3 packs, and handed 1 cigarette to each person. They all opened up and began sharing their stories. Xiao Qiang learned that some had been imprisoned for hiding supplies that were rightfully theirs, while others, driven by extreme hunger, had stolen a few items from the warehouse. One had accidentally bumped into Brother Shui while working and was beaten, and some were locked up merely for speaking ill of Lu Bai, which was overheard by his underlings. Hearing all this, Xiao Qiang burned with rage. Fury ignited within him as he clenched his fists and slammed them hard against the concrete floor, sending a cloud of dust into the air. This Lu Bai really thinks he's an emperor ruling with tyranny. It seems I have no choice but to play the hero this time, Xiao Qiang thought to himself. To be honest, I'm sent by factory director Li to rescue you all, Xiao Qiang said, producing the letter the old man had given him along with a seal engraved with the old man's name from before the apocalypse. From their conversation the previous night, Xiao Qiang learned that the old man was the factory director of the steel mill. He had always taken good care of his workers, and after the apocalypse broke out, organized everyone to defend the factory, which earned him such high prestige among them. Xiao Qiang recounted the whole story to the others, who, having endured enough suffering, were overjoyed and expressed their willingness to cooperate with his plan. Then Xiao Qiang shared the details of the plan and asked, "Which one of you is Bai Chuan?" The crowd shook their heads. Only one person spoke up. "I know where he is. He was locked up with me that day, but I heard he stole something from Lu Bai, so they're keeping him alone in the pump house next door." "I see," Xiao Qiang said. Afterward, he turned away from the group and retrieved several bottles of water from his system, handing them out to soothe their parched throats. While they drank, Xiao Qiang walked to a corner, gave a light leap, and with his spring-loaded shoes soared over 6 meters high to a broken window. He glanced around, saw no one, and jumped down softly. Xiao Qiang had realized that these spring-loaded shoes not only boosted one's jump height, but also provided a cushioning effect when landing from great heights. True to the system's reputation, everything it produced was top-notch. Landing steadily, Xiao Qiang looked around and spotted a small room of about 10 square meters nearby. There were no guards, but the door was closed and secured with an iron lock. Drawing his Meifeng dagger, he sliced through the lock with ease, pushed the door open, and entered. Inside, he found a man standing shackled to a pile of scrap metal about the same age as Xiao Qiang. The man's face was battered and swollen, his body covered in bloodstains. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Qiang could see a faint resemblance to Bai Lu in his features. On the ground nearby lay a young woman, petite, with long hair, clad in a leather jacket, motionless and face down. Xiao Qiang shook the bound man. The man lifted his head with effort, glanced at Xiao Qiang without a word, then lowered it again. With no other choice, Xiao Qiang spent 200 exchange points to retrieve 2 blood restoration pills from the system and fed them to the man. He then took out another pill, helped the woman sit up, checked that she was still breathing, gave her some water, and administered the pill as well. Soon the man, now much improved, began struggling violently and shouted at Xiao Qiang, "Don't touch her. If you've got a problem, take it out on me. Picking on a girl is no way to act." It seemed the man mistook Xiao Qiang for someone from the Black Wind base, thinking he intended to harm the woman. "Shut up. What are you yelling for? I'm here to rescue you. I gave her the same thing I gave you. Don't you feel a bit better?" Xiao Qiang said softly, leaning the woman against a wall. The man shook his head. Though his face still felt swollen, the pain had subsided considerably, and he felt strength returning to his body. Hearing Xiao Qiang's words, he stopped shouting and stared at him with curiosity. "Act like I was never here. Keep playing injured. Someone's coming," Xiao Qiang instructed. With that warning, Xiao Qiang leaped up and hid among the rafters. 2 men carrying machine guns pushed the door open. The bound man let his head droop, pretending to be unconscious, and muttered loudly, "Come at me. Hit me if you dare. What kind of man goes after her? Damn it, he's knocked silly. What's he mumbling about?" One of them glanced around the room, saw nothing unusual, assumed it was just delirious rambling, and the 2 left. "Are you Bai Chuan?" Xiao Qiang jumped down and asked after they were gone. "I am Bai Chuan. Thanks for the medicine. That's Lily, a friend I made in captivity. And you are?" Bai Chuan noticed the woman on the ground had also woken up and looked much better. "I'm a friend of your sister. My name is Xiao Qiang. She asked me to rescue you." Xiao Qiang introduced himself, holding up a bracelet belonging to Bai Lu in front of Bai Chuan. "You're one of those shady friends of hers, aren't you? How does she manage to find people to save me even in the apocalypse? I haven't spoken to her in ages." "I don't need your help," Bai Chuan said, turning his face away defiantly. With a sharp smack, Xiao Qiang slapped Bai Chuan across the face upon hearing those words. "Don't hit him. Hit me instead if you must." The woman on the ground rushed forward, placing herself in front of Bai Chuan, addressing Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang curled his lip as he regarded the woman before him. Frail, pallid, utterly devoid of adornments, and strikingly plain. Lily, step aside. Let him strike me, Bai Chuan shouted again. Enough. Stop yelling. Do you want them to come back? Go rest over there. I won't hit him anymore. Lily turned her head, saw Bai Chuan nod, and then cautiously moved to sit down nearby. Years ago you fell gravely ill. Your sister had no other choice. Seeing that you would die, without surgery she accepted help from others. All this time your sister has borne countless rumors and slanders. You know her nature well. It was you who failed to see the truth. Hearing Xiao Qiang's words, Bai Chuan learned the truth and felt a wave of shame lowering his head as he began to sob uncontrollably. Your sister has never wronged you. Even in this apocalypse, she still thinks of you. At these words, Bai Chuan could no longer hold back and wept openly. Once he had calmed slightly, he spoke. Brother Xiao, please rescue me. How is my sister now? Is she well? Your sister is fine, rest assured. But you may have to stay here a few more days, Xiao Qiang replied. Tell me, what did you steal from Lu Bai that got you locked up here? Xiao Qiang inquired. To his surprise, this question revealed a massive secret of the Black Wind base. It turned out that when the apocalypse began, Bai Chuan had arrived at the Black Wind base. Seeing his cleverness, Lu Bai assigned him to odd jobs in the mechanism building. By sheer chance, Bai Chuan overheard a conversation between a city official and Lu Bai. They were planning to establish a secret base here to test a drug that could transform living humans into zombie-like monsters, with the distinction that if successful, these beings would be mindless yet obedient to commands. Shocked and driven by his inherent kindness, Bai Chuan learned that only one copy of the formula existed. While sweeping and pouring water in a moment of panic, he stole the parchment formula from the darkness, escaping the Black Wind base. After hiding the formula, Bai Chuan was still tracked down and captured by pursuers. Once captured, he was inevitably subjected to a brutal beating. But Bai Chuan refused to confess no matter what. Lu Bai, at his wits' end, noticed that with the city official arriving in 2 days, the interrogations had actually lessened. Utterly heinous. Don't worry, leave this to me. In 2 days I'll get you out. With these words, Xiao Qiang bid Bai Chuan farewell. Just before leaving, he leaned close to Bai Chuan's ear and asked in a voice only the two could hear, Can Lily be trusted? And where did you hide the formula? Bai Chuan replied, Don't worry, brother Xiao. Lily is someone I met in prison, she's trustworthy. Then he told Xiao Qiang a location. Xiao Qiang nodded, wondering why Bai Chuan trusted him so deeply, perhaps because of the bracelet from Bai Lu. Leaving the room, he stealthily evaded the guards, climbed over the wall, and returned to the factory building. Meanwhile, around noon, Brother Lu, along with the leader of Group 4, drove a truck loaded with scavenged flour back to the base. As soon as they arrived, the leader of Group 2 and Huang Mao gathered around, recounting the morning's events. The second-in-command's men have grown far too arrogant lately. They strike my people at will. Old Ding, is there no evidence that Zhang Wei committed the murder? Brother Lu, equally incensed and clearly harboring resentment toward the second-in-command, asked. None. Zhang Wei is just an ordinary man, and the brothers here last night can all testify that he was on duty, replied Ding, the leader of Group 2. Good old Six. Go back and release that man. Let's see what the second-in-command does now, Brother Lu declared dominantly. Bored in the factory, Xiao Qiang closed his eyes to rest and entered the system to check his status. In his mind, a transparent panel displayed Xiao Qiang's attributes: host Xiao Qiang. Physical fitness, 500 average, adult 50. Body strength, 510 average, adult 50. Skills: Wolf Fang Steps, beginner proficiency 82100, and 8 Thunder, beginner proficiency 15100. Surprise attack, beginner proficiency 18100. Tiger Claw technique, beginner proficiency 10100. Splitting Palm, beginner proficiency 54100. 8 Gates of Escape, 3 gates open. Shop access, level 1, can only purchase low-level weapons, medicine, food, etc. Lottery access, level 1, 20,500. Overall evaluation, level 7 strong. Vitality 200, 2500. Experience 9200, 20000. Exchange points 6, 3720. Inventory: 1 Plum Peak Dagger, 1000 Mechanisms Umbrella, 1 Sniper Rifle, 1 Invisibility Talisman, 1 Small Yuan Defense Pill, 10 Gasoline Bottles, and 8 Smoke Bombs. According to Xiao Tsung's explanation, the mall's permissions could be unlocked as one's level increased. Currently, it was only level 1A, and most of the items available for purchase were everyday goods, offering little assistance in the battle. However, the lottery feature could be upgraded after 500 draws, but so far only 20 draws had been made. Xiao Tsung, can I buy more basic lottery draws? Xiao Qiang inquired. Host basic lottery draws can be purchased with exchange points at a cost of 200 points each. Xiao Tsung replied. 200 exchange points. That means killing 100 low-level zombies. Xiao Qiang couldn't help but exclaim at the cost. If he ended up with a loaf of bread, it would mean killing 100 zombies for just that. But there was no choice. He thought of the intermediate lottery items and the basic lottery also had a 5 chance of yielding intermediate items. Xiao Qiang gritted his teeth and said to Xiao Tsong, "Give me 200 lottery draws." "All right, host. 200 basic draws will cost 4000 exchange points." As Xiao Tsong spoke, Xiao Qiang saw the lottery count on his attribute panel change to 200. "Shall I proceed with the draws?" "Draw all 200 basic lots." A gray 6 grid appeared displaying 6 items: wound healing ointment, 10 gene of cabbage seeds, basic blade technique, gauze iron wrist guards, and empty. The pointer spun and finally stopped at gauze. "Continue with the basic draw." The grid shifted, updating to scalpel, flashlight, candle, empty, mad dragon blade technique, intermediate, and helmet. The pointer spun again, landing on flashlight. Initially, Xiao Qiang was delighted to see an intermediate technique appear on the second draw, but he failed to obtain it. He curled his lip and complained to Xiao Tsong, "At this rate, it'll take until dark to finish. Just list the basic items I've drawn, and if I get an intermediate one, give me a ding." Xiao Tsong raised a tiny fist and threatened, "Fine, but this system is quite user-friendly. Also, host, don't mock my notification style, or you'll regret it." Xiao Qiang quickly shut his mouth and nodded obediently. "All right, let's begin." Then Xiao Qiang watched as his inventory rapidly filled with various items. Acquired 1 machete, 1 bottle of cola, basic barbecue, 10 bullets, 1 lighter. "Ding, congratulations, host, you've obtained a double experience card, intermediate." After nearly 20 draws, he finally heard the ding. "A double experience card, not bad. It'll help me level up faster. Keep going, Xiao Tsong." Acquired 1 gene of vegetable seeds, 1 baseball bat, television. "Ding, congratulations, host, you've obtained a triple berserk pill, intermediate." This time it came a bit sooner. After only 5 more draws, Xiao Qiang received a triple berserk pill. Thus, after nearly half an hour, the 200 draws were finally exhausted. Xiao Qiang had amassed a large pile of food equipment and some basic techniques. He learned all the skills, and his mind raced as countless techniques and knowledge flooded in. These basic techniques included combat types like basic blade technique and swordsmanship, as well as life skills such as basic barbecue and basic piano. It seemed the system intended to train Xiao Qiang to be an all-rounder. Apart from his lottery count increasing to 220, the most significant gain was 7 intermediate items: double experience card, intermediate, triple exchange point card, intermediate, triple berserk pill, intermediate, golden back broadsword, intermediate, dual wielding, intermediate, strength 20 intermediate, and speed 20 intermediate. Having already used the first 3, Xiao Qiang was familiar with them, so he looked up the remaining 3 items in the system. Golden back broadsword, intermediate, 1 meter long, weighing 73 gene, precision crafted broad, but sharp, suitable for those with great strength. The broadsword was excellent, but he already had the 1000 mechanism umbrella. This sword could be given to a strength-type person like Li Chong. As he examined the items, Xiao Qiang began planning their distribution to ensure optimal use, a habit of his. Dual blade style, intermediate. This technique can only be executed with dual blades, delivering immense power and extraordinary speed, forming rapid slashes that unleash devastating force once employed. It appeared to be a blade-type cultivation art, and his 1000 mechanism umbrella seemed unsuitable for it. However, Xiao Qiang already had a suitable candidate in mind. He asked Xiao Tsong, "Can this cultivation art be used by others?" "Yes, it can be used. As long as the host designates the chosen person, the techniques will be imparted to them, just as when the host learns a cultivation art, though they will still need diligent practice. However, esteemed host, please choose carefully. Once this precious cultivation art is bestowed, it cannot be obtained again." Xiao Tsong explained in detail and offered a reminder. "All right, I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Xiao Tsong." As he spoke, Xiao Qiang gently patted Xiao Tsong's head within the system. Strength 20 points permanently increases strength by 20 points integrated into physical fitness calculations. The host can feel the change in strength. Speed 20 points permanently increases speed by 20 points integrated into physical fitness calculations. The host can feel the change in speed. Seeing these nearly identical descriptions, Xiao Qiang directly used them and immediately sensed the transformation in his body. This change was not like the gradual improvement achieved through training, but a sudden sensation of becoming more vigorous, making the experience far more direct. Looking at his physical fitness stats, they had become 550 points, while his exchange points had dwindled to 23720 points. Xiao Qiang exited the system with satisfaction. Just then the factory door swung open and a beam of sunlight streamed in. The visitor was none other than Huang Mao, who glanced around, spotted Xiao Qiang sitting cross-legged on the floor, and walked toward him. "Zhang Wei, get up quickly. Let me tell you, you're in luck this time. Brother Lu has got your back. Let's go, it's all clear." Huang Mao, beaming with a broad smile, cheerfully said to Xiao Qiang, "It's all thanks to Brother Yuan's support that I managed to get through this unscathed." As he spoke, Xiao Qiang stood up, dusted off his clothes, and didn't forget to flatter Huang Mao. "You don't have to work today, I take a good rest. Brother Lu specially allowed it." As they walked out together, Huang Mao continued, "Brother Lu treats his subordinates, well, even someone like me, who just joined, gets such consideration. Xiao Qiang remarked. Huang Mao lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and said, Brother Lu is not only good to his own brothers, but also treats the factory workers kindly. It's precisely because of this that he often clashes with Lu over differing opinions. As a result, our three teams end up doing the toughest jobs in the base. But even when we're wronged, our three teams have nothing but loyalty to Brother Lu. It seemed that Brother Liu's character was quite different from Liu Bei's, and perhaps there was still a chance to win him over. Then why does Brother Lu still stay here? With his abilities, even if he weren't at Black Wind Base, he could still thrive in this apocalypse. Xiao Qiang probed. Don't talk nonsense, kid. If others hear you, they'll lock you up again. Huang Mao glanced around warily and warned Xiao Qiang. I heard that Boss Liu once saved Brother Liu's life. Brother Liu is a man of strong character, and out of gratitude, he turns a blind eye to some of Liu Bei's actions, which is why he stayed until now. Moreover, the recent project in collaboration with the city is entirely handled by the second in command, and our people have been completely withdrawn. Huang Mao exhaled a smoke ring and said. Hearing Huang Mao's words, Xiao Qiang silently lamented that Brother Liu had a good nature and disapproved of Liu Bei's heinous deeds, but was constrained by gratitude for saving his life. Perhaps he could still be swayed, which would greatly increase the success rate of his plan to rescue the 200 people. Come on, don't dwell on this. You've been hungry for half a day. Brother Yuan will take you for a feast. As he spoke, Huang Mao slung an arm around Xiao Qiang's shoulder and headed toward his own quarters. Half an hour later, a row of three-story buildings stood beneath the office block. This area was far from the factory district and much better than Xiao Qiang's current dwelling. However, each room contained 3 double beds. This was where Huang Mao and his men lived. It was now mid-June, and the weather was scorching hot. Outside, cicadas chirped incessantly, occasionally punctuated by the mournful wails of zombies echoing from the city center. Xiao Qiang gripped a plastic fork in one hand, seated at a paint-peeling wooden table in the cramped 10-square-meter room. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead as he stared in stunned disbelief at the instant noodle cup before him. This is the feast you told me about. Just instant noodles with a sausage. Xiao Qiang said, his voice laced with resignation. You have no idea how long it's been since I last had these noodles. The smell alone drives me wild. You know, I traded an entire pack of cigarettes for these 2 cups. As he spoke, the yellow-haired man tore open a sausage with excitement and dropped it into the noodles. If the yellow-haired man was this thrilled over a cup of instant noodles, he would surely leap for joy if he knew Xiao Qiang could easily redeem hot pot and barbecue skewers from the system. Xiao Qiang longed to treat his friend to a proper meal, but he had no choice but to conceal his true capabilities for now. The yellow-haired man eagerly lifted the lid, inhaling the aroma with a look of pure bliss. He grabbed his fork and slurped the noodles, noisily wiping the grease from his face with his free hand. Watching him, Xiao Qiang curled his lips. Gazing out the window at the sweltering heat, he asked, Don't you have electricity here? It's unbearably hot. Electricity? We dare not even dream of it. We're lucky if we have a candle at night, the yellow-haired man replied, downing the last of the broth. It was clear the yellow-haired man had rarely tasted instant noodles. He devoured the entire cup in a ravenous frenzy, not even sparing the soup. Here, take mine too, Brother Yuan. I'm not very hungry, Xiao Qiang said, pushing his own cup toward the yellow-haired man. Really? Skipping instant noodles? You must still be shaken from this morning. But don't worry, Brother Lu has your back. With that, the yellow-haired man helped himself without hesitation, opening the cup and digging in. Brother Yuan, hasn't the base ever looked for generators or something? All this coal stored here. Wouldn't it be a waste not to use it for power? Xiao Qiang inquired. They'll tell you we do have a small generator set in the factory. But with just manual labor, the electricity we generate isn't nearly enough for the whole base. So Boss Liu claimed it for himself, using the power only for the administrative building, the yellow-haired man replied. Xiao Qiang nodded, a deep sense of disgust already forming in his heart toward this Liu he had never met. Brother Yuan, I'll head back now. I want to get some sleep this afternoon, Xiao Qiang said, rising. All right, rest well. I won't bother you today. Remember to report for duty at the main gate tomorrow morning. The yellow-haired man replied. Xiao Qiang nodded and stepped out of the 3-story building. His plan was precisely to have the yellow-haired man leave him alone, giving him time to scout the entire base. Along the way, Xiao Qiang occasionally noticed people from his quarters subtly piling up fuel and timber according to the plan, leaving no trace of suspicion. Finding a secluded spot, Xiao Qiang checked his surroundings, then pulled out an invisibility talisman and activated it. He had already observed the administrative building heavily guarded with entry strictly limited to familiar faces. To avoid revealing his strength, he had no choice but to use the talisman. This invisibility talisman granted 1 hour of concealment undetectable even by awakened individuals below the 5th rank. After activating the talisman, Xiao Qiang watched his body vanish entirely. All he could see was the grass behind him. He waved his hand, but saw nothing. Amazed, Xiao Qiang strode forward with satisfaction. In his past life, invisibility was the fantasy of countless reclusive dreamers, and he was no exception. But now in this apocalypse, he had far more important purposes for this power. To be safe, Xiao Qiang even approached a patrol squad, waving his fists in front of them. Seeing that none of the patrolling men were aware of his presence, he finally made his way toward the administrative building. The administrative building had 7 floors in total. Xiao Qiang had no idea which floor Lu Bai was on, so he had to search level by level. The bottom 6 floors were evidently occupied by Lu Bai's trusted men. The former offices had been converted into dormitories, and from time to time men carrying machine guns patrolled the corridors. As soon as he stepped onto the 7th floor, a chill swept over him. Sensing the cool air from an air conditioner, Xiao Qiang concluded that Lu Bai was on this floor. He looked around and saw a spacious meeting room directly ahead. Just then, 2 beautiful women appeared before him, wearing loose t-shirts and ultra-short skirts. Carrying fruit platters in their hands, they swayed their hips as they walked toward the meeting room. Taking advantage of the moment the door opened, Xiao Qiang swiftly slipped inside and entered the meeting room. Standing in a corner, he observed the people within. Li Feng. Xiao Qiang scanned the room and was shocked to see Li Feng sitting upright on a sofa, a glass of red wine placed before him. This Li Feng was someone Xiao Qiang had saved back when the apocalypse first erupted. Unexpectedly, when Xiao Qiang returned to the supermarket with Yang Shui, Li Feng refused to open the door. A conflict had erupted between them then, and Xiao Qiang never imagined he would encounter him here. Xiao Qiang activated his eye recognition ability, scrutinizing the group while assessing their strength. Ding detected ordinary human. Li Feng was still an ordinary human. There were 6 people in the room, with 1 man standing behind Li Feng. A burly figure with a stern expression, standing ramrod straight, presumably Li Feng's bodyguard. Ding detected level 7 enhanced human. Xiao Qiang had long known Li Feng was a rich second-generation heir, but he never expected that even in the apocalypse Li Feng could command such resources as to have a level 7 enhanced as his bodyguard. If they allied with Lu Bai, things would indeed become troublesome. On the sofa opposite Li Feng sat 2 other men. One of them was of medium build with a face full of brutish flesh. His eyes were slightly narrowed, yet the muscles beneath his skin were clearly visible. His entire visage exuded an indescribable cunning, a sinister smirk playing on his lips as he held a cigarette in one hand. Ding detected level 8 ability user. Seeing this strength, Xiao Qiang knew this man was Lu Bai. In his arms was a girl wearing a long nightgown, which was torn with numerous holes. Her face bore an expression of terror and utter hopelessness as she allowed Lu Bai's groping hands to reach into her nightgown, roughly squeezing her soft breasts. This is so damn boring. She won't even move like a dead person. Lu Bai grabbed the woman by her hair and tossed her onto the floor. Don't be angry, brother Lu. Let me train her properly later, and I guarantee she'll learn to behave. The man behind Lu Bai was a skinny fellow with a sharp face and a lecherous grin, speaking obsequiously to Lu Bai. Ding detected level 6, enhanced human. Xiao Qiang initially thought this man was the second-in-command, but since the second-in-command was said to be a level 7 enhanced, this man was clearly not him. He hadn't expected that a small base like Haifeng would harbor so many powerhouses. Get out, don't disturb brother Lu's business. The skinny man shouted at the woman on the floor, who then seized the opportunity to push open the door and leave. The 2 beauties in ultra-short skirts sat down on either side of Lu by rubbing against his body with utmost seduction. You 2 are the ones who know how to behave. Lu Bai smiled with satisfaction, reaching out to pinch one of the women's cheeks. Before the apocalypse, these 2 women had followed Lu Bai working in the red light district. Now they were equally adept at their craft. Across from them, Li Feng couldn't help but steal glances at the women's thighs, his eyes almost glued to them. He cleared his throat lightly and said, "Ahem, brother Lu, it's been a while. How are things going with the formula? Why bother setting up a factory and dealing with those zombies? You and I have guns and cannons. We can live freely in this base better than any emperor." Lu Bai picked up a slice of watermelon and shoved it into his mouth as he spoke. "Hey, brother Lu, this is my father's intention, so I urge you to act swiftly. Once the formula is in hand, the munitions will be delivered shortly." Li Feng let out a cold snort as he spoke. In truth, Li Feng had been living quite comfortably in the city's base. He never expected his father to suddenly assign him such a task, especially one that required cooperation with a brute like Lu Bai. Naturally, he felt nothing but disdain. "Rest assured, young Master Li, our second-in-command will personally handle this. That formula will be extracted from that brat's mouth in no time." Lu Bai said, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he looked at Li Feng. "Mum, brother Lu, please increase the guards these few days. Someone in the city has already grown suspicious of this place. We must not leave any evidence for them to discover." Li Feng squinted, staring at the exposed woman as he issued the reminder. Don't worry. All 1,000 of my men are patrolling day and night. Now this place only allows entry, not exit." As Lu Bai spoke, he could barely contain his eagerness, on the verge of tearing away the last shreds of defense from the woman. Upon hearing Liu Bei's words, Li Feng nodded, took a sip of wine, and fixed his gaze on the woman in Liu Bei's arms, his heart already burning with restlessness. Seeing this, Liu Bei smiled faintly and gently pushed one of the women forward. "Go and keep young Master Li company." As he spoke, he waved his hand. Their bodyguards, long accustomed to such scenes, took the hint and left the room. Xiao Qiang naturally knew what was about to happen. Seizing the opportunity as the door opened, he slipped out. With the sound of a woman's cry and their lewd laughter ringing in his ears, recalling the frail, vacanted woman from before, Xiao Qiang wished he could storm in and kill them both. But for the greater plan, he had to swallow his fury and walk out of the office building. Following the directions given by the blonde youth, Xiao Qiang headed toward the newly constructed factory. Glancing at the time, he noted that the invisibility talisman had about 10 minutes left. Xiao Qiang quickened his pace toward the new factory. It was located at the northeastern corner of the entire compound, where steel had once been stored. The closer he got, the more guards he noticed armed with machine guns, some even carrying grenades at their waists. Not far away, voices could be heard from a large warehouse surrounded by guards who fanned themselves incessantly against the oppressive heat. Seeing such a heavy guard presence, even in this sweltering heat, Xiao Qiang realized that, as Li Feng had said, they feared detection by those in the city. It was just past 3 in the afternoon, the hottest part of the day. Xiao Qiang noticed that the warehouse's iron door was tightly shut, secured with thick chains. From within, the sounds of human moans and cries of agony could be heard. Xiao Qiang circled the compound and spotted a broken window through which he climbed inside. The windows were covered with tattered curtains and sheets, plunging the interior into darkness and stifling heat. Fortunately, Xiao Qiang's eyes could see in the dark. As soon as he landed inside, a thick stench of blood assaulted his senses. The room was divided into small cubicles by sheets of plastic. Xiao Qiang walked forward slowly. Most of the cubicles were empty except for one where a man was bound naked, letting out agonized wails. Xiao Qiang approached to get a closer look. The man's skin was cracked and dry, the bones of his hands and feet exposed. His face was grotesquely deformed, his nose elongated and protruding, his lips swollen like 2 thick sausages. Xiao Qiang was utterly shocked, his mouth agape, a lump in his chest making it hard to breathe. This was clearly the secret experiment they were conducting, using living humans as test subjects, transforming them into these inhuman, ghostly creatures. It was a brutal assault on both the body and the soul. A surge of rage blazed in Xiao Qiang's chest. Before the apocalypse, he had been just an ordinary college student, never having witnessed such malevolence in the human heart. Seeing this horrific torment inflicted upon others, he wished he could take his 1,000-mechanism umbrella and kill Liu Bei right then and there. Just then, Xiao Qiang's form gradually became visible, exposing him to the man before him. The man before Xiao Qiang, seeing someone appear out of thin air, struggled to lift his head. He slowly opened his bruised eyes, their gaze filled with astonishment and a hint of pleading. His mouth twitched as if trying to speak, but no sound came from his throat, only the gurgling of bloody saliva that kept bubbling forth. The more he struggled to speak, the more anxious the man became. The torment of physical pain combined with the drug's assault on his mind left him utterly numb, his movements slowing to a crawl. Catching a glimmer of surprise in Xiao Qiang's eyes and recognizing that Xiao Qiang was not of the same ilk as those from the Black Wind base, the man laboriously raised his right hand from which white bone protruded. He pointed at Xiao Qiang, then curled his finger back toward himself. Xiao Qiang naturally understood his intention. Ravaged by drugs and disfigured in body, the man could no longer endure such suffering and sought Xiao Qiang's mercy to end his life. Gazing at the man before him, Xiao Qiang could not bear to take his life. Instead, he asked within the system, "Xiao Tsong, is there any medicine that can save this man?" Host, this person's vital signs are extremely weak, and he has been under the influence of drugs for too long. Even if we barely manage to save his life, the deformation of his body cannot be reversed. Xiao Tsong replied cautiously. Xiao Qiang exited the system, leaned slightly closer to the man's ear, and said with resolute determination, "Your life is taken by my hand, and your vengeance shall be mine to fulfill." Gritting his teeth, he reversed his grip on the Meifeng dagger, stepped forward, and thrust the blade directly into the man, ending his life, while striving not to inflict even a shred of additional pain. Struck by the dagger, the man's head drooped downward. A grim, difficult smile stretched across his face, and his gaze toward Xiao Qiang was filled with gratitude before his eyelids slowly closed. With his invisibility talisman now expired, Xiao Qiang had to exercise utmost caution. He lightly leaped onto the windowsill, glanced at the guards below, then jumped again, grabbing the eaves of the warehouse roof. With a slight swing, he pulled himself onto the rooftop. Under the relentless sun, the warehouse roof was scorching hot. Before his plan could commence, Xiao Qiang dared not be careless. Enduring the searing heat transmitted through his hands, he pressed his entire body flat against the roof. Fortunately, his physical resilience had improved, making him thick-skinned and tough. He crawled forward, surveying his surroundings. A short distance away stood a smaller warehouse situated in a shaded area. Some medical equipment was visible outside it. Sensing something suspicious about that spot, Xiao Qiang found a location devoid of guards backed against a perimeter wall where no sentries were posted. The warehouse roof was at least 10 meters high. Xiao Qiang donned his jumping shoes, which could cushion a fall from a maximum height of 7 meters. Upon landing, Xiao Qiang rolled to dissipate the force of the descent. With a few swift dashes, he vanished from the guard's line of sight. Approaching the small warehouse, he saw no guards nearby and walked straight in. Lifting a plastic sheet, he discovered medical stance test tubes and similar items. These items appeared to have been transported from the city intended for setting up a pharmaceutical laboratory here. Just then, Xiao Qiang spotted figures approaching in the distance. He swiftly dodged into the small warehouse, hiding behind a shelf. Hurry, move these and the shelves inside to the factory building over there. Once the second boss gets his hands on the formula, well, need to start immediately. Xiao Qiang recognized the voice as Brother Qi's, now directing his trusted subordinates. Seeing only 5 or 6 men following Brother Qi and noticing they carried no machine guns as they were likely moving equipment, Xiao Qiang, who had a pent-up rage seeking an outlet, stepped out from behind the shelf and stood directly before them. "It's you. I was just looking for you, and here you come to me," Brother Qi said, seeing Xiao Qiang suddenly appear. "That's right, it's me," Xiao Qiang declared with righteous indignation. "Humph. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for disrespecting Brother Liu. Zhang Wei stole something, men seize him." Qi, noticing Xiao Qiang's attitude, felt a flicker of doubt, but didn't dwell on it, still seeking a pretext to deal with Xiao Qiang. At Qi's command, his underlings drew daggers and other blades from their waists, charging at Xiao Qiang. Having followed Qi to deal with Xiao Qiang that morning, they assumed he was weak since he hadn't revealed his true strength. Seeing an easy opportunity for credit, they leered at Xiao Qiang, snickering as they tapped their weapons. Xiao Qiang curled his lips into a faint smile, gripping the Meifeng dagger in a reverse hold, pointing it forward with a scornful grin. Then the men saw only a blur as Xiao Qiang vanished from his spot, charging into their midst like a ferocious tiger. Sunlight from outside streamed through the windows, casting shifting reflections off the dancing dagger blades onto the warehouse walls. In an instant, Xiao Qiang had passed through the crowd and stood before Qi, the Meifeng dagger dripping blood onto the floor at his feet. Qi's trusted men all lay sprawled across the cramped warehouse, each with a fatal throat wound, a single strike to kill. "You're no ordinary man. So it was you who killed Brother Shui." Qi trembled in panic, pointing a shaking finger at Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang snorted coldly, fixing his gaze on Qi. "But you've realized too late. I said I'd blow your head off, so now I'll send you to meet him." Despite the June heat, Qi felt a chill down his spine under Xiao Qiang's wolf-like stare, unable to meet his eyes. Cold sweat dripped from his brow onto the bloodstains, turning dark in the sunlight. Such was the vast chasm between a level 7 and a level 3 powerhouse. Steadying his trembling hands, Qi drew 2 fine steel hatchets from behind his back. "Who the hell are you? When Boss Liu Bai finds out, he'll use you as a test subject and make your life a living hell." Xiao Qiang scoffed. "That won't happen, and you won't live to see it anyway. Also, my name is Xiao Qiang." With that, Qi struck first, swinging both hatchets with all his might towards Xiao Qiang's head. Xiao Qiang was faster. Watching Qi's movements, he stepped forward lightly, and Qi's elbow struck his shoulder, but instead of denting it, the impact felt like hitting solid iron. Already shaken by Xiao Qiang's dispatch of his men, Qi now felt the true gap in their strength through direct combat. But it was too late. Xiao Qiang swept the Meifeng dagger across his throat. Qi saw only a flash of steel before losing consciousness, collapsing to the ground, his eyes closing in unwilling defeat. Ding. Killed 1 level 3 human. Experience 10, exchange points 10. Obtained 1 pack of cigarettes, 1 bottle of red potion. Hearing the alert in his mind, Xiao Qiang knew more guards would soon arrive. Ignoring the corpses, he picked up the 2 hatchets and slipped quietly out of the warehouse. Xiao Qiang had learned from the blonde-haired man that the residences of Squad 2's and Squad 6's leaders were near the office building in a house next to the dormitory where the blondes stayed, occupied only by them and a few trusted underlings. Since morning, Xiao Qiang had noticed the rift between the 2nd in Command's faction and the 3rd in Command's faction, each harboring resentment. He had been plotting how to incite conflict between them, making it easier to lead everyone later. Along the way, Xiao Qiang cautiously bypassed the guards heading toward the house of Squad 6's leader. In truth, with his level 7 strength, aside from the 3 bosses in the office building and Li Feng's bodyguard, few could detect Xiao Qiang's movements. Soon Xiao Qiang arrived at the location. Seeing that the room was empty, he carefully concealed the 2 axes, placing them in an inconspicuous spot. Having done all this, Xiao Qiang returned to his quarters, disposed of his bloodstained clothes, and exchanged for an identical set from the system. Only then did he rest easy, lying on the bed to sleep. Meanwhile, in the meeting room on the 7th floor of the agency, Li Feng, having sated his carnal desires, had already retired to his room with his bodyguards. Lu Bai sat alone on a spacious white European-style sofa. Before him stood over a dozen people clearly divided into two factions, each bristling with hostility. Paying no heed to the two groups standing before him, Lu Bai toyed with the metal lighter in his hand, without even lifting his eyelids, and spoke. "Tell me what happened." A lackey standing on the left side of Lu Bai, his legs trembling, dared not meet Lu Bai's gaze, and said, "Brother Qi led the men to move the equipment. We waited a long time, but they never came back. So we went to check and found Brother Qi and all the brothers dead, lying on the warehouse floor." "Oh, is that so? Any leads? Do you know who killed them?" Lu Bai fired off a series of questions, lifting his head to glance at the lackey who had just spoken. Perhaps it was the oppressive pressure of Lu Bai's usual demeanor. The lackey, under his gaze, kept his head bowed low. Stammering, he said, "In the morning when Brother Shui was killed, Brother Qi had a quarrel with Brother Lu, the leader of Group 6, and Brother Ding, the leader of Group 2. As he spoke, he lifted his head and cast a brief glance toward where the two men stood. "Fuck your mother, what the hell are you saying?" The leader of Group 6, hot-tempered by nature, could not contain his fury upon hearing the lackey's words and could not help pointing at him and cursing loudly. The boss asked him what he knew. "He's just stating the facts as he knows them. He didn't say you killed him. Why get so worked up? Unless you have a guilty conscience." The sharp-faced, monkey-cheeked man whom Xiao Qiang had seen earlier standing behind Lu Bai stroked the tuft of beard on his chin and spoke slowly, his narrow eyes fixed on Brother Lu's faction. "Xiao Lu, don't be hasty. Let him finish first." Brother Lu, also present, said with a gloomy face, glancing at Brother Lu. Hearing Brother Liu's words, the leader of Group 6 fell silent, dangling one arm and standing aside, fuming. "Let me tell you, it's fine to tell the truth. But if you dare embellish or speak falsely, you'll cut out your tongue." After speaking, Brother Lu turned and addressed the lackey. The sharp-faced, monkey-cheeked man said nothing more, signaling his own lackey to continue. After Brother Shui died, everyone suspected it was a new recruit who killed him. In the morning when we went to demand an explanation, Brother Qi and Brother Lu argued. Brother Lu said he said. The lackey hesitated at the crucial point, stealing a nervous glance at Brother Lu. "Oh, is that so? What did he say?" Lu Bai stood up, walked over to the lackey, and spoke amiably. Brother Qi said Brother Lu was missing an arm. Brother Lu said he would kill him. Despite Lu Bai's amiable demeanor, the lackey facing him could not suppress his trembling and stammered considerably. "Boss, it's normal for brothers to have friction. When words get heated, harsh tones are inevitable in the heat of the moment. But to say that because of this old six would resort to murder, that's truly impossible." The leader of Group 2, always worldly and smooth, but loyal to those of his own faction, spoke up with a light laugh. Lu Bai nodded noncommittally at the Group 2 leader's words, then sat back on the sofa and gestured for them to continue. "With no leads at all, naturally, we dared not disturb Brother Lu or come to you, boss. Come out." The sharp-faced, monkey-cheeked man was quite articulate. As he spoke, he turned his head to glance at a lackey standing behind Brother Lu. The underling, who was spotted head lowered, stepped out from behind Lu Gu and walked over to the sharp-faced man, utterly ignoring the astonished and furious gazes of Lu Gu and his crew. From behind his back, he produced two axes still bearing traces of blood and placed them on the floor before Lu Bai. These were precisely the two axes Xiao Qiang had placed in Lu Gu's room, deliberately stained with blood by some malicious hand, now dried and caked onto the blades. These axes were discovered near Lu Gu's apartment. They are the weapons usually used by Brother Qi, just found still with blood on them. The underling spoke. He had slicked back hair, an oily face, and a spirited look. Little did anyone expect he was a mole planted beside Lu Gu. It turned out that the underling had found the two steel axes in Lu Gu's apartment, and upon learning of Brother Qi's tragic death, hastened to report to the sharp-faced man. This sharp-faced man was none other than the long-absent Group 1 leader, known as Peng Gu, who, like Brother Qi, belonged to the second boss faction. At his behest, blood was deliberately smeared on the axes, leading to the later confrontation in Lu Bai's room. Lu Bai, clad in loose pajamas and slippers, found the cool meeting room not at all hot. He rose with interest, pinched the handle of an axe between his thumb and forefinger, lifted it to his face for inspection, then curled his lip and tossed it aside, his expression mocking as he gazed at the traitorous underling. "You fucking betrayed me. I treated you so well, and you dare frame me." Lu Gu, already boiling with rage, his eyes bloodshot, brandished his single arm and rushed forward to beat the underling. Lu Gu, his face dark, grabbed Lu Gu and held him back, but said nothing. "Peng Gu, your methods are truly impressive. Who would have thought you could plant a mole among us?" The Group 2 leader, despite his plump appearance, remained calm and spoke with a faint, nonchalant smile. "Brother Ding, what are you saying? Aren't we all the boss men, all part of Haifeng base? How can you speak of planting?" Peng Gu squinted shrewdly, effectively parrying Ding Gu's words. "Enough bickering. This is a meeting room, a place of class. Look at yourselves squabbling like this. What kind of image is that?" Lu Bai finally spoke, tilting his head to glare at them as he roared. "Xiao Peng, is that newcomer suspicious? Is he an ordinary man or something else?" Lu Bai then inquired about Xiao Qiang's situation. Brother Qi once tested that newcomer and found he truly lacked strength. It's unlikely he could have killed Brother Qi and those brothers. Moreover, that newcomer never had a major conflict with Brother Shui. Peng Gu, the Group 1 leader, perhaps aiming to redirect Lu Bai's focus to Ding Gu or genuinely believing Xiao Qiang to be an insignificant nobody, coincidentally, spoke a few good words for him. Oh, is that so? As he spoke, Lu Bai turned his back and stared out the window. The remaining people in the room, unable to fathom Lu Bai's intentions, stood behind him, not daring to speak. Lu Bai's expression darkened, shifting unpredictably. Suddenly his right hand slowly contracted and compressed, the squeezed part broadening until it resembled a spiral. With a twist, he lashed out his right hand, elongating it to fly straight at Lu Gu's body, piercing through his heart. Blood and shredded flesh splattered onto the floor and sprayed the underling behind Lu Gu. That underling, his face drenched in blood, collapsed to the ground in terror, speechless. The others, startled by the sudden turn of events, stared at Lu Bai in disbelief. Only the sharp-faced man looked smug, stroking his chin as if thoroughly accustomed to such scenes. Lu Gu, impaled, was stunned beyond measure without even a chance to react or defend. His eyes wide, he stared at Lu Bai, opening his mouth as if to speak, but only blood-flooded spittle emerged. His remaining arm fingers splayed, lifted in a futile grasp toward Lu Bai, but the distance was too great. After a couple of twitches, he collapsed to the floor. Lu Bai withdrew his hand, his arm stained with blood. Useless, utterly useless. Sent to capture a man, you lose an arm, and can't even control your own underlings. What good are you? Useless trash. Lu Bai's face twisted with madness, his eyes wide and teeth clenched as he pointed a blood-stained arm at Lu Gu, who lay sprawled on the ground, and hurled curses at him. Lu Gu, recovering from his shock, heard Lu Bai's insults and clenched his fists, his face burning with fury, ready to step forward and confront him. A hand gently rested on Lu Gu's chest. It was the leader of the second group, who shook his head at Lu Gu, signaling him not to act rashly. Though Lu Bai appeared utterly unhinged, he was far from foolish, or otherwise he could never have commanded so many formidable warriors in the Black Wind base through sheer strength alone. Catching sight of the commotion from Lu Gu's group, out of the corner of his eye, Lu Bai turned to the traitorous underling beside him, hunched his neck, and leaned in close to the man's face. With a single slap, he sent the underling crashing to the ground. Unrelenting, he dropped to his knees and rained punch after punch onto the man's face. Before long, the underling's face was a mask of blood. With Lu Bai's 8th-level ability, the underling, merely an ordinary man, could not withstand such a barrage of blows. Soon he lay motionless on the floor. As he struck, Lu Bai growled, a turncoat betraying his own boss. I can't stand scum like you. Damn it, you got what you deserved. Let's see who dares to be a traitor now. A flicker of surprise flashed through Peng Gu's eyes for an instant before he regained his composure. The death of a mere underling was of no concern to him. He crossed his arms over his chest, remaining silent, yet he had already discerned Lu Bai's intentions. Lu Gu and the leader of the second group exchanged a glance, their brows furrowed. Their hearts were churning like an overturned medicine jar, a bitter mix of emotions, yet they dared not speak out at this moment. Lu Bai naturally sought to treat both sides fairly to maintain a balance of power. Unable to offer a sweetener after a slap, he chose instead to deliver a slap to each side, a common tactic of his at the Blackwind base. Having finished all this, Lu Bai rose to his feet and beckoned toward a corner. In the corner stood a woman wearing a micro miniskirt and a mere vest, her ample bosom threatening to burst free. Yet at that moment, none of the men in the room had the mind to admire her figure, all still stunned by the scene that had just unfolded. Seeing Lu Bai wave her over, the woman picked up an exquisite white platter bearing a neatly folded pristine wet towel and swayed her hips as she approached him. Lu Bai took the white towel, flashed a lecherous grin at the woman, wiped his hands clean, then tossed the bloodstained cloth onto the platter. With a dismissive wave, he sent the woman retreating. Little did he know this casual wiping of blood from his hands only fanned the flames of rage in Lu Gu and Ding Gu's hearts. That blood belonged to their dear brother Lu Gu, yet Lu Bai wiped it away with such disdain and nonchalance. Now then, is the matter settled? Is Xiao Qi's issue resolved? Lu Bai strode up to Peng Gu, towering over him, and demanded loudly. Resolved, resolved. With boss Lu Bai making the call, the brothers have no objections, right lads? Peng Gu's weaselly face widened, his slit-like eyes with rare delight, as he replied, a hint of joy in his voice. Through this move, Lu Bai had directly killed a group leader from the Third Master's faction, much to Peng Gu's group's satisfaction. Yes, the underlings behind him chorused in unison. Lu Bai turned and walked over to Lu Gu, resting a hand on his shoulder. His face was full of regret as he sighed, pursed his lips, and said, Brother Lu, I'm truly sorry about Xiao Le. But so many brothers are watching here. I have to be fair and just. We were brothers after all. Later on, make sure to give Xiao Lu a proper burial. Lu Gu's heart seethed with resentment, but after exchanging a glance with the second group leader, he nodded at Lu Bai and said, I understand. Lu Bai patted Lu Guest's shoulder lightly and stepped between the two factions. The city bureau's people are here these days, and our project is about to launch. I don't want to see anything like this happen again, all right? All right. Lu Gu shot a fierce glare at Peng Ge, and they both nodded simultaneously. All right. Good. Everything's resolved. Go about your business. I've been smoking a bit too much lately. Oh, I'm dead tired now. Lu Bai clapped his hands and waved the two groups away, signaling them to leave. Brother Ding hoisted Brother Le's corpse onto his shoulder and walked side by side with Brother Lu toward the door. Hurry, clean this place up and change this carpet too. It's covered in blood everywhere. How am I supposed to sleep here? Just as the two turned the corner, they heard Lu Bai's roar from the meeting room, commanding his men to tidy up the mess. Brother Lu clenched his fists involuntarily, producing a series of cracking sounds. He tilted his head, slightly glanced back toward the meeting room, and then proceeded downstairs. In the apocalypse, even the lives of the living were as insignificant as weeds, let alone the corpses of the dead. Brother Ding hastily buried Brother Le's body, at least as a gesture of brotherhood. Upstairs, Lu Bai watched Brother Ding burying the corpse below, his face dark and grim. He spoke, keep an eye on them. If they dare to harbor disloyalty, kill them outright. No problem. It was the sharp-faced Brother Peng who answered, flashing a lecherous grin at Lu Bai's words. After Xiao Qiang returned to his room, knowing it wasn't a good time to act, he simply laid down and rested. With a bang, the door was forced open. Xiao Qiang rubbed his eyes and recognized the intruder as the blonde-haired Qin Yuan. You're still sleeping here. Something huge has happened, don't you know? As soon as he entered, the blonde sat down by Xiao Qiang's bed, speaking urgently. Huh, what happened now? I came back and fell asleep right away. I don't know anything. It's not someone else dead, is it? Xiao Qiang pretended to know nothing, wearing an innocent expression. Then the blonde recounted the afternoon's events to Xiao Qiang from beginning to end. Xiao Qiang hadn't expected his scheme to succeed so quickly, nor had he anticipated that Lu Bai would be so ruthless, killing, without hesitation, even one of his own group leaders. Initially, Xiao Qiang had only wanted to incite conflict between the two groups, never imagining it would be so thorough. He felt a twinge of pity for Brother Lu, as it was thanks to his care that Xiao Qiang hadn't been beaten in prison. But in this apocalypse, cruelty was the very nature of existence. As night fell, 2 candles still burned in Brother Ding's small room. His stout frame sat on the bed, a small table before him with 2 open packets of peanuts and a bottle of liquor. Across the table sat another man, robust and sharpie, a stark contrast to Ding's bulky figure. If the blonde were there, he would have recognized him as Zhang Jun, the leader of Group 4, a level 5 powerhouse who wielded a massive axe and was in charge of scouting for supplies in the Haifeng base. Poor old Six. Back then, the 3 of us followed Brother Lu to join Lu Bai, fought countless battles with zombies, and never thought we'd die at the hands of our own boss instead of the undead. Brother Ding downed his glass of liquor in one gulp and spoke. I led a team out to find supplies this afternoon. When I came back and heard the news, I felt heartbroken and chilled. If only I'd been there during the confrontation. If I had been. Zhang Jun, filled with anger and regret, slammed his fist heavily against the wall. Even if you were there, what could you do? You know Lu Bai's strength all too well. And keep your voice down. Walls have ears. Haven't we learned enough from old Six's lesson this afternoon? Brother Ding interrupted Zhang Jun, listening for any sounds outside before speaking. Sigh, back when the apocalypse first began, the 4 of us had no fixed home, but at least we were free and happy. We never had to endure such humiliation, Zhang Jun lamented, though he lowered his voice. Tell me, when we agreed to follow Lu Bai to this Haifeng base, how could we not see that he was so ruthless? With just 2 axes, without even investigating properly, he kills on a whim. Brother Ding said. I think Lu Bai has been using too much powder. His mind is addled, and he's gone completely mad. And that leader of Group 1, that bootlicking bastard, I'm sure he framed old Six. If I ever get the chance, I'll chop him up with my axe. And think about it now. All the heavy, dirty work at the base falls on us, along with going out to find supplies. Lu Bai, on the other hand, does nothing but bully the people here holed up in that command building, indulging in luxury and playing mind games. Zhang Jun grabbed the bottle and took a big swig before continuing. Leaning against the wall, Ding listened to Zhang Jun's words and slowly spoke. What if we leave the base? Excellent, I've been thinking the same. I've long grown tired of Lu Bai's ways. With the strength of us 3 brothers, we can survive even without this base, Zhang Jun said, slapping his thigh in agreement upon hearing Ding's suggestion. But it seems Brother Lu isn't keen on joining us. When we called him tonight, he declined, Ding said after a moment of thought. Brother Lu is too loyal. Remember when we were surrounded by zombies and he was gravely injured? It was Lu Bai who came to our rescue. Brother Lu has never forgotten that debt of gratitude, which is why he agreed to bring us into this Black Wind base. I have nothing but respect for Brother Lu, but I can't stand this Black Wind base any longer. Zhang Jun said, his face flushed from the alcohol and emotion as he recalled the past. I feel the same about Brother Lu, but I'll forget it. If he won't leave, then let the 2 of us go, Ding said with a resigned sigh. At that moment, in a corner of the corridor outside, the glow of a cigarette flickered. Brother Lu took a deep drag, having overheard their entire conversation. He thought to himself, you two must stay safe out there. I'm staying here, partly to repay a debt, and partly to look after the people in this place. My life is of little consequence, but you two must be careful. Earlier that evening, when the two had invited him for a drink, Brother Lu had already guessed their intentions. Unable to join them, he made an excuse to decline. However, knowing Liu Bei's nature, Brother Lu grew worried and decided to stand guard outside their room to prevent eavesdropping. Sure enough, a spy sent by Liu Bei appeared. Brother Lu shouted, "Who goes there?" and berated the intruder so fiercely that they fled in panic. Hearing that they had made their decision, Brother Lu stubbed out his cigarette and returned to his quarters to rest. Come, Brother Ding, let's have another drink. Once we leave, who knows when we'll share a bottle again, Zhang Jun said, already slightly tipsy. All right, but we need a solid plan. We can't let Liu Bei find out, and we mustn't implicate Brother Lu. Ding cautioned, draining his glass. I happen to have a plan. Would the two of you care to hear it? A voice suddenly interjected. With a loud crash, the door burst open and a figure slipped into the room, speaking as they entered. Startled by the sudden intrusion, the two men tensed. The fact that someone could enter undetected spoke volumes about their strength. They instinctively reached for their weapons, ready for a fight. It's you, Ding exclaimed, rubbing his eyes as he recognized the newcomer. It was Xiao Qiang. That night, Xiao Qiang had planned to sneak into Ding's quarters and use his silver tongue to persuade him. Once inside, Xiao Qiang had hidden nearby, waiting for the right moment. He had noticed Brother Liu's presence, but remained undetected himself thanks to his superior rank and the spring-assisted shoes he wore. Having overheard their conversation, Xiao Qiang saw no need to persuade them further. Once Brother Lu was gone, he cast aside all caution and barged in. Brother, you've been hiding your true abilities well. I underestimated you. So you killed Cui Qi and Brother Shui as well? Ding asked, ever the strategist. While preparing for battle, he pieced together the truth, realizing Xiao Qiang had infiltrated without detection. I killed them, Xiao Qiang admitted without hesitation, nodding in confirmation. And you planted the axe in mine and Xiao less room. Ding pressed further. Yes, I did, Xiao Qiang replied succinctly. Damn you. You framed Xiao Lu and got him killed. I'll hack you to pieces. Zhang Jun roared, his temper flaring. He drew an axe from his waist and swung it toward Xiao Qiang's head. With a clang, Xiao Qiang reacted faster, raising his Meifeng dagger to block. The axe halted mid-swing, unable to advance another inch. Looking closer, the fine steel axe now bore a small notch from the dagger. Xiao Qiang, still smiling, seemed utterly unfazed by the danger before him. Seeing this, Zhang Jun grew even more enraged. He raised his axe and was about to strike Xiao Qiang again. Zhang Jun, stop. Ding Ge, who had been watching, called out, halting Zhang Jun's impending attack. Brother, you truly have impressive skills. It seems I underestimated you. I'm afraid that even if the two of us join forces tonight, we might not be able to subdue you. May I ask what brings you here tonight? Are you here to take our lives? Ding Ge rose from the bed, sitting up cautiously as he inquired. No, Xiao Qiang replied succinctly without wasting words. Why bother talking to him? He killed Xiao Lu. Let's fight him together. The earlier exchange had already made him aware of the gap in their strength, so he dared not act rashly now. Humph. Xiao Qiang let out a cold snort. I killed him. What did I personally drive a blade into his heart? It was Liu Bei? Did I force Liu Bei to kill him? Ding Ge, you were there. You know exactly what happened. Listening to Xiao Qiang's pointed words, Zhang Jun felt a pang of remorse, but remained silent. He sat alone by the bed and downed a glass of liquor in one gulp. I killed Brother Qi, and I admit it. I placed the axe in your room to stir up conflict between you, and I admit that too. But think carefully, just because two blood-stained axes appeared in the room, does that prove Brother Lu was a murderer? Does that justify Liu Bei in killing him publicly without a proper investigation or giving him a chance to defend himself? Seeing the two calm down, Xiao Qiang fired off a series of rhetorical questions to analyze the situation. Also, let me make it clear, when I placed those axes there, they weren't stained with blood. What? You're saying they weren't bloody when you put them there? Ding Ge asked, realizing that the presence or absence of blood could greatly influence one's judgment. There's no point in lying now, Xiao Qiang said. Damn that rat punk. He must have done this, even planting a spy beside little Le. When I get my hands on him, I'll kill him. Zhang Jun pounded the wall in fury. Zhang Jun, calm down. Fine, we can overlook that for now. But this whole mess started because of you. Without your scheming, things wouldn't have come to this. Ding Ge continued. What's the problem? We're not on the same side. I just wanted to create discord between you. If Liu Bei truly trusted you, he wouldn't still be sending people to spy on you. The man who killed Brother Lu is right now in the operations building, living it up. Why don't you go and avenge him? You and I both know that what I did was hardly enough to make Liu Bei want me dead, Xiao Qiang said, his voice trembling with emotion as he pointed at the two. At Xiao Qiang's words, both fell silent, heads bowed, faces etched with bitterness. They knew all too well Liu Bei's formidable strength. Moreover, the shadow of fear that Lu Bai had cast over them for so long was deeply ingrained, so they had never even considered seeking revenge against him. Now Xiao Qiang's words struck at the core of their hearts, filling them with both shame and anger. As it happens, I have a score to settle with Lu Bai too. I promised someone I would avenge them. Xiao Qiang observed the two, realizing he could now discuss matters with them. The person he referred to was the one he had met in the laboratory. So shall we sit down and talk about our escape plan? Xiao Qiang pulled up a chair and sat before them. All right, let's hear your plan. If it's feasible, we're willing to cause him some trouble. Ding Gu raised his head and spoke, while Zhang Jun nodded firmly. Then Xiao Qiang laid out his plan to the two. When the time comes, you two just need to do your best to divert the base's defenses and gather as many weapons as possible. Once chaos erupts, lead your trusted brothers and follow the crowd to escape the base. Xiao Qiang added. Is it that simple? That's all we need to do? Ding Gu asked after hearing this. Given your current positions as team leaders, handling these tasks is far easier for you than for me. Of course, when the base's strong fighters give chase, it'll need you two to step in. Xiao Qiang said. The two nodded. Zhang Jun said, but Lu Bai is a level 8 psychic. If he chases after us, even the two of us combined might not stand a chance against him. It's fine, I'll deal with Lu Bai. But I have a question. Who exactly is the second in command here? Xiao Qiang inquired. To be honest, even we haven't met him. He just joined recently. Only the 3 leaders and the head of group 1 have seen him. But word has it that his strength has already reached the level of a grade 7 powerhouse, truly formidable. Ding Gu exhaled a ring of smoke and spoke slowly. Xiao Qiang nodded. You've laid out the entire plan. Aren't you afraid, well, snitch? Ding Gu met Xiao Qiang's gaze and asked. Xiao Qiang gave a faint smile, holding Ding Gu's stare, and replied, if you were going to inform, you wouldn't have asked that. Besides, I have a feeling you two hate Lu Bai even more than I do. Haha, brother Xiao is indeed a sharp one. Then well, wait for the night after tomorrow. Ding Gu extended his hand, grasping Xiao Qiang's firmly. In truth, Xiao Qiang had no direct conflict with Lu Bai. He had come here only because of a mission issued by the system. But as the protagonist in this apocalypse, how could he stand idly by when injustice crossed his path? Also, please keep up the act. Continue showing anger and reluctance in your work, so Lu Bai won't grow suspicious. Xiao Qiang added before stepping out. The next day in the command building, Lu Bai stood with his hands behind his back before a large window, watching the bustling crowd below. How is it? Any unusual behavior from old Liu's men? Boss Old Ding and Zhang Jun have been slacking off quite a bit these past few days. And last night when our men tried to eavesdrop near their quarters, they got caught. Old Lu threw a huge fit and gave them a thorough scolding. Peng Gu, the radiant informant, added embellishment. Good. That's reassuring. If the second in command hadn't pointed it out, I wouldn't have suspected them at all. It seems Xiao Qiang isn't foolish. But old Lu, I never expected such loyalty from him. Lu Bai remarked. Also, old Ding took a large stash of weapons from the warehouse today. Should we stop him? Peng Gu pressed further. No need. A little weaponry is harmless. And don't have anyone tail Xiao Qiang. We can't risk being discovered. Lu Bai replied. By Gu, with all our men, why keep old Liu's people around? Why not just kill those two? Peng Gu continued. You don't understand. Having them around serves as a smokescreen. Besides, Xiao Qiang is no weakling. He killed Cui Qi and old Xue in one blow, likely on par with me. If we kill those two, old Lu will truly rebel. Lu Bai said. Also tell your men to keep a low profile and steer clear of them for now. Xiao Qiang's plan is about to unfold. But our second in command is even more brilliant. He thought to exploit that very plan. Once this place is destroyed, well, seize the formula, take over his Longshan base, and multiply our strength many times over. Ha ha. Lu Bai's unrestrained laughter echoed through the entire corridor. Little did he know that Xiao Qiang's secret plan had already been fully exposed to Lu Bai. And who exactly was that mysterious second in command capable of twisting Xiao Qiang's scheme to his own advantage? The next day, Xiao Qiang was assigned a full-day shift. The plan hadn't started yet, so he had to keep playing the role of Zhang Wei. When Ding Gu came by for patrol in the evening, he gave Xiao Qiang an imperceptible nod. Xiao Qiang understood. The matter was settled and the weapons had been stashed at the designated spot. That night, a shadowy figure evaded the guards, vaulted over the wall, and dashed toward the Longshan base. A quiet night passed. On the third day, Xiao Qiang had no duty, giving him a rare moment of leisure to search for the crowds taken for experiments. He first went to the agreed meeting point, an abandoned steel mill workshop thick with cobwebs and rusted iron structures, a place no one used even in the apocalypse. Xiao Qiang had stumbled upon it while wandering, and now it served perfectly as a weapons cache. Entering the workshop, a musty odor hit him. He saw the dusty floor covered in chaotic footprints. Following the trail, he spotted several military-grade boxes on a table. Upon opening it, he roughly counted about 100 machine guns, 50 grenades, and 50 landmines. With these supplies, the success rate of his night plan had greatly increased. However, Xiao Qiang was troubled by how to transport these items and distribute them to everyone. With no other choice, and possessing the system, he could only turn to Xiao Tsung for help. Xiao Tsung, is there a way to store these things in the system? Host, this system is incredibly powerful, so of course there is a way. The host only needs to spend 200 exchange points to store these firearms and ammunition in the system, Xiao Tsung replied. As expected, it still required exchange points. Xiao Tsung, why can't you just store them for me directly? Why do you need so many points? Xiao Qiang couldn't help but complain. This is to motivate the host to kill more zombies and improve your strength. Host, can you not have so many complaints? Xiao Tsung spoke in a childish, playful tone. Alright, you're the boss. So how does it work? After spending the points, host, just issue the command in the system. However, it must be noted that once stored in the system, once retrieved, this storage session ends and cannot be repeated, Xiao Tsung added rigorously. Xiao Qiang nodded, entered the system, and issued the command. As expected, his exchange points decreased by 2000. Looking at his inventory, many firearms and ammunition had appeared. With the system, everything was convenient. Having gained so many firearms, Xiao Qiang's confidence soared. He went out following the direction Ding had mentioned to find the large group of people taken for experiments. That place was not far from where Xiao Qiang had killed Qi. Back then, after killing Qi, he hadn't had the time to look for these people who were locked in a large factory building. Xiao Qiang bypassed the guards all the way, using his jumping shoes to enter through a window again. However, this time, he noticed that the number of guards outside seemed to have decreased significantly. From the window, Xiao Qiang saw that only young and middle-aged men and women seemed to be left sitting inside the factory building, far from the 200 people the old man had mentioned. Most of the people sat on the ground listless, as if they hadn't eaten enough. Xiao Qiang jumped down. Everyone inside was startled, staring at him, as if he were a monster having leaped from a window over 7 meters high. Being stared at by so many people, Xiao Qiang felt a bit embarrassed. He cleared his throat and spoke. Who is Li Dian? Li Dian was the son of the old man from before. Xiao Qiang had asked the old man to write a letter and affix his seal. Knowing that no one would believe him if he just spoke out, he decided to ask directly. I am. What do you want? A tall, thin man about 30 years old spoke. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, though one lens was broken. His white shirt had long turned gray, showing that he had also suffered here. This is a letter from your father. Take a look, Xiao Qiang said, handing the letter over. After a moment, the young man, named Li Dian, finished reading and explained the situation to everyone. At that moment, Xiao Qiang was hiding behind a pile of scrap metal, quietly retrieving 90 machine guns and 40 grenades from the system and placing them behind the scrap. Brother Qiang, how exactly should we coordinate with everyone's actions later? The young man asked, walking up to Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang was barely over 20, so logically Li Dian shouldn't have called him brother. But the old man's letter had shown great respect for Xiao Qiang and emphasized his strength. He had instructed Li Dian to follow Xiao Qiang's orders, which led to the address. Xiao Qiang scratched his head and said sheepishly, just call me Xiao Qiang. Everyone here has suffered under Liu Bei's tyranny. I'm sure you've all witnessed his evil deeds, so I don't need to give a motivational speech. The 1000 people in the factory all nodded in agreement. They had all witnessed Liu Bei's atrocities, but lacked the strength to resist. Now that a strong man like Xiao Qiang had appeared to help them, they were eager to start the plan immediately. Seeing their reaction, Xiao Qiang nodded with satisfaction. The more they hated Liu Bei, the easier the night's operation would be. In a moment, he'll distribute weapons to everyone, but there aren't enough. Those without guns should take iron rods for self-defense. At 7 o'clock, a massive explosion will occur throughout the factory area. Then you must charge out of here and run with all your might toward the main gate. If anyone blocks the way, just kill them. Xiao Qiang spoke in an unequivocal tone. Everyone nodded, indicating they would follow the plan. Li Dian sent people to distribute the weapons to those who appeared stronger. Taking advantage of the weapon distribution, Xiao Qiang pulled Li Dian aside and asked, I heard from old Li that there should be 200 people here. Where are the other 100? Alas, there were originally 200, but the other 100 were gradually taken for experiments. Only recently did they slow down the pace of their trials, allowing us 100 to barely survive until now. A brother here happened to witness it. What a crime it is. Li Dian recalled, sighing endlessly. I'll kill that Liu Bei if it's the last thing I do. Xiao Qiang thought of that person's tragic state again, burning with rage. Seeing that everyone had finished receiving their weapons, they stood before Xiao Qiang, waiting for him to speak. Before the plan begins, everyone must maintain their current state and avoid arousing suspicion. Also, I want to remind you all, once the plan is set in motion, casualties are inevitable. Everyone must do their utmost to protect themselves. And above all, stay united. Only by being united can we succeed. Xiao Qiang declared. The cruelty of the apocalypse was all too familiar to everyone. Rather than suffer here waiting for death, it was better to fight under the leadership of a strong man like Xiao Qiang. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Occupy Lutong County Phase 2. Stop the evil deeds of the Haifeng base. Mission reward. Now issuing the next mission. With so many people around, Xiao Qiang couldn't spare the time to listen to the next phase's task. After arranging everything, Xiao Qiang walked toward his quarters and called Xiao Guang into his room, handing him the remaining 10 machine guns and 10 grenades. He patted Xiao Guang's head and instructed, distribute these weapons and tell everyone to act according to the plan when the time comes. And be sure to warn everyone, travel light. Bring nothing but weapons. Everything will be available at the new base. Also, how are the tasks I assigned going? Don't worry, Brother Xiao. These past few days, hearing that we can escape this place has everyone working with great enthusiasm. We've already piled up plenty of flammable wood near the coal storage and secretly added some gasoline beside the coal piles. And we haven't been discovered. Xiao Guang reported the progress of the tasks Xiao Qiang had assigned over the past few days in full detail. Well done, Xiao Guang. To lead so many people out safely, we need to create a major chaos. And this season, starting a fire is just perfect. By the way, how is your mother's illness? Xiao Qiang found Xiao Guang to be a particularly sensible and resilient child, so he was willing to chat with him. Thanks to your medicine, Brother Xiao, my mother has fully recovered. These days, everyone often talks about you. Xiao Guang looked at Xiao Qiang with a grateful expression. Oh, what do they say about me? Xiao Qiang had nothing to do now, so he decided to chat with Xiao Guang. They all say Brother Xiao is an angel sent to save us. Kind-hearted and incredibly strong. Xiao Guang recounted honestly. Haha, how am I anything like an angel? Besides, escaping this base depends mainly on your own efforts. Xiao Qiang scratched his head, a little embarrassed by the compliment. And you, Xiao Guang, you're a man now. When you run tonight, make sure to stay close to the crowd and take good care of your mother, understand? Xiao Qiang continued. Got it, Brother Xiao? He'll go now. With that, Xiao Guang greeted him, picked up the weapons, and went out to distribute them. With this, Xiao Qiang had essentially completed all parts of the plan. The only remaining task was to place the 50 landmines near the steel plant's walls and the coal piles. But that work was not urgent, as Xiao Qiang planned to do it in the afternoon. Taking advantage of the noon break, Xiao Qiang lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and summoned Xiao Tsong. Xiao Tsong, you can now tell me the mission rewards and the new task. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission to occupy Lutong County. Phase 2, stop the atrocities of the Blackwind base. Mission success, reward skill fusion card, intermediate autumn water blade, intermediate disguise, pill intermediate. Xiao Tsong replied. Xiao Qiang examined the detailed information of these items through the system interface. Skill fusion card intermediate, an intermediate item that allows the fusion of 2 intermediate skills into 1 advanced skill with proficiency stacking. Xiao Qiang's current intermediate skills included Wolf Fang Step 100 Thunder Tiger Claw Technique and Assault. After much deliberation, he decided to fuse 100 Thunder and Tiger Claw Technique. Ding dong. Congratulations, esteemed host. The fusion of 100 Thunder and Tiger Claw Technique has succeeded. The advanced skill is Thunderclaw Strike, consuming 100 stamina points per use. Autumn Water Blade Intermediate, a legendary steel blade pitch black in color so sharp it could split a hair blown against its edge. Disguise Pill Intermediate, allows the user to transform their appearance into anyone they have seen. Those below the 5th rank of Awakened will not detect the disguise. Duration 1 hour. Host, the new mission is Phase 3 of occupying Lutong County. Destroy the Blackwind base and kill Lu Bai. Mission success, reward 1000 Mechanism Umbrella Attachment. Blade Advanced Triple Experience Card Intermediate, Triple Exchange Point Card Intermediate. Xiao Tsong continued. Hearing the 3rd phase of the mission, Xiao Qiang thought destroying the Blackwind base was manageable. Once the explosives detonated tonight, the base would likely become unusable. However, killing Lu Bai was another matter entirely. Not only was Lu Bai a formidable Awakened at rank 8, but his close associates made the task exceedingly difficult. Still, the rewards were generous, an advanced item that would further enhance his 1000 Mechanism Umbrella. Moreover, judging by the mission description, this 3rd phase did not seem to be the final task. Having settled his thoughts, Xiao Qiang stepped out of the house, ready to bury the 50 landmines. That day, Xiao Qiang discussed matters with the group. To lead 1,000 people out of the Blackwind base defended by nearly 1,000 armed guards was nearly impossible under normal circumstances, especially with an Awakened at rank 8 keeping a watchful eye. After reaching rank 5, the power gap between each level became immense. Even with the 1000 Mechanism Umbrella, Xiao Qiang was not confident he could defeat Lu Bai. Thus, he decided to create a massive diversion. Adapting to the environment, he planned to ignite the coal piles, sparking a great fire. Additionally, by blasting open the walls, the Blackwind base would lose its barrier against the zombies outside, inevitably drawing a siege from the undead horde. Sneaking past the guards, Xiao Qiang carefully placed the landmines along the perimeter, also setting 10 mines within the coal yard. Having completed his preparations, Xiao Qiang returned to his room to rest before the night's battle. Blackwind Base, 6:30 p.m. The setting sun cast its last rays upon the earth, and soon darkness would fall. Xiao Qiang entered the system and checked his stamina 2500-2500, fully replenished just moments ago. Satisfied, he stood up, stretched his neck and wrists, then stepped out of the house. He evaded the guards, melting into the shadows. I've been playing the fool long enough. It's time to show my true strength. Tonight it'll go all out. Huang Mao and Qin Yuan. Where the hell has Zhang Wei gone? There are only 2 or 3 guys guarding the main gate tonight. Where did Brother Ding send the others? Brother Ding and Zhang Jun stood in their room with 30 fully armed men standing in orderly ranks before them. You are my most trusted brothers. I won't waste words. Liu Bai has been unfair to us. Tonight we rebel against him. Once the chaos begins, everyone will act according to the plan. In the warehouse where the 1,000 prisoners were held, everyone had shed their usual listlessness. Their eyes now burned with eager anticipation. Apart from the 90 people at the front holding black machine guns, the others grasped various weapons, iron rod, steel blades, and more. Standing at the very front was Li Dian. The chaos is about to begin. Those with guns will lead the way. If anyone blocks us, kill them outright. Everyone must help each other to escape the base safely. Within the factory zone, candlelight flickered in the modest residence of Xiao Guang and the elderly man. Outside Xiao Guang's dwelling, over 100 residents had gathered. It's almost 7 o'clock. He'll set off soon to detonate the factory. When that happens, everyone must charge out. We must break through. If we do, there will be hope. The old man began. Uncle Li, let me go with you, Xiao Guang said. Yes, Uncle Li, let me go. I'm younger, another voice chimed in. Let me do it, or I can run faster. A cacophony of voices arose as everyone vied to speak. The old man patted Xiao Guang on the head and addressed the crowd. Take care of your mother on the way. You're a little man now. Also, don't argue anymore. I'm the best suited for this. Those with guns must protect everyone. Each person should arm themselves with a weapon. If anyone blocks us, kill them without hesitation. Having spoken, the old man's face was resolute. This was the plan agreed upon with Xiao Qiang. In the administrative building, Liu Bai stood by the window, no longer in pajamas, his languid demeanor gone. Dressed in a sharp black tracksuit with his hands behind his back, he gazed at the flickering lights within the factory zone. Boss, as you instructed, our 300 men are fully armed and ready to move at any moment. The vehicles are prepared, said Peng, a man with a sharp rat-like face. They should be starting soon. We must coordinate perfectly with the second in command. Liu Bai tilted his head slightly and asked, have the people from the city been notified? What did they say? They had no objections and seemed utterly indifferent, Peng replied. Should we inform the remaining 700 underlings? Peng continued. No need to tell them the truth. When the chaos erupts, let them suppress it. Using 700 cannon fodder isn't a bad idea. Once we reclaim the formula and equip ourselves, we can have as many low-level fighters as we want, Liu Bai said. Understood. I'll relay the orders, Peng responded before stepping out to make arrangements. Liu Bai nodded and fell silent. In the prison area of the factory, inside a small hut no one had come to interrogate Bai Chuan for days. Only meals were delivered. Beside him, Lili had already untied his restraints. Watching Bai Chuan flex his wrists, she asked, Chuan, do you think Brother Xiao Qiang's words are reliable? Will there really be an explosion soon? Bai Chuan gazed at Li Li with affection and said, Don't worry, I find him quite trustworthy. Even if I doubt him, I trust my sister. She gave him that important bracelet as a token. If you trust him, Chuan, then I do too. By the way, Chuan, that important item from the Black Wind base, you told Brother Xiao Qiang where it is. What's happened with it? Lili pressed. I don't know. After meeting him that one time, I'm not sure if he retrieved it. He said to wait for him here, so let's be patient, Bai Chuan said, gently stroking Lili's head. At the Black Wind base, it was 7 o'clock. The sky had darkened. Patrols moved back and forth carrying torches and slung machine guns. By the coal pile, a thick layer of coal covered the ground, topped with wood gathered over the past few days. A keen nose could even catch the scent of gasoline. The old man stood alone in a corner of the coal pile, pulling out the fuse of a landmine. He glanced at his watch. Time was almost up. Slowly, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a lighter. This lighter had been used before the apocalypse. After the zombie outbreak, even food was scarce, let alone cigarettes. Now the old man extracted a crushed cigarette from his pocket, one given to him by Xiao Qiang. He pinched it gently, trying to round it out, then brought it to his nose for a satisfying sniff. Speaking of Xiao Qiang, he's quite mysterious, appearing in the base out of nowhere. Yet he exudes an innate sense of trustworthiness. He lit the cigarette, its tip glowed red. The old man took a deep, pleasurable drag. Who's there? Don't you know this coal pile area is off limits to smoking? A harsh voice barked. 2 flashlight beams swept across the old man's resolute face. Damn, I've been spotted, the old man muttered, realizing the patrol had discovered him. Not good. I'm about to be found out, the old man thought, knowing the patrol had caught him.